A sudden exclamation drew the attention of all patrons in the noodle shop, including the beautiful proprietress at the front desk, who furrowed her brows in concern. Li Dong, seated and engrossed in his noodles, experienced an involuntary shiver that caused his chopsticks to falter, flinging a vibrant splash of broth into the air. The man seated in front, deeply engrossed in his meal, felt a scalding sensation on his back. He yelped in surprise, instinctively reaching behind him only to detect the unmistakable scent of meat and noodles. With a swift motion, the burly figure, weighing nearly 200 pounds, turned around, his face a canvas of indignation, glaring at Li Dong. "Are you blind, kid?" Counting out bills 10, 20, until he reached a total of 100. Li Dong extended the money towards the man. "Here, take it." The man seized the cash eagerly, hastily stuffing it into his pocket. Noticing Li Dong's calm demeanor, he thought to himself, "What a coward." He retorted, "You should be more careful when eating out." As he turned back, a greasy smile crept across his face, and he resumed devouring his noodles with abandon. Around them, other diners shook their heads, deeming Li Dong too easy a target. Glancing at him, they returned to their meals. The enchanting proprietress merely allowed her striking eyes to linger on Li Dong for a moment before returning to her calculations, her silence speaking volumes. While opinions varied among the onlookers, Li Dong remained unfazed. Opening his palm, he discovered that the once-formed talisman had vanished without a trace, leaving only a plump, glistening clove of garlic. "Is this the moment of my rebirth?" Moments ago, he resided in the supreme realm, striving to transcend from the tribulation period to the Mahayana stage. However, he faltered in his tribulation, resulting in the dissipation of his spiritual power and the annihilation of his physical form. In truth, his soul should have perished alongside his corporeal body. Yet, as the infinite celestial master during the tribulation phase, a prominent figure in the realm of cultivation, he had amassed considerable resources. Prior to his tribulation, he had meticulously prepared a formidable and unparalleled spiritual artifact, the Rebirth Shuttle. The Rebirth Shuttle facilitated the passage of souls. Under its protection, the infinite celestial master's soul traversed the fabric of time and space, arriving in this world. However, the powerful artifact fulfilled its purpose and has now left nothing but a remnant, a solitary garlic bulb. This is the Earth of the 21st century, where cultivation has yet to gain widespread acceptance, and practitioners are still scarce. Upon sensing his surroundings, he discovered that the ambient spiritual energy is remarkably abundant, making it an ideal environment for cultivation. The path of cultivation comprises several stages: qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, body merging, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana. In his previous life, he was the infinite celestial master, originally intending to ascend to the Mahayana realm. Unforeseen circumstances led to his failure, and he should have faced total annihilation of both body and soul. Yet he has been reborn in this realm. Now, as Li Dong, he exists in the qi refinement stage, a level of power that renders him invincible among the ordinary populace of this world. With the memories and foundation of the infinite celestial master from his prior existence, and amidst such an abundance of spiritual energy, the pursuit of cultivation poses no challenge for him. Li Dong turned his head and gazed into the large mirror on the wall. Dressed in his high school uniform, he stood tall with distinct facial features, possessing a hint of charm and an abundance of youthful exuberance. His expressive brows arched playfully, revealing a personality that was vividly engaging. In essence, he appeared to be quite the mischievous young lad. As he looked at his reflection, a smile crept across his face. Mischievousness had been his nature in his previous life. He was inherently playful. Yet, due to the parting words of his beloved master, who had ascended to the heavens, he devoted himself entirely to the path of cultivation. His remarkable innate talent propelled him to become a formidable figure within the realm of immortality. In my past existence, I had forsaken my mischievous ways, renouncing desires, and immersing myself in rigorous training for countless years, solely to pursue the pinnacle of cultivation. Now, in this lifetime, I, Wu Yang, shall relish a life of carefree joy. Nearby patrons observed the boy's antics with perplexity, having just been bullied. How could he now stand before the mirror, smiling? Li Dong diverted his gaze from the mirror, picked up his chopsticks, and resumed his unfinished bowl of noodles, occasionally savoring a few bites of garlic. The spicy flavor burst forth in his mouth, and Li Dong felt a singular word resonate within him. Delightful. Inside the noodle shop, the inexpensive aroma of spice wafted through the air, coinciding with the bustling dinner hour as tables filled with eager diners. The proprietress busied herself at the front, calculating bills and taking orders, beads of sweat clinging to strands of her hair on her forehead. Occasionally, droplets trickled down her long, fair neck, cascading into the captivating valley of her collarbone. Li Dong savored his noodles with great attention. Buzz, buzz. His phone on the table rang, and Li Dong lifted his gaze to see it was a call from his close friend, Wang Guan. Picking up his phone, Li Dong answered Wang Guan's call. Hello? What are you doing? Having a meal, Li Dong replied, slurping his noodles. You're at appetizer, right? Wang Guan's tone was unusual, tinged with urgency. Yes, how did you know? Li Dong responde casually. Stop eating and run. Xiaoda has gathered some people to come after you. Someone's been tailing you since school. How do you know? I overheard it while hiding around the alley. I risked my neck to bring you this news. Just listen to me and run. All right, I got it. Wang Guan, sensing Li Dong's nonchalance, hurriedly added, don't act tough. These guys are nothing but hired thugs, working for the wealthy. It's all because of your affair with the school beauty, Tang Yiruo. With a heavy sigh, Wang Guan continued, they are powerful and rich, not worth provoking. I know you're tough, but there's no need to stand your ground against them. Trust me, you need to run. Do you hear? Fine, am running, Li Dong agreed. Run fast now. With that, Wang Guan hung up. Run? What nonsense. He hadn't even finished his meal. Wang Guan's information was accurate and timely, for shortly thereafter, a group of flashy, dyed-haired young men blocked the entrance of appetizer. They bore no weapons, yet their nonchalant demeanor, coupled with their number 7 or 8 was enough to instill a sense of fear, causing passersby to keep their distance. Inside the noodle shop, some patrons had noticed the commotion outside. Those who had finished their meals hesitated to settle their bills and leave, wary of the youths blocking the entrance. Li Dong remained engrossed in his noodles, his head bowed low. Li Dong, come hell out! Bellowed Zhao De, the burly leader, his fists as large as bowls, scars marring his arms. Li Dong did not stir. Panic rippled through the surrounding diners. Who was he calling? The proprietress observed the group of youths at the entrance. A hint of vulnerability flickering in her gentle eyes, she clearly hesitated to confront them. Zhao De's gaze swept across the noodle shop and landed on Li Dong's silhouette, who was still keeping a low profile. Still trying to hide? Zhao De sneered, striding into the establishment towards Li Dong. The other youths trailed behind him, exuding an air of defiance that made the surrounding patrons instinctively shrink away. As Zhao De halted next to Li Dong, the diners could not help but think, this fellow is truly unfortunate, having been embroiled in trouble twice in one day. After appearing so timid before, would he not be reduced to tears this time? The proprietress clenched her delicate fists, unable to tolerate any disturbances within her establishment. Finally, she called out to Zhao De and his entourage, if you wish to cause a ruckus, take it outside. Do not disrupt my patrons' meals. The proprietress, I assure you, it is not my intention to cause trouble. I merely have a matter to discuss with this gentleman. He accompanied me here, and I shall depart promptly. The proprietress' face flushed as she lowered her gaze. As he spoke, Zhao De rapped his knuckles against Li Dong's table, inclining his head to observe him. Isn't that right, Li Dong? A young man cast a glance at his groin, checking if he had been frightened to the point of losing control. Li Dong remained composed, his expression tranquil, as if he perceived nothing beyond the bowl before him. He remained silent, his chopsticks moving with steady precision. Noticing Li Dong's silence, the proprietress grew anxious. She feared a confrontation among the rowdy group in her establishment. Yet, she could not bear the thought of expelling the student. The other diners discreetly observed the unfolding situation, their hearts tinged with sympathy for Li Dong, yet predominantly entertained by the spectacle. What a misfortune for this student, surrounded by such a raucous crowd. He appeared so gentle and unassuming, surely incapable of violence. Only moments ago, he had hurriedly compensated someone. Before Li Dong sat a burly man who had finished his meal, yet the throng of youths behind him deterred him from rising. Despite his reluctance to move, he found amusement in witnessing the timid student's embarrassment. The noodle shop was enveloped in silence, the ceiling fan creaking rhythmically as it turned. All eyes in the establishment were fixed upon Li Dong, uncertain of how the young man would navigate this predicament. From his demeanor, it seemed he was feigning consumption of his meal to mask his underlying trepidation. Li Dong appeared oblivious to the crowd surrounding him, methodically consuming his noodles, garlic, and broth, while Xiaolu beside him gradually narrowed his eyes. Facing imminent peril, yet you still choose to feign indifference? Li Dong, do you comprehend which things are permissible to touch and which are not? Xiao De's broad palm rested upon Li Dong's shoulder, ostensibly in a gesture of camaraderie as he firmly squeezed, exerting considerable force. Alas, those surrounding them inwardly lamented the unfolding incident. Before Li Dong stood a burly man, visibly exhilarated by the confrontation. The proprietress of the front desk, feeling a surge of urgency, contemplated intervening, but ultimately lacked the courage to voice her concerns. Her modest establishment was hard-won, and provoking this unruly group could spell disaster for her livelihood. She could hardly contend with such ruffians. I shall inform you, Li Dong, you are but a toad yearning for swan's flesh. Step outside with me and endure a beating. Once Brother Bing is satisfied, you shall find yourself unscathed. If Brother Bing, with your incessant babbling about Brother Bing, have you not exhausted your quota? Li Dong still did not lift his gaze, yet his chopsticks halted midair. When he finally spoke, his words were astonishing, freezing the expressions of all present. As he continued, the patrons of the establishment nearly erupted in laughter. Remove your filthy paw from my shoulder. Chapter 2. Intensity. Remove your filthy paw from my shoulder. The boy's calm utterance instantly froze the air within the noodle shop, leaving everyone wide-eyed and incredulous. What did he just say? Filthy paw? How audacious could this student be? Was he oblivious to the reality of his surroundings? Did he not comprehend the nature of those before him? Several patrons seated near Li Dong hastily shifted their chairs, distancing themselves from the escalating tension. The burly man sitting opposite Li Dong coughed as he absorbed the boy's words. Was this lad foolish? Hadn't he just been thoroughly intimidated? Now he was posturing? The burly man scoffed inwardly, discreetly adjusting his chair to create more space. Meanwhile, the charming proprietress at the front counter wore a look of astonishment. How could this bewildered youth suddenly utter such defiance? Li Dong was familiar to her, a frequent visitor to her establishment, and though they had exchanged little conversation, he had always left a favorable impression, certainly not one to act so rashly. Observing the thug's expression, she realized the boy was undoubtedly in for a beating. Xiaolu, with narrowed eyes, felt a surge of fury upon hearing Li Dong's words. His hand, resting on Li Dong's shoulder, swiftly clutched the boy's clothing and yanked upwards with force. Li Dong obediently rose to his feet. The group of young men flanking Xiaolu shared an air of indignation, regarding Li Dong as if he were a dead dog beneath their feet. This boy clearly did not grasp the gravity of his situation. He must have been sheltered from the harsh realities of life, unbeknownst to them, how formidable they truly are. It is time for him to broaden his horizons. After Xiaolu hoisted Li Dong to his feet, he licked his lips and leaned closer, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Li Dong's. If you do not help Brother Bing tidy things up today, you shall soon discover who truly wields authority at D County No. 1 High School. However, before Xiaolu could finish his tirade, Li Dong interjected once more, his voice unwaveringly calm. Step outside. Do not burden others with your troubles. Upon hearing this, The proprietress's eyes reflected a flicker of surprise, and she gazed at the young man with an unexpected tenderness. The burly man snorted dismissively. This kid. Does he think this bravado serves any purpose? Soon enough, he will understand the consequences. Li Dong, uninterested in Zhao De's incessant prattle, broke free from his grasp, strode confidently forward, maneuvering through the cluster of young men, and arrived at the entrance of the eatery, crossing his arms as he observed them. "Oh my," Zhao De exclaimed. His eyes widening, then he exchanged glances with his companions, erupting into laughter. This is the grand entrance of the protagonist. Those 2 steps were truly impressive. Zhao De gestured towards Li Dong with a thumbs up directed at one of his subordinates. Suddenly, the smile vanished from Zhao De's face as he seized a nearby beer bottle and marched towards the exit of the noodle shop. Let him keep up the pretense. The subordinates, too, wiped the smiles from their faces and trailed after Zhao De. As they stepped outside, the atmosphere in the shop became lively, with patrons turning their heads to witness the unfolding spectacle. Alas, this young man. Could he not utter a few gentle words? Must he insist on posturing in front of so many? This will surely end poorly. Who could deny it? While one may speak without consequence, the true cost is often borne in silence. Sighing, one might consider calling for help if matters worsen. The burly man turned, resting his hand on the table where Li Dong had just been seated, a gleeful expression adorning his face as he awaited the unfolding spectacle at the door. The proprietress, with her delicate, fair hands, alternated between clenching and relaxing, wiping away a bead of anxious sweat. She retrieved her phone, preparing to dial, her eyes fixed nervously on the scene outside. Stepping boldly through the entrance, Zhao De confronted Li Dong, who remained squinting with an expression akin to that of a bird. Without further ado, Zhao De raised the bottle in his hand and struck Li Dong's head. Some patrons widened their eyes in astonishment, while others shut theirs in trepidation. The onlookers could be categorized among the former. Yet, to their astonishment, the anticipated sharp crack did not resonate. Instead, there was merely a soft thud of bodies colliding. Those who had closed their eyes, unable to endure the suspense, gradually opened them to find Li Dong outside, grasping Zhao De's wrist with one hand, thwarting his assault. What? What is this? Zhao De's face flushed crimson, disbelief etched across his features. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Li Dong delivered a swift kick to Zhao De's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall beside the appetizers. Clutching his belly, Zhao De slid down the wall, a frothy white substance trickling from the corner of his mouth. Silence enveloped the scene. All present stood in stunned astonishment. Passers-by in the alley, witnessing the brawl, quickly retreated to a safe distance, pausing to observe the unfolding drama from afar. Fists and feet rained down upon Li Dong from all directions. It seemed hopeless. No matter how strong he was, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Surely, this student would be overwhelmed, or so everyone thought. Thud. In the face of what appeared to be an onslaught that confined him in every direction, Li Dong effortlessly evaded the attacks, delivering a powerful punch to a young man with yellow hair, producing a dull thud. The young man was sent flying, landing beside Zhao De, foam spilling from his mouth as he slumped down. The young men went wild, swinging wildly in futile attempts to strike Li Dong, yet none could land a blow. Instead, one by one, they were flung from the circle of assault, crashing against the walls and collapsing in a row. Both those inside and outside the room stood in stunned silence, never having witnessed a single individual capable of taking on so many at once. Just moments ago, they had questioned why Li Dong wore such an air of calm. It turned out he possessed remarkable confidence. No wonder he appeared unfazed. Such confidence was not mere bravado. The burly man observed Li Dong's performance, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, plopping onto the table. How could this young man be so formidable? Hadn't he seemed rather timid just moments before? The man's mouth fell agape as realization dawned upon him. Li Dong had never condescended to engage with him at all. Swallowing hard, he glanced back at Li Dong, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Meanwhile, the front desk manager had placed her phone, already inscribed with a phone number, on the table. Gazing at the astonishing young man outside, she covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could this boy be so powerful? He spoke little and didn't seem particularly formidable, yet moments ago he had been bullied. Upon reflection, the proprietress realized that he was indeed reluctant to dwell on trifles. Gazing at the youth outside, she felt an inexplicable sentiment welling up within her. Among the remaining youths, only the last one with green hair remained. His face contorted in despair as he approached Li Dong, clasping his fists. "Grandfather, spare me. I truly had no idea of your powers. You are magnanimous. Please let me off this time." As he spoke, the green-haired youth burst into tears. The bubble burst. Li Dong, observing the youth before him, placed a foot upon his face, exclaiming, "It feels good." Chapter 3. A Good Student. It feels good. Li Dong chewed a few more bites, stretching his limbs, and indeed, it felt quite satisfying. However, this declaration elicited incredulous reactions from those around him, nearly causing them to spew their drinks. Still feeling good? This student must possess remarkable physical prowess. After such a prolonged altercation, toppling so many opponents, he remains entirely unfazed, casually chewing gum, and yet he feels good? Upon hearing Li Dong's remark, Xiaolu and his companions were on the verge of exasperation. Withdrawing his foot from the green-haired youth's face, Li Dong brushed off his clothes and strode toward the appetizer restaurant. As he entered, the patrons instinctively recoiled. A burly man quickly turned around, straightening his posture, his expression a mix of tension and fear, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Step by step, Li Dong approached the front desk, standing before the proprietress. She regarded him with a fleeting gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness, and before long, a blush adorned her cheeks. Something was stirring within her. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, the proprietress raised her head in surprise. Upon noticing the gentle smile adorning Li Dong's handsome face, she lowered her gaze once more, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. Li Dong, with a resigned smile, reached out and caressed by Xianglan's delicate face. Not only did her visage appear fair and smooth, but it also felt exquisite to the touch, soft and supple, as if it could yield droplets of water, especially with the rosy hue enhancing her allure, blending maturity with a touch of innocence. As he pinched the garlic skin that clung to her cheek, Li Dong succumbed to the impulse, rubbing his knuckles against her face for a lingering few seconds. "You." Bai Xianglan bit her lip, her face blushing profusely. Yet curiously, she felt no urge to retreat from Li Dong's playful advance. Li Dong showcased the garlic skin stuck to her cheek before retrieving 10 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Bai Xianglan. "For the bill." "Oh." Bai Xianglan finally exhaled, accepting the money and stowing it away in her drawer. Outside, Xiaolu clutched his stomach, flanked by his companions, as they staggered away in disarray. One lad, while fleeing, cast a nervous glance back at Li Dong inside, nearly tripping over his own feet. Witnessing the gang's comically chaotic retreat, Bai Xianglan couldn't help but laugh, exuding a captivating charm. However, upon glancing at the youth before her, she lowered her head once again. Fresh from a scuffle outside, Li Dong carried a faint scent of dust that wafted into her delicate nostrils, invoking a twinge of concern within Bai Xianglan. "Are you hurt?" Blushing, Bai Xianglan posed the question, not quite understanding why, as an adult, she felt such embarrassment in the presence of this young man. "No," Li Dong replied casually, offering a brief smile before fixing his gaze upon Bai Xianglan's eyes for a moment. "I'm leaving." With a wave of his hand, he turned and made his way towards the door. Brother." A burly man suddenly rose, blocking Li Dong's path, pulling out a wad of cash, money that Li Dong had just given him. "Brother, I cannot accept this. I owe you an apology." The man, significantly larger than Li Dong, found himself shrinking under Li Dong's gaze, his posture hunched and a nervous smile plastered on his face as beads of sweat began to form. Li Dong halted, casting a glance at him. Just that one look was enough to nearly terrify the man into submission. Li Dong, unwilling to squander time on this futile exchange, swiftly grabbed the money, raised it in the air, and walked away. Finally, Bai Xianglan lifted her head, watching Li Dong's retreating figure, her pristine white teeth biting into her lip as beads of perspiration trickled down her neck in the stifling heat. You rascal." She touched her flushed cheeks, especially where Li Dong had brushed against her, and with a slight parting of her lips, she murmured softly, revealing a bashful smile. "Li Dong, you must keep a close watch on your studies. Do not let this boy lead you astray." In the corridor, Aunt Zhang was earnestly advising her son, Guo Xiaoran, as she earnestly lectured Li Dashan, her tone carrying an air of superiority amidst her counsel. The journey for your child to enroll in D County High School was not an easy one, and considerable resources were invested. If he does not dedicate himself to his studies now, his future may be jeopardized. Li Dashan wore a humble smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, Sister Zhang, I shall ensure he is well educated. Your Xiaoran is truly obedient and a source of ease." Sighing, Aunt Zhang bore a smile that could not be contained. "Well, My Xiaoran is just average. Li Dong is not lacking either. With some effort, he could certainly improve his standing. Yes, you are right, Sister Zhang. Li Dashan rubbed his hands together. By the way, Xiaoran, the midterm exams are approaching, aren't they? Aunt Zhang inquired. Next Monday, was Xiaoran replied with an air of nonchalance. Ah, that is indeed soon. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Dashan, you must keep a close watch on Li Dong. With his mother gone, it falls solely on you, which is quite burdensome. However, the child must not take his studies lightly. Just then, a figure ascended the stairs from below. Hey, Dad, what are you chatting about? Upon seeing Li Dashan, Li Dong greeted him. He then turned to Aunt Zhang and said, Hello, Aunt Zhang. Casting a glance at Guo Xiaoran, who did not acknowledge him. Li Dong fell silent. Xiaodong, your arrival is quite timely. We were just discussing you, Li Dashan remarked. What about me? Li Dong furrowed his brow. It's about your studies, Aunt Zhang encouraged as she pulled Li Dong closer. You must focus and refrain from frivolous distractions, which would also ease your father's worries. Although you may not be as clever as my Xiaoran, diligence can indeed make up for a lack of talent. Li Dong smiled faintly. The midterm examination is just around the corner next Monday. What was your rank last time? Guo Xiaoran finally interjected, saying, 6th from the bottom in class. And 25th in the grade. After speaking, he still avoided eye contact with Li Dong, wearing an expression of indifference. Li Dong raised an eyebrow. Oh dear. Such results are unacceptable. Aunt Zhang's voice grew sharp, as if she feared the neighbors in the hallway might not hear her. Xiaodong, I'm not criticizing you. But you must study diligently this time and make progress. You can't just engage in frivolous activities all day long. Aunt Zhang maintained a stern demeanor, her intentions well-meaning. Li Dong blinked, outwardly agreeing with Aunt Zhang, nodding repeatedly. Li Dashan, after rubbing his hands for quite some time, finally relaxed. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, You little rascal, you've embarrassed me again. The house was modest in size, with furniture that had seen better days. Upon entering the home, Li Dashan's anger seemed to dissipate. He extended his finger towards Li Dong and sighed. Dad, you know what Aunt Zhang is like. Why do you keep indulging her? Li Dong removed his shoes. What nonsense. Li Dashan huffed, his brows furrowing. If you had the capability and achieved good grades to bolster your father's reputation, would she still dare to speak to me like that? All right, Dad. Rest assured, for this midterm exam, just wait and see, Li Dong replied. Before heading to his bedroom to drop off his backpack, you certainly promised rather readily. Seeing his son's attitude was somewhat positive, Li Dashan eased his frustration. Though he remained skeptical of his son's commitment, he knew all too well that his son was rather fond of leisure activities. Son, I am leaving. The voice of Li Dashan echoed from the hall outside. Understood. Bang. The door slammed shut. Beneath the night sky, a gentle breeze wafted through. On the rooftop of an old apartment building, a young figure crouched at the edge, his foot dangling precariously. Should anyone below catch a glimpse, they would undoubtedly be startled. Li Dong sat atop the building, the cool wind caressing his bangs. His youthful and handsome visage bore a pair of eyes that held a profound depth, as tranquil as an ancient well. Gazing into the distance, the city's neon lights and bustling traffic shimmered beneath the night, reflecting in Li Dong's eyes and eliciting a faint smile upon his lips. Reborn into this life, bearing the memories of his past existence, he harbored no enemies nor lingering regrets. What he possessed was a wealth of cultivation experience and unmatched prowess in this world. Here, everything remained utterly unfamiliar to him. His current thoughts did not dwell on the fervent pursuit of transcendence from his previous life, but rather on the desire to traverse this world with grace. Perhaps, with his profound foundation, he could forge a path of his own in this nascent realm. At that moment, his phone chimed with a WeChat message. Chapter 4, The Country Bumpkin. Li Dong opened WeChat to find a message from my good son, the name he had assigned to Wang Guan. How's it going, Dongzi? Did you manage to escape? Li Dong's fingers danced skillfully across the keyboard. I got away. Li Dong, don't worry. Setting aside his phone, Li Dong dismissed the matter entirely. If that money-hungry individual sought to provoke him, let them come and test their luck. After all, did he truly need to consider others' opinions in this second life of his? Especially when it came to matters of the heart. Extending his hand, he made a feeble grasp in the air, nodding slightly. In this world, untouched by cultivators, the abundance of spiritual energy was indeed striking. Glancing down from the 10th floor, despite the dim lighting, nothing could obstruct Li Dong's keen vision as he spotted the familiar figure of Li Dashan entering the neighborhood. He cast a fleeting gaze at the sparse stars scattered across the city sky, then leaned forward, letting his body tilt downwards, plunging headfirst from the rooftop. The wind howled fiercely in his ears as the ground loomed closer, yet Li Dong's expression remained impassive. As he descended to the level of his home-s window, he pushed off against the wall, twisting his body with ease to slip through the window. Once inside, he strolled into his bedroom and casually picked up a book resting on the desk, seating himself at the table. He flipped through the exercises laid out before him, muttering, "What on earth is this scribbled nonsense?" Grabbing a pen, he feigned a serious demeanor as he pretended to study the workbook, though his mind had already drifted, engrossed instead in the cultivation of the spiritual energy within him. The sound of the door lock turning signaled Li Dashan's return home. Quietly pushing open Li Dong's bedroom door, he peered through the crack, discovering his son hunched over the desk, seemingly absorbed in his studies. A smile crept across his weathered face before he gently closed the door once more. In Class 2 of the second year, Li Dong glanced at the class sign above the doorframe, then tapped the wall beside it before stepping into the classroom. Upon entering, Li Dong noticed numerous pairs of eyes fixated upon him, many classmates wide-eyed, surreptitiously observing his every move. Has the incident from yesterday already spread? Li Dong pondered. However, judging by the expressions of his peers, it seemed they were only aware of their own embarrassment and remained oblivious to his subsequent retaliation. With a nonchalant demeanor, he sauntered towards his seat at the back of the classroom. As he passed a girl, he glanced at her. Tang Iruo, the belle of D County High School. She was bent over her desk, diligently working on her problems. The sudden hush of the surrounding environment prompted her to curiously lift her head, and their gazes met. Tang Iruo's eyes momentarily flickered away, and she quickly lowered her head, avoiding Li Dong's gaze, her delicate fingers tightening around her pen. This girl must be concerned about bringing him trouble, he thought. Once settled at his desk, Wang Guan leaned in closer. "Hey, buddy, everything all right?" "Absolutely," Li Dong replied. Shrugging his shoulders, what could possibly be wrong? "As long as you're fine," Wang Guan remarked, scrutinizing him closely, and then added, "Qian Bing has a gang at school. Even in our class, he has his spies." Wang Guan gestured towards a boy with a small mustache seated in the front row. Li Dong retrieved his books from his backpack. "Let them come. I shall face whatever challenges arise." Observing Li Dong's indifferent expression, Wang Guan leaned in closer. "Have you thought about what I mentioned?" "You mean Tang Iruo?" "Shoo." Wang Guan quickly poked him. "Lower your voice. Is it that serious? Can't even mention her name?" Li Dong chuckled. "I know my limits. You need not worry." Wang Guan gazed at Li Dong for a moment before speaking. "All right. As long as you have your own plans." Suddenly, the buzzing of a mobile phone interrupted the moment. Upon checking WeChat, Li Dong found a message from classmate Xiaotang. "Are you all right?" I didn't mean to ignore you. I was just worried," Li Dong replied. "I understand. Your concern is appreciated." With that, he turned off the screen and placed the phone in his desk. The trivial incident from the previous day was rather straightforward, merely the antics of a group of immature youths. Qian Bing, a classmate of Li Dong, was a notorious figure, a school bully of sorts, hailing from a wealthy and influential family in D County. His notoriety was largely attributed to his older brother, who owned a boxing gym in D County, commanding a number of underlings and possessing considerable clout. Leveraging his familial connections, Qian Bing exhibited a particularly arrogant demeanor, instilling fear among his peers. It was an open secret that he harbored feelings for Tang Iruo. As for Li Dong and Tang Iruo, their interaction was limited to her having tutored him a few times in class, a fact that the nosy Hu Miao had witnessed and subsequently relayed to Qian Bing. Li Dong raised his head to cast a sidelong glance at Hu Miao, thinking to himself, what a nuisance. Before the bell for the morning self-study session rang, Li Dong attracted a considerable amount of attention from his classmates, some filled with sympathy, while others were merely amused at his predicament. In their eyes, crossing Qian Bing meant an end to any social standing at the school. It was rumored that Zhao De had even led a group to confront him at a small restaurant the day before. Yet, Li Dong bore no visible signs of harm. Could it be that he had managed to escape? However, one can evade the first day, but not the 15th. The classmates became animated, yet Li Dong remained quietly seated, his gaze unfocused. As if sensing his demeanor, the class representative, Wu Shui, approached Tang Iruo and advised, "Listen to me this time. Steer clear of Li Dong from now on." Tang Iruo paused in her writing, choosing silence. Wu Shui had always held a disdain for individuals like Li Dong, lacking both academic prowess and a distinguished family background, merely loitering about. "In my opinion, associating with Qian Bing is not a bad choice. His family is quite affluent and well-connected," she continued, a glimmer of longing emerging in her eyes. Qian Bing, while also a ne'er-do-well, was perceived by Wu Shui as distinctly different. He possessed wealth, after all. In contrast, Li Dong was truly. Wu Shui rolled her eyes at him from a distance, emitting a dismissive huff. Nevertheless, her close friend remained unresponsive. "Oh, you foolish girl, you're driving me mad. You know Qian Bing's intentions, and what flaws does he have, really?" Wu Shui, growing anxious, even poked Tang Yuo's soft cheek. I don't think he's good." Tang Yuo pushed Wu Shui's hand away, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "If you can't let go, I can speak to him on your behalf," Wu Shui suggested. Inadvertently stepping on Li Dong's foot. "Isn't he a far cry from this country bumpkin? Please, just don't worry about me." Tang Yuo slightly turned her head to glance at Li Dong before quickly averting her gaze and lowering her head. "Fine, I won't mention you anymore." Wu Shui pouted and walked away. Tang Yuo's thoughts were in disarray, her pen meandering aimlessly across the page, oblivious to the words she inscribed. Seated at his desk, Li Dong idly tapped his pen against the surface, his focus honed on the cultivation of spiritual energy within his core. Abruptly, a figure encroached upon his peripheral vision. Li Dong remained still, continuing his practice. The diminutive Hu Miao stood before Li Dong, observing him for a considerable time, yet eliciting no response. A derisive smirk crept across Hu Miao's face. "This kid, what an act. Pretending nothing's amiss, still playing tough. Didn't run your legs off yesterday, did you?" Chapter 5, Turf War Ahem. Seeing Li Dong in a daze, silent and unresponsive, Hu Miao cleared his throat, attempting to seize his attention. Still, Li Dong remained impassive. Hu Miao, now displeased, considered himself the mouthpiece of Brother Bing, a veritable embodiment of the man within the class. How dared Li Dong ignore him? Frowning, Hu Miao reached out and rapped his knuckles on Li Dong's desk. Dismissing any sense of propriety, Hu Miao spoke, his voice sharp and piercing. Drawing the attention of the students in the class, "Li Dong, Brother Bing sends word. Yesterday was a warning. Henceforth, keep your distance from Tang Yuo." Did Qian Bing truly remain ignorant of the state to which Zhao De's juvenile cohorts were reduced by Li Dong the previous day? And yet, he still possessed the audacity to issue threats to Li Dong? A warning indeed? Was the implication that 7 or 8 individuals were insufficient, and Qian Bing could summon even more? Li Dong remained silent. The surrounding students, observing the pair, engaged in hushed whispers. Alas, Li Dong is truly unfortunate. Indeed, it is common knowledge throughout the school that Qian Bing harbors affection for Tang Yuo, and he insists on maintaining an uncomfortably close proximity to her. "Enough, enough," Hu Miao interjected, noticing Li Dong deep in thought, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Li Dong, we are all classmates, and I do not wish for things to become overly tense. Bing Gu is not an aggressive individual. If you remain unobtrusive, no one will notice you." Li Dong regarded him for a moment before bursting into laughter, which irked Hu Miao. Just as he was about to retort, Li Dong abruptly rose to his feet. Hu Miao, who stood at a modest height of under 1.60 meters, appeared diminutive next to the towering Li Dong, who reached an impressive height of 1.80 meters and possessed a sturdy physique. In an instant, Hu Miao seemed as fragile as a fledgling chick. Instinctively, Hu Miao took a step back, his expression tense. What are you doing? I warn you, I have Bing Gu backing me." Li Dong interrupted him. "How many dogs like you does Qian Bing have? Are you so eager to pledge your loyalty that you fear losing your scraps?" The surrounding classmates fell into a stunned silence at Li Dong's audacity. Some could not suppress their laughter, while others disapproved of Li Dong's brashness. Realizing that confronting Hu Miao was tantamount to challenging Qian Bing, Li Dong was no fool. Why would he act so recklessly? The laughter of their classmates turned Hu Miao's face a deep shade of crimson. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at Li Dong for what felt like an eternity, yet found himself at a loss for words. Li Dong met his gaze with calm indifference, refusing to afford him an escape. All eyes in the classroom were upon the two of them. The bell rang, and Li Dong turned on his heel and departed. As he observed Hu Miao's retreating figure, Li Dong let out a light chuckle. "I shall wait." At the playground of D County No. 1 High School, the sun blazed overhead. Li Dong had already shed his blue and white school uniform, revealing a short-sleeved shirt beneath. Carrying a pack of mineral water, he strolled towards the basketball court occupied by their class. In the distance, he noticed a crowd gathered around the court, yet no one was playing. Among the two opposing groups on the court, Wang Guan confronted a significantly taller boy with irritation, demanding, "Have you taken over?" Gung Tai feigned ignorance, repeating Wang Guan's words, then turned to his companions, who were generally taller and more robust, laughing together. Observing the group before him, Wang Guan clenched his fists tightly. What do you mean? Wang Guan feigned anger, yet the boys from Class 2 were not unified. Some shared his animosity, while others cast furtive glances at Gung Tai and his crew. What do you mean? Gung Tai stepped forward, leveraging his height to intimidate Wang Guan. Is it not obvious? We are here to seize your court. Wang Guan's nostrils flared, his face a mask of suppressed rage. Isn't this rather audacious of you? What? Gung Tai and his companions erupted in laughter. Audacious? Leaning forward, Gung Tai fixed his gaze on Wang Guan. I am indeed audacious, and what of it? He straightened up and loudly addressed the boys from Class 2. You lot from Class 2, go play elsewhere. We are using this court for our match. Beside Wang Guan, Fan Yu clenched his fists and muttered under his breath. Son of a turtle. However, the majority of the boys from Class 2 bowed their heads in silence, afraid to speak up. Some, upon hearing Gung Tai's words, actually turned to leave the court. Why did they fear him? It was not only due to the imposing presence of Gung Tai and his robust companions, but also because of his background. Gung Tai's family had established themselves in County D for many years, possessing a modest fortune and ranking among the local notables. Furthermore, Gung Tai often associated with Qian Bing, positioning himself as a close aide, second only to Zhao De, who was dedicated to boxing. This essentially meant he was the second in command to Qian Bing's henchmen. Thus, overwhelmed by the current predicament and intimidated by Qian Bing's influence behind Gung Tai, the boys from Class 2 chose silence and submission. Wang Guan and Fan Yu watched as their classmates departed, their hearts filled with a mixture of anger and resentment towards Gung Tai. Gung Tai, clutching a basketball under his arm, looked mockingly at the timid group before him. The surrounding crowd, drawn by the commotion, included many girls from Class 2 and boys who were not engaged in the game. They remained silent, for Gung Tai was not someone to provoke. Meanwhile, Hu Miao wore a smirk, as though the ones being expelled were not his classmates, but rather he himself was the one enforcing the expulsion. As the boys from Class 2 prepared to leave, leaving only the awkward Fan Yu and Wang Guan behind, a shout rang out from the sidelines. Wang Guan! Turning his head, Wang Guan, along with everyone else, looked toward the source of the voice. Li Dong strode confidently toward them, raising the water bottle in his hand. Gung Tai, upon seeing Li Dong approach, grinned, thinking to himself, the main character has finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. As he contemplated, Gung Tai stepped forward. Advancing towards Li Dong, followed closely by his entourage, a throng of individuals fixated solely on Li Dong. At that moment, Li Dong was approaching with a water bottle in hand, and the two were destined for an imminent encounter. Among the onlookers, Tang Yirhua felt a pang of anxiety upon spotting Li Dong. Her delicate, fair hands instinctively formed into tiny fists, a gesture she herself was unaware of. Meanwhile, Hu Miao let out a derisive snicker at Li Dong's appearance. When Gung Tai reached Li Dong, a mischievous smile graced his features as he said, "You should leave. This place is all ready." Yet, Li Dong paid him no heed, seemingly oblivious to Gung Tai's presence, and brushed past him, leaving Gung Tai's smile frozen in place. Ignoring the group entirely, Li Dong made his way directly to Wang Guan and Fan Yu, producing 2 bottles of mineral water and calmly stating, "Drink." Chapter 6. Bet on the knees. Gung Tai stood rooted to the spot, the smile on his face gradually darkening. The spectators were taken aback by Li Dong's apparent indifference to the crowd, as if they were invisible. Should one commend his composure or criticize his arrogance? Wang Guan and Fan Yu were momentarily stunned, unable to process the situation, until Li Dong waved the water bottles in front of them, prompting them to mumble their acceptance and take the offerings. Several boys, lingering in the vicinity, halted their movements upon witnessing Li Dong's entry. As he proceeded to distribute water to each of them, Gung Tai stood resolutely in place, his gaze fixed coldly on every move made by Li Dong. At last, he spoke. "Li Dong, it's time for you to leave. This is our territory." Li Dong halted his actions, placing the bottle of mineral water on the ground. He turned to face Gung Tai, lifting his chin slightly to meet his eyes directly. "Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Was Li Dong truly foolish? How could he be so oblivious to the situation? Indeed, conceding would not lead to his demise. Especially with so many people around, why provoke them? It wasn't merely the numbers that posed a threat. Gung Tai had the backing of Qian Bing, and it was evident that Qian Bing had sent Gung Tai to trouble Li Dong. Sighing, Gung Tai narrowed his eyes upon hearing Li Dong's calm tone and replied darkly. I said, you need to get out of my territory. Geng Tai's visit was not solely to intimidate the boys from Class 2. His true target was Li Dong. Sent on behalf of Qianbing. Geng Tai was aware that Zhao De had attempted to confront Li Dong the previous day, but what transpired afterward remained a mystery, as Binggu had sealed the information and did not share it with him. Furthermore, Zhao De had not shown up for school that day. Prior to his arrival, Qianbing had instructed him to create some difficulties, ensuring he maintained a measured approach and avoided direct confrontation. The real reckoning for this boy would await Qianbing's intervention. Now, gazing at Li Dong's composed demeanor, Geng Tai found himself quite irritated. A thought crossed his mind, and he devised a plan to deal with Li Dong. After Geng Tai spoke, Li Dong opened his mouth, poised to respond, but Geng Tai interrupted him. Li Dong raised an eyebrow. What are we wagering? Beside them, Wang Guan and Fan Yu were equally perplexed. Why were they still betting? Geng Tai raised his arm, causing the basketball he was holding to drop to the ground and bounce back into his grasp. Let's wager on this basketball. Tomorrow is Saturday at 4 in the afternoon. Right here. You bring 4 people, and I will bring 4 as well. The first to score 3 baskets wins. What about the stakes? Li Dong inquired nonchalantly. If you lose, you must kneel before us. Geng Tai replied with a sinister smile, his tone turning menacing, as his companions erupted in laughter behind him. What? Exclaimed Wang Guan and Fan Yu, while the other boys from Class 2 gasped in shock. Betting on basketball with them was inherently unfair. Geng Tai and his crew were members of the school team, whereas Li Dong and the boys from Class 2 only played for fun. Using basketball as a wager was clearly an act of bullying. And to demand a knee? How could that be possible? Those outside the court shook their heads at Geng Tai's words. No one in the school could compete with them in basketball, let alone the purely amateur boys from Class 2. Hu Miao, observing the center of attention, Li Dong, wore a dark smile. Kid, you thought you could be arrogant. But now it seems the tables have turned. To leave this arena in disgrace before so many witnesses. Let's see if you can hold your head high again. Looking at the smug Geng Tai and his triumphant little comrades, Li Dong gently spoke, his words leaving all in astonishment. What if you lose? Wang Guan quickly tugged at Li Dong's arm, urging him, Dongzi, don't be foolish. Yes, Li Dong. Fan Yu also advised, we cannot gamble on this. Tang Yirua's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils shimmering with incredulity. Li Dong, how could he? Hu Miao's smile abruptly faltered, clearly taken aback by Li Dong's unexpected inquiry. Was he actually considering this? Hu Miao's gaze turned cold. Could it be that Li Dong was rendered speechless by fear? Geng Tai inhaled deeply, his eyes fixed intently on Li Dong, as he reached into his pocket to retrieve his meal card. If we lose, I will recharge your meal cards with 1,000 yuan each. 1,000 yuan. That's enough for a month's worth of meals. For 5 people, that amounts to 5,000 yuan. Truly a generous offer. Indeed, it is a substantial sum for us, yet Geng Tai is hardly lacking in funds. The crowd began to murmur. However, some of the boys from Class 2 glared at Geng Tai with rising anger. You lose, you owe 1,000 yuan. We lose. We kneel. This is utterly intolerable. Geng Tai, still holding his meal card aloft, perceived no impropriety in his proposal. Surely, 1,000 yuan would be quite compelling for these impoverished individuals. Observing Geng Tai's haughty demeanor, Li Dong could not help but chuckle softly before responding. A wager, indeed. If we lose, I shall kneel before you, but if you lose. Li Dong's previously calm gaze sharpened. Geng Tai, you shall kneel before us. Geng Tai's expression shifted. This time, upon hearing Li Dong's words, support began to swell among the onlookers. Li Dong, we stand against them. Wang Guan clenched his fists tightly and spoke to Li Dong with deliberate precision. Dongzi, I will stand with you. Fan Yu echoed, count me in. Several boys from Class 2 gathered around, positioning themselves beside Li Dong to share the burden of pressure emanating from Geng Tai. The fervor spread like wildfire. Geng Tai observed the sudden assembly before him, his gaze shifting momentarily before he pronounced a single word with gravity. Good. Li Dong, we have a deal. The stakes will be as you proposed. I shall await you tomorrow afternoon. With that, Geng Tai donned a serious expression and gestured for his entourage to vacate the premises. Hu Miao scoffed inwardly, thinking, this Li Dong seems to have lost sight of his own identity. Does he truly believe he can compete with Geng Tai in basketball? Let him wait. When he kneels tomorrow, he will surely regret it. Hu Miao must witness the match. Meanwhile, Tang Ruo observed from the crowd, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. In her view, Li Dong's actions were reckless and devoid of foresight. Yet it was precisely this reckless abandon that defended the dignity of the boys in Class 2, requiring immense courage. This youth, when he uttered those words, was so. Tang Yuro bit her lip, a blush gracing her cheeks. Beside her, Wu Shui crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Li Dong in the center of the arena. Taking on such a heavy burden without the necessary skill? Let us see how he fares tomorrow. On the basketball court, as Gung Tai departed, most of the boys from Class 2 reconvened to discuss the recent events, while a few discreetly slipped away. What shall we do? Are we really going to face them? One boy inquired, furrowing his brow. Of course, let us fight. This Gung Tai is far too arrogant. We cannot allow them to belittle us, nor can we permit them to believe that anyone can trample upon the pride of the boys from Class 2. Wang Guan declared, raising his fist. Yes, Li Dong, count me in. I shall take to the court tomorrow. Fan Yu retorted through clenched teeth, addressing Li Dong. However, as the fervor of their earlier resolve dissipated, the number of supporters dwindled. Was Gung Tai truly a foe they could confront? A few individuals began to depart from the circle, gradually narrowing it until only a handful remained, standing forlornly on the basketball court. The onlookers outside observed in silence, a sense of tragic dignity enveloping the scene. Li Dong's spirit seemed unaffected by the wavering sentiments of his peers. He smiled gently and patted the shoulders of Wang Guan and Fan Yu, saying, I appreciate your camaraderie. Allow me to speak. Gung Tai is targeting me. This matter does not pertain to you, Li Dong stated calmly. Li Dong, this is not solely your affair. It concerns the honor of Class 2. Wang Guan replied, casting a glance at the departing boys, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Tang Yuro is in our class, and that scoundrel Qian Bing has long taken pleasure in belittling the boys of our class. Even without your involvement, we have endured this humiliation for far too long. Yet, Fan Yu sighed heavily. The other boys nodded in solemn agreement, their silence echoing their shared discontent. Li Dong smiled with composure. I will take the court in tomorrow's match. I still require 4 of you to join me. At this juncture, a look of hesitation flitted across Fan Yu's face. Li Dong, are we truly going to take the field tomorrow? How can we possibly compete against the school team? Wang Guan clenched his teeth and replied, whether we can or cannot, we must face them. We cannot allow them to bully us like this. At the very least, Li Dong patted his arm reassuringly, saying, the wager is clear. If we lose, I shall be the one to kneel. This matter does not concern you. Dongzi, don't say that. Li Dong merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Ultimately, aside from Li Dong, Wang Guan and Fan Yu, 4 individuals were selected to face the challenge of tomorrow's wager. The remaining students from Class 2 had lost their enthusiasm for the game, leaving the 5 of them to sharpen their skills and preparation. The spectators outside gradually dispersed, many from Class 2 uninterested in watching the 5 boys on the field. Nevertheless, a number of them resolved to witness the match the following day. While basketball games were commonplace, particularly those expected to end in a rout, the prospect of seeing someone kneel piqued their interest. In the now vast arena, only the 5 of them remained. Except for Li Dong, who played with casual ease, the others rolled up their sleeves, exerting themselves and sweating profusely. Yet deep down, they all harbored little hope. Students, the homeroom teacher proclaimed from the podium, casting a solemn gaze over the classroom. Next Monday marks the commencement of our midterm examinations for this semester. You are currently in a critical period. With the next semester ushering you into your final year of high school, a sense of urgency should be paramount. Some students confided in me, expressing their desire to attend Chen Xiaolu University. I cautioned them that with their current grades, it would require considerable effort. The midterm examination serves as a crucial assessment for you all. Now, Wu Shui, please come up and share a few words. The homeroom teacher descended from the podium, and Wu Shui strode forward with confidence. Classmates, she emulated the teacher's tone. The teacher is absolutely correct. Our current circumstances have grown increasingly stringent. If we do not strive now, we will surely regret it when the time for college entrance examinations arrives. However, within our class, at this critical juncture, there are still individuals who neglect their studies and disregard the importance of their grades. Their consistent underperformance often hinders the entire class, yet they continue to meander through their days, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. At this point, Wu Shui cast a piercing glance towards Li Dong. He remained fixated on his desk, showing no acknowledgement of her criticism. Wu Shui, visibly incensed, narrowed her eyes. Some students seem indifferent to my words. Once the midterm results are released, you will surely have cause for regret. With that, she exhaled sharply, her gaze firmly fixed on Li Dong. Humph. Continue to feign nonchalance. As the student with the lowest grades in class, let us see how you manage when the midterm results are unveiled. After Wu Shui concluded her admonishment, the homeroom teacher returned to the podium for a brief reiteration, and the afternoon classes came to an end. On his way home, Li Dong, chewing gum and carrying his backpack, navigated through the bustling crowd. He paused in front of a small restaurant, Dashin Home Cooking, and stepped inside. The restaurant is situated near the high school, bustling with students as they finish their classes. Upon entering, one finds the interior nearly filled with young patrons. In the aisle, a woman clad in an apron is busily attending to orders and serving dishes, hardly finding a moment to rest. Yet, amidst the restaurant's flurry, her beauty remains unmasked. She is 28, of modest height, approximately 1.60 meters, with a refreshing ponytail, an oval face, and a delicate nose. Despite the slight dryness of her lips from prolonged speech, their fullness is still evident, adorned by a small beauty mark at the corner. The once white apron tied around her waist does little to conceal her alluring figure, which is both curvaceous and inviting. This graceful woman, with her gentle demeanor, effortlessly navigates among the diners with remarkable poise. The sound of the curtain being drawn catches her attention. Holding her order pad, she assumes it is a customer and turns to greet them, only to be momentarily startled upon recognizing Li Dong, followed by a warm smile. Ah, Xiaodong. You're here. Come in, your father is in the kitchen. Ru Jia, Li Dong acknowledges son Ru, casually placing his backpack on the counter before slipping into the kitchen. There, Li Dashin is chopping vegetables. Upon seeing his son, his face brightens with a smile, gesturing towards a bowl of vegetables nearby. Help your father with these. Li Dong washes his hands and joins his father, assisting him with the preparation. As the clock strikes 9, the restaurant winds down, the evening crowd has thinned. The three of them share dinner inside the establishment. While Li Dashin tidies up in the kitchen, Li Dong and Sun Ru sit on the steps at the entrance. Under the night sky, the streetlights and the neon signs of the shops cast a soft glow, and there are but a few pedestrians on the road. The weather has recently become quite remarkable. Removing her apron, Sun Ru donned a short-sleeved floral blouse, complemented by form-fitting jeans that accentuated her alluring curves. She was voicing her complaints, fanning her face with one hand while vigorously waving a fan towards Li Dong with the other, asserting that he was not hot. This was indeed the truth. Li Dong had reached the qi refining stage, rendering ordinary temperatures utterly ineffective against him. Sun Ru tilted her head slightly, her affectionate gaze fixed upon Li Dong's large eyes as she extended her hand to fan him, concerned about the possibility of overheating the young man. Li Dong also turned his head, locking eyes with Sun Ru, a strand of hair cascading down her left temple, her eyes reflecting the glow of the streetlights. Meeting Li Dong's gaze, Sun Ru did not shy away, displaying no trace of embarrassment. Instead, she smiled and shifted her voluptuous figure closer to him. Her delicate hand wielded the fan, creating a gentle breeze that tousled the boy's hair. Sun Ru reached out with her other hand to playfully pinch Li Dong's ear, remarking on how he would soon be entering his senior year of high school. Li Dong smiled. Once he begins his final year, Sun Ru would no longer have to worry so much about him. He must focus on his studies and concentrate. Love sparkled in Sun Ru's beautiful eyes. By the way, the midterm exams are approaching, aren't they? Next Monday, Li Dong replied. Next Monday, indeed. You must prepare well. Do you feel confident? Li Dong responded with a gentle smile. I suppose so. What does it mean to have confidence? Sun Ru cast a sidelong glance at Li Dong, then revealed a tender smile as she leaned in closer, her fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Sister knows you are clever, little Dong. If you perform well in the upcoming exam, I shall reward you. Li Dong nodded in agreement. You rascal, aren't you curious about what the reward will be? Sun Ru teased, poking the tip of Li Dong's nose with her slender finger. Li Dong pretended to sway from the poke, responding, whatever you give, it shall be a reward. You certainly have a sweet tongue. Sun Ru laughed, her joy causing her to tremble with delight. Li Dashin chuckled and waved his hand at her. Sun Ru leaned in closer to Li Dong, stating, then it is settled between us. I shall await your good news. The two were quite different in stature. Sun Ru raised her hand, seemingly reluctant, as she pinched Li Dong's cheek affectionately. Let us go? Descending the steps, Sun Ru spotted an old bicycle at the entrance, mounted it, and swiftly vanished around the corner. Chapter 8. White shirt, jeans. As they pulled down the restaurant's roll-up door, Li Dong and his father, Li Dashin, began their journey home. With a slight limp, Li Dashin's pace was somewhat slow, prompting Li Dong to adjust his speed to walk alongside his father. Little Dong. Li Dashan's broad hand rested on Li Dong's shoulder. The midterm exam is next Monday. Do you feel confident? Li Dong replied, I suppose so. Upon saying this, he chuckled to himself. You little rascal, what do you mean by I suppose so? Li Dashan exclaimed, his eyes widening. If you are my son, then you ought to advance a few ranks. He then lowered his head and whispered, do not let Aunt Zhang boast about her son in front of your father again. Li Dong laughed and patted his father's hand gently. Dad, I am confident. Indeed, this is my son, Li Dashan. Study diligently. Should you excel, your father shall prepare 2 signature dishes for you. I eagerly await the feast. Laughter echoed between the father and son as they made their way home. Upon reaching the doorstep, Li Dashan retrieved his keys, while Li Dong stood behind him, glancing at his father's limp. My dear son, Dongzi, I must admit, I still harbor some concerns about tomorrow's events. A message from Wang Guan flashed on the phone, prompting Li Dong to scroll through it, his fingers poised over the keyboard. Worrying serves no purpose. Tomorrow will reveal all. However, Wang Guan was perplexed. Why are you so composed? You seem utterly unperturbed. Your apprehension is futile, he lamented. You truly have a carefree heart. Wang Guan was agitated, his mind racing. This afternoon on the playground, he had been swept away by a surge of fervor, surrounded by numerous onlookers. He needed to maintain this intensity. If he faltered, the reputation of the boys from Class 2 would be utterly trampled. Yet, upon closer reflection, he recognized the gravity of the predicament. If they were to lose tomorrow, he would be compelled to kneel before so many witnesses. The certainty of their defeat loomed large. But to refuse at that moment would mean that all the boys from Class 2 would have to yield to the likes of Geng Tai's group. And Wang Guan could not bear the thought of such humiliation. Caught in a dilemma, he resolved, enough of these troubling thoughts. It is time to rest and restore our spirits. Very well, you two should retire early. After bidding Wang Guan good night, Li Dong placed his phone on the table, steadied his mind, closed his eyes, and prepared to enter a meditative state. Suddenly, a buzz emanated from his phone. Li Dong opened his eyes and picked up his phone, greeted by another message on WeChat. It was from Tang Yero. Are you there, Li Dong? Can you come to my house tomorrow morning? I have something important to discuss with you. Oh, sure. Is that all? Yes, nothing else. Get some rest. Good night to you as well. After putting down his phone, Li Dong entered a state of meditation. The next morning at 9 o'clock, at Bishuihua Garden, he glanced at the sign at the entrance and murmured to himself before stepping inside. In the distance, at the entrance of an apartment building, a girl waved to him. Li Dong quickened his pace. Upon approaching, Tang Yero pointed towards a small garden ahead. Let us talk over there. They strolled into the garden. Today, Tang Yero was not in her school uniform. She wore a pristine white shirt devoid of patterns and a pair of blue jeans, complemented by white canvas shoes. Walking side by side along the gravel path, surrounded by vibrant flowers, she lowered her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Tang Yero seemed a bit uneasy and tense, possibly feeling nervous about being alone with a boy in such an environment. Li Dong glanced at her. The pure white sleeves of her shirt revealed her arms, smooth and fair as milk, their soft texture almost palpable through his gaze. Tang Yero continued to look down, appearing unsure of how to begin the conversation. Leaning slightly forward, Li Dong inhaled deeply, captivated by her scent, reminiscent of fresh milk. Observing Li Dong's actions, particularly the twitching of his nose, Tang Yero's face flushed crimson. She bit her lower lip and stammered, You discovered. Li Dong responded with a light cough. My nose is a bit congested. Amused by her flustered demeanor, Li Dong chuckled. Don't worry, it's all right, really. What did you want to talk about? Tang Yero clenched her small hands at her sides into fists. Lifting her gaze, she finally met Li Dong's eyes directly. Li Dong. About this afternoon's match, please don't go. Li Dong paused, then smiled. Not go? I can't, it's already arranged. You really can't compete against Geng Tai and the others. They're all on the school team. You're certain to lose. Tang Yero said anxiously, her earlier shyness completely forgotten, her large eyes shimmering with a crystalline light. Li Dong halted, turning to face Tang Yero. If I don't go, will Geng Tai let me off? Will Qianbing? Tang Yero became agitated. I'll go talk to Qianbing for you. There's still time. As she finished speaking, the girl trembled slightly, and her eyes reddened. Li Dong gazed at Tang Yero, at the fair and innocent girl before him. After a moment, he inquired, Do you have feelings for Qianbing? Tang Yero's eyes widened, the resolute expression in them fading. Her voice gradually lowered. I I don't. No, I detest him. Then do not go. I cannot afford to create opportunities for that scoundrel. Li Dong chuckled softly, extending his hands to gently rest upon Tang Yurua's shoulders. The boy's broad palms, through the delicate fabric of her shirt, conveyed a reassuring warmth. Tang Yurua bit her lip, not shying away, as her tightly clenched fists relaxed and she obediently nodded. But what will you do? How will you confront Gung Tai and the others? Tang Yurua still felt uneasy, acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. Do not worry, Li Dong said, giving her soft shoulders a gentle squeeze that caused her cheeks to flush. I have a trump card. Tang Yurua gazed at him, somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp his meaning. Yet, inexplicably, she felt less anxious, bolstered by the confidence reflected in Li Dong's eyes. After reassuring Tang Yurua, Li Dong escorted her downstairs. As he watched the unit door close softly, he retrieved a crumpled piece of chewing gum from his pocket, tore a piece off, and popped it into his mouth. A trump card? Of course, Li Dong had no such thing. Or rather, he was the embodiment of a trump card himself. Every hair on his body was a potential weapon capable of toppling Gung Tai and Qin Bing. Turning around, Li Dong began to walk toward the exit of the community, only to be confronted by a familiar figure approaching him. Wu Shui strode confidently toward him, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Li Dong observed her, quickly deducing that she was likely there to find Tang Yurua for a study session. Wu Shui noticed Li Dong as well, her brows knitting tightly in irritation. Her eyes soon filled with disdain. What is this brat doing here? Is he looking for Yurua? Wu Shui pondered for a moment and seemed to have come to a realization. She stepped forward, looking down at Li Dong from her elevated position, and said, So, are you seeking Yurua's intercession on your behalf? Let me enlighten you, Li Dong. Yurua will not assist you. As a grown man, you should handle your own troubles. What need is there to involve a girl? With a disdainful huff, Wu Shui's face flushed slightly with indignation. This fellow still pretends. Just wait until this afternoon's match concludes, and we shall see him groveling on the court, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 9. The match commences at 3:50 in the afternoon. Li Dong, chewing a piece of gum casually, strolled onto the school playground. Many from other classes were present, as well as some from his own class, including Tang Yurua, Wu Shui, and Hu Miao. Upon Li Dong's arrival, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. After all, he was the focus of the day's events. Hu Miao, his diminutive stature concealed within the crowd, wore a sinister grin on his face. Li Dong, I allowed you to be arrogant, but once the match concludes today, it will mark the beginning of your downfall. Wu Shui, arms crossed, observed Li Dong conversing with Wang Guan, his demeanor seemingly nonchalant. A mocking expression crossed her face. He feigns indifference now, but soon enough, he will be kneeling on the ground, stripped of any semblance of dignity, to exit this school. He still harbors thoughts of Yurua. How utterly absurd. Does he truly believe he is worthy of such a girl? Meanwhile, Tang Yurua, standing beside Wu Shui, caught sight of Li Dong, and an expression of anxiety washed over her features. She contemplated rushing through the crowd to speak with him, but after a moment's reflection, she hesitated to take that step. Rest assured, I have my trump card. The soothing voice of the youth lingered in her ears, evoking memories of the morning when the two were so close. The fresh scent of laundry detergent emanating from Li Dong wafted into Tang Yurua's delicate nostrils, gradually calming her anxious heart. As she gazed upon Li Dong on the court, the brilliance in her beautiful eyes sparkled with enchanting light. Apart from Wang Guan, Fan Yu and two other boys had also gathered around Li Dong. Yet their expressions were clouded with worry as they watched the hour hand inch closer to 4 on the clock, their faces increasingly grim. Only Li Dong appeared indifferent, casually popping bubbles, occasionally letting his gaze drift as if lost in thought. Bang, bang, bang. All eyes turned to the source of the commotion. Leading the charge was Gung Tai, accompanied by a group of tall boys clad in the school team uniforms, marching towards Li Dong and his friends. The imposing presence was overwhelming. It was indeed audacious. Wang Guan, observing Gung Tai and his entourage, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate his feelings. Fan Yu and the others were equally flushed, aware that not only were their opponents tall and imposing, but they were also uniformly dressed in team attire, making Li Dong and his companions appear as a disorganized rabble by comparison. Bang, bang. Gung Tai seized the ball and halted in front of Li Dong and his friends. Initially displeased by Li Dong's arrogance the previous day, he now found himself stifling a laugh upon witnessing the opposing lineup. Aside from Li Dong, who had a bit of stature and muscle, What about the other four? Were they so frail that a gust of wind could blow them away? The group behind Gung Tai wore expressions of mockery as they gazed at Li Dong and his companions, their faces brimming with disdain. Could they possibly have the audacity to compare themselves to them in basketball? According to Gung Tai, it seemed that Li Dong had been rather arrogant just yesterday, yet now, he appeared to be nothing more than a fool. With that, Gung Tai retracted his smile and softly spoke a word, causing the group he had brought along to cease their laughter. Gazing at the throng before him, Wang Guan inquired solemnly, "We agreed on 5 against 5. Why have you brought so many?" "Indeed, it is 5 against 5. Gung Tai replied with an innocent expression. "The extra people are merely our cheerleaders." A few behind him could not contain their laughter. "I have no time to waste arguing with you. Let us finish this quickly, for I wish to take my brothers out for drinks afterward." Gung Tai set the ball down with a thud, striking it twice before regarding Li Dong with indifference. "Shall we begin?" Li Dong seemed utterly unfazed by Gung Tai's taunting gaze, as he patted each teammate on the shoulder and retreated a few steps to the edge of the center circle. "You think you're impressive?" Gung Tai scoffed, a sinister gleam flickering in his eyes. "Is this really how it starts? Enough talk. Just watch. The game is underway. Look at them. Is there any suspense left in this match? Prepare to witness their submission shortly." As the players on the court began to move, a cacophony erupted from the crowd, predominantly directed like barbs toward Li Dong and his team. Even the members of Class 2 held little faith in their chances. "Come on, let us get started." Hu Miao's face displayed an eager expression. Wu Shui's gaze drifted nonchalantly towards the center of the court, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the match that appeared to be predetermined. Tang Yirhua felt a surge of anxiety as she observed Li Dong on the court, her breath quickening. Among the group brought by Gung Tai, Fu remained on the court while the others lingered at the sidelines, arms crossed, engaged in casual conversation and occasionally bursting into laughter, as if entirely unconcerned with the events unfolding on the court. With the 4 in tow, Gung Tai leisurely ambled to the opposite end of the center circle, fixing a sardonic gaze on Li Dong. The makeshift referee held the ball aloft before tossing it into the air. The basketball spun gracefully through the air, prompting all 10 players on the court to leap simultaneously. But wait, one person remained grounded. Beneath the airborne 9, Li Dong stood resolutely, motionless. Hilarity erupted from Gung Tai's teammates at the sidelines, their laughter ringing out. What was this person doing, attempting to be comedic? Had he been rendered foolish by fear? Infectiously, the crowd began to chuckle, with some members of Class 2 feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over their faces. What was happening with Li Dong? Just yesterday, he had boasted in Haikou. Yet now he couldn't even compete for the ball. Was all that calmness he had displayed mere pretense? In contrast to Gung Tai's team, Li Dong's companions not only lacked height, but also any trained jumping ability. Relying solely on the hasty preparations from the previous day, they were destined for little improvement. Undoubtedly, the ball landed squarely in the hands of Gung Tai's team. Upon gaining possession of the ball, Lao Hua exhibited no urgency to advance. Instead, he remained stationary, dribbling the ball as he flaunted his skills, all the while casting a provocative smile at Li Dong and his companions. On the sidelines, the supporters of Gung Tai erupted into whistles, their laughter unabashed and raucous. The expressions of Wang Guan and his fellow teammates darkened, for the opposing team's refusal to attack while merely dribbling in place was a blatant display of disdain. After observing for some time, Wang Guan resolved to take action and charge towards Lao Hua with determination. However, his Navi attempt was effortlessly anticipated by Lao Hua, who sidestepped, leaving Wang Guan to tumble into emptiness. Turning his head, Lao Hua smirked at Wang Guan, preparing to mock him, when suddenly, Li Dong sprang into action. "What are you doing, kid? The ball is right here." Lao Hua, glancing sideways at Wang Guan, was abruptly struck by a realization that his grip on the ball had loosened. He looked down in alarm only to discover that the ball had vanished. In a panic, he turned to see Li Dong already several meters away, skillfully dribbling the ball. Sweat began to bead on Lao Hua's brow as he pivoted and sprinted after Li Dong. Wang Guan, equally astonished, exchanged glances with Fan Yu and the others before hastily following suit. Li Dong's speed was astonishing and entirely unexpected. Although Gung Tai soon caught on, the gap between them was insurmountable. Li Dong maintained flawless control of the ball as he approached the basket, executing a simple 3-step layup. The ball swished through the net, halting the movement of every spectator, their minds momentarily blank. Particularly, Lao Hua's lips trembled in disbelief. What on earth was this kid doing? Surely, he must have felt something. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Li Dong's hand gently hung down as he turned around, gazing at Lao Hua with a faint smile in his eyes. What were you just doing? The ball is right here. Chapter 10. Two balls. Lao Hua's hand trembled, and gradually, a surge of intense hatred flickered in his eyes as he looked at Li Dong. Damn it, this kid can actually play basketball. At that moment, everyone else also began to realize that Li Dong was not to be underestimated. He had been concealing his true abilities all along. Outside the court, the crowd reacted with astonishment. Who would have thought that Li Dong had been hiding his strength? Indeed, his dribbling was remarkably steady, showing no signs of weakness. However, even if he was skilled, could he truly carry for others? Sigh, if Li Dong believed he was in the clear now, he might be overestimating himself. Damn! In the crowd, Hu Miao witnessed this scene, biting down hard with his teeth, tearing a piece of skin from his cracked lips. He never expected Li Dong to be so resilient, so adept at basketball, that he could keep it concealed from so many people. Yet, now that his strength had inadvertently been revealed, this unexpected display would likely be the end of it. After all, he was but one person. Did he really think he could take on Gang Tai and his team single-handedly? That was simply impossible. Hu Miao's gaze turned sinister. Wu Shui's expression also shifted, but she quickly regained her composure, sneering. Who would have thought this rustic fellow could put on such a show? However, if he believes this is his trump card, he is sorely mistaken. The teammates falter, and inevitably, one must kneel in defeat. Beside Wu Shui, Tang Yirua gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had never anticipated that the first goal would be scored by Li Dong, and in such a seemingly effortless manner. This must be the trump card he spoke of. Tang Yirua murmured softly. However, a wave of concern soon washed over her eyes. Indeed, Li Dong was alone. A single fist cannot contend against four hands. The opposing team, comprised entirely of school team members, would undoubtedly sharpen their focus on targeting Li Dong from this point onward. There was simply no way to score. On the sidelines, the members of Gang Tai quickly grasped that Li Dong had concealed his true capabilities, yet they remained unperturbed. For even if this lad possessed skill, it would not alter the overarching outcome. Some even derided Lao Hua's efforts. Gang Tai cast a grim glance at Li Dong before approaching Lao Hua, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right, stay steady. This boy won't be able to keep up this pace for long. Lao Hua nodded heavily in agreement. Dongzi, I never imagined you had such prowess. No wonder you remained so composed. Wang Guan exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Li Dong returned the smile, his gaze shifting to the other three teammates, who offered him affirming looks. Turning his attention back to the opposing side, Li Dong's focus intensified. As he turned away, the four teammates shared a silent, weighty understanding. They, too, were a hindrance to Li Dong's efforts. The second ball commenced. Clearly caught off guard by Li Dong's initial strike, Gang Tai adopted a more cautious approach, taking charge of the offensive play for this round. The ball was deftly maneuvered at his feet, devoid of the unnecessary flamboyant movements exhibited earlier. Gang Tai seized the opportunity and charged forward with a swift stride, intensifying the urgency of the situation. Out of the corner of his eye, Gang Tai caught sight of Li Dong, skillfully evading Wang Guan and Fan Yu, and maneuvered to Li Dong's right side. The remaining four players converged, focusing their attention on Li Dong. Damn it! While Wang Guan attempted to intercept Gang Tai, he cast a glance towards Li Dong, only to witness the four players spreading out. Not only did they obstruct the other three, but they also strategically positioned themselves to thwart Li Dong's advance, preventing him from circumventing them to intercept Gang Tai at the basket. Gang Tai's speed was impressive, and after Li Dong's earlier successful shot, he was invigorated, becoming fully engaged in the game. In the blink of an eye, Gang Tai was already near the basket. With a three-step layup, he took his first stride. It was over. Wang Guan trailed Gang Tai by at least 2 meters. With his speed, he could not keep pace, helplessly watching as the distance widened. Gang Tai surged towards the basket. With his second step, a confident smile finally graced Gang Tai's face. Li Dong, this marked the beginning of your humiliation. Brace yourself for the sensation of being suppressed. Suddenly, a shadow darted past Gang Tai, akin to a gust of wind, leaving him bewildered as he failed to comprehend what had transpired. Everyone froze, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. All they could see was Gang Tai's intended shot slipping away. Enraged and astonished, Gang Tai turned around to discover Li Dong dribbling the ball, having already reached midcourt. Damn, what on earth are you all thinking? As Gang Tai bellowed at his 4 teammates, he crazily pursued Li Dong. At that moment, Gung Tai's team was utterly bewildered. They had firmly contained Li Dong, yet he had just flickered and vanished from their encirclement. Yes, vanished. None of them had discerned Li Dong's movements. At the center line, Li Dong halted his step. Gung Tai's hurried footsteps drew nearer. Too late. He leaped and shot. The basketball traced a humble arc through the air, passing through the hoop and landing on the ground, bouncing a few times before going in. Li Dong had scored his second basket. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. How could this be possible? Many gasped in disbelief, staring at the figure firmly positioned at the center line, their eyes brimming with incredulity. The second basket had indeed been scored by Li Dong. This Li Dong, whom no one had believed in. They had clearly witnessed the earlier scenario. Apart from Gung Tai, the other four had rushed to contain Li Dong, and under such encirclement, it seemed nearly impossible to break through. Yet, Li Dong had accomplished it. Even those on the sidelines, possessing an observer's perspective, could only feel Li Dong's swift movement. In the blink of an eye, he had navigated through the throng and reached Gung Tai's side, intercepting the ball. What astonishing speed! Hu Miao gaped, unable to fathom the scene he had just witnessed. Another basket. By this Li Dong? Could it be that Li Dong might actually win? Impossible. Hu Miao's nails dug into his flesh. He could not accept the notion that Li Dong could triumph. Such a victory was unfathomable. Wu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, as he could not fathom the sudden turn of events. Li Dong had remarkably scored 2 goals. Who would have thought this young man possessed such exceptional skills? Wu Shui clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to suppress his resentment. Yet, this must be where your fortune ends. Surely, Gung Tai and the others must have been careless, for otherwise, you would not have been granted 2 goals. Now, it was time for a decisive comeback. Wu Shui sneered, the score standing at 2-3. If this is how you lose, I wonder if it will plunge you into deeper despair. Observing Li Dong standing calmly at the center line, Tang Yiro could not help but slightly part her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with a flicker of emotions. She was astonished by Li Dong's remarkable basketball prowess. Boys who excel at sports always exude a certain charm, and at this moment, Li Dong bore the weight of the entire team, becoming the focal point of the game, which caused a blush to grace Tang Yirua's cheeks. Her delicate fingers trembled slightly at her sides. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the members of Gung Tai, clad in matching uniforms, had fallen silent. They regarded Li Dong as if he were a marvel. As players themselves, they felt a deeper sense of fear compared to the spectators behind them. What extraordinary speed was this? Chapter 11. As if a divine being, Gung Tai found himself momentarily dazed, staring at Li Dong. How on earth did this young man manage to break through? He turned to glance at his teammates, who mirrored his expression of confusion and fear, clearly equally taken aback. Li Dong was astonishingly swift, so much so that they could hardly keep pace. Swallowing hard, a sense of foreboding crept into Gung Tai's mind. Could he possibly lose? He quickly shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure, and encouraged himself. No, that cannot be the case. Li Dong must have seized the opportunity while they were inattentive. They must not let their guard down again. With a bit more caution, they would surely be able to bring Li Dong down. A counterattack would create a far more dramatic spectacle. With this thought, Gung Tai's mood finally stabilized, yet his gaze fell upon Li Dong, only to notice that the lad appeared distracted, as if lost in thought. Feeling the intensity of the scrutiny upon him, Li Dong emerged from his meditative state, his eyes regaining clarity. He looked at Gung Tai and offered a smile. Are you ready? Damn, how arrogant. Now that they had possession of the ball, Gung Tai and the others dared not relax, nearly all retreating to their own half of the court, their focus firmly fixed on Li Dong. Li Dong slightly bent his knees and leaned forward, calmly observing the 5 opponents ahead. The entire court held its breath, entirely engrossed in a match they had previously dismissed. Tang Yirua's face flushed, her lips pressed together, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Come on, Li Dong. Wu Shui, arms crossed, unconsciously let her hands drop, her gaze flickering as her expression shifted unpredictably while watching Li Dong on the court. Hu Miao, lurking slyly within the crowd, blinked with furtive eyes, beads of sweat trickling down his face. He wiped his brow, his expression tinged with anxiety. Damn it, hurry up. What is taking so long? Bang, bang. After dribbling the ball a few times, Gung Tai seized the perfect moment and lunged forward with great intensity. His teammates followed him cautiously, hesitant to advance into the opponent's half. The pressure exerted by Li Dong was immense. As Gung Tai moved, the spectators outside the field were similarly stirred. with those in the back row craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the action. With the ball in hand, Gung Tai summoned all his strength, striving desperately to break through. As he approached Li Dong, he instinctively cast a glance at him. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sense of anxiety gripped him. Li Dong, who had remained steadfast, suddenly sprang into action. Gung Tai felt an intense gust of wind rush towards him, and in the face of this tempest, he resembled a solitary leaf caught in the storm. This was a force he could not withstand. With a resounding thud, the ball was intercepted. Gung Tai was not even touched by Li Dong, yet the whirlwind generated nearly toppled him to the ground. Li Dong had regained possession of the ball. The crowd erupted in uproar. Suddenly, a boy from Class 2 raised his arms high, shouting, "Li Dong, go for it." The boy, aware of the looming threat, swallowed hard, his expression tense, yet with a determined grit. He did not lower his arms, but instead called out again with fervor, "Li Dong, go for it! Li Dong, go for it!" Beside him, another boy raised his arms, braving the searing gazes of Gung Tai's teammates as he yelled out, creating a crescendo of excitement. A solitary arm rose high above the crowd, either waving or clenched in a fist, accompanied by the resounding cheers for Li Dong, whose momentum momentarily overshadowed the members of the school basketball team. The sudden uproar from the audience made Gung Tai's eyelids flutter, his heart skipping a beat. He hurriedly turned around, pushing off the ground as he sprinted towards Li Fei. The distance stretched further, seemingly insurmountable. Gung Tai's teammates hurried to obstruct Li Dong's path, yet the ferocity of Li Dong's spirit momentarily caused them to hesitate. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Li Dong slipped past them. Alone, he charged towards the opponent's free-throw line with the ball, resembling a relentless tiger. Tang Yirao, with her arms raised high, slowly lowered them, her voice calling out Li Dong's name growing choked, her delicate, fair hands covering her mouth as her eyes brimmed with tears. Li Dong leapt, propelling himself forward with great force. Only one of Gung Tai's teammates stood before him, gritting his teeth, determined to serve as the last line of defense and prevent Li Dong from advancing at all costs. He leapt, colliding with Li Dong. Bang! Yet Li Dong remained utterly unfazed. His trajectory through the air remained unchanged as he raised his hand, lifting the basketball high. It carved a violent arc through the sky, aimed at the hoop, and with a powerful swing, Li Dong struck down. Thud! The third shot was in, an emphatic dunk. The rim shook intensely from the force, emitting a resonant buzz, while the basketball bounced for an extended period on the ground. Time seemed to freeze for everyone on the court. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered by an eruption of exuberant cheers from a group of boys in the second class. Li Dong had done it. He had triumphed over Gung Tai in a stunning display. That breathtaking slam dunk resonated within the hearts of all present. Such an extraordinary feat was beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled players on the school team. At this moment, they completely disregarded Gung Tai and Xianbing. Their sole focus was on the remarkable figure standing before the hoop, igniting their fervor, tracing an audacious arc beneath the blazing sun of late April like a divine apparition. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Tang Yirao, whose eyes had been glistening with tears, finally let them flow freely. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, her gaze fixed on Li Dong as she smiled. That seemingly diminutive silhouette, rendered small by distance, appeared before her as if she could stand behind him and fear no peril of the world. Wu Shui stood beside Tang Yirao, shaking her head in disbelief, murmuring, "No. It's impossible. How could this boy play basketball?" Her head shook increasingly, causing her hair to become disheveled, while her elongated nails dug into her palm from the intensity of her grip. The lewd expression on Hu Miao's face froze at the moment Li Dong scored. Unable to accept the reality before him, his body trembling slightly. In stark contrast to the exuberance of the crowd, Gung Tai and his companions felt as though the world was spinning around them. How could this be? How could they lose? They were competing in basketball, after all. The area in which they excelled and took great pride has been overshadowed by others, causing an immense psychological strain upon them. At this moment, their faces are etched with silence, having lost the initial bravado and arrogance. How could they still be audacious? The match concluded in less than 10 minutes, with 3 goals, all scored by that singular player, Li Dong, while the remaining 4 on the opposing team did not even touch the ball. This is utterly humiliating. A situation where 5 players faced off against 1 and still emerged defeated. How could they not be on the brink of collapse? Gung Tai hung his head, his expression notably grim, He had never encountered such an embarrassing predicament throughout his life. Clearly, he had been outmaneuvered by Li Dong, whose basketball skills were evidently superior, yet feigned a novice's demeanor, leading him into this trap. The thought of their wager made beads of sweat trickle down Gung Tai's forehead. Chapter 12. The time has not yet come, Dongzi. I truly did not anticipate your basketball prowess to be so extraordinary. The players on the court gathered around Li Dong, their faces alight with excitement. How could they not be thrilled? Prior to the match, not a single soul believed in their chances, and indeed, they themselves had little faith. Considering their opponents were the varsity team while they were mere novices struggling to dribble the ball, was there even a chance of winning? Yet, against all odds, Li Dong shattered this deadlock single-handedly, delivering a conclusion that astonished everyone present. Especially that final slam dunk. It was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, Li Dong, who could have imagined you could even dunk? Absolutely magnificent. Gazing at the four excited faces surrounding him, Li Dong smiled faintly, casually patting Wang Guan on the shoulder before making his way towards Gung Tai, who stood not far away. Observing Li Dong's actions, the expressions on Wang Guan and the others shifted from exhilaration to a subtle apprehension. Meanwhile, the raucous crowd gradually quieted in response to Li Dong's demeanor. Finally, the moment had arrived. Indeed, many had expected that it would be Li Dong who would kneel, yet the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. But could it be that he would compel Gung Tai to kneel before him? After all, Qian Bing stood behind him. Surely, that would not happen. If Li Dong were to truly demand Gung Tai kneel, it would be a grave offense to Qian Bing. Moreover, even if he did make such a demand, would Gung Tai acquiesce? Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, uncertain of how Li Dong would navigate the impending situation. Humph. Wu Shui's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, taking a considerable time to regain her composure, only to succumb to the urge to mock. So what if you win? Gung Tai is Qian Bing backing him. Qian Bing, you, Li Dong, will still have to slink away with your tail between your legs. Kneeling is out of the question. Beside her, Tang Yirhua shot her a cold glance. Is it so that if Li Dong loses, he deserves to kneel, while if Gung Tai loses, it is merely understandable? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Tang Yirhua's gaze, Wu Shui retorted defiantly, my mouth is not yours to control. Just wait and see what Li Dong has to say. Tang Yirhua, unwilling to engage further with Wu Shui, watched Li Dong approach Gung Tai, her heart a tumult of emotions. Ultimately, she pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. At this juncture, perhaps taking a step back is the wisest course of action. Li Dong, regardless of the circumstances, I stand resolutely by your side. Step by step, Li Dong's pace was neither hurried nor slow, yet each footfall felt like a strike upon Gung Tai's visage, igniting a searing sensation within him. Clenching his fists tightly, Gung Tai glared menacingly at the approaching Li Dong. Are you truly daring enough to make me kneel? He taunted. With a firm step, Li Dong halted before Gung Tai. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed as their respective supporters gathered behind them. Observing Li Dong's silhouette, Wang Guan and the others felt a twinge of unease. Though victory was indeed commendable, the question lingered, how would they fulfill this wager? Were they genuinely expected to have Gung Tai kneel? Such an act would not only be a slap in his face, but would also indirectly insult Qian Bing, potentially exacerbating the conflict. No one wished to witness such a scene. Wang Guan's gaze was fixed on Gung Tai, his teeth grinding in frustration. Now, as the moment to uphold the wager approached, the victors, found themselves hesitating. He understood that had Li Dong lost, Gung Tai would have laughed heartily while accepting Li Dong's submission. This disparity in strength between the two factions was stark. Sensing the trepidation and uncertainty among Li Dong's companions, Gung Tai's demeanor visibly brightened, a cold smirk gracing his features as he gazed at Li Dong. We have triumphed, Li Dong. Isn't it time to settle the wager? Li Dong returned Gung Tai's gaze with an unwavering calmness. The four individuals behind Gung Tai stepped forward, deliberately adopting a fierce countenance as they threateningly eyed Li Dong and his companions. Gung Tai raised his arms, positioning himself as a barrier behind him, and fixed his gaze upon Li Dong in silence. Li Dong blinked, slightly tilting his head as he addressed the four individuals standing firmly against Gung Tai, saying, You four, please step aside. Wang Guan furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Dongzi. His expression shifted, and with a soft sigh, he added, Dongzi, we shall watch from the sidelines. With that, Wang Guan gestured for the other three to depart from the court, moving to the periphery. Upon hearing the term kneel, Gung Tai narrowed his eyes, and his companions stiffened their faces in response. Seemingly oblivious to their changing expressions, Li Dong continued, "How about this? If you provide me with 20,000 today, you need not kneel." Gung Tai frowned at the proposition. 20,000? The audience below erupted in astonishment at Li Dong's words. Clearly, he had refrained from forcing Gung Tai to kneel, opting instead for a compromise of sorts. Asking for money? The figure left the spectators bewildered, for most of them. 20,000 was a substantial sum. The next moment would reveal whether Gung Tai would part with such an amount. What a fool. Wu Shui shook her head at Li Dong's statement, realizing he still lacked the courage to compel Gung Tai to kneel. Instead, he chose to ask for money. Truly, had he lost his mind? Conversely, Tang O visibly exhaled in relief, recognizing that this proposal evidently averted the greatest conflict. Gung Tai regarded Li Dong, pondering internally. Although 20,000 might be somewhat excessive for him, it nonetheless fell within the realm of pocket change. Seeking money, this was a step extended by Li Dong, revealing that despite his arrogance, he was not foolish. He understood that if he were to truly kneel, he would pay a grievous price. Such money, merely a token of face, was neither insignificant nor excessive in this context. However, in the eyes of Gung Tai, Li Dong was regarded with even greater disdain. The earlier shock from his 3 consecutive successful shots had dissipated. At the moment Li Dong requested money, Gung Tai was reminded of the disparity between them. A poor man is simply a poor man, no matter how much Li Dong pretended otherwise. He had to bow his head here. Yet, it was evident from Gung Tai's expression that his animosity towards Li Dong had deepened. Once Gung Tai's entourage departed, those who had come merely to witness the spectacle began to disperse, leaving only a few classmates from the second class. A group had now gathered around Li Dong. Wang Guan gave Li Dong a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Dongzi, your approach is clever. Why should we make him kneel? That would serve little purpose. Money is far more tangible." Wang Guan's words were sincere, yet carried a hint of consolation. Li Dong smiled in response. Fan Yu, diverting from this topic, remarked, "On the court, seeing Dongzi display such skill, I initially thought I would be a burden to him, but it turns out his strength is formidable. Indeed, Li Dong, I never realized you were so adept at basketball. You never showcased it before. Perhaps he is simply modest." As Li Dong basked in the admiration of his peers, Wu Shui scoffed dismissively, muttering a derogatory remark before turning on her heel and departing, indifferent to Tang O, knowing she would not follow her at this moment. Amidst the accolades bestowed by those around him, Li Dong responded with a casual indifference. His gaze fell upon the group, led by Gung Tai, which had already reached the school gates, his expression serene and unperturbed. He was acutely aware that this assembly remained unconvinced. Having secured the 20,000 from Gung Tai, Li Dong harbored his own intentions. As for that knee brace, it would remain in Gung Tai's possession for now, not forgotten, merely awaiting the appropriate moment. Chapter 13. A smile. After a brief exchange of chatter, several individuals who were not particularly acquainted with Li Dong took their leave. Their admiration was superficial, merely serving as witnesses to the wager of the day, providing them with a modicum of conversation for later. Surrounded by the remaining individuals, Li Dong turned his head to observe Tang O, who had remained motionless at the sidelines. The girl had been watching him intently, her eyes still glistening with remnants of tears, a smile gracing her features. Upon catching Li Dong's gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily averted her eyes. Li Dong approached Tang Erua, and the crowd parted to make way for him. His tall figure stood before her, seemingly blocking the afternoon sun, which felt as though it had been relegated to the background. The tumult of thoughts that had swirled in his mind moments ago had dissipated into a void. Slowly, Tang Erua lifted her gaze, finding Li Dong to be even more radiant than before, and she dared not meet his eyes. You play basketball so well." After a prolonged silence, Tang Erua managed to utter these words. Li Dong chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently caress her delicate cheek, his thumb grazing beneath her eyes. "Have you been crying?" Tang Erua was taken aback by Li Dong's bold gesture. Gazing at the pure smile upon his face left her feeling flustered, and warmth flooded her cheeks. I do not. Your eyes are red. The wind blew," Tang Erua stammered, seemingly aware that this explanation lacked credibility. She added, "A bit too agitated just now." Her small hands clenched tightly, tucked by her shoulders, aimlessly flailing as if attempting to push away Li Dong's hand, yet ultimately lacking the courage to do so. After a futile struggle, Tang Erua resignedly let her hands fall limply, allowing Li Dong's palm to roam freely across her cheek. Lifting her gaze, She noticed Li Dong smiling warmly at her, causing her face to flush even deeper. The flustered demeanor she had just displayed was undoubtedly witnessed by him, which was utterly mortifying. Around them, a few people coughed, turning away as if they had seen nothing, while some simply walked off. Tang Yiro remained a rather sensitive individual. What Li Dong chose to do was his affair, and they were not inclined to be embroiled in it. The playground was nearly empty. Save for the entwined figures of Li Dong and Tang Yiro, alongside 4 boys who had participated in the competition with Li Dong. The 4 exchanged glances with him, their expressions reflecting helplessness, especially Wang Guan, who sighed deeply. He had previously advised Li Dong, but it was evident his words had fallen on deaf ears. Well, if his brother was infatuated, so be it. Should anything go awry, Wang Guan would stand by Li Dong's side. Damn it, must one seek approval to pursue a girl? With this thought, the 4 chose to remain in place, allowing space for the 2, while attentively listening from the sidelines. Li Dong's hand seemed unwilling to part, continuing to rest against Tang Yiro's delicate face. The soft, tender sensation was something one could hardly comprehend without experiencing it firsthand. His thumb grazed beneath her eyes, feeling the slight moisture, causing a flicker in Li Dong's gaze. The 2 remained silent, maintaining this position for over a minute, until Tang Yiro finally felt a bit overwhelmed. Biting her rosy lip, "Have you had enough of touching?" Li Dong looked at her and solemnly shook his head. Tang Yiro felt a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, yet gazing into Li Dong's eyes, she ultimately could not summon the courage to react, lowering her head in resignation. Li Dong chuckled softly, his errant fingers ceasing their movement, and with a gentle pinch using his thumb and forefinger, he elicited a slight ripple on her watery visage. Standing to Tang Yiro's left, he casually placed his hand on her right shoulder, prompting her to shrink slightly. Li Dong then turned to the group of 4, addressing them. "Stop eavesdropping, come over here." Tang Yiro's face resembled a ripened apple. The others approached Li Dong. He took out his phone with his left hand and skillfully tapped on the keyboard. In no time, notification sounds echoed from the phones of the 4, indicating a transfer of 2,000 each. Li Dong had sent each of them 2,000 yuan. Wang Guan furrowed his brow as he glanced at the transfer notification, looking up at Li Dong and inquiring, "Dongzi, what is the meaning of this? Is it because of the competition? I didn't contribute much. In fact, I was just trying not to hinder you. I cannot accept this money. It's unreasonable." The other 3 quickly shook their heads in agreement, insisting they could not accept the funds. Li Dong pressed down his hand and said, "Since you have accompanied me to the venue, it is only fair that you take this. Whatever amount I give you, just accept it without any protest." With a smile, he gently patted his arm with his left hand. "All right, fine," Wang Guan conceded, unable to refuse any further. "We have nothing else to do for a while. Let's go for a drink." Li Dong surveyed the 4 of them and declared, "Sure, no problem. Today calls for a celebration." He then turned to Tang Yiro, patting her shoulder, his arm brushing closely against her fair neck. Tang Yiro pondered for a moment and nodded her snow-white chin. I can." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Dong interrupted her. "Forget it. We have an exam the day after tomorrow. I can't take you out to fool around." A hint of sweetness flickered in Tang Yiro's eyes. Had Li Dong truly wanted her company for drinks, she would have certainly accepted. Moreover, she was aware that Li Dong understood this well. Gathering her courage, Tang Yiro suddenly lifted her head to meet Li Dong's gaze. "Why don't you come to my house? We can study together, and I could help you." As she spoke, her voice dwindled, growing increasingly shy. "To your house?" Li Dong's tone turned playful. Wang Guan and the others turned their heads away, stifling laughter. "Oh, a little garden, huh?" Li Dong echoed, prompting more laughter from the group. Unable to contain themselves, Li Dong glanced at them and remarked, "What are you all learning? We must drink today." He knew these few individuals all too well, having spent countless years at the bottom together. One night of study would not make a difference. Turning his head, he gently addressed Tang Yiro, saying, "Today, a few of us are going out for drinks, and tomorrow morning, we shall visit the little garden together. How does that sound?" Tang Yiro lightly patted Li Dong's arm, retorting, "What do you mean by going to the little garden? It's for studying." All right, studying it is. Let us settle on that," Li Dong replied, giving her shoulder a playful pat before glancing at the group of giggling friends. "Stop laughing. Let us go." 8898. At the school gate, Li Dong and his 4 companions bid farewell to Tang Yiro. "Be careful," Li Dong advised her, while the others waved goodbye. Tang Yiro responded. waving her hand as they gradually distanced themselves. She stood at the school gate, gazing dreamily at Li Dong's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting the innocent sweetness characteristic of youth. A smile danced upon her lips. Chapter 14. 8898 bar. The group strolled along the street for a while, and then enjoyed a meal together, lingering until after 7 o'clock before arriving at the entrance of 8898. This establishment, a relatively large bar in County D, boasted a higher price range that they typically could not afford. However, today felt like a lavish indulgence, allowing them to experience this venue for once. Upon entering the bar, Li Dong reserved a private booth for the group, selecting a secluded corner. Once seated, they ordered drinks and initiated a toast. Brother Dong is looking dashing tonight. What a slam dunk, so impressive. After a few rounds, the group began to feel tipsy, with Wang Guan becoming a bit more forthcoming, extolling Li Dong's virtues. Yes, Brother Dong, are good, hiccup, handsome Brother Dong. Here's to you. Fan Yu, interrupted by hiccups, remarked. The four of them lifted their bottles, intending to toast to Li Dong. With a resigned smile, Li Dong raised his bottle and clinked it with theirs. Shielded by his innate aura, a mere sip of alcohol posed no threat to him. Should he wish to become inebriated, he would need to relinquish that protective energy. For drinking was akin to quenching one's thirst with water. As the night deepened, the bar became increasingly crowded. The strobe and spinning lights ignited the atmosphere, enveloping the men and women within the establishment in a fervent haze, as if the heightened warmth stimulated the very essence of their beings. Today's defeat of Gung Tai was evidently a source of great satisfaction, a brilliant achievement. Though Li Dong was the only one who had even touched the ball, it did not diminish the exhilaration shared among the participants. Engaging in banter and imbibing their drinks, Li Dong gazed at the dazzling lights outside their booth, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This simple urban life offered a delightful respite, allowing them to savor the moment. Just as the group was reveling in their merriment, their enjoyment was unexpectedly interrupted. Hey, what is up, gentlemen? Still drinking? A burly man, bald and clad in a snug black outfit with polished shoes, leaned into their booth. Seemingly well acquainted with the group, his face flushed from inebriation. Behind him stood a cadre of similarly attired robust men, totaling 6, all appearing quite disoriented, grinning foolishly at Li Dong and his companions. The sudden intrusion jolted Wang Guan and the others to a semblance of alertness. Though their faces still bore a hint of redness, their speech became more articulate, eyes sharpening with tension. Is there something you need? The bald man muttered. Do you have something to say? Before turning to his companions, bursting into laughter, he asked if we have anything going on. After the 6 of them shared a hearty laugh, the bald man turned back, fixing his gaze on Wang Guan, and said, Well, you all should leave. This booth is for us brothers to sit for a while. He finished his statement with a loud belch directed at Wang Guan. Observing Wang Guan hastily turning away, pinching his nose, the bald man erupted into laughter once more. The newcomers did not seem friendly. Fan Yu rose to his feet and addressed them. We have paid for this. We are not refusing to pay. There is just no space left. The bald man waved his hand dismissively, gesturing around, nearly brushing against Fan Yu. Except for Li Dong, who remained seated, the others stood up. Wang Guan took a step forward, asserting, If there are no seats, you can wait. We haven't finished our drinks. Noticing Wang Guan approach, the bald man showed no signs of fear, leaning forward slightly, his demeanor sharpening with a hint of menace. I say, you little brats, get out. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 companions squeezed into the booth, their eyes fixated like hawks on Li Dong and the others. In their eyes, these individuals appeared juvenile, unmistakably students still in school, attempting to emulate the bar scene despite their inexperience. With a glance at the imposing figures approaching them, Li Dong let out a cold snort. He wasn't even drunk. This was merely a matter of knowing how to read the room. In a tense standoff, fueled by alcohol, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged as Wang Guan and his companions felt their blood boiling, on the verge of physical confrontation. With a slosh, Li Dong shook his nearly empty bottle and downed the last remnants in one gulp. Clang! He placed the empty bottle heavily on the table, remaining silent as he rested his arms and gazed out at the array of handsome men and beautiful women, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama around him. Oh, but there was another contender here, one nearly overlooked. The bald man burped, his gaze drifting toward Li Dong, and with a playful smirk, he approached him. Get up from your seat, he commanded, towering over Li Dong. Li Dong, however, remained silent. The bald man's entourage quickly closed in, surrounding Li Dong to instill a sense of intimidation. Wang Guan and his three companions stood resolutely beside Li Dong, ready to confront the looming threat. I'll say it once more, get up. The alcohol had taken its toll, reddening the bald man's face as he raised his voice. And if I refuse? Upon hearing Li Dong's retort, the bald man's anger flared. He ceased any further words and swung a fist toward Li Dong's face. Thud. Yet, his strike was too slow. Li Dong kicked out, landing a swift blow to the bald man's abdomen. The force sent the bald man crashing into his companions, propelling him out of the booth. A startled shout erupted from the crowd as a figure flew out, inciting chaos within the bar. Not far away, a man in another booth lifted his head, frowning as he turned to observe the commotion. A round-headed man with a broad face and large eyes donned a white shirt tucked into his long-legged trousers, his polished leather shoes gleaming beneath him. His figure bore signs of indulgence. He exchanged a glance with a burly man beside him, who then rose to his feet. Let's go, you bastard. Upon witnessing the bald man being kicked out by Li Dong, the others were instantly consumed by rage, disregarding the formidable strength Li Dong had just exhibited. And one by one, they lunged at him. Thud, thud, thud. Each was sent sprawling with a kick, no more, no less. Li Dong remained seated, his posture unyielding. As he lowered his legs to the ground, the bald men clutched their abdomens, writhing in agony on the floor, utterly astonished that this student possessed such remarkable strength. Incapacitating them with a single blow, Li Dong cast a glance at them before retrieving another bottle of liquor from the table, opening it leisurely. The four men from the Wang Guan stared at Li Dong in utter disbelief. What had just transpired? Li Dong had dispatched these robust adults as if they were nothing? Incredible. Was this, indeed, a display of martial prowess? The surrounding patrons were left in a state of bewilderment. The bar's security personnel soon gathered. Standing at the edge of the booth, their expressions frozen as they beheld the 6 fallen individuals. Meanwhile, the broad-faced man stood stunned at a distance, gazing at Li Dong, who remained unperturbed, sipping his drink with an air of nonchalance. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Did you see that, Kazi? Beside him, a towering figure exceeding 6 feet tall shook his head. Too swift, Chief Che. Taking a deep breath, the man resumed his stride, striding purposefully towards Li Dong. The sound of his polished shoes echoed with a rhythmic click against the floor. Li Dong, setting down his bottle, raised his gaze to behold a rather imposing figure approaching, accompanied by a robust and towering companion. Boss, exclaimed several security personnel upon recognizing the man, immediately snapping to attention. Pull them up, the man commanded, casting a glance at the groaning individuals sprawled on the ground. The security guards swiftly complied, yanking the fallen men to their feet with considerable force, administering a few additional blows for good measure. Is that the car boss? Indeed, it is the car boss. I can't believe he is here today, murmured several onlookers, recognizing the dignified gentleman. The unfortunate thugs were in for a rude awakening, unaware they had trespassed on someone else's territory and dared to cause a ruckus. Who would have thought the car boss would be present? The car boss first clasped his fist in a gesture of apology. Addressing the crowd, I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment. I, the car, wish to extend my sincerest apologies. No worries, car boss. These individuals simply lack foresight. The surrounding crowd chimed in support. The car boss then bent slightly as he approached the booth, standing before Li Dong with a respectful gesture. Brother, my apologies for the interruption. Chapter 15. Car Bay following the car boss. The brawny man entered the booth, positioning himself behind him. The two exuded a formidable presence, causing the 4 men standing nearby to tense up as they entered. They are merely ordinary students, unfamiliar with such circumstances and unacquainted with the car owner. However, from the murmurs of those around them, they discern that this individual is the proprietor of 8,898. Observing his demeanor and aura, they surmise that he must be a person of considerable influence, which forms their impression of the car owner. Little do they know the significance of the term car owner in D County and throughout the entire Chenshui city. The burly man's arms hang loosely at his sides, his feet planted about half a meter apart, seemingly standing casually behind the car owner, yet any movement he makes would unleash tremendous force. The car owner maintains a slight bow, lowering his head to regard Li Dong, who is seated. Nearby, Wang Guan and his companions exhibit signs of impatience. The car owner has personally come to apologize, yet Li Dong remains indifferent. Wang Guan inwardly sighs, having discerned a change in Li Dong over the past few days. While his character remains consistent, There is an undeniable hint of arrogance reflected in his calm eyes. The onlookers, witnessing the car owner entering, lean in to catch a glimpse. They observe the scene of the car owner bowing toward the seated student and are filled with confusion. This student certainly possesses strength, yet he appears somewhat oblivious. Does he not recognize who the car owner is? The burly man standing behind the car owner raises an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently on Li Dong. Yet he remains silent. The car owner seems unfazed, continuing to regard Li Dong with a serene expression. Li Dong, with an air of nonchalance, does not exhibit arrogance. This car owner, a notable figure in D County, may indeed hold substantial status, but to Li Dong, who is he truly? He was reborn with a carefree attitude towards life, akin to that of a player in a game. In his previous life, he had achieved the pinnacle of cultivation. Revered as a celestial being, those formidable figures in the realm of cultivation, who could command the elements at will, sought his camaraderie, while others found themselves beneath his heel. Unable to rise again, did Li Dong still harbor any concerns about appearances? He set down the bottle in his hand and turned to the car owner beside him, smiling as he said, "You have not disturbed me. It is they who have caused the interruption." The car owner discerned Li Dong's meaning and chuckled softly, a flicker of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. Straightening up, he leaned closer to Li Dong, with the burly man behind him mirroring his movement. The disruptive men were being forcibly subdued by the security personnel, collapsing to their knees and wailing towards the booth. As the car owner and the burly man shifted, they were granted a clear path directly facing Li Dong. The car owner glanced at the security guards, signaling them. The guards understood and, after a brief look at Li Dong in the booth, raised their hands, delivering sharp slaps to the faces of those they held. The sound was crisp and resonant, causing nearby patrons to turn their heads, instinctively choosing not to observe the unfolding scene. The four members of the Wong family looked on, witnessing the men being struck, their necks twisting in shock, rendered silent and dejected, which brought them immense satisfaction. Li Dong maintained a tranquil demeanor. The car owner spoke in a hushed yet commanding tone. "Take them away." The 6 men were dragged out by the security guards, their cries echoing in despair, while the rest of the patrons returned to their drinks, undisturbed. The 6 resounding slaps were intended for Li Dong, yet the matter was far from settled. The owner of the car glanced around at the individuals seated in the booth and continued speaking. "It is our oversight and management that has disturbed you, gentlemen. Therefore, allow me to treat you to this round of drinks." Although directed at the group, his gaze remained fixated on Li Dong alone. Wang Guan and his companions hastily waved their hands, their bodies rigid with formality. No, boss, you are too kind. This is not your fault. We will pay for our drinks." The car owner maintained a serene smile and playfully nudged them, effectively waiving their bill. "Then we thank you, boss," they replied. After their exchange, Li Dong spoke up, lifting a bottle of liquor in a gesture of toast towards the car owner, then took a sip. The car owner observed this composed student seated before him, growing increasingly fond of him, and inquired, "May I know your name, brother?" "Li Dong," he replied, retrieving a business card from his pocket. The car owner handed it to Li Dong, stating, "Brother Li Dong, here is my card." Li Dong blinked and accepted it. Noting the black background with embossed golden characters, Che Bei, followed by a string of phone numbers. He nodded and casually tucked it into his trouser pocket. Che Bei, feeling slightly apprehensive, added, "Brother Li Dong, how about we connect on WeChat?" Li Dong furrowed his brow, smiled at Che Bei, and then took out his phone. The two exchanged contact information, ensuring future communication. With that settled, Che Bei bowed slightly to the others, wishing them a good time, before departing the booth with his robust companion. As Wang Guan stepped outside, he let out a sigh of relief. The owner of the car truly exuded an air of authority, appearing to be quite an impressive figure. Indeed, Fan Yu also cast a glance in the direction they had departed, noticing the man beside the car owner. He must have been over 6 feet tall, his muscles formidable. "Dongzi, you really have flair." Wang Guan approached and clapped Li Dong on the shoulder. The rest of us were taken aback. "How could you remain so composed? Truly admirable." "Yes." The car owner even handed you his business card and asked for your WeChat. "Does he see potential in you? By the way, Dongzi, you haven't told us yet. What you did earlier was nothing short of miraculous. 1 kick for 1 person. Indeed. You aren't secretly a martial artist, are you?" Li Dong cast a sidelong glance at them. "Indeed, I am the esteemed Wuliang Tianzuan of the Shantian sect." "Oh, spare us." They all retorted in unison. Dismissing the banter, they resumed their boisterous revelry, drinking until past 9 o'clock, relishing the complimentary offerings and the staff's farewells, before stumbling out of the bar in a daze. As Li Dong wandered the streets alone at 9 o'clock, he meandered until he reached the entrance of an alley outside his residential complex. Venturing into the alley, he paused before a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Stepping inside, burdened with packages, Li Dong finally arrived home. It was Saturday, and his father was still busy at the local eatery, leaving the house empty. He set down his belongings, a bundle of dark herbs and a bag filled with red fruits. These items had cost him over 5,000 yuan. The herbs were manageable, but the red fruits alone exceeded 4,000. After boiling a pot of hot water, Li Dong procured a basin and placed all the medicinal herbs from his bag into it, subsequently pouring in the steaming water. The basin was engulfed in a deep, dark hue. This concoction was intended for his father, Li Dashan, to treat his long-standing leg injury, which had solidified over time. Li Dong's current cultivation was insufficient to heal the injury directly through spiritual energy. However, his wealth of knowledge from memory provided him with a suitable remedy for such conditions. The bone recovery powder was particularly appropriate. After steeping for 5 minutes, feeling that the infusion was adequate, Li Dong sighed. "I apologize." With a swift motion, he spat into the basin. He felt a tinge of discomfort at this act, furrowing his brow as he quickly stirred the basin to dilute the saliva floating atop. This saliva was essential, containing Li Dong's spiritual energy. Once prepared, he retrieved several mineral water bottles and meticulously divided the mixture among them. The redwood fruits were pressed with spiritual energy to extract a high-purity juice, which was also stored in the water bottles. As a supplementary herb for cultivation, the redwood fruit was relatively basic. With a stroke of luck, one could find it in the rural mountains surrounding County D. While not rare, it commanded a high price. For it was no ordinary herb, but one imbued with spiritual energy. To the ordinary person, it is merely a remedy for dispelling cold, yet for cultivators, it serves as an elixir that aids in their practice. Especially after being meticulously refined by Li Dong, it holds certain benefits for his cultivation during the qi refinement stage, albeit the effects are not profoundly significant. After everything was prepared, Li Dong placed the vial in his bedroom. At that moment, the sound of a door unlocking echoed from the hall. Li Dashan entered quietly, making his way towards Li Dong's room. He gently pushed the door open, peering through the crack, and inquired, "Son, how has your afternoon of study been?" Chapter 16. The small garden. Li Dashan stepped back from the bedroom as Li Dong picked up a bottle of black medicinal solution and followed him outside. "Dad, this is a remedy I've concocted. It will be beneficial for your foot injury. Please give it a try." Li Dashan glanced at the mineral water bottle in his son's hand, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. "Little Dong, you're thoughtful. But this injury has lingered for years. It no longer concerns me." Clearly, he did not take Li Dong's remedy seriously. "Just give it a try, Dad." It didn't cost much. Unable to resist Li Dong's insistence, Li Dashan settled onto the sofa, allowing Li Dong to pour the solution into a basin. Followed by adding some hot water, Li Dashan removed his socks and placed his visibly deformed left foot into the mixture. After soaking for a while, he felt nothing unusual. Splash! Li Dashan withdrew his foot. "Little Dong, that's enough. Just a bit longer, Dad." Timing it carefully, Li Dong felt it was nearly sufficient and instructed Li Dashan to lift his foot, proceeding to pour out the water. Li Dashan forced a smile, perplexed as to why his son had once again brought up the subject of traditional Chinese medicine. In the monitoring room of 8898, the computer screen displayed a secluded booth in one corner where a young boy sat confidently. Before him, several young men lunged at him one after another, only to be swiftly repelled by a well-placed kick. With a deft click of the mouse, he paused and slowed down the footage. The screen's glow illuminated Che Bei's broad face, furrowed in deep contemplation as he scrutinized the images before him. Behind him stood a towering man, his expression equally grave as he focused on the monitor. After multiple viewings, they began to grasp the prowess of this student, his ability to send opponents flying with a single kick, and the fact that he had dispatched several assailants in quick succession spoke volumes about his formidable leg strength and stability. At his age, possessing such power suggests he has achieved at least a significant level of mastery, the burly man remarked. Che Bei adjusted the footage, pointing at Fan Yu on the screen, and instructed, "Kazi, inquire which school he attends based on his uniform." "Understood," Kazi replied before departing the monitoring room. Che Bei's gaze remained fixed on Li Dong on the screen, his hand rubbing his chin, lost in thought. On Sunday morning at 8 o'clock, upon entering Beau Garden, Li Dong spotted Tang Hua standing outside her building. He waved at her and quickened his pace. Tang Yira had not changed her attire, still clad in the same white shirt and jeans, her face devoid of makeup, showcasing her natural beauty. She seemed to be the type of girl who was not particularly skilled at dressing up and appeared to have a limited wardrobe. The two of them strolled towards the small garden. Upon encountering Li Dong this time, Tang Hua inexplicably felt a wave of delight wash over her. And unlike the previous day, she was considerably more at ease, her demeanor markedly relaxed. Given Tang Yirua's academic prowess, there was little cause for concern regarding the upcoming midterm examination. Dedicating a morning to tutoring Li Dong would scarcely impede her own studies. In the depths of the small garden, there existed a charming arbor adorned with lush green foliage, beneath which sat a stone table accompanied by 4 stone stools. The two settled into the adjacent stools, placing their materials upon the stone table. Li Dong had brought little, merely a notepad and a pen, while Tang Yira came equipped with an array of exercises, as previously arranged through their WeChat conversation. As she perused her past report cards, Tang Yira busied herself with the exercise books on the table, remarking, "Mathematics is relatively your weaker subject. I intend to cover the fundamental concepts with you this morning. Improvements can be swift." Li Dong, seated to Tang Yira's left, turned to observe her earnest expression. Suppressing a smile, it must have been no small feat to identify his comparatively weaker subject, akin to selecting a general from among the short. Unfolding the exercise book, which was densely populated with notes and corrections in red ink, Tang Yira flipped to her highlighted sections, ready to elucidate the material to Li Dong, only to find him gazing at her with a warm smile. "What are you looking at? Focus on the problems," she chided, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze and tapped the exercise book. With her delicate, fair hand, Tang Yira grasped a pen and pinpointed several key problem types to explicate to Li Dong. Li Dong's thoughts, however, were entirely elsewhere. He lifted his gaze, his eyes tenderly tracing the contours of Tang Yira's profile, appreciating the earnestness etched upon the girl's face. Immersed in her studies, Tang Yira became exceedingly focused, her pen gliding across the paper in a flurry of strokes. Her rosy lips moved rhythmically, transforming the mundane equations into lively notes of music. Li Dong, too, was engrossed, intently observing Tang Yira's delicate features. A stray lock of hair slipped from her forehead, and she playfully tucked it back with her fingers, tilting her head to meet Li Dong's unwavering gaze. "Could you please stop looking at me? We have an exam tomorrow." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, a mix of shyness and irritation coursing through her. How could Li Dong be so indiscreet? They had agreed to review together, yet here he was, seated beside her, unabashedly staring, seemingly captivated for an eternity. Was she truly that enchanting? Grasping her pen, Tang Yira felt a swirl of emotions. Shyness, annoyance, and perhaps joy? What a perplexing jumble of feelings. She furrowed her brow, feeling a flush of indignation at her own thoughts. Amidst this tumultuous inner dialogue, Li Dong suddenly made a move. He extended his right hand, and under Tang Yira's bemused gaze, he gently clasped her left hand. You. As her small hand was enveloped in his palm, warmth surged through Tang Yira's cheeks. She was taken aback by Li Dong's audacity. She had never anticipated such a bold gesture. Being a girl of modesty and restraint, she had always maintained a deliberate distance from boys, never having even held hands with a boyfriend. Do not. In that moment, Li Dong rendered Tang Yira's mind a blank canvas. Her large eyes appearing as though they had been drenched in water, her lips quivering, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Soft, tender, and fair, she gathered her small hands, bringing them to her nose for a whiff. Fragrant. Tang Yira, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, attempted to resist a few times, but her struggles were merely symbolic. Ultimately, she ceased to resist, allowing her delicate hand to be held in Li Dong's grasp as he toyed with it, his robust fingers wandering indiscriminately. Li Dong held Tang Yira's hand, examining it meticulously. Tang Yira, constrained by his grip, sat upright. "Is it done yet?" She bit her lower lip, gazing into Li Dong's eyes, which glistened with moisture. As he held her hand, Li Dong lowered his right hand beneath the stone table. Leaning closer to Tang Yira with a smile, "Please, continue." With her hand concealed beneath the table, being caressed by Li Dong, Tang Yira felt a mix of irritation. His intention was to hold her hand throughout their review. Scoundrel, taking advantage. Despite her inner frustration, confronted with Li Dong's smiling visage, she seemed to lose her will to resist. Annoying, bothersome, well, If you listen attentively, just this once, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Li Dong affirmed. Seemingly accustomed to the touch, the blush on Tang Yuo's face gradually faded, and she picked up her pen, resuming her previous explanation. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed Li Dong was deeply engrossed in the calculations she had presented. Observing the boy's earnest expression, she pursed her lips, a trace of laughter flickering in her eyes. Time dripped away. Chapter 17, Money and Soldiers Monday, in the examination hall. Seated at the back, Li Dong received the test paper passed from a classmate in front of him, holding it in his hands and perusing its contents. What on earth are these scribbles? Li Dong furrowed his brow. However, he absorbed information with remarkable speed. Just yesterday, Tang Yuo had tutored him in mathematics, and he made significant progress that even surprised her. Yet, having only studied one subject and with time constraints, achieving rapid improvement remained a formidable challenge. Glancing at the Chinese language test paper in his hands, Li Dong flipped through it anxiously, feeling utterly lost. Li Dong, stop flipping through the paper. Don't disturb your classmates. The homeroom teacher called from the front of the classroom. Humph. Enjoy your moment of pride. Are you flabbergasted now? Is it too difficult for you? After the exam, I shall see how you maintain that arrogance. Casting a glance at Li Dong, Wu Shui turned her attention back to her test paper, a faint smile gracing her lips. This question is of normal difficulty, hardly challenging. Only someone like Li Dong would find it so perplexing. Shaking her head, she scoffed at Li Dong once more before earnestly beginning to tackle the questions. Alas, there was no choice. Time was insufficient, and she had not assisted Li Dong in her Chinese language revision. However, thanks to his advancements in mathematics, Li Dong's performance ought to be considerably improved this time. Turning her head, Tang Yuo also settled into the rhythm of answering questions. With a dismissive sound directed at the homeroom teacher, Li Dong spread his paper flat on the desk and picked up his pen. Fortunately, he possessed a certain flair. That flair coursed through him, ultimately settling in his eyes. He blinked, and a few shimmering golden sparks flickered in Li Dong's gaze. In his previous life, during his cultivation, he was able to comprehend even the most cryptic of spiritual texts with remarkable ease. Under the influence of spiritual energy, tackling a few high school exam papers was a trivial matter for him. Seizing a pen, Li Dong wrote with remarkable speed. Once the morning examination concluded, he sought out Wang Guan, and together they made their way to the school cafeteria for a meal. As they walked, they passed by Tang Yuo. Li Dong affectionately patted her shoulder and greeted her. Tang Yuo pursed her lips, waved at him, and offered a shy yet endearing smile. As the figures of Li Dong and Wang Guan faded into the distance, Wu Shui, standing beside Tang Yuo, scoffed disdainfully. He seems quite carefree. Probably spent the entire morning sleeping at his desk again. Tang Yuo frowned. I helped him review for a long time yesterday. Li Dong was quite earnest. What? Wu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuo, are you two getting so close? I'm not trying to meddle, but what is up with Qinbing? You don't seem to care for him. Yet you're with Li Dong. Tang Yuo halted, casting a cold glance at Wu Shui. Who I choose to associate with is my own affair, and I do not require your concern. Wu Shui's face flushed with indignation. She clearly did not expect such a response from Tang Yuo. Unappreciative. She huffed angrily, casting a scornful glance at Tang Yuo's back. Her resentment towards Li Dong only deepened. In the bustling cafeteria, Li Dong collected 2 steamed buns, a meat dish, and a vegetable dish. Carrying his tray to the table that he and Wang Guan had previously occupied, and began to eat heartily. Before long, Wang Guan approached, carrying a bowl of noodles, and took a seat opposite Li Dong. They occupied a table meant for 4, each sitting across from the other, with an empty seat beside them. With 2 more subjects to endure in the afternoon, they felt quite miserable. As Wang Guan mumbled complaints to Li Dong, the noodles still lingering in his mouth, Li Dong merely chuckled in response. After a morning of hunger, the two devoured their meal with haste. Suddenly, the noise from the crowd nearby seemed to dissipate all at once, plunging the previously bustling atmosphere into an unexpected silence. Li Dong and Wang Guan looked up. A young man stood beside the now voiceless throng, holding a tray filled with a rice dish. He was of modest height, approximately 1.75 meters, with slick-back hair. Dressed in a fitted black shirt and tailored black shorts, his feet adorned with black sandals. Although his appearance was unremarkable, his attire was immaculate and well-considered, lending him a certain charm. On his left wrist, he wore an expensive Longines watch, the sole adornment that spoke volumes of his affluent background. The people around him instinctively moved aside, their gazes tinged with a hint of trepidation. Why was he in the cafeteria? Who knows? Enough talk. Let us finish our meal and leave. They whispered among themselves. The young man in the black shirt stood in the aisle, surveying his surroundings with the tray in hand, ultimately fixating his gaze on Li Dong. Striding confidently towards them, he prompted fellow students to part ways, drawing their attention. Who was the one seated? That's Li Dong. The one who wagered on a basketball game with Gung Tai 2 days prior. Oh, him. No wonder. This is meant to give Gung Tai some recognition. A crowd of onlookers stole glances in their direction, whispering and chattering amongst themselves. The boy in the black shirt approached the table of Li Dong and Wang Guan, glancing at the tense and downcast Wang Guan, then turning to the calm Li Dong, who was quietly nibbling on a steamed bun. He pointed to the empty seat beside Wang Guan and cheerfully inquired, "May I sit here?" Without raising his head, Li Dong broke his bun into small pieces and replied, "There's no one here, go ahead." The boy in the black shirt placed his tray on the table and settled beside Wang Guan, who appeared visibly tense and somewhat awkward. The boy turned his head, glanced at Wang Guan, chuckled softly, and then fixed his gaze on Li Dong. "You played well." Upon hearing this, Li Dong smirked, unable to suppress a smile, and then dipped a piece of bun into the soup on his tray. He raised his head, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he looked at the boy in black. "How do you intend to give Gung Tai a leg up, Qian Bing?" In the noisy cafeteria, this particular area seemed to be separated by an invisible wall. The crowd kept their distance, lips pressed together, seemingly reluctant to engage in further conversation, eager to finish their meals and depart. "How do you intend to give Gung Tai a leg up, Qian Bing?" At the table, Li Dong regarded Qian Bing with a hint of amusement on his face. Qian Bing met his gaze directly, his smile fading as he leaned forward, resting his arms on the table and drawing closer to Li Dong, his voice low and measured. "He lacks the skill to surpass others. Losing to you is only to be expected." Li Dong studied him for a moment. Then, after dipping another piece of bun soaked in soup into his mouth, chewed thoughtfully before swallowing. "You're not the type to take things lightly, are you?" Qian Bing smiled. "You may not know me well." With that, he picked up a spoon and began to eat his rice bowl. Wang Guan, seated nearby, listened to their conversation with increasing discomfort. Qian Bing could easily perceive this, so he took a few more bites before placing his spoon down. He rested his hand on Wang Guan's shoulder, feeling him shiver slightly. Qian Bing offered a reassuring pat while his gaze remained fixed on Li Dong. "You are asking for money, not a kneecap. You are not foolish." Li Dong glanced at Wang Guan but remained silent. Noticing Li Dong's lack of response, Qian Bing exhaled lightly, patted Wang Guan's shoulder a few more times, then withdrew his hand, leaning forward with an intense gleam in his eyes. He raised his arm, palm open, 5 fingers upright before Li Dong. "I will give you 50,000. Stay away from Tang Yura." Wang Guan lifted his gaze to Li Dong, his brows slightly furrowing. Not far away, Tang Yura alone noticed the unfolding situation. Upon seeing Qian Bing approach Li Dong, a wave of concern washed over her. Her brows knitted together as her fingers trembled slightly around her chopsticks. At that moment, she observed Qian Bing suddenly spread his palm towards Li Dong, uttering something. The distance rendered her unable to hear, but instinctively, she felt a surge of anxiety, watching Li Dong with an inexplicable expression in her eyes. Chapter 18. The fly. Li Dong regarded the 5 fingers positioned before him, peering through the gaps to glimpse Qian Bing behind them. Qian Bing maintained a serene expression, his eyes devoid of turbulence. After a prolonged silence, Li Dong raised his own hand, fingers spread wide, slowly moving it towards Qian Bing's outstretched palm. In Qian Bing's calm gaze, a hint of amusement and a sense of conquest emerged. In this world, there exists nothing that cannot be achieved through wealth. This is the creed adhered to by Qian Bing, a principle that has proven unfailingly effective. He instructed the school team member, Gung Tai, to seek out Li Dong's vulnerabilities, leading to a wager on a basketball game, during which Gung Tai nearly sacrificed his knee. However, despite Li Dong's arrogance and disdain, the moment he resorted to monetary means to protect his knee, he unveiled his inherent weakness, his impoverishment. This starkly illustrates the disparity between the two. Yet, unbeknownst to Qian Bing, he overlooked a crucial detail. Zhao De, driven by fear, had concealed much regarding the ambush from that day, claiming instead that he merely received a kick while allowing Li Dong to escape. The act of injuring an individual and fleeing is fundamentally different from causing a multitude to scatter in disarray. At this juncture, Qian Bing remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on Li Dong's hand, which inched closer, poised for a fateful connection. The The calm facade on his face could no longer mask the exhilaration and intrigue bubbling within him. Just as their hands were about to meet, Li Dong's hand abruptly halted. He locked eyes with Qian Bing, then abruptly lifted his hand, grasped something, and returned it to Qian Bing's view, as if to showcase it. Li Dong's grip was not firm. A space remained between his fingers, allowing a buzzing sound to resonate as something flitted about in his hand. A fly. Addressing the insect, yet maintaining his focus on Qian Bing, Li Dong remarked with irritation. Buzzing incessantly, how bothersome. Releasing his grip, the fly took flight. Beside Qian Bing, Wang Guan stifled a smile. Li Dong then rapped his knuckles on the table, turning to Wang Guan with a simple directive. Let us go. Wang Guan promptly nodded, having already finished his meal. The confrontation between the two individuals made it impossible for him to abandon Li Dong, so he remained seated in companionship. As they rose, Li Dong and Wang Guan did not spare a glance at Qian Bing, departing directly. Not far away, Tang Yiruo witnessed the unfolding scene. Observing how Li Dong's hand edged closer to Qian Bing's, as if they were about to unite in a silent agreement. Suddenly, she raised her hand and playfully shook it at Qian Bing, as if teasing him. A smile broke forth from her lips, her face adorned with a blush that revealed her captivating charm. After a moment, a sweet smile graced her features as she delicately picked up a piece of cool potato, savoring it with a meticulous chew, though her expression suggested she was indulging in honey rather than a mere tuber. Qian Bing gazed at the vacant seat left by Li Dong, his demeanor remaining stoic, betraying no emotional shift. Those around him cast furtive glances, yet he remained indifferent, exuding a sense of resilience. After a brief pause, he uttered 4 words before casually picking up a spoon and eating from his plate of rice. He had anticipated that if Li Dong was willing to humiliate himself to request 20,000 from Geng Tai, then the 50,000 he offered would surely compel Li Dong to submit. This Li Dong truly was quite audacious. With this thought, Qian Bing allowed himself a casual smile. Tang Yiruo was a possession he could never relinquish. A woman of such caliber was meant for him alone. As for Li Dong, he should step aside. Courtesy would no longer suffice. It was time for power to assert itself. As Qian Bing continued his meal, Geng Tai approached with a tray in hand. Standing beside Qian Bing, his demeanor somewhat awkward as he lowered his head and addressed him. Bingo, you're here. Qian Bing lifted his head and gazed at Geng Tai's face, revealing a warm smile as he gently patted his arm. Don't just stand there, take a seat. Geng Tai placed the plate he had been holding onto the table and sat down beside Qian Bing, occupying the spot where Wang Guan had just been. Brother Bing. About that fellow Li Dong, Geng Tai inquired, having witnessed the recent events. Qian Bing, lightly tapping the edge of his plate with a spoon, displayed no discernible emotion in his eyes. You are right. He is indeed quite unpredictable. He raised the spoon in his hand, gesturing for Geng Tai to refrain from delving further into the topic. Geng Tai fell silent. He was taller and more robust than Qian Bing, and this disparity became even more apparent when they were seated together. Yet, Geng Tai's presence paled in comparison to Qian Bing's commanding aura. He hunched slightly, hesitating to speak. Brother Bing, I truly did not foresee what happened the day before yesterday, that Li Dong. Qian Bing straightened up, slowly turning his head to meet Geng Tai's gaze. Geng Tai's eyelids fluttered. It is not your fault. Li Dong concealed himself too well, Qian Bing remarked. And then, as if suddenly recollecting something, he smiled. By the way, I will transfer that 20,000 to you. With that, he reached for his pocket to retrieve his phone. No, Brother Bing, Geng Tai quickly interjected. This money is not yours to give. The bet was mine. But it was I who asked you to handle it. Qian Bing chuckled. If it's for you, then I have nothing to say, Geng Tai replied hastily. Qian Bing fixed his gaze on Geng Tai, the warmth in his eyes gradually fading, his smile replaced by a somber expression, transforming his demeanor significantly. He leaned closer to Geng Tai, his voice now laced with a chilling edge and an aggressive undertone. Is that so? Geng Tai stood tall and rigid, his gaze wavering under Qian Bing's intense scrutiny. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Yes, Bingo. You must listen to me, Geng Tai. Qian Bing's unwavering stare seemed to exert an invisible pressure. Of course, a moment of silence ensued. For several seconds, Qian Bing held Geng Tai's gaze before he extended his hand and gave a firm pat on Geng Tai's shoulder. Good brother, let us eat. We have matters to attend to this afternoon, and I need your assistance. A radiant smile blossomed on Qian Bing's face as he turned, his thoughts seemingly consumed by the meal before him. All right. Geng Tai nodded hastily, a hint of panic as he grabbed his chopsticks. Subsequently, Qian Bing and Geng Tai engaged in casual conversation, deliberately omitting any mention of Li Dong. After the afternoon examination concluded, in the third-floor men's restroom, a bespectacled, refined young man wore a crestfallen expression. Before him, Qian Bing placed a hand on his shoulder, causing the young man to flinch, yet he remained still, too intimidated to move. Behind him stood Geng Tai and another burly man. Qian Bing's hand on the young man's shoulder gave a reassuring pat, and the restroom was devoid of anyone else but the four of them. Qian Bing leaned in closer, locking eyes with the young man. "You seem quite self-righteous." Class leaderly shivered. "During the examination, when I called for you, you pretended not to hear me, didn't you?" Class monitor Li bit his lip. "Qian Bing, you. He reached up with his hand and pinched Li's delicate cheek, then began to slap his face, each blow more forceful than the last. With a resounding smack, Li's head tilted, his glasses flying to the ground, and he bowed his head, on the verge of tears. "Don't you dare shout. Do you hear me?" Qian Bing cast a cold glance at class monitor Li before turning away and walking off. Geng Tai and another henchman approached, menacingly pushing Li against the wall, commencing a brutal barrage of punches and kicks. Qian Bing, with his back turned to the unfolding scene, was enveloped in the sounds of the beating and Li's suppressed cries. He pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it. Taking a drag, Qian Bing squinted through the haze, his gaze landing on a fly perched on the restroom door. Chapter 19. The knockdown. Li Dong opened the unit door and stepped into the corridor, where a shrill voice reached his ears, leaving him somewhat exasperated. "Xiaoran, your Uncle Zhang is asking for you." "It's fine. There are a few difficult points in math. Many classmates are complaining, but I think it's manageable." "Xiaoran, don't be conceited, hee. Oh, how wonderful it would be if my little Dong could possess the same capabilities as Xiaoran." The voices grew increasingly closer, and as Li Dong leaned out from the staircase, he was greeted by an all-too-familiar sight. Hearing the footsteps, the three turned in unison to see Li Dong, with Aunt Zhang smiling first. "Xiaodong, how did the exam go?" Placing her hand on her son's shoulder, Aunt Zhang's smile held a hint of concealed pride. "Ah, fortunately. You rascal, with such a remark, you are surely doomed," Li Dashan exclaimed. Guo Xiaoran adjusted his glasses, glanced at Li Dong, and cast a disdainful look, his expression rather subtle. What else could Li Dong say, besides being perfunctory? "Alas, that lad." Li Dashan shot him a fierce glare. Li Dong lowered his head slightly and listened calmly. "You brat." Li Dashan was genuinely exasperated, repeating the same word over and over. Bang. Li Dong sighed. "Haven't I already said? The exam went reasonably well." "Reasonably well? How so?" Li Dashan looked at his son, nudging him. "Come on, give your father a hint. Do you feel a sense of improvement?" "Yes, there is progress," Li Dong nodded. "With such confidence, that's good. When the results come out, let us not say too much. If you can advance 10 places in your class, it would bring some pride to your father, and I wouldn't have to feel intimidated in front of Aunt Zhang." Li Dong smiled. Still smiling, "You little rascal." After maintaining a stern expression for quite some time, Li Dashan could no longer contain himself and finally broke into laughter. Dongzi, the class leader of Class 6, Li Fenglu, was beaten up yesterday after school. Early in the morning, as Li Dong entered the classroom, Wang Guan approached him and whispered, "Qian Bing?" Li Dong inquired, knowing Qian Bing was from Class 6. "That's right." Wang Guan glanced around, noticing the classmates were chattering amongst themselves, evidently discussing the incident. It seemed that the matter had been resolved overnight. Li Fenglu's parents agreed to a reconciliation, and the situation had calmed down. Li Dong perked up his ears, catching snippets of conversation from his peers. Alas, Qian Bing has gotten into trouble again. It is said that Li Fenglu did not lend his answers during the examination, which has led to his current predicament. What harm could it have caused to let him take a glance? Alas, he has suffered a beating, and the matter has been suppressed. Indeed, Li Fenglu hails from a formidable family. His father is a rather influential businessman, and ultimately, he must acquiesce to a settlement. Yet, can one's dominance rival that of Qian Bing's family? Poor Li Fenglu, now lying in a hospital bed. As the conversation unfolded, several gazes shifted towards Li Dong, their eyes reflecting a sense of foreboding. After all, Qian Bing is Qian Bing. Given the deep-seated enmity between the two parties, it is inevitable that Qian Bing will seek retribution against Li Dong. It is merely a matter of time. Wang Guan observed Li Dong, concern etched in his expression. "Dongzi, what do you think about this situation?" Li Dong waved his hand dismissively, retrieving his books from his backpack. Li Fenglu merely served as a pretext. Qianbing is leveraging this incident as a warning. He is certainly aware that just yesterday, Li Dong had rejected Qianbing's offer of 50,000 yuan. And by the afternoon, Qianbing orchestrated this incident, subsequently throwing money at the problem. Li Dong chuckled inwardly. Does Qianbing believe this tactic will prove effective against him? Has Zhao not revealed the truth out of fear? Very well, I shall await your move. Li Dong extracted a thermos from the side pocket of his backpack, twisting the lid open to reveal a pale red liquid within. This is a concoction of redwood fruit essence, a cultivation elixir. Its effectiveness in absorbing and transforming spiritual energy is decent, albeit not entirely suited to Li Dong's current cultivation state. Nevertheless, it offers some benefit. After all, it is a relatively low-grade spiritual herb, and its consumption is not substantial. A single thermos filled with drinking water, to which merely a few drops of redwood fruit juice are added, suffices. Gazing at the faintly red water in the cup, Li Dong lifted it to his lips and took a sip. After quenching his thirst, he casually placed the thermos on the bench beside him. Raising his eyes to survey his surroundings, he noticed the pebbled path ahead, bordered by tranquil grass and trees. Having finished school in the afternoon, Li Dong had come to the park seeking a serene spot to cultivate for a while. With his elbows resting on his knees and hands clasped together, he leaned slightly forward, attuning himself to the circulation of spiritual energy within, his gaze drifting to the pebbled path, gradually losing focus. As dusk descended, the streetlights flickered to life. A group of young individuals clad in white training uniforms approached with a lively chatter, halting on the path before Li Dong. They set their speaker on the ground, switching it on to release a soft melody. In harmony with the music, under the guidance of an elderly gentleman, the group began to practice their movements, pushing hands left and right. Are they performing a square dance? Li Dong lowered his head, returning to his practice. As the white-clad individuals continued, more spectators gathered around, their numbers steadily increasing. The onlookers either crossed their arms or perched children on their shoulders, observing the group. Particularly the elder at the forefront, whose expression seemed contemplative. Ah, Master Lu is here again. Indeed, a master is a master. Every time I watch Master Lu train his disciples, I glean a great deal of insight. Master Lu must have reached a state of complete perfection by now. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it is far beyond that. The realm of great perfection has persisted for a considerable duration. Perhaps with another year or so of diligent practice, one could ascend to the early stages of the yellow tier. Among his disciples, several have already achieved the great circulation and are nearing the great perfection themselves. Should they ascend to the ranks of yellow tier masters, they would undoubtedly become highly sought after. Serving as a bodyguard for a prominent figure or taking on the role of a protector within a distinguished family could yield an annual income in the millions, ensuring a life free from financial worries. However, we are mere mortals, lacking such prowess. It is best not to covet their achievements. Alas, with a wife, children, a house, and a car, one must reflect on how to navigate one's own existence. As he contemplated, the elder at the forefront, exuding an air of tranquility and transcendence, waved his hand. A gentle gust of wind surged forth, shattering a drifting green leaf in midair, scattering its remnants into the breeze. Applause erupted from the surrounding crowd. Li Dong lifted his gaze, his eyes cutting through the throng to fixate on the elder. Was there spiritual energy? At that moment, a young man, brimming with vitality, joyfully mimicked the elder's gestures. Due to the overwhelming crowd, he sidled up next to Li Dong, their legs briefly brushing against one another. The youth turned, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Li Dong, noting the school uniform he wore, and barked, "Kid, move aside." Chapter 20, Master? Kid, move aside. Sun Xiaofeng frowned at Li Dong, reprimanding him. Li Dong appeared oblivious, his attention still captured by the elder in the front row. The elder had emanated a faint hint of spiritual energy. Though insubstantial and nearly imperceptible, it was genuine spiritual energy, marking Li Dong's first encounter with someone who had cultivated such a force in this world. Upon overhearing the discussions of those around him and drawing upon the memories of his previous life, Li Dong recalled that prior to the widespread acceptance of cultivation, practitioners adhered to a different, albeit lower, hierarchical classification system. This system comprised the stages of small heavenly cycle, great heavenly cycle, great perfection, yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. With this understanding, Li Dong developed an interest in the group before him, extending his spiritual energy beyond his body to traverse the air. Among this assembly of approximately 30 individuals clad in white training attire, There was an elderly man who had attained the great perfection stage, along with 4 or 5 youths who had reached the great heavenly cycle stage. The remaining members barely qualified for the small heavenly cycle. As Li Dong pondered this, he was interrupted by the displeasure of Chen Xiaolu, who had bumped into him. Is this little brat daft? Or is he merely feigning ignorance? I am speaking to you. Child, move aside and take a look at what we are doing. Chen Xiaolu exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. We are cultivating. Is it customary to engage in conversation while cultivating? Li Dong remained unmoved, observing him with an air of indifference. What a lack of composure. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Chen Xiaolu retorted, inciting further agreement from those around him. Noticing the rising tension, the other disciples ceased their activities, gathering around Chen Xiaolu and encircling Li Dong while pointing at him. This group exhibited a strong sense of camaraderie. With his fellow disciples rallying to his side, Chen Xiaolu's posture straightened considerably, and his gaze toward Li Dong was laced with disdain. You're not even a cultivator, yet you dare to confront someone of the small heavenly cycle stage? What an insufferable, ignorant fool. The student seated on the bench found himself encircled, drawing the attention and murmurs of the surrounding tourists. He pondered the absurdity of confronting such a formidable group of practitioners. Indeed, Master Lu's disciples were not only tightly knit, but also possessed a fierce tenacity. This young man was fated for misfortune. Alas, how could he lack such perceptiveness? The crowd whispered, expressing sympathy for Li Dong while simultaneously deeming him somewhat oblivious to the circumstances. Listen closely, this is my final warning. Step aside and do not hinder our cultivation, Chen Xiaolu declared with unwavering confidence. With or without his entourage of senior brothers, he believed he could easily handle 2 or 3 high school students with his own modest prowess. Those who had the privilege of studying under Master Lu were undoubtedly gifted individuals. Otherwise, they would not have attained the realms of minor or even major Zhou Tian at such a young age. With their formidable strength as a foundation, pride naturally followed. His fellow disciples remained silent, merely inching closer to Li Dong, their eyes wide as they exerted pressure upon him. What if I refuse? Li Dong replied, calm and composed. Then do not blame me. Chen Xiaolu sneered, taking a step forward to intimidate Li Dong. Xiaofeng. All the disciples turned, bowing slightly in acknowledgement of the voice. Master. Master Lu approached, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of authority. As he drew nearer, all disciples parted to make way. Was Master Lu preparing to intervene? Surely, he would not stoop to quarreling with a mere student. Accepting the respectful bows of his disciples, Master Lu approached Li Dong, who sat motionless on the bench. He addressed the young man. Might I trouble you for a moment? The words, though polite, carried an air of command as Master Lu stood rigidly before Li Dong. His hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting an expression of indifference, and his tone was rather brusque. He showed no concern for the throng of disciples encircling Li Dong, as if he had no intention of intervening. This statement was, in essence, a directive. Li Dong leaned back against the chair, showing no inclination to rise. I am seated here. Your concerns are of no relevance to me. The words sparked an uproar among the onlookers. How could this young student speak so insolently? Such audacity was shocking. Did he not recognize Master Lu? Alas, he had surely offended the esteemed master deeply, and such public disrespect would not go unpunished. The gathered spectators shook their heads, deeming Li Dong a reckless fool. Meanwhile, Master Lu's disciples, incensed by Li Dong's remarks, surged forward in anger. How dare you speak like that? Apologize to our master. Yes, apologize. If you refuse, you shall not leave today. Li Dong chuckled inwardly at their threats. Not apologizing would prevent him from leaving? Were these cultivators or mere ruffians? Master Lu raised his arms, intervening to quell his disciples, who gradually simmered down but continued to glare at Li Dong with indignation. The nearby spectators, sensing the shift in tension, fell silent, eager to observe how Master Lu would respond. Hush, let us see what Master Lu has to say. Master Lu gazed at Li Dong, his eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure, yet it quickly subsided. He surmised that the reason this young student spoke to him in such a manner was due to his ignorance of the profound realm he, Lu Feng, had attained as a cultivator. Indeed, the uninformed often display a fearless audacity. Master Lu flicked his sleeves and cleared his throat, his voice resonating with an air of transcendence and compassion. Young friend, I have traversed the world for many years and have yet to encounter someone as reckless as you. However, since you do not recognize me, I shall not hold it against you. His disciples, upon hearing their master's words, displayed expressions of genuine admiration. The onlookers were equally moved, exclaiming in awe at the master's magnanimity. Indeed, Master Lu has reached the pinnacle of perfection. How could he stoop to the level of this child? The young boy, with limited experience, stood before the venerable Master Lu, nearly bursting with incredulity. Child, how old are you to dare come here and feign superiority over an elder? Perhaps lost in the reverie of his own dignified presence, Master Lu faced Li Dong, dramatically sweeping his sleeve as he proclaimed, I am Lu Feng, of the Great Perfection Realm. A wave of gasps arose from the crowd. Although they were already aware of Master Lu's status, hearing it uttered from his own lips evoked an undeniable shock. As his words settled, Master Lu stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance, utterly indifferent to Li Dong, his countenance remaining impassive, seemingly unaffected by the envious gazes of onlookers. Well, and what now? After witnessing Master Lu's performance, Li Dong displayed little reaction and merely asked a question. The typically calm and composed Master Lu finally narrowed his eyes, expecting that by revealing his profound understanding, this elementary student would exhibit a face full of reverence. To his surprise, this young lad was audacious enough to challenge him. Did he not comprehend the significance of the term great perfection in this small D county? Master Lu furrowed his brow, dismissively thinking, where did this country bumpkin come from? With that thought, he flicked his sleeve and turned away, presenting Li Dong with an ethereal silhouette. Xiaofeng, see this young friend off, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the onlookers shifted from astonishment to pity. This young man was indeed kicking against an iron plate. After all, Master Lu was a master. The youth's experience and strength were worlds apart, yet he insisted on challenging him. Could it be that this lad was unaware of the meaning behind great perfection? Amidst the murmurs, Li Dong looked at the pretentious Master Lu and nearly burst into laughter. Was it about to come to blows? Sun Xiaofeng, standing nearby, had long harbored an aversion towards Li Dong. With the master's command ringing in his ears, he strode forward decisively, mimicking Master Lu's demeanor. Sun Xiaofeng flicked his sleeve and raised his hands, cupping his fists as he proclaimed loudly, Sun Xiaofeng, small Zhou realm. Feeling the gaze of the tourists upon him, Sun Xiaofeng reveled in the attention, his ego swelling with pride. Riding on this wave of self-satisfaction, he let out a cold laugh and reached out, intending to grasp Li Dong's shoulder. Slap! Li Dong raised his hand and firmly grasped Sun Xiaofeng's wrist, causing his smile to gradually stiffen. Chapter 21. Come, remain unmoved. Li Dong observed Sun Xiaofeng's face turning crimson, a faint smile appearing on his own. Indeed, what was this situation? Could this young man also be a practitioner? It became clear that Sun Xiaofeng, with his minor celestial realm, was being held firmly, indicating he must possess some considerable strength. No wonder this young lad exuded such confidence. It turned out he was a hidden gem. The onlooking tourists were astonished by this sudden turn of events, expressing their surprise in hushed tones. Behind Sun Xiaofeng, his fellow disciples were equally bewildered, wondering what had transpired with him. They glanced at Li Dong's composed visage, taking in his youthful appearance and oversized school uniform, struggling to comprehend how such a high school student could also be a cultivator, and one whose prowess surpassed that of Sun Xiaofeng. As they watched Sun Xiaofeng grappling with Li Dong, they couldn't help but clench their fists, as if they were the ones exerting force. Master Lu, with his back to them and hands clasped behind him, had initially appeared to be in a state of serene detachment, his eyes closed. Despite his somewhat questionable demeanor, he maintained an air of authority with remarkable composure. However, upon hearing the murmurs around him and the gritted teeth of Sun Xiaofeng behind him, Master Lu furrowed his brow, unable to quell his curiosity. He opened his eyes and turned around, only to be met with a scene that rendered his expression grave. Master Lu fixed his gaze upon Li Dong, momentarily lingering on the hand that gripped Sun Xiaofeng's wrist, gradually narrowing his eyes. To his surprise, the young man possessed remarkable skills, having achieved the great cycle at such a tender age. No wonder he held himself with such audacity. It appeared he had some foundation to back it up. With this realization, Master Lu understood that this elementary student harbored a certain level of capability, attempting to play the role of a cunning fox. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong adversary. As a renowned practitioner in the region, the setback of his disciple also reflected poorly on him, and Master Lu would not permit such a situation to unfold. He was prepared to take action. Sun Xiaofeng's emotions transcended mere shock at this point. No matter how forcefully he struggled, his wrist remained immovable, held firmly by Li Dong's steady grip, which seemed effortless. It felt as though his arm were welded to the wall. Just as Sun Xiaofeng's face began to turn a shade of purple, Master Lu's calm voice drifted from behind him. This time, the master's words did not provide a sense of reassurance. Instead, they nearly provoked a fit of rage. Upon uttering his statement, Master Lu seemed to sense a hint of awkwardness in his words, cleared his throat, stepped closer to Li Dong, and attempted to amend his earlier remark. I had no idea that this young friend had reached the great cycle. Your previous silence suggests a desire to remain inconspicuous. Only to astonish us all, Li Dong maintained his grip, slowly lifting his gaze past the fidgeting Sun Xiaofeng, regarding Master Lu with indifference, observing him as he chattered away. Lost in his own thoughts, seeing Li Dong's continued silence, Master Lu felt a surge of irritation, his tone growing somber. Since you possess such remarkable prowess, do not torment my disciple any further. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a familiar habit resurfaced. Gazing ahead with an air of pride, Master Lu proclaimed, "How about a sparring match?" The crowd buzzed with excitement, gasping in anticipation. Master Lu is finally going to make his move. Despite the young man's attainment of the great circulation realm, could he truly withstand even a single strike from a genuine master? After all, he had provoked Master Lu, disrespecting his dignity. Enough chatter. Watch closely, for you might glean something valuable. Upon hearing their master's words, the white-clad disciples exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to Li Dong, their eyes reflecting a peculiar understanding, akin to observing a fallen stray dog. This group, with their limited mastery, merely boasted slightly superior physical abilities compared to ordinary individuals. Against mere passers-by, they might demonstrate commendable strength. Yet, their master, Lu Feng, was a true expert at the pinnacle of perfection, having transcended the cultivation of spiritual energy to an extraordinary level. They had witnessed the consequences of their master's intervention firsthand. Previously, he had effortlessly shattered a leaf from afar, a mere child's play. When truly engaged, even facing a dozen armed adults, he moved as if through an uninhabited realm. Yet here stood the student, compelling Master Lu to intervene personally for a lesson. Such a situation could only be described with 8 words: utterly ignorant and unappreciative of the gravity of the matter. "What say you?" Master Lu inquired, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent. Li Dong glanced at Master Lu and, with a casual wave of his hand, pushed Sun Xiaofeng forward. He exerted no force. Master Lu raised his hand to catch him steadily, gripping his clothing and spinning him around before placing him beside him. Sun Xiaofeng rubbed his wrist, casting a glance at his master's imposing figure, which instantly put him at ease. He looked at the young man seemingly glued to the bench, and all the previous shock and fear appeared to vanish. "Young man, prepare to be punished. Come on," Li Dong said lightly. However, despite his words, he showed no intention of engaging, remaining seated with his hands on his knees, utterly lacking the tension and caution one would expect when facing a master. Master Lu, witnessing this demeanor, felt quite displeased and took a step closer to Li Dong. "Young man, having strength is commendable, but do not let it lead to arrogance. Remember, in this vast world, there is always someone stronger beyond the horizon." Li Dong did not respond to Master Lu's admonition. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, smiled, and beckoned him. "Come on." His expression and tone were akin to teasing a dog. Alas, how boastful. This young man was insufferably arrogant. Perhaps today's encounter would serve as a lesson to temper his sharpness. Tourists marveled at Li Dong's audacity, and even those who had been surprised by his abilities now harbored no goodwill towards him. Humph. Hearing Li Dong's words, Master Lu trembled with anger. Finally pushed to the brink, and without a thought for maintaining his dignified composure, reached out to pat Li Dong on the shoulder. He had offered Li Dong an opportunity, yet Li Dong declined. Thus, he could not be blamed for taking the initiative. With such audacity displayed by de Zhou Tian, could he not handle it? As Master Lu made his move, the surrounding air seemed to quiver slightly, prompting his disciples behind him to smirk. Their master was genuinely enraged, resolved to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Notably, Sun Xiaofeng's eyes glinted with a sinister light as he regarded Li Dong. Let him be arrogant. What was de Zhou Tian worth in the presence of a master at the Grand Completion realm? Sun Xiaofeng grinned widely, his face devoid of restraint, relishing the prospect of this young man experiencing a taste of reality. Master Lu's palm descended with both steadiness and speed, leaving the onlookers bewildered, unable to discern the trajectory of the attack. As Master Lu's hand approached Li Dong's shoulder, a surge of disdain welled up within him. Indeed, he was merely an arrogant junior. Despite this young man's de Zhou Tian realm, He could not conjure any tricks in the face of Master Lu's grand completion prowess. Reflecting on his current state, Master Lu shook his head. In his old age, he found himself easily provoked, engaging in a serious confrontation with such a brash youth. The wind from his palm howled, yet Li Dong did not flinch. Master Lu felt a sense of contempt, as expected. The complete suppression of strength left this young man unable to keep pace, too slow to react. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted Master Lu's reverie. His assault was abruptly halted as a hand seized his wrist, rendering him immobile. The palm shifted slightly, guiding Master Lu's arm aside, revealing the youthful visage behind. A playful smile graced Li Dong's lips as he observed Master Lu, remarking, "You two truly are a master and disciple." In Chapter 22, Nonsense, Master Lu's confident assault was effortlessly interrupted by Li Dong, leaving him in a predicament of indecision. How familiar this scene felt. As Master Lu beheld the smile of the youth before him, his astonishment deepened. How could it be? How could he keep pace with my speed? Yet, as he exerted every ounce of strength, he found his arm remained immovable, and his astonishment morphed into panic. This was no longer a matter of speed. What? The disciples behind Master Lu gasped in disbelief, covering their mouths. Their master, the accomplished Master Lu, was actually being restrained by this young lad? "Master, surely you are not using your full strength," one exclaimed. Indeed, Master must be holding back against this boy. They could not fathom that their revered mentor would be outmatched by such a youth. It was inconceivable. Am I seeing things? Master Lu's wrist is seized by this young man? Unbelievable. Could it truly be that Master Lu is not his opponent? Surely, he must be holding back. The murmurs of the onlookers pierced Master Lu's ears, no longer sweet honey to his pride, but rather sharp needles to his face. He clenched his teeth, unceremoniously stamping his feet upon the ground, straining to pull his arm back. Yet, it seemed as if his wrist were firmly anchored in Li Dong's grasp. While Li Dong appeared to be firmly seated upon the bench, Li Dong regarded the flustered Master Lu with an indifferent gaze, remaining silent. At this juncture, it became evident to all present, Master Lu was no match for this student. Had they not seen the beads of sweat forming on the master's brow? Panting heavily, Master Lu cast a resentful glance at Li Dong. After catching his breath for a moment, he resumed his struggle, tugging at his arm once more. Just as everyone wondered whether he could indeed break free, Master Lu's desperate movements abruptly ceased. With a sudden step forward, he swung his other arm towards Li Dong. His index and middle fingers extended in a menacing thrust directed at Li Dong's eyes. It became apparent that this was merely a ruse to distract Li Dong while he attempted to strike unexpectedly with his other hand. Witnessing this maneuver, particularly the assault aimed directly at Li Dong's eyes, left the onlookers in stunned silence. Was this not a tad too ruthless? After all, Li Dong was merely holding his wrist and had not targeted any other part of his body. Yet, Master Lu had chosen to launch a direct attack on his eyeballs. What sort of behavior was this? His disciples, observing their master's audacious tactic, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Surely, the master only intended to force this young man back, did he not? Upon witnessing Master Lu's sudden and aggressive move towards his own eyes, Li Dong's expression darkened. Finally, he sprang into action. With a swift motion, he lifted his arm, hoisting Master Lu into the air, wrist still firmly in his grasp. The closest individual, Sun Xiaofeng, let out an exclamation and abruptly sat down on the ground. My goodness! The crowd, startled, took a step back, completely thrown off by the spectacle before them. They had never witnessed such an event. At that moment, Master Lu found himself in the most unfortunate predicament. His fingers, which were not far from Li Dong, had led him to believe that if he could just make the boy dodge, he would have an opportunity to extricate himself. However, all he saw was the sudden chill on the boy's face, and then he was lifted off the ground. He felt as if the world was spinning, and everyone around him seemed to topple over. Sweat streamed down Master Lu's forehead. As Li Dong propelled Master Lu to the apex of his ascent, he swiftly brought his arm forward. Master Lu's disciples instinctively retreated, creating a clear space. With a resounding thud, Master Lu crashed onto the ground, sliding several meters forward. Every part of his body ached, feeling as though it had been dislocated, and he lay on the ground, groaning in agony, stars dancing before his eyes. However, Master Lu only suffered from bruises and minor pains. There were no fractures, for Li Dong had exerted no real force and had controlled the impact during the fall. Otherwise, he could have easily ended Master Lu's life. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, utterly astonished. Was this person some sort of superhuman? They gazed in disbelief as Li Dong effortlessly lifted Master Lu with a single arm, wondering at the sheer strength of that limb. Such a feat was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an average practitioner. To render Master Lu completely defenseless, this young man must be of a remarkable caliber. As this thought crossed their minds, they turned their attention to the refined youth encircled in the center, their expressions becoming dazed. A voice murmured involuntarily, Huangjia. Indeed, this young man is at least at the initial stage of the yellow rank. It is no wonder that he remains unfazed in the face of the provocations from Master Lu and his companions. It is truly astonishing to witness a yellow rank master in action, and so youthful at that. His future is boundless. In contrast, the sight of Master Lu, who is now groveling on the ground, evokes a sense of discomfort among onlookers. It has become evident who truly holds the upper hand. Li Dong turned around, retrieved his thermos from the bench, and placed it into his backpack before slinging it over his shoulder. With deliberate steps, he approached the prostrate Master Lu, causing the disciples to recoil in fright. Master Lu remained sprawled on the ground, groaning in dismay, when suddenly he felt an unexpected weight upon him. Li Dong placed his foot upon Lu's raised backside, pressing down lightly, and spoke with a tone laced with disdain. Master Lu? Master Lu, eyes closed, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him and remained silent. Li Dong pressed down once more and surveyed his surroundings. Are there truly individuals beyond compare? The disciples lowered their gazes, too intimidated to meet Li Dong's eyes. Master Lu continued to remain mute. With a resounding thud, Li Dong kicked Master Lu aside, who tumbled forward like a rolling gourd, his once immaculate training attire now soiled and disheveled. Such pretensions of being a grandmaster are rendered meaningless in light of this debacle. Li Dong spat in disdain, then strode confidently through the crowd, who parted in his wake. As he departed, murmurs erupted among the onlookers. This young man, it seems, is quite the enigma, having reached the initial stage of the yellow rank at such a tender age. In the early stages of the yellow rank, it is not certain. I believe it must be the mid-yellow rank. Truly remarkable, with boundless prospects ahead. As Lu Master's disciples stood rigidly, apprehensive of the praise being lavished on Li Dong, they feared he might be lurking nearby, biding his time to settle scores with them. The onlookers, chattering animatedly for a while, eventually lost interest. They glanced at the fallen master, disheveled on the ground, and at his speechless disciples, shaking their heads before dispersing. After a considerable time, once they were certain Li Dong had truly departed, the disciples hastily gathered around Master Lu, assisting him to his feet. Master. Strolling leisurely, Li Dong arrived at the entrance of Deshan Home Cuisine, lifting the door curtain to enter. At this hour, the restaurant was nearly deserted. Sun Ru was busy mopping the floor, while Li Deshan was tidying up in the kitchen, preparing to close for the night. Xiaodong. Hearing the rustle of the door curtain, Sun Ru looked up, and, upon seeing Li Dong, her face broke into a warm smile. She set down her mop and hurried over to take his backpack, guiding him to sit nearby. Picking up the apron resting on the table, Sun Ru wiped her hands, and then went to the back kitchen to wash an apple for Li Dong. Uncle Li, Xiaodong has arrived. Li Deshan called out from the kitchen, peeking his head out. What brings you here? Have you finished your homework? Out so late having fun? He shot a glare at him. I've completed it. Wrote it at the stone table in the park, Li Dong replied nonchalantly. Sun Ru stepped out, holding a vibrant red apple in her hand. She shook off the water droplets and approached Li Dong, offering it to him. Xiaodong, have an apple. Chapter 23. Spiritual Techniques. Li Dong smiled at Sun Ru as he accepted the apple and took a bite. Sun Ru's lovely large eyes sparkled with delight, seemingly fixated on Li Dong's face, unable to gaze enough. Naturally, she took his hand in hers, gently caressing it, occasionally rubbing the back of his hand and playfully pinching his fingers. Li Dong, accustomed to her affection, savored the unique massage, a faint smile gracing his face. Sun Ru remained silent, her eyes twinkling as she shared a moment of connection with him. After a while, Sun Ru broke into laughter. She lifted one hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, while her other hand continued to play with Li Dong's broad palm. Looking at him, she inquired, Xiaodong, how did you fare in the midterm exam? I think it went all right. All right. Do you feel you made any progress? Should have. Sun Ru feigned a glare at him. Have you forgotten what I said before the exam? If you perform well, there will be a reward. Oh, Li Dong nodded, then pondered. What reward was that? Sun Ru pinched the tip of his finger playfully. Your results will be out on Thursday and Friday, right? Uncle Li is going to a gathering with his classmates on Saturday. Yes, I know. Li Dashan has already informed him. On Saturday, the store remains closed. Should you show improvement in this exam, dear sister will take you out for some fun. However, if you regress, Sun Ru firmly slapped Li Dong's hand, insisting that he stay home on Saturday to complete his work. There would be no outings. Ah, understood, Li Dong replied with a hum and a nod. Why are you not interested in anything at all? Don't you wish to inquire about where we might go? Sun Ru said, a hint of irritation in her voice. So, where are we going? Li Dong questioned. Upon hearing this, Sun Ru's sparkling eyes locked onto Li Dong, revealing a flicker of nervousness. Having only moved to the city 2 years prior, she was uncertain of what children in D County enjoyed. After much contemplation, she suggested a zoo. Worried that Li Dong might not be keen on the idea, she quickly added, if you don't want to go, we can choose another place. A zoo? Sure. As long as I'm with my sister, I'm agreeable to any destination, Li Dong responded with unexpected enthusiasm. Sun Ru's spirits visibly lifted. She playfully stroked Li Dong's palm and then gently flicked his nose, exclaiming, I truly adore little Dong. Li Dong chuckled, leaning forward to meet her gaze, and inquired, who adores little Dong? Sun Ru was momentarily taken aback by his sudden question. Once she collected herself, she lightly patted his hand, her tone brimming with affection. It's sister. Sister truly adores little Dong. Is that all right, my little one? You've really grown up, and your mind is quite sharp. Later that night, as Li Dong lay in bed with his eyes closed and breathing steady, a tempest of emotions surged within him. The spiritual energy surged and flowed through his meridians, ceaseless and vibrant. With each complete circulation, the energy became increasingly dense and potent. This untapped realm of spiritual energy was nothing short of a sanctuary for cultivators. And feeling the abundant energy permeating the air, Li Dong was thoroughly content. With his eyes closed, he directed the energy within him, organizing the memories in his mind. Upon entering the Qi refining stage, the vastness and richness of the spiritual energy provided a more nuanced classification of levels compared to the 4 realms of the cosmos. Li Dong's current prowess was at the peak of the early Qi refining stage. When he first reincarnated into this world, his strength was merely at the nascent stage of Qi refining. The rapid advancement to the peak of early Qi refining was due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in this realm. Beyond the cultivator's innate abilities, numerous external resources significantly contributed to their growth, serving as crucial supports for their enhancement. These external resources included the bone restoration powder used to treat Li Dashan's foot and the spiritual elixirs derived from the redwood fruit, among others, as well as various spiritual techniques. Body techniques and martial arts were categorized similarly to the cultivator's ranking system. For instance, the late yellow stage body technique and the peak early Qi refining martial art. Naturally, the higher the level, the more formidable the technique. At this moment, Li Dong was mentally perusing the peak early Qi refining martial art, the dragon coiling technique. Although he had yet to test it in combat, his extensive cultivation experience from his previous life allowed him to absorb and comprehend the technique with remarkable aptitude, mastering it in a remarkably short period. For a cultivator, there are no limits to the number of martial arts techniques one can master as long as one possesses sufficient ability. In stark contrast, a practitioner may only cultivate one physical technique at a time. To learn another, one must first abandon the current one. The potential growth of a physical technique depends on its intrinsic upper limit, in addition to the complex spiritual techniques serving as a theoretical foundation. Physical techniques require tangible materials to act as the vessel for the spirit body. It is only through rigorous training and subsequent fusion with this spirit body that the true cultivation of a physical technique commences. Li Dong has yet to embark on the cultivation of a physical technique due to inadequate conditions. However, he has identified the most optimal choice, the indestructible golden bones. This particular technique, cultivated in his previous life as the infinite celestial venerable, begins at the initial level of minor success during the Qi refinement stage and eventually culminated in the peak of the tribulation transcending stage. It ranked among the top 3 techniques in the physical technique celestial rankings of his time, showcasing its formidable power. Yet, Li Dong currently lacks the means to cultivate the indestructible golden bones. Although the spiritual technique is readily available, the creation of the spirit body for this physical technique is quite intricate and requires numerous precious materials, which he is unable to procure at this moment. Moreover, his current strength is insufficient. Everything must progress gradually. As noon approached and school was about to end, Li Dong received a message on WeChat. Fengsheng, brother Li Dong, would you care to join me for lunch? Fengsheng is from Chebei. Shall we meet at the Jinkayuan Hotel on Shunbei Road? I will pick you up from your school. How about we grab some appetizers in the alley next to our school? I am from Yizhong, you know. All right. It's the alley on the left side of the school entrance. Just walk in and you will see it. Or should I wait for you at the entrance? You can go ahead to the appetizers. I will wait for you there. Fine. Putting away his phone, Chebei stood up and said to Chen Ka, who was standing beside him, let us go to D County Yizhong. Shall we eat at Jinkayuan? No. Chebei shook his head. Just a small eatery next to the school. After school at noon, Wang Guan approached Li Dong and patted him on the shoulder. Dongzi, are you heading to the cafeteria on the first floor today? You can go by yourself. I have something to attend to, so I'll step out for a bit. Li Dong stood up. Oh, Wang Guan hesitated for a moment, then replied, all right, I'll head off first. Chapter 24. Capable individuals upon entering the appetizers. Chebei had yet to arrive. Li Dong found a seat and, feeling somewhat hungry, decided not to wait for Chebei and prepared to order a bowl of noodles. The proprietress, by Xianglan, approached with her order book. Today, she wore a short-sleeved shirt with red and white stripes, the collar and sleeves edged in black, revealing her fair neck and lovely collarbone. Below, she donned a pair of light blue mini shorts, her long and graceful legs accentuated, while on her feet were simple white sandals, her toenails clean and unpolished. Upon seeing Li Dong, Bai Xianglan paused momentarily, her expression shifting to one of slight fluster as her fingers tightened around the order book. Since that day of conflict, Li Dong had not returned. It was precisely after that day that Bai Xianglan, for reasons unknown to her, found herself inexplicably recalling Li Dong on several occasions, this boy with a warm smile, who had effortlessly taught a group of ruffians a lesson, sending them fleeing in disarray. Observing Bai Xianglan, Li Dong chuckled, a bowl of shredded pork noodles, and a few cloves of garlic. Huh? Oh, certainly. Bai Xianglan hurriedly grasped a pen, earnestly jotting down the order in the notepad. Though it was merely a bowl of noodles, hardly necessitating such formality. After completing her note, she glanced swiftly at Li Dong, only to find him grinning at her, which caused a sudden flush to rise on her cheeks, prompting her to scurry away. Cheers, Zhanggu. It's truly remarkable that you've managed to reach this stature. I salute you, brother. The crisp sound of clinking glasses resonated. At a nearby table, 4 men were drinking heartily, their faces flushed and necks thick, occasionally erupting into boisterous laughter, utterly indifferent to the other patrons in the establishment. The table was a chaotic mess of cups and plates. A particularly rotund man, whose face gleamed with an oily grin, was evidently the center of attention, as the other 3 men focused their gaze upon him, leaning in his direction, raising their glasses in salute, and repeatedly addressing him as Zhanggu. Their raucous revelry created a disturbance, causing discomfort to the other diners. However, given the imposing stature of these men, especially Zhanggu, who exuded an air of authority, no one dared to voice their discontent, instead opting to frown and lower their heads to continue their meals. Downing a mouthful, he slammed the glass onto the table with a resounding thud. Brother Zhang, thoroughly tipsy, had a crimson flush around his eyes, his fleshy face quivering, the nape of his neck cascading in multiple layers of fat. Surveying the 3 men before him, Brother Zhang boomed, this goddamn society, it's too damn hard to live. For us men, it all boils down to one damn thing: exhaustion. We're out there hustling and bustling, risking life and limb, and you can't afford not to, with mouths to feed back home. He glanced at his cherished bag and patted it. It ain't easy to make a living. Brother Zhang speaks with such eloquence. Brother Zhang has truly made something of himself now, sporting a handbag worth thousands and driving a car worth 300,000. Indeed, Brother Zhang is a boss now. We're all counting on your support, brother. Brother Zhang, buoyed by the flattery, squinted and chuckled, fishing out a cigarette, placing it between his lips and lighting it. The smoke curled and billowed, drifting towards Li Dong, who gently dispersed it with a wave of his hand. I'm not quite there yet. To say I've made it, I'm still far from that level, Brother Zhang declared, his thick neck straining as he addressed the 3 men. Oh, who then, in Brother Zhang's eyes, can be considered to have made it? Brother Zhang leaned forward, resting his arm on the table, lifting his gaze to meet theirs, his eyes somewhat unfocused. In our D County, the most prominent figure. Do you know who I'm talking about? Brother Zhang asked with an air of mystery. Who? The 3 men inquired, exchanging glances. Chebei, Boss Che. Oh. The 3 men exclaimed in unison. Boss Che, now that's a big shot. Everyone in D County, from the streets to the alleys, is talking about him. The owner of the vehicle hails from our D County, specifically from the Jin Kai Yuan Grand Hotel and Jin Hao KTV, which are all part of his enterprises. However, his aspirations have since transcended this locality, as he now thrives in Chen Xiaolu City. The three men listened in astonishment. The owner leaned in closer, lowering his voice to inquire. Have you heard of the family behind the vehicle owner? I believe I have, they responded in agreement. Behind him lies the Che family, a prominent and established clan in Chen Xiaolu City, deeply rooted there for many years, boasting formidable strength, I assure you. Oh, Zhang Ge. It appears you've dined with the vehicle owner before. How long ago was that? Zhang Ge extinguished his cigarette, casually waving his hand as if indifferent. Yet the rolls of flesh on his face betrayed his demeanor. Zhang Ge, I see you as the next Zhang boss of D County. Come, let us toast to you. With the camaraderie of the three men lifting him, Zhang Ge relished the moment, his jovial laughter echoing as he raised his glass and clinked it heartily with theirs. That day, they indulged in sumptuous feasts, yet the occasional visit to this roadside eatery held its own unique charm. Haha, well said, Zhang Ge. Indeed, it possesses a distinct flavor. The four men erupted in laughter, causing the table to rattle. Meanwhile, Li Dong's noodles arrived, and he quietly enjoyed his meal at the adjacent table. Hey, sister, bring us another half-dozen beers. A group of men, thoroughly enjoying their revelry, noticed that their liquor was nearly depleted. Brother Zhang raised his hand to beckon the proprietress, Bai Xianglan. Ah, splendid. Bai Xianglan responded sweetly, her voice drifting toward them. Brother Zhang inhaled deeply, a grin spreading across his face. The four men exchanged knowing glances, each wearing a sly smile. In no time, Bai Xianglan approached their table, delicately carrying a basket. One by one, she extracted bottles of beer and placed them on the table. After setting down the final bottle, she nodded to the four gentlemen, saying, "Please enjoy." With that, she turned to leave. However, an unexpected event transpired. With a sharp crack, Bai Xianglan felt a firm grip tighten around her wrist. Looking down, she was startled to see Brother Zhang, his face flushed and grinning mischievously. "My dear, don't rush off. Sit down and chat with me for a while," he urged. The other three men erupted in laughter, their eyes shamelessly appraising Bai Xianglan. Clearly intoxicated and emboldened by the effects of alcohol, they were drawn to her youthful beauty. Eager to tease her, Bai Xianglan's cheeks flushed crimson. Biting her lip and twisting her arm, she glared at him with her beautiful eyes. "Let go of me," she protested. Brother Zhang, undeterred by her defiance, pulled her closer, his gaze lingering on her ample figure, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. "My dear, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Allow me to regale you with tales of my glorious exploits," he said, his eyes wandering over her form. Due to her anxiety, Bai Xianglan's delicate feet helplessly stomped on the ground, causing her fair legs to tremble. She struggled fiercely to escape Zhang Ji's grasp. However, the strength of the man was simply too formidable for her to break free. The surrounding diners kept their heads down, eavesdropping discreetly. Yet no one dared to lift their gaze towards the scene, let alone speak to Zhang Ge. Having overheard the raucous chatter of several men earlier, it seemed that Zhang Ge was a well-off individual. Such a person was not someone they could afford to provoke. Better to avoid trouble, they thought, as they were merely there to dine, leaving others' affairs alone. Zhang Ge held Bai Xianglan's wrist tightly, showing no intention of releasing her. Observing her delicate demeanor, his eyes glimmered with even greater intensity. Suddenly, a clove of garlic was hurled from a nearby table, crashing into an empty wine bottle on Zhang Ji's table, producing a startling sound that captured everyone's attention. Li Dong slowly raised his head and stated, "Release her." Chapter 25. No one is useless. The restaurant fell silent, the ceiling fan whirring overhead. The empty bottle toppled on the table, rolling a few times before colliding with a dish, producing a crisp sound before coming to a stop. Zhang Ge turned his head, narrowing his eyes at Li Dong. The other three men also cast unfriendly glances in Li Dong's direction. How could he? Bai Xianglan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of gratitude appearing in her eyes. This little fellow was actually considering standing up for her. Yet, as she regarded the four adult men before her, her expression dimmed, and despite her wrists still being held, concern for Li Dong began to overshadow her thoughts. She was aware of Li Dong's remarkable skills, having witnessed him single-handedly drive off several delinquents one day. However, in her eyes, that was merely a playful scuffle among children, incomparable to the current predicament. These four individuals were seasoned adults, having navigated the complexities of society for many years. Particularly, this brother Zhang seemed to possess considerable strength and influence, far beyond the capabilities of a mere high school student like Li Dong. Bai Xianglan bit her lip, gazing at Li Dong, and gently shook her head. She did not wish to implicate him in this affair. Li Dong, however, did not avert his gaze from brother Zhang, whose attention was now firmly fixed on him. The patrons of the restaurant had not anticipated such a scene. A student daring to defend the proprietress? They sighed quietly, recognizing the youthful bravado, yet lamenting the naivety of youth. It was one thing to be spirited, but to perceive oneself as a hero rescuing a damsel in distress in the presence of these adults was rather reckless. They observed in silence, each lost in their thoughts, disapproving of Li Dong's rashness. As all eyes in the restaurant converged upon him, brother Zhang scoffed, maintaining his grip on Bai Xianglan's wrist while fixing an intense stare on Li Dong. "Child, why meddle in matters that do not concern you?" he demanded. The alcohol had fueled his bravado, but now, disrupted by this schoolboy still clad in his uniform, he felt his pride wounded. Anger surged in his eyes as he regarded Li Dong. With so many witnesses present, his 3 boisterous companions, and the striking proprietress, if he did not teach this boy a lesson, would his earlier bravado not be rendered utterly meaningless? "I am speaking to you, boy," brother Zhang barked, his glare piercing. With a clove of garlic pressed against his thumb, the middle finger flicked, and in an instant, a shadow darted by, causing yet another bottle to topple from Zhang Ji's table. This time, it was not empty. Li Dong's speed was astonishing. No one had a chance to react as the bottle, still filled with liquor, clattered across the table, spilling beer everywhere and drenching the trousers of 4 hefty men. "Damn it, you little brat." Zhang Gu cursed at Li Dong, while he and the other 3 quickly rose, patting at the liquid on their pants. Zhang Gu lifted his head, his nostrils flared, and seized Bai Xianglan, striding angrily towards Li Dong. "Kid, do you have any idea how much these pants cost me?" The other 3 men encircled him, glaring furiously at Li Dong. Bai Xianglan attempted to approach Li Dong, but Zhang Gu blocked her path with his arm, preventing her from getting through. This was a disaster. How could this child be so reckless? Clearly, he had never faced the harsh realities of society. The surrounding diners whispered among themselves, some slamming their bills onto the table and hurriedly leaving the scene. Hearing the commotion, a man in his 30s, clad in an apron and presumably a chef, emerged from the kitchen. Upon witnessing the turmoil, he hurriedly approached, taking hold of one of the men. "Hey, brother, please calm down. We're all here to eat. Let us talk this out peacefully." The chef wore a conciliatory smile. "Talk it out peacefully? What nonsense." Brother Zhang glared fiercely with his bull-like eyes, the flesh on his face quivering with anger. He pointed at his trousers, exclaiming, "Look what he has done to my pants. If he doesn't apologize profusely and clean them, I won't let him leave this room." Infuriated, brother Zhang forcefully shoved the chef aside and moved closer to Li Dong, extending his hand to point at him. The surrounding diners remained silent. Li Dong, encircled by 4 men, appeared unfazed as he calmly continued to eat his noodles. Bai Xianglan, biting her lip, had tears welling in her large, red eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this student was standing up for her, and if anything were to happen, she would be utterly distraught. With this thought in mind, Bai Xianglan finally spoke, her voice laced with desperation. "Please, I beg you, he is still a student. It was just a momentary lapse in judgment. Let him go." Li Dong glanced at her. Hearing Bai Xianglan's tone, brother Zhang hesitated momentarily, then diverted his gaze from Li Dong to Bai Xianglan, his eyes softening momentarily. "Sister, how do you propose we resolve this?" Brother Zhang leaned in closer to her, his flushed face beginning to exude malice. Bai Xianglan, frightened by his gaze, lowered her head, her eyes darting away. I will compensate you for the pants." Brother Zhang squinted and smirked, reeking of alcohol. "Oh, sister, so you wish to compensate me?" I didn't mean." Bai Xianglan sensed the malice in brother Zhang's tone and instinctively recoiled, but her fragile demeanor only made him smile more widely. The other 3 men erupted in laughter. As Bai Xianglan stepped closer, she said, "Stop hiding, sister, come here." But before Zhang could finish his sentence, a sharp sound interrupted him, freezing his oily grin on his face, akin to lard solidified in the cold. A clove of garlic struck the back of Zhang's head, ensnared within the layers of his flesh. "We are not done yet. Look this way." Li Dong's calm voice resonated, sending tremors through those nearby. Bai Xianglan was taken aback. How could this student so recklessly provoke danger? Alas, there was nothing more to be said. It was best to remain silent. Zhang reached behind his head and retrieved a plump, glistening clove of garlic, his anger escalating as he turned to confront Li Dong once more, bellowing, "No one will be spared today, you little brat. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will never know your limits." With that, he rolled up his sleeves. While the other three men menacingly encircled Li Dong, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Bai Xianglan's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed forward, desperately clutching Zhang's clothing, only to be forcefully shoved aside. Li Dong set down his chopsticks, preparing to retaliate. Suddenly, a black BMW X6 came to a halt at the entrance of the restaurant, its engine silencing. All eyes turned toward the vehicle, including Zhang, who lowered his raised arm in confusion. The driver's door swung open, revealing a robust man towering over 1.9 meters, who circled to the rear and opened the door, his hand shielding the top of it. A slightly overweight man, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with polished leather shoes, stepped out. With a beaming smile, Che Bei glanced into the appetizer restaurant, only for his expression to morph into one of perplexity upon observing the scene within. Chen Ka's gaze was sharp, instantly locking onto Li Dong, who was encircled by 4 imposing men. Che Bei's smile faded slightly as he and Chen Ka ventured into the establishment. All eyes within the restaurant turned towards them, each patron sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from this man. The driver, or rather the bodyguard, with his towering physique nearly obstructed the entrance, exuding an overwhelming presence. Li Dong did not spare a glance towards Che Bei, his eyes cast down, fixated on the noodles before him. Zhang Ge, however, paused for a moment before his face broke into a warm smile. Striding confidently through the fragrant white orchids, he approached Che Bei with a slight bow, extending both hands in greeting. "Mr. Che?" Chapter 26. Is it effective? Mr. Che? Zhang Gu beamed with familiarity, and his words sent ripples of astonishment through the restaurant. Is this the fabled Mr. Che? Some patrons had just heard Zhang Gu mention him, while others were already aware of Mr. Che's illustrious reputation. The sight of the man himself standing before them was nothing short of astonishing. Considering the current predicament, some patrons cast sympathetic glances towards the student clad in a school uniform. The 4 men surrounding him had already posed a significant threat, and now, with the arrival of an even more formidable figure, the situation appeared dire. The mere presence of the imposing bodyguard, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, could easily drive this young boy to tears. While thoughts varied among the onlookers, beads of cold sweat formed on their brows, each silently grateful that it was not they who had provoked Zhang Gu. Zhang Gu extended his hand, awaiting a handshake with the car owner, while surveying his surroundings. He noted the hushed, apprehensive expressions of the crowd, which filled him with immense satisfaction and delight. Do you see? That is the mark of a capable person. Knowing the car owner is indeed a testament to one's abilities. Upon hearing the mention of the car owner, Zhang Ji's 3 brothers swiftly converged, eager to position themselves beside him, hoping to become familiar in the presence of the influential figure, perhaps even fostering a connection. Meanwhile, Bai Xianglan stood rooted, momentarily dazed. How could this involve such a prominent individual? She thought, her heart sinking. However, after a brief contemplation, she clenched her delicate fists, transforming her initial fragility into resolve. She approached Li Dong and placed her hand on his shoulder. "Thank you," Bai Xianglan said sincerely. Regardless of what transpired, she was determined to stand by Li Dong's side. Li Dong looked up and smiled at her, gently brushing his hand against hers, tenderly caressing her soft, pale skin. Bai Xianglan shivered, taken aback that Li Dong could still indulge in playful banter at such a moment, yet his smile inexplicably reassured her. Ultimately, she did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to continue his gentle caress. Zhang Gu, basking in his own sense of triumph, noticed that the car owner still had not extended his hand in greeting. After a brief pause, his face flushed with delight, he exclaimed, "Mr. Che has come to this humble establishment to experience life. After indulging in rich, heavy meals, it's truly refreshing to savor a light drink here." Zhang Gu believed that the car owner's sentiments aligned with his own, his tone laced with unwarranted pride. Within the restaurant, a sense of intrigue enveloped the patrons. Indeed, one might wonder how such a prominent figure as Mr. Che could grace this humble establishment. Was it truly as Brother Zhang suggested? A mere quest for life's simpler pleasures? Mr. Che regarded him with a measured gaze, choosing silence as his response. Brother Zhang, noticing the intensity of Mr. Che's eyes, momentarily faltered, presuming he was unrecognized, which induced a wave of awkwardness. "Mr. Che, it's Zhang Li, the one who has been working alongside Brother Fei." I even attended the old man's birthday celebration a few years back. Yet still, Mr. Che remained taciturn, while Chen Ka stood resolutely by his side, creating an atmosphere thick with unease. Brother Zhang pondered in confusion. Even if Mr. Che had failed to recognize him, surely he would at least engage in some casual pleasantries. What could be amiss? At that moment, Mr. Che's gaze drifted towards Li Dong, who sat quietly, tenderly clasping the hand of the proprietress. Zhang, misinterpreting Mr. Che's distraction, hastily interjected, "Mr. Che, please excuse the folly of this young lad. He lacks decorum and has been flaunting himself. I was just about to set him straight." With a chuckle, he attempted to lighten the mood. However, the patrons felt a jolt at Zhang's complaint, while Bai Xianglan tightened her grip on Li Dong's shoulder. "Look at the commotion this has caused, Mr. Che. Once this matter is resolved, I shall toast you properly." With that, Zhang pivoted to confront Li Dong. As he strode forth with bravado, the steady, resonant voice of Mr. Che reached him from behind, halting him in his tracks. "Brother Li Dong, what has transpired?" Zhang, momentarily bewildered, mistakenly believed Mr. Che was addressing him, and his face lit up with joy as he turned to offer an explanation. However, Brother Zhang soon realized that the boss of the car had not even glanced at him. His attention was directed towards a student clad in a school uniform. It dawned on Brother Zhang that the boss was indeed addressing this student. Li Dong, his brother? The boss referred to him as a brother? Brother Zhang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that the boss was genuinely conversing with this student. Not only did they know each other, but they also shared a bond of brotherhood. Clearly, their relationship was far from ordinary. A sheen of sweat broke out on Brother Zhang's forehead. The other diners, upon hearing this exchange, ceased to feign ignorance and lifted their heads in astonishment, glancing at the boss, finally confirming that this esteemed figure truly referred to the student as his brother. What could this possibly mean? Brother Zhang's three companions exchanged puzzled glances, their minds racing with speculation. Bai Xianglan, too, was left in a state of confusion. How did they become brothers? She lowered her gaze to the composed young man, who had remained tranquil throughout the unfolding events, seemingly unfazed. Bai Xianglan gently covered her mouth with one hand, pondering whether it was possible that he was indeed quite familiar with the car boss. The restaurant fell into a profound silence. Li Dong withdrew his hand from Bai Xianglan's and picked up a clove of garlic from the table, peeling away its skin. He then pointed a finger at Brother Zhang and spoke softly, his voice still tinged with youthful timidity, yet imbued with a mature and shrewd tone. He said he would handle me. No one can intervene. Brother Zhang was instantly flabbergasted, his panic evident as he waved his hands towards the boss. "Boss, it's not like that. But the boss of the car did not afford him the chance to speak, casting a glance at Chen Ka. The imposing figure of a man standing at nearly 2 meters tall stepped forward, exuding a weighty aura akin to that of a mountain. He reached out with his robust arm, seizing Zhang Ge by the hair and forcefully pressing his face onto the disheveled table strewn with dishes. The other 3 men were momentarily paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating a step to maintain distance from Zhang Ge. With a sudden crash, Zhang Ji's face collided with a plate, the remnants of soup spilling across one side of his visage. He strained against the pressure, his neck bulging and his features contorted, kicking his legs and flailing his arms in a desperate struggle, yet he remained powerless against the overwhelming force. The swift turn of events startled everyone. Just moments ago, Zhang Ge had been vociferously commanding attention, yet now, the dramatic shift left them all astounded. When they turned their gaze to Li Dong, their eyes reflected sheer astonishment. They had not anticipated that this student was a hidden powerhouse, capable of compelling such a significant figure as the boss of the car dealership to act without hesitation. How extraordinary was his influence! The 3 men who had previously loomed large now appeared diminished, their legs trembling with fear at the thought of suffering a similar fate. They looked at Li Dong, feeling a chill creep down their spines. Had they truly been brazenly taunting this individual? Li Dong regarded the immobilized Zhang Ge, slowly rising to his feet. Bai Xianglan withdrew her hand from his shoulder, stepping aside. Li Dong approached Zhang Ge, bending down to trace his fingers lightly along Zhang Ji's neck. Li Dong leaned in closer, his indifferent gaze finally instilling a sense of dread in Brother Zhang. It became clear to him why this student was so arrogant, why he always behaved as if he looked down on him. This individual truly possessed remarkable strength. Li Dong patted Zhang's neck, his tone casual. "Is it effective?" Zhang struggled to swallow, his face smeared with greasy soup trembling as he attempted to speak. But the pressure on his face rendered him incoherent. Li Dong glanced at Chen Ka, who understood the cue, releasing his grip and pulling Zhang up by his collar. Zhang's current appearance was nothing short of pitiful, his round face still flushed from intoxication, greasy soup clinging to his skin, making him appear quite repulsive. His lips quivered, eyes shut tight, unwilling to meet Li Dong's gaze. Trembling, he stammered, "Why yes, it's effective, brother. I truly did not know. I was blind to your greatness. Please, show mercy and spare me." With a sudden release of Chen Ka's hand, Zhang fell to his knees with a thud. It was no wonder he was so terrified. The higher he climbed, the more he recognized his own insignificance. Zhang was acutely aware of the immense power behind Che Bei and the formidable Che family. If he were to offend them gravely, his modest business would be utterly inconsequential. Driven by fear and the instinct for survival, Zhang cast aside his concerns. In Chapter 27, the atmosphere in the restaurant fell silent as Zhang knelt to the ground, shocking everyone present. This man, who had just moments ago commanded such authority that none dared to speak, was now prostrated before them. Once again, he found himself kneeling before this student. For this group of ordinary individuals, the scene was utterly astounding. Chen Ka glanced at Li Dong, who crouched down to meet Brother Zhang's gaze, inquiring, "Are you convinced?" "Indeed. I'm utterly convinced, my brother." Brother Zhang nodded emphatically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Che Bei chuckled, approached the table, and seated himself across from Li Dong, casting a glance at his face before courteously addressing Bai Xianglan. "Please, may I have another bowl of this noodles?" "Ah, yes," Bai Xianglan responded with a hint of shyness, glancing at Brother Zhang, who remained on the floor, before turning to the chef and requesting, "Brother Ma, one bowl of shredded pork noodles." Meanwhile, the others began to comprehend the situation. The reason for Che Bei's visit was entirely due to Li Dong's invitation. What manner of student could compel such a distinguished figure to lower himself to this modest establishment? Li Dong shot a sidelong glance at the still kneeling Brother Zhang and remarked, "I told you to leave. Why are you still here? Haven't you had enough of this humiliation?" Upon hearing this, Brother Zhang hastily rose to his feet, his previous hesitation stemming from uncertainty about Li Dong's intentions. What if he were merely toying with him, uttering contradictory words? Now assured that Li Dong had no intention of reprimanding him, Brother Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Before departing, he remembered to grab his handbag, albeit it was now soiled with grease. Li Dong's nonchalant remark sent a shiver through Brother Zhang's legs, leaving him hesitant to proceed. He carefully turned around, his heart racing. Li Dong pointed towards Bai Xianglan behind him, saying, "Compensate her for the emotional distress." Bai Xianglan bit her lip in response. Indeed, compensation is necessary. Brother Zhang's heartbeat gradually steadied, and he set aside his pride, for he was not in need of the money. He retrieved a wad of cash from his bag, approximately 2,000, though he did not count it, placing it directly on the table. He then clasped his hands and addressed Bai Xianglan, saying, "My dear, no, esteemed lady, I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Please forgive me. This modest sum is a token of my regret. I hope you will accept it." Bai Xianglan turned away, ignoring him, her bright eyes still reflecting a hint of indignation. Having offered the money, Brother Zhang swallowed hard, refrained from lingering any longer, and departed, his demeanor somewhat deflated. The other three men dared not look at Che Bei and Li Dong, keeping their heads down as they hastily exited. In the restaurant, only Li Dong and his companions remained at the table. Shortly thereafter, the shredded meat noodles that Che Bei had ordered were ready. Bai Xianglan brought the dish to him, placing it before Che Bei, yet she did not leave. Instead, she quietly stood beside Li Dong. Che Bei's gaze shifted between Li Dong and Bai Xianglan, laden with unspoken meaning. Li Dong lifted his head, smiled at Bai Xianglan, and gently remarked, "Please, attend to your duties." Yes, Bai Xianglan replied, casting a glance at Li Dong. She bit her lip, obediently nodded, and then hurried to the front desk, pretending to jot something down in the ledger. Though her eyes remained fixed on Li Dong, this young fellow appeared quite innocent, still a student, yet his earlier demeanor bore the wisdom of an experienced adult. Reflecting on Li Dong's willingness to speak up in the midst of silence, Bai Xianglan's sparkling eyes flickered gently. The noodles were quite delightful. Che Bei, wielding chopsticks, scooped a mouthful of noodles and turned to Li Dong, exclaiming, "Garlic is indispensable, it's fragrant." Li Dong picked up a clove of garlic and handed it to Che Bei. Che Bei regarded Li Dong with a smile, took the clove, bit into it, and then slurped another mouthful of noodles, saying, "Indeed, it's fragrant. It's been quite a while since I've had this." Let us savor it. It was unclear whether Che Bei was genuinely relishing the meal or merely putting on an act to endear himself to Li Dong. He removed his watch, set it aside, rolled up his sleeves, opened his collar, and tucked in the hem of his shirt, which hung loosely over his trousers, beads of sweat glistening on his neck. With a grin, he remarked to Li Dong, "I tend to perspire quite a bit." Chen Ka sat beside Che Bei, maintaining a composed demeanor, observing with a tranquil mind. The two ate in silence for a while until Li Dong paused, placing his chopsticks on the bowl and looking up at Che Bei, saying, "Let us discuss business, Mr. Che." Che Bei swallowed the noodles in his mouth, pulled out a few tissues from the box, and wiped his face and neck. He crumpled the tissues into a ball and set them on the table. Locking eyes with Li Dong, he said, "Brother Li Dong, I have a venue that I would like you to oversee." After a brief pause, he extended 3 fingers and continued, "For 1 month, I will compensate you 30,000. Li Dong squinted slightly. The term oversee did not imply that Li Dong would manage or operate the establishment. Che Bei sought him out precisely because of the remarkable display of prowess he exhibited that day at 8898. To put it plainly, he was being asked to maintain order, more colloquially, to keep the peace. The car owner added, "There's no need for you to visit frequently. An occasional glance will suffice." This condition was quite generous. Making a few appearances each month would yield a handsome sum of 30,000, a windfall that seemed to have fallen from the heavens. The reason Bei offered Li Dong such favorable terms was not due to naivety. He was a businessman, and businessmen are driven by profit. The pursuit of benefits necessitates formidable strength as a safeguard, which is why prominent families now employ practitioners at high salaries to serve as protectors, as it constitutes part of the family's strength and can be monetized. Li Dong's performance at the bar had caught the keenly perceptive Bei's attention, not merely due to Li Dong's current abilities, but more so because of his innate talent. Li Dong was merely a high school student at present. If he possessed such remarkable strength now, what heights might he reach in a few years? And in 10 years? 20 years? Thus, Bei aspired to secure this undiscovered gem, Li Dong, through lavish compensation and unwavering support. 30,000, Li Dong mused, squinting for a moment before speaking. Bei regarded him calmly. "A fixed price of 50,000, he countered. Li Dong chuckled, "If you have other matters for me, we can negotiate separately." Bei blinked, then offered a wry smile, choosing not to respond to Li Dong's remark. He leaned forward, picked up his chopsticks, and resumed eating his noodles. Li Dong shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, Chen Ka, who had been sitting silently like a piece of wood, finally stirred. His iron arm, as robust as a young tree trunk, swung with force, delivering a tremendous punch towards Li Dong, stirring a fierce wind. The broth in the bowl before Che Bei rippled. The fist drew nearer, even causing Li Dong's hair to flutter backward in the gust. With a resounding smack, the colossal fist charged forward, yet its momentum was swiftly dissipated. Chen Ka's face flushed, veins bulging on his arm. Li Dong wore a calm smile. Che Bei set down his chopsticks, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Brother Li Dong, I offer you 60,000 a month." Bai Xianglan leaned against the front desk, gazing at the youthful silhouette with astonishment, her rosy lips murmuring in disbelief. Chapter 28. The Claw of Darkness, 60,000 a month, requiring almost no effort, merely the occasional visit to the venue to observe and stroll, and the money would be in hand. Is there anything so effortless and inexpensive in this world? Indeed. Boss Che, are you this confident? Li Dong replied with a subtle smile. "I trust my judgment." Che Bei laughed heartily. Apart from the factor of expanding his influence, Che Bei possessed a profound appreciation for martial prowess. He harbored an almost fanatical pursuit of cultivation, yet due to his own limitations, he could not embark on the path of cultivation himself. It is noteworthy that Chen Ka, serving as Che Bei's personal bodyguard, had already reached the pinnacle of great perfection, nearing a breakthrough to the initial stage of the yellow rank. Yet, even so, he could not budge Li Dong by even a finger. This was precisely why Che Bei could display such fervent enthusiasm, even raising the remuneration by an additional 10,000 beyond Li Dong's request. Strength is revered, an immutable truth through the ages. In the present world, strength is not only the source of earning the respect of others, but also the confidence to indulge in luxuries and partake in grand feasts. A monthly remuneration of 60,000 was effortlessly sealed with just a few words exchanged between two individuals. Subsequently, Che Bei provided Li Dong with an overview of the venue, Jin Hao KTV. Once the deal was settled, Che Bei wasted no time, and promptly transferred the sum of 60,000 to Li Dong via mobile. They arranged for another day to visit the venue together. And then Che Bei bid farewell to Li Dong, departing with Chun Ka in a vehicle. The establishment was now devoid of patrons. As Li Dong savored the last remnants of the noodle soup, he stood up, ready to leave. Li Dong. A crisp voice called from behind, by Xianglan, who had learned his name from the conversation he had with Che Bei. Li Dong paused, turning around to offer her a smile. During their discussion, Li Dong and Che Bei had not moderated their volume, and by Xianglan, being in close proximity, had overheard everything. The sight of a single finger stopping a powerful punch, along with the staggering monthly salary of 60,000, was profoundly shocking for Bai Xianglan, the owner of the modest eatery. Yet, at that moment, her thoughts were not consumed by these matters. She was acutely aware that Li Dong had stepped forward to protect her in a perilous situation. Bai Xianglan hurried to stand before Li Dong, her small hands twisting nervously in front of her, her large eyes gazing intently at him as she expressed, "Thank you so much for what you did earlier, truly." Li Dong looked into her eyes, noticing her shyness as she averted her gaze. Leaning slightly forward, he delighted in capturing her fleeting glances. What are you doing?" Bai Xianglan, filled with indignation, no longer averted her gaze and shot Li Dong a fierce glare. Yet, this glare bore no malice. Instead, it only enhanced her feminine allure. Li Dong, unfazed by her sulky expression, reached out and playfully pinched her smooth, delicate cheek, letting his hand glide down to her chin, his thumb and forefinger teasingly caressing her skin. "Please, don't do that." Bai Xianglan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her small hands clutching the hem of her short sleeves. Her fair thighs taut and straight, her entire body stiffening with a palpable sense of helplessness. Despite her protest, she instinctively attempted to shy away. But upon encountering the boy's beaming smile, she surrendered, her eyelashes fluttering, presenting an image of vulnerability. Li Dong, observing this woman before him, found it somewhat amusing. At around 30 years of age, she still exhibited such shyness, reminiscent of a more mature Tangerah. His gaze roamed over by Xianglan's graceful form, noting indeed that she was somewhat more voluptuous. After indulging his playful whims for a while, Li Dong ceased his teasing, withdrew his hand, and produced his phone, saying, "Let us add each other on WeChat. You can reach out to me if you need anything." Bai Xianglan slowly opened her eyes, a hint of moisture glimmering at the corners, clearly touched by the moment. Li Dong cleared his throat and reiterated, "Let us add each other on WeChat." I'm Bai Xianglan. She introduced herself, realizing he did not yet know her name. I'm Li Dong," he replied, a warm smile gracing his features as he extended his hand toward her. Bai Xianglan was already aware of his name. Yet Li Dong presented himself as if they were meeting for the first time, offering a formal introduction. Observing Li Dong's hand, Bai Xianglan felt a moment of hesitation. It appeared as if his hand were a mischievous claw, restlessly seeking to grasp. Raising her gaze to meet Li Dong's, she was captivated by the brilliance of his youthful smile, rendering her unable to refuse. She extended her hand, gently clasping his for a brief moment, nodding in acknowledgement. This time, Li Dong's claw did not cause any mischief. It merely brushed against her like a dragonfly skimming the water, fleeting and ephemeral. At the nearby table, Li Dong picked up a stack of money left by Brother Zhang and handed it to Bai Xianglan, saying, "Take this, it is owed to you." Bai Xianglan paused momentarily before accepting the money. With a wave of his hand, Li Dong departed, leaving her with her thoughts. Bai Xianglan murmured his name softly, glancing at her delicate hand, which she then clenched tightly, a smile emerging on her face unbeknownst to her own awareness. In the car, Chun Ka held the steering wheel, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "What do you think?" he asked. From behind him, the voice of Car General resonated with a gravitas. "It is by no means a consummate achievement. At the very least, it reflects an initial stage of the yellow rank. 6,000 a month is hardly excessive." Chen Ka reflected on Li Dong's unassailable strength. Though he himself possessed the prowess of a consummate master, he found himself unable to even budge a single finger of Li Dong's, which could only signify a status beyond the yellow rank. Yet, could Li Dong truly be tamed? "Such a person requires sincere engagement," Car General remarked softly. "Even if we cannot secure him entirely, ensuring he has no means to refuse would suffice." The afternoon study period commenced. Beside Li Dong, Wang Guan wore a troubled expression and whispered, "It's over, it's over. Tomorrow is Friday, and the exam results will be released. I'm doomed." Li Dong glanced at him and replied, "Do you still find it necessary to worry?" Wang Guan shot him an incredulous look, exclaiming, "What do you mean? I have no reason to worry." Li Dong chuckled lightly. After a brief moment of rambling, Wang Guan inquired, "Hey, Dongzi, how did you do this time?" Li Dong tilted his head to regard him and replied, "I suppose it went reasonably well. Do you think you can move up a few ranks?" "It's possible." "Stop mumbling," Wang Guan retorted. "You should learn from others." From the front row, Wu Shui, perhaps having overheard their conversation, scolded them sharply. Li Dong and Wang Guan exchanged glances and fell silent. Soon, the bell rang for the end of class. Wu Shui approached Tang Xiaolu, eager to glean some information. "The results are coming out tomorrow." Tang Xiaolu, engrossed in solving problems, merely hummed in response. "How about you this time?" Wu Shui cautiously probed. "Once the results are out." "What do you know?" Tang Xiaolu maintained her disinterested demeanor, a stance she had taken towards Wu Shui for several days now. Recently, she had come to realize that her friend indeed had some issues. Stung by rejection, Wu Shui felt uncomfortable and cast a glance at Li Dong. Seated in the last row, scoffing, "I wonder if Li Dong will manage to escape the bottom ranks with your help." Tang Xiaolu paused her writing and said, "Regardless, he has put in effort, and that is a commendable beginning." Wu Shui scoffed, "I fail to see where he has made any effort." Tang Xiaolu remained silent, diligently working on the problems before him. Chapter 29, Disguise. The classroom was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the soft rustle of pen tips gliding across paper. Aside from a few students who consistently underperformed and lacked diligence, the majority were bowed in concentration over their work. Li Dong was among them, his gaze fixed vacantly, clearly preoccupied with thoughts unrelated to the task at hand. Suddenly, the sharp sound of hurried footsteps shattered the classroom's stillness. The students raised their heads to see Wu Shui ascending the podium, her stern gaze sweeping over them. Clearing her throat, Wu Shui's eyes, magnified by her thick glasses, landed squarely on Li Dong in the back row. With an exaggerated cough and a few deliberate throat clearings, Wu Shui directed her attention pointedly at Li Dong, who remained fixated on his desk, oblivious to the mounting tension. A few classmates turned their heads to observe him, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. "Li Dong," Wu Shui finally bellowed, her voice cutting through the air. Startled, Li Dong looked up to meet Wu Shui's gaze, wearing an expression of innocence. In truth, Wu Shui had misjudged him. Li Dong had no intention of opposing her. He was merely lost in a contemplative state, having drifted away from the present moment. "Li Dong, what do you think you are doing? Are you studying? What nonsense occupies your mind day after day? Why do you care?" Li Dong replied calmly, perplexed by Wu Shui's lack of decorum, as she unleashed her ire without any apparent reason in such a setting. "You, Li Dong, do not presume that your basketball skills grant you the right to disregard others. Can basketball serve as sustenance? Tomorrow, the results of the midterm examination will be revealed." Wu Shui's voice was sharp. Li Dong, somewhat impatient, retorted, "Did you come up here solely to criticize me? If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, step down. The entire class is watching." Indeed, all the classmates were observing their exchange, and it was quite the spectacle. Wu Shui, as the top student, was renowned for her academic excellence, yet her demeanor was often perceived as acerbic, a fact universally acknowledged. In contrast, Li Dong frequently ranked among the lowest in exams, often indulging in frivolity, which Wu Shui deemed a detriment to the class, a type of person she held in particular disdain. Yet today, Li Dong dared to confront Wu Shui directly. Tang Xiaolu felt a sense of helplessness as she glanced at Wu Shui. Wu Shui, irked by Li Dong's retort, replied with a steely expression, "I certainly have something to say. It was the class teacher who instructed me to stand here." After regaining her composure, Wu Shui turned her gaze away from Li Dong and stated solemnly, "Classmates, tomorrow is Friday, and the midterm examination results will be announced. Regardless of the outcome, it is imperative that everyone takes this seriously. Next semester, we shall ascend to our final year of high school." Wu Shui's words heightened the tension among her peers. Once more, her gaze fell upon Li Dong and Wang Guan, as she added, "You may not feel anxious now, but once the results are released tomorrow, your anxiety will surely set in." Despite his lackluster academic performance, Li Dong appeared remarkably composed during the challenging examination. Some classmates shook their heads and sighed quietly, acknowledging his recent string of misfortunes, particularly his entanglement with Qianbing. This midterm exam would undoubtedly serve as an additional blow to his already fragile standing. Wu Shui regarded Li Dong with a frosty gaze, yet he seemed oblivious to her scrutiny, lost in his own thoughts. Wu Shui, infuriated by his demeanor, thought to herself, "How futile my efforts to counsel him. Some classmates treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. Well then, when the results are revealed tomorrow, I shall see how he justifies himself." As she descended from the podium, the anticipation of Li Dong's inevitable disillusionment brought a slight easing to her expression. For now, let him bask in his pretensions. Come tomorrow, all FA aides will crumble under scrutiny. Dongzi, are you truly unconcerned? On their way home from school, Wang Guan walked alongside Li Dong, leaning in with curiosity. In previous instances, Li Dong would be a picture of despair, yet today, he exuded an unusual calm. You must have some inkling of your standing. Wang Guan smirked, inquiring, how well do you think you fared this time? Perhaps in the 40s? Their class comprised over 50 students, and both Wang Guan and Li Dong generally hovered around that number. I doubt it, Li Dong replied, shaking his head. Ah, indeed. Even with Tang Hua tutoring you for an entire morning, such rapid improvement seems implausible, Wang Guan lamented. Hey, Xiaodong. Just as Li Dong was about to open the entrance door in the corridor, he was suddenly called by Aunt Zhang from behind. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Dong refrained from closing the door and instead propped it open, patiently awaiting the two individuals. With Li Dong stationed at the entrance, the pair showed no inclination to hasten their pace. The mother and son exchanged soft laughter, strolling leisurely as though Li Dong were non-existent. Thank you, Xiaodong, Aunt Zhang said with a smile as she approached, before stepping into the corridor. Gua Shaoran followed suit, passing by without so much as a glance at Li Dong. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Li Dong trailed behind them and shut the door. The results will be out tomorrow, Xiaodong, Aunt Zhang remarked, her steps leisurely as she led the way. Li Dong, hindered by the two in front, could only match their unhurried pace. Indeed, he replied in a neutral tone, which Aunt Zhang misinterpreted as disappointment. Her voice sharpened slightly. Xiaodong, if this exam did not go well, there will be another chance. The final exams are just 2 months away. There's still time to put in the effort. Ah, understood, Li Dong acknowledged. Xiaodong, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, stamping her foot as she turned around, maneuvering past Gua Shaoran to approach Li Dong. With a feigned sternness, she declared, Xiaodong, it's merely one examination. It's not the end of the world. It's not a definitive judgment. Keep striving. Li Dong nodded, finding a touch of amusement in the situation. Patting Li Dong on the shoulder, Aunt Zhang encouraged, listen to Annie. Do not be disheartened. You mustn't worry your father. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Li Dong responded with utmost politeness and a sense of detachment. He waved his hand dismissively goodbye. As Aunt Zhang and Gua Shaoran entered the house, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Li Dong overheard their murmurs at the entrance. Mom, why do you have to say so much to him? Oh, Shaoran, I'm merely trying to guide Li Dong. Do you think everyone can achieve your level of excellence? Mom, can you please stop comparing me to him? All right. I won't compare you to him. After all, how could he possibly measure up to my Shaoran? Now, tell me, what would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you. Li Dong shook his head and ascended the stairs. Chapter 30. The Dragon's Resolution. Xiaodong, have the results come out? Upon entering the house, Li Dashan called out loudly to Li Dong. Li Dong's voice echoed from within his bedroom. Not yet. They'll be released tomorrow. Li Dashan removed his shoes and limped to Li Dong's bedroom door, peering inside. Upon noticing the exam papers and pins on Li Dong's desk, he nodded and inquired, So, how do you feel? Are you confident? We'll know once they're out. Sigh, you carefree child. I tell you, if you don't advance by at least 7 or 8 places this time, you're grounded at home. No weekends out, no basketball, no gatherings with friends, understood? I heard you, you little rascal. Li Dashan shot a glare at Li Dong before stepping back outside. Once Li Dashan left, Li Dong turned his chair and positioned himself at his desk. Extending his right index finger, Li Dong scrutinized it for a considerable time. Gradually, a faint golden luminescence flickered within his pupils, and the spiritual energy surrounding his body began to surge violently, causing even the air to tremble visibly. The desk, the bookshelf, and the bed all quaked as objects fell to the ground incessantly, and the entire room swayed under the overwhelming pressure of the spiritual energy. His limbs and bones were suffused with golden light, concentrating all the spiritual energy upon one fingertip. Li Dong focused intently, his gaze piercing like lightning. As he swung his arm, the golden dragon erupted from his fingertip, charging forth with unparalleled might towards the wall of the adjacent bedroom. Just as the spiritual golden dragon was about to collide with the wall, Li Dong spread his palm wide and abruptly closed it, yanking his arm back. The golden light shattered suddenly, transforming into myriad golden sparkles that danced through the air, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Observing the fading golden spiritual energy at his fingertip, Li Dong murmured, "Qiu Longju." Of course, to mitigate the destruction caused by Qiu Longju, Li Dong employed only a minuscule portion of his spiritual power, utilizing merely one finger to execute this martial arts technique, which is why only a few books were dislodged. Ultimately, just as the golden dragon was about to strike the wall, Li Dong deftly interrupted the attack. Otherwise, the wall would have been obliterated, leading to an unwelcome breach with his neighbor. As the spiritual energy subsided, Li Dong surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he had somewhat wreaked havoc in the room. With a firm step upon the floor, the spiritual energy radiated outward. Under Li Dong's exquisite control, all the fallen objects levitated gracefully into the air. After tidying up, Li Dong turned around and sat straight at his desk, gazing at the exam paper, picking up his pen, and becoming lost in thought. The following morning, Li Dashan went grocery shopping and left with Li Dong, who was heading to school. As they descended the stairs, a door nearby swung open, and Aunt Zhang's voice emerged. "Xiaoran, can you tie your shoelaces properly? If not, shall I help you?" She then crouched down and awkwardly tied the laces. As she opened the door, Aunt Zhang and Xiaoran stepped out, encountering Li Dong and his father. "Oh, Dashan, are you taking the child today?" Aunt Zhang's face instantly brightened with a smile. "Ah, I'm just heading to the market to buy some groceries, and it happens to be on my way," Li Dashan replied, patting Li Dong's shoulder. "Xiao Dong, remember what Annie told you yesterday. Take it to heart and don't lose hope," Aunt Zhang said earnestly. "Xiao Dong, you must listen to what Annie advises," Li Dashan nudged him. "All right, Auntie, I've absorbed it all," Li Dong nodded. "Xiaoran did well on her exam, right, Sister Zhang? I really envy your child. At this time, she seems completely untroubled." Aunt Zhang beamed widely, ruffling Xiaoran's hair. "Oh, we still don't know how things will turn out. Your Xiaoran must not fall short, unlike my little rascal." Li Dashan gave Li Dong's back a hearty pat, his tone slightly stern. Xiaoran maintained an air of indifference. As the group descended the stairs, Aunt Zhang mounted her electric bike, bidding farewell to Li Dashan and Li Dong, carrying Xiaoran along with her. "You young man, when will you also bring pride to your father?" Li Dashan sighed as he watched the swiftly departing bike. Li Dong remained silent. Gently patting his son's shoulder, he said, "Dad has gone to buy groceries. You may go by yourself, but be cautious on the road." Li Dong nodded and bid farewell to Li Dashan. The results would be released in the afternoon, before the morning self-study session had begun. Li Dong had just entered the classroom and placed his backpack at his desk when Wang Guan approached him, an expression of anxiety etched across his face. "Damn it. I couldn't focus on class all morning." Wang Guan furrowed his brows. Li Dong chuckled. "When have you ever been able to concentrate during class?" "Sigh," Wang Guan lamented, shaking his head. The air was thick with discussions among classmates regarding their exam results, revealing a palpable sense of apprehension. At that moment, Wu Shui strolled into the classroom with her backpack, radiating an air of nonchalance, unfazed by the collective sighs of her peers. "Why complain now if you haven't put in the effort before?" she thought. Her gaze landed on Li Dong, who maintained his perpetually expressionless demeanor in the last row. "Humph, pretending not to care, are we?" Wu Shui narrowed her eyes, a cold smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. "By the time the results are out this afternoon, Li Dong, you'll be left weeping in a corner." At D County High School, Class 2 of the second year, Tangerah sighed. "I really have no idea what to expect." "I share your concerns," came the reply. The printing room had completed the score sheets, and their homeroom teacher had just gone to collect them, which explained the current restlessness in the classroom. Tang Irua felt a twinge of nervousness herself. Holding a pen, she gently rested her chin on the cap, her beautiful eyes scanning the questions on the paper, yet her focus drifted elsewhere. She was not worried about her own performance. Rather, her thoughts were consumed with concern for Li Dong. On that day, only mathematics was tutored to Li Dong, and it appeared that he absorbed the knowledge quite well. However, the subject proved to be quite challenging, and she feared that this might dampen Li Dong's enthusiasm. She hoped for an improvement in his grades. Tang Irua gently closed her eyes, her hands clasped together as if in prayer. In contrast, Wu Shui remained entirely unfazed, calmly working through the problems, her mind eagerly anticipating the release of the results. She could hardly wait to witness Li Dong's expression of despair. Above the blackboard, the clock's second hand moved relentlessly. The door swung open. Chapter 31. Proof. The homeroom teacher entered, cradling a substantial stack of freshly printed papers, and swiftly made her way to the podium. All the students' gazes converged upon her. Even Wu Shui, who had been calmly solving problems, set down her pen and looked up. The teacher surveyed the classroom with a somewhat complex expression, raising the report cards toward the first row of students. Distribute them. The report cards were handed out. Those who received them wore tense expressions, anxiously searching for their names. Upon discovering their scores, reactions varied. Some beamed with joy while others wore grimaces of disappointment. Suddenly, one student's gaze fell upon the name at the very top of the report card, and he uttered a sound of confusion. Rubbing his eyes, he leaned in closer. There was no mistake. How could this be possible? His eyes widened in astonishment. Wu Shui received her exam paper, brimming with confidence, and went straight to the first name. It was a moment of disbelief. Upon seeing it, her eyes widened in shock. How could this be? In a state of panic, Wu Shui raised her trembling hand to remove her glasses, vigorously rubbing her eyes. In her heart, she screamed, "Impossible, this cannot be true." Upon reopening her eyes, she cautiously shifted her gaze back to the first line of the report card. Li Dong, class rank 1, grade rank 1. Li Dong, the top student in the class. The top student in the entire school? Before her eyes lay Li Dong's indifferent face as he took the report card, glanced at his name, and nonchalantly set it down. Meanwhile, more and more classmates began to notice this astonishing revelation, their gasps echoing through the room. What is going on? Li Dong is first. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? All eyes turned in unison towards Li Dong. Tang Yirua, upon seeing those two words at the top, also covered her mouth in disbelief. How could he have jumped to first place in the class? No, in the entire grade. The leap was simply too vast, especially considering Li Dong's mathematics score was a perfect 150. Ignoring the heated gazes of his classmates, Li Dong furrowed his brow, staring at the report card left on the table. He was indifferent to this document as long as it did not disrupt his normal life. Wu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips murmuring incoherently, her demeanor appearing quite unsettled. The classmates turned their attention towards Wu Shui. Li Dong looked up at her. His calm voice broke the silence. What evidence do you have for your accusation? Is evidence still necessary? Wu Shui, with a sharp tone, let out a cold laugh as she picked up the report card from the table, pointing at Li Dong's name with her finger. You, Li Dong, have achieved this rank. Your name appears in this position, and that is the most compelling evidence. She surveyed her classmates, her gaze finally locking with that of the homeroom teacher. Li Dong's usual performance is well known to all. How could he possibly secure the top position in the entire grade? Isn't that enough to raise questions? Upon hearing Wu Shui's words, some classmates began to regain their composure from the initial shock. While Wu Shui was indeed quite impulsive, her argument held merit. If it were a student ranked 4th or 5th, or even someone outside the top 10 suddenly claiming the first spot, it might be plausible. But this was Li Dong. Whispers filled the room as they exchanged curious glances towards him. Tang Yiru frowned, visibly displeased with Wu Shui's outburst. However, even Tang Yiru felt the weight of Li Dong's suspiciously high score, finding it almost surreal. As Wu Shui prepared to speak again, the homeroom teacher gestured for her to sit down, then turned her attention to Li Dong, stating, Li Dong, not only your classmates, but even the teachers across the entire grade are astonished by your results. Li Dong met the teacher's gaze with calmness. The teacher's eyes were sharp, as if seeking clues within Li Dong's expression, yet the boy's deep, inscrutable gaze eluded her understanding. Was he always like this? The teacher furrowed her brow slightly before continuing. I hope you can comprehend the surprise that everyone feels. It is only natural that no one would readily accept such a leap. Our teacher convened to discuss the matter, aiming to uphold the authenticity and seriousness of the examination results, while also seeking to vindicate your integrity. Consequently, we have prepared an alternative set of papers for you. However, due to time constraints, the papers will cover only 2 subjects, mathematics and English, with a level of difficulty comparable to that of the current examination. Li Dong, I must take a moment of your time. Please accompany me to the office to complete these 2 papers. Should your final scores mirror those reflected on this transcript, it will substantiate the authenticity of your results. Conversely, if you fail to achieve this, the homeroom teacher adjusted her glasses, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. And we shall have no choice but to conclude that your examination scores were attained through dishonest means. We will then issue a revised transcript and publicly condemn your actions throughout the school. Li Dong, do you accept this? Yes, I accept. Let us go? Li Dong replied readily, rising to follow. Wang Guan, seated at the back, gaped at Li Dong's retreating figure, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Still unable to comprehend the unfolding situation, although unaware of how Dongzi had managed this feat, he felt a sense of trepidation. Being the top student in the entire grade, this was indeed a perilous gamble. If exposed, it would lead to a school-wide reprimand. The homeroom teacher, taken aback by Li Dong's promptness, paused momentarily, cleared her throat, and said, "Very well, let us proceed to the mathematics department, where the examination will take place under the supervision of the academic director and several teachers." Humph. The fox's tail cannot remain hidden. Wu Shue's face flushed crimson, although she was unaware of the means by which Li Dong had achieved such astonishing results. She was certain he must have cheated. The entire school would soon issue a public reprimand. Wu Shui revealed a cruel smile, anticipating the disgrace that awaited him. Tang Yirua felt a weight in her heart. She could not believe Li Dong would resort to such dishonesty. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had gleaned enough to understand the essence of his character. Yet, how had he attained such an incredible score on the report card? Tang Yirua was eager to uncover the truth, but upon learning that Li Dong was to take a solitary examination, her anxiety returned. The homeroom teacher escorted Li Dong out of the classroom towards the mathematics department. As they departed, the classroom erupted in a frenzy. "Can you believe it? Li Dong actually came in first," exclaimed one student, incredulous. "I'm in shock. But once he finishes those 2 papers, we'll know the outcome. How on earth could he have cheated? Are you still keen to learn how?" Another student teased. No, it's just that this is all so bizarre." Surrounding Wu Shui were several girls, chattering animatedly, all high achievers in their own right. "Wu Shui, don't be upset. Li Dong won't be able to bask in glory for much longer," one of them remarked. "Indeed, cheating is one thing. But to emerge as the top student in the whole school, he must be desperate for attention," another chimed in. "Humph, just wait until the public reprimand. We'll see how he cries then." Hearing their comments, Wu Shui's expression softened somewhat. The afternoon was filled with a certain lively tumult. The classroom door was abruptly flung open, revealing the homeroom teacher, whose face radiated excitement as he strode in, followed leisurely by Li Dong. The teacher nearly dashed to the podium, resting his hands on the desk, and gazing at the students below, he exclaimed, "Class, Li Dong has unequivocally proven through his diligence and capability that his achievements are entirely genuine." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience upon hearing the teacher's words. Everyone seemed frozen in disbelief, akin to statues. Li Dong repeatedly bowed to his classmates. How could this be possible? Wu Shui abruptly stood up, her face a mask of defiance and indignation. "Wu Shui," the teacher's stern glare silenced her. The prowess of Li Dong, acknowledged by 6 teachers including the principal, was indisputable. If one were to express astonishment, it should be directed at his dedication and hard work. Li Dong waved his hand humbly. "I am undeserving of such praise." The teacher encouraged everyone to learn from Li Dong, initiating a round of applause. The clapping was scattered and hesitant, as the students remained in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 32, Forgery. "I can't believe it. Li Dong has become a model of academic excellence." This was nothing short of a complete upheaval of their perceptions. Wang Guan stood agape, murmuring, "Dongzi, you truly are my brother Dong." After receiving a reprimand from the teacher, Wu Shui finally sank back into her seat, her gaze dimmed. Yet, the most astonished of all was undoubtedly Li Dong as homeroom teacher. At that moment, she was also present, regardless of the speed or the method of problem-solving. Li Dong exhibited remarkable qualities, and ultimately, he achieved a perfect score of 150 in mathematics. Tang Yirua sat in her seat, gazing at the nonchalant Li Dong in front of her, her large eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed, revealing a sincere smile. Raising her hand, Tang Yirua offered Li Dong the warmest applause. In the family-style restaurant, Li Dashan was busy tidying up the vegetables in the kitchen, while Sun Ru, wearing an apron, wiped down the tables in the empty dining area. The sound of the door curtain being lifted caught Sun Ru's attention, and she quickly looked up to greet the arriving customers. Aunt Zhang entered with Guo Xiaoran, taking a seat and calling out in her lively voice, "Dashan." Sun Ru, puzzled, saw Li Dashan peek his head out from the kitchen. Upon recognizing Aunt Zhang, he hurried out. "Ah, Zhang Jia, you've come, and you brought Xiaoran along." "Yes," Aunt Zhang replied cheerfully. The grades were released this afternoon, and Xiaoran did quite well, advancing 4 places in the entire grade. "We came to treat you to a nice meal." "Ah, wonderful." Li Dashan nodded eagerly. "Xiaoran is truly impressive. If my little Dong could move up a few places in his class, I would be content." Guo Xiaoran wore an expression of pride. It should be soon. I told him to come to the restaurant after school today, so I could inquire about his grades. Indeed, grades should come first, Aunt Zhang remarked. By the way, Dashin, please don't criticize the children too harshly. They have done their best and should continue to strive. Li Dashin nodded heavily, his mood growing increasingly anxious. As Sun Ru diligently wiped the table, she listened intently to their conversation. She lifted her gaze and noticed the expressions of pride and disdain on Aunt Zhang and Guo Xiaoran's faces, causing her own demeanor to darken. Xiaoran, who topped the grade this time? It should be Lu Miao or Zhao Yu. Someone will post the grade report in the class group shortly. Oh, then keep an eye on the group. Guo Xiaoran retrieved her phone and opened the class group chat interface. Aunt Zhang picked up the menu from the table and handed it to Guo Xiaoran, saying, "Take a look, Xiaoran. What would you like to eat? Sample your Uncle Dashin's culinary skills." Guo Xiaoran glanced at the menu with a hint of impatience. Mom, are we really eating here? Li Dashin's expression turned somewhat awkward, while Sun Ru furrowed her brows. Aunt Zhang playfully tapped Guo Xiaoran's arm. This child has become quite picky. She then snatched the menu back. Fully aware that the standard of Dashin's home-cooked meals was inadequate, their presence here was undoubtedly motivated by a desire to show off. Just as Aunt Zhang was about to place an order, someone entered from outside. Turning her head, she was greeted by the sight of Li Dong. Her face instantly lighting up with a smile. "Xiaodong, you're here?" Li Dong nodded in acknowledgement, glancing over at Guo Xiaoran beside her. Quickly deducing the reason for their gathering, Sun Ru hurriedly approached Li Dong, assisting him in removing his backpack and placing it on the adjacent table. "Xiaodong, how did you do on the exam?" Before Li Dashin could utter a word, Aunt Zhang impatiently posed the question. Guo Xiaoran gazed calmly at the table before him, entirely unconcerned by the matter at hand. Li Dashin leaned closer to Li Dong, his eyes fixed intently on him. "Son, let me have a look at your report card." Sun Ru gently wrapped her arms around Li Dong's waist, her body pressed against his, casting a disapproving glance at the hurried Aunt Zhang, resembling a protective little tiger. "All right then." Li Dong lifted his backpack from the table, unzipped it, retrieved the report card, and handed it to Li Dashin. Li Dashin accepted the report card, his gaze immediately descending to the bottom of the page, searching for Li Dong's name one by one. Sun Ru also leaned forward, peering at the report card. Aunt Zhang fixated on Li Dashin's expression, observing his growing agitation, which only deepened her smile. "Dashin, what's the matter?" Sun Ru wore a puzzled expression, having failed to find Li Dong's name on the report card as well. "Oh dear, what's going on?" At her words, Aunt Zhang quickly rose from her seat and approached Li Dashin, her brow furrowed as she began searching from the last position. "Indeed, Xiaodong, why is your name absent? Did you miss the exam? Or perhaps you were expelled for cheating?" Guo Xiaoran spoke nonchalantly from his seat. Li Dong looked at the three individuals before him, especially casting a glance at Aunt Zhang, and said, "Not missing? It can't be, it's right there." Li Dashin held the report card up to Li Dong's eyes, shaking it vigorously. "Where is it? Point it out to me." Li Dashin was genuinely angry. It was one thing to perform poorly, but to have no name on the report card? What kind of blunder could that possibly indicate? Aunt Zhang also interjected, "Xiaodong, you should come clean with your father. What is truly going on?" Li Dong ignored her, extending his hand to emphatically point at the report card. "Here it is." Upon noticing Li Dong's gesture, Li Dashin furrowed his brow and followed his finger's direction. The name Li Dong glaringly occupied the top of the report card. This Li Dashin's hand trembled, causing the report card to flutter to the ground. Quick as a flash, Li Dong caught it and handed it back to Li Dashin. Aunt Zhang's radiant smile, akin to sunshine, was instantly overshadowed by a cloud of disbelief. "This is impossible." Aunt Zhang's voice turned sharply accusatory. "What happened?" Guo Xiaoran frowned, sensing the tension among the group, and, no longer composed, rose from his seat to peer closer. "Li Dong, first in class, first in grade. This cannot be." Guo Xiaoran's expression darkened immediately, mirroring his mother's reaction. Aunt Zhang, shaking the report card, exclaimed loudly at Li Dong, "Li Dong, you truly excel at this. Instead of focusing on your studies, you've concocted this nonsense." Li Dong regarded her silently. "You dare to forge your report card?" Aunt Zhang was seething with rage. "What?" Li Dashin looked into his son's eyes. Li Dong met her gaze with calmness. Xiaodong would never do such a thing. After a moment, Li Dashin turned to Aunt Zhang and declared, Xiaodong would not engage in such actions. Sun Ru, overhearing Aunt Zhang's accusation, shot her an angry glare. "He wouldn't he? The children nowadays are quite opinionated." Aunt Zhang asserted with conviction, "Xiaodong, if you tell the truth now and admit your mistake, you'll You'll still be a good child. Guo Xiaoran, who was beside them, finally deigned to give Li Dong a proper look, appearing as if his tail had been stepped on. Li Dong gazed at Aunt Zhang, finding her demeanor somewhat comical. After a moment, he remarked, "The school's report cards should be released shortly. You'll know once you see them. Let me tell you." Guo Xiaoran pointed a finger at Li Dong, about to continue when a message arrived on his phone. Upon inspection, it was from the class group. The school's report cards were out. The actual report cards are here. Guo Xiaoran waved his phone at them. "Quick, check it, Xiaoran," Aunt Zhang urged, craning her neck with more eagerness than anyone else. Chapter 33. Exemplar. Guo Xiaoran cast a smug glance at Li Dong, thinking to himself, "So you faked a report card, huh? Let's see how impressive you are when I expose you in person." He opened the image of the report card, and Guo Xiaoran and Aunt Zhang immediately looked at the first place. Upon seeing it, they both fell silent, their expressions frozen. "WH. What's wrong?" Li Dasha inquired, quickly stepping forward to look at Guo Xiaoran's phone screen. Sun Ru also followed suit. "Li Dong, first in the grade. Xiaodong, you." Li Dasha looked at Li Dong, his eyes brimming with excitement. Sun Ru directly reached out and took Li Dong's arm, her large eyes looking at him, filled with astonishment. "Xiaodong, how did you do so well on the exam?" "He cheated." Before the composed Li Dong could speak, Guo Xiaoran snapped out of his daze. His face ashen, he pointed a finger at Li Dong and exclaimed loudly, "Indeed, how could Li Dong, who typically ranks at the bottom, achieve such remarkable results?" Aunt Zhang's gaze towards Li Dong grew increasingly skeptical. Before they could voice their thoughts, the class group chat of Guo Xiaoran erupted with excitement. "Is Li Dong really first? Who is Li Dong? I know him. He's from class 2 and has always been at the bottom." "Always at the bottom? How did he secure first place? Cheating?" Observing the lively discussion among her classmates, Guo Xiaoran promptly shared the latest messages. "Look, some are already exposing the truth." Except for Li Dong. Everyone's focus was on the messages in Guo Xiaoran's class group. In a flurry, she pressed her hands on the keyboard, and, in front of Li Dashan, Sun Ru, and Li Dong, typed, "I suspect it's cheating." Li Dashan glanced at Guo Xiaoran, his expression darkening. "Xiaodong, you." Before Aunt Zhang could continue, another message popped up on the screen. "Please, don't shout. What cheating? He didn't cheat at all." The monitor of Guo Xiaoran's class interjected. "Indeed, that student Li Dong was individually taken to the math group for the exam this afternoon, supervised by several teachers, including the director and our homeroom teacher. And what was the outcome? His performance matched perfectly with what's on the report card. Moreover, he achieved a perfect score in mathematics. Goodness, he is simply extraordinary." This was conveyed to me by our homeroom teacher, who also urged everyone not to spread rumors. Look, the teacher even provided me with a screenshot of the conversation in their faculty group. The screenshot reads, "Teacher Ma, Director Zhao, how is Li Dong's situation?" Director Zhao, Li Dong's grades are entirely legitimate. His personal examination was supervised by myself and several other teachers, with no instances of cheating. The reason Li Dong achieved such remarkable results is solely due to his personal efforts and diligence. I hope all homeroom teachers will promote this and encourage students to take Li Dong as a role model. The screenshot concludes here. The class group was rapidly inundated with messages as students expressed their astonishment. A silence enveloped the restaurant. Li Dashan slowly shifted his gaze from the phone screen to Li Dong's face, his lips trembling. After a moment, he finally reached out, grasping Li Dong's shoulders. "Xiaodong, you truly have a bright future." Sun Ru also emerged from her shock, lifting her hand to caress Li Dong's cheek and pinch his ear, her eyes brimming with concern. "Xiaodong, to achieve this, you must have endured so much hardship." "Oh, it's nothing," Li Dong waved his hand dismissively, speaking vaguely. Yet, the more he downplayed it, the more pain Li Dashan and Sun Ru felt. Li Dashan's eyes reddened as he firmly squeezed his son's shoulders. Well done. Sun Ru wiped her tears, her voice choked. "Xiaodong." Li Dong was rendered speechless. "Don't cry. Why are you crying?" "Indeed," Sun Ru sniffed, "Uncle Li. Please do not cry. Xiaodong is correct. This is a joyous occasion." "Yes, I am not crying. I have not shed a tear," Li Dashan exclaimed. His eyes reddened as he spoke in an excited jumble of words. The trio's exuberance starkly contrasted with the discomfort of Aunt Zhang and Guo Xiaoran, particularly Aunt Zhang, whose face fluctuated between shades of red and white. They could not fathom how this boy had leaped from the bottom of the class to the top. It was simply too outrageous. In a moment of distraction, Aunt Zhang felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Li Dashan quickly supported her. Oh dear. Are you all right, Sister Zhang? What is the matter? It's nothing. Aunt Zhang waved her hand dismissively, unable to meet their eyes. Her earlier pride dissipating. Gua Xiaoran, too, suffered a significant blow. His usual air of superiority vanished. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he struggled to assist his mother. Well, Sister Zhang, what would you like? I can prepare something for you. It would be delightful for both our families to celebrate together, Li Dashan suggested, pointing to the menu on the table. And Zhang nearly stumbled again, shaking her head repeatedly. Too timid to meet Li Dashan's gaze. Dashan, I just remembered that I have some matters to attend to at home. We cannot stay here any longer. With that, she quickly extricated herself from Li Dashan's grasp and hurriedly left with Gua Xiaoran. Li Dashan, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. He was not inherently ill-natured. Yet he could not overlook Aunt Zhang's sharpness, nor her son's haughty demeanor, who would not even offer a greeting when they met. In truth, Li Dashan had long harbored resentment towards them. Today, all grievances were finally released. Li Dashan eagerly pulled his son over, playfully ruffling Li Dong's hair, his face brimming with joy. Well done, my boy. That evening, buoyed by Li Dong's excellent performance, both Li Dashan and Sun Ru felt particularly invigorated. After attending to the guests in the restaurant, they prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate Li Dong's achievements. As the clock approached 9, after finishing their meal and clearing the table, Li Dashan busied himself in the kitchen while Sun Ru took Li Dong's hand and led him to the steps at the entrance of the restaurant. Gently squeezing Li Dong's fingers, Sun Ru gazed at the starry night sky, a lingering smile upon her face. Back home, when night falls, the sky is filled with stars. But here in the county town, it's a different story. Finding even one star requires keen eyesight. Turning to face Li Dong, she continued, Little Dong, you have great potential. Achieving such remarkable results requires you to maintain this momentum. Li Dong nodded in agreement. Next year, you will sit for the college entrance examination. With your intellect, I am confident you will gain admission to a prestigious university. After graduation, you can secure a respectable job and marry a beautiful wife. At this point, Sun Ru's gaze toward Li Dong flickered with emotion. Sister, Li Dong tightened his grip on her hand. Ah, my dear little Dong. Sun Ru gently patted the back of his hand, pausing before adding, let us not dwell on that for now. I promise that if you excel, I would take you on an adventure. So, how about we visit the zoo tomorrow? As the restaurant closed for the night, Li Dong bid farewell to Li Dashan and Sun Ru. With one leg propped on the bicycle, Sun Ru pedaled leisurely down the road, the dim yellow lights along the way gradually receding, then slowly advancing. Yet, she wished the pace could slow even further. It was too swift for her liking. She was reluctant to let go. Chapter 34. The Tiger Park. The following day, Saturday, Li Dong rose early, completed his morning routine, and donned a set of clean, crisp attire. They had previously agreed that if Li Dong performed well on his exam, Sun Ru would take him to the zoo that weekend. Li Dashan also set out early, as he had a gathering with several old classmates. At 8 o'clock, Li Dong exited the residential complex and walked to the entrance of the stadium. In the distance, he spotted Sun Ru waiting for him, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing him, she raised her hand in a cheerful wave. Li Dong quickened his pace, approaching her. Today, Sun Ru wore a light beige sheer short-sleeved top that was both refreshing and petite, revealing her fair collarbone and hinting at her firm abdomen beneath. Her lower half was clad in a pair of light blue six-point denim shorts, which hugged her voluptuous thighs and posterior, accentuating an alluring curve, while her exposed calves were smooth and delicate. On her feet were white flats, showcasing her fair insteps. Sun Ru's beautiful eyes danced over Li Dong, sparkling with joy. Xiaodong, you look so spirited and handsome today. Li Dong's outfit was unremarkable, just a white shirt paired with blue shorts, but his physique was commendable. He was tall and robust, truly a fine figure for any attire. Thus, this ordinary attire appeared remarkably clean and radiant on him. They hailed a cab and arrived at the zoo. Xiaodong, would you like some ice cream? After alighting, the two did not rush into the park. Sun Ru, with her large eyes, scanned the surroundings and spotted a cold drink shop. Linking her arm with Li Dong's, she inquired, shall we? Sure, Li Dong replied. Xiaodong agreed. So let's go. They entered the cold drink shop and approached the ordering counter. Xiaodong, which one do you fancy? This one or that one? Sun Ru, with one hand entwined around Li Dong's arm, pointed at the menu, hesitatingly indicating one item and then the other, embodying the essence of indecision as if plagued by choice paralysis. Observing her uncertainty, The attendant politely suggested, "You might like to try our couple's cup. It's quite delightful." Couple's cup? Sun Ru and Li Dong exchanged glances, then shared a soft chuckle. It was no wonder the attendant mistook them for a couple. Despite Sun Ru being nearly a decade older than Li Dong, her youthful appearance could easily pass for someone in their early 20s. Furthermore, her arm remained linked with Li Dong's, her body positioned closely beside him, exuding an aura of intimacy akin to that of young lovers. After a moment of laughter, Sun Ru gently patted Li Dong's shoulder and said, "Xiaodong, shall we opt for this one?" Li Dong gazed into Sun Ru's eyes, which sparkled with excitement. "All right." Sun Ru ordered the couple's cup, her spirits remarkably high. The so-called couple cups are merely a chocolate sundae and a strawberry sundae. The former adorned with a piece of chocolate and the latter topped with a single strawberry, lacking any remarkable distinction. The name serves merely as a gimmick, though the flavor is indeed delightful. After leaving the ice cream parlor, the couple purchased tickets at the zoo's entrance and queued to enter. Being a Saturday, the zoo was bustling with visitors, and they meandered leisurely through the grounds. This zoo in County D is not particularly large, nor does it boast a wide variety of animals, with the tiger enclosure being its main attraction. After wandering for a while, Sun Ru and Li Dong made their way to the tiger area, which was, unsurprisingly, teeming with spectators. The enclosure is designed as a vast pit, surrounded by smooth, rounded walls, with several artificial rock formations at the bottom and a locked iron gate. When the viewing time arrives, the gate opens to allow the tigers to emerge for the enjoyment of the guests. Above the pit, a tall railing ensures the safety of the onlookers. Li Dong and Sun Ru found a spot at the edge of the railing, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the tigers amidst the throng of excited voices. At 9 o'clock, the iron gate creaked open, and the roar of a tiger echoed from within. A robust adult tiger stepped out with powerful strides, entering another enclosure. It raised its head, surveying the crowd gathered on the viewing platform, opened its massive jaws, and let out a mighty roar. The crowd erupted in exhilaration, with cheers and whistles filling the air. Amidst the flurry of excitement, a child's voice piped up, "Daddy, I can't see." A young boy, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, strained to elevate himself on tiptoe, yet he could not catch a glimpse of the tiger, only hearing its roars resonating around him. A man in his 30s held the boy's hand, his face etched with concern. "Daddy, I want to see the big tiger," the boy exclaimed, his tone becoming increasingly petulant as he vigorously shook off the man's grip. Reluctantly, the man bent down and said, "How about I lift you onto my shoulders for a moment?" Yes, you're the best, Daddy." The throng of visitors was overwhelming, and the man exerted considerable effort to hoist the boy onto his neck. At last, perched atop his father's shoulders, the boy beheld the tiger frolicking atop a rock formation, his face alight with excitement. The crowd was so dense that the man had to inch forward, pressing his chest against the railing. Though a flicker of anger crossed his features, he could not turn his head and shouted to those behind him, "Could you please stop pushing? It's dangerous." "Yes, it is too perilous." Someone noticed the precarious situation, observing a child perched on a man's neck so close to the railing, and called out loudly to him. The boy, utterly captivated, heard the commotion and shouted in protest, "No, I won't come down. I refuse to come down." The remarks from the surrounding visitors heightened the man's sense of danger. His expression tightened as he prepared to lower his son. "All right, little one, time to come down," he said, as he carefully grasped the boy's waist, ready to set him back on the ground. The boy, unexpectedly lifted into the air, was filled with displeasure and immediately began to throw a tantrum, twisting his waist and thrashing about with all his might. The man, attempting to move the boy out of his line of sight, was unprepared for his vigorous movements. In that instant, the boy's foot struck the railing, and simultaneously, he swatted at the man's arm. The combined effects caused the boy to slip from the man's grasp and tumble over the railing. "Daddy!" The sensation of hanging in midair startled the boy, prompting him to wail loudly, desperately waving his hands in an attempt to grasp the man behind the railing. The man, straining to reach out, leaned precariously over the railing, his entire torso suspended, yet he was unable to catch the boy. A few quick-thinking tourists rushed forward, eager to save the child, but their efforts proved futile. In the boy's eyes, his father seemed to recede further away. He landed against the wall of the pit and rolled downward. "Little treasure," the man cried out in anguish, extending his hands wildly in front of him. "Ah, someone has fallen. It's a child." The boy rolled down the smooth wall, landing squarely in the center of the tiger enclosure, coming into view of all the onlookers. A child had fallen before the tiger, with no protective measures in place. Panic ensued among the crowd, although the pit was deep. The wall's smooth curvature meant that despite falling from a great height, the boy emerged unscathed. He sobbed as he stood up, attempting to lift his head to search for his father among the crowd above. Yet, the first creature he spotted was not his father, but the enormous tiger he had been so eager to see. The tiger beheld him from atop the artificial hill, descending step by step. The boy's face turned pale, and he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 35. 2 lives quick. Quick, go find the staff. Yes, yes. Seek out the staff. But was there enough time? The tiger was far too close to the child. The crowd buzzed with frantic voices, and a few tourists squeezed through to search for assistance. A man fell to his knees, gripping the railing tightly, crying out, "My little treasure! My little treasure!" He was engulfed in regret, pondering the what-ifs, if he had ignored his son's incessant chatter, if he had not placed his son on his shoulders, if he had refrained from bringing his child to the tiger park, or to the zoo at all, would this calamity have befallen them? A 5-year-old. Confronted by a full-grown tiger, he dared not envision the outcome, his anguish manifesting in loud sobs. The surrounding visitors were equally distraught. "Oh heavens!" Sunru gasped, covering her mouth as she watched the tiger inch closer to the boy in the pit, tears welling in her eyes. Time was slipping away, with a mere pounce. The tiger could extinguish the boy's life in an instant, leaving no room for the staff's arrival. Yet, what could this group of tourists do, aside from standing there? Listening to the father's wails and witnessing the slow advance of the tiger towards the boy, they were powerless. Then, someone provided them with an astonishing answer. Sunru could no longer bear to gaze into the pit and turned her head, burying it in Li Dong's arm. However, Li Dong freed himself from her grasp and gently patted her shoulder. Sunru looked up in astonishment, about to voice her question, when she witnessed Li Dong leap gracefully onto the railing, then push off with his feet and jump down. For a moment, Sunru was lost in thought, before letting out a piercing scream, "Xiaodong." The onlookers around them were equally stunned, shocked that another had voluntarily jumped down. "Xiaodong." Tears streamed down Sunru's face as she rushed to the railing, lifting her leg in an attempt to follow. "Hey, stop. Don't act impulsively." Despite her desperate struggles to break free from the restraints and reach Xiaodong's side, she eventually ceased fighting, collapsing on the ground with her hands covering her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. Alas, this person appeared quite young. Youthful individuals tend to be so impulsive. Jumping down now would only complicate matters further. Indeed, help would arrive shortly. By the time they do, that child might already be in peril from the tiger. What good would his actions do then, but to offer himself as a meal? In the crowd, murmurs of doubt and regret arose, and hearing their comments only intensified Sunru's sobs. After leaping down, Li Dong landed firmly on the curved wall before swiftly making his way to the bottom of the pit. Hearing Sunru's anguished cries behind him, Li Dong maintained his composure, quickening his pace while exerting his strength. He positioned himself between the boy and the tiger. Another young man has fallen in. This is disastrous. 2 lives are at stake. What a calamity. He does not appear to be very old, seemingly still a student, impulsive indeed. Just a few days ago, a similar incident occurred in County B, where a high school student jumped into the water to save someone, only to drown himself. Alas, it is a tragic tale. The onlookers sighed, clearly losing hope for Li Dong and the young boy's fate. What hope could there be? Below lurked a tiger, its claws, its gaping maw, its forearms thicker than a man's waist. What chance does humanity stand against such a force? The boy's father, upon witnessing someone leap into the fray, felt a flicker of hope ignite in his eyes. Yet as he listened to the murmurs around him, that light gradually dimmed. Indeed, it was a tiger, a power beyond human reckoning. The man bowed his head, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. "Little Bao, I'm so sorry." Sunru sat on the ground, covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking, her tears nearly exhausted. "Roar." The tiger, confronted by this second human, shook its massive head and opened its mouth, issuing a fearsome roar. Yet, at the sound of the tiger's growl, little Bao began to wail anew. Li Dong gazed steadily at the approaching tiger, his expression serene. The tiger, noticing this human's lack of fear, extended its tongue to lick its sharp teeth. It lunged at Li Dong. "Ah, the tiger is moving. The tiger is moving. It's over." The crowd erupted in gasps, some hastily turning their heads away, unable to bear witness to the impending horror. The boy's father felt a chill in his heart, his complexion ashen. Sunru raised her head, crying out loudly and without shame, "Xiaodong, my Xiaodong." Under the influence of her emotions, several women began to weep as well. A dull sound echoed from the pit, Those with closed eyes wondered why it had fallen silent. They leaned forward to gaze into the depression, and upon doing so, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The tiger lay motionless on the ground, while beside it, a young man stood calmly, his raised right hand gradually lowering. What had just transpired? Had the tiger fainted? The answer was simple. In the instant the tiger lunged towards Li Dong, he merely sidestepped, evading the beast, and delivered a swift chop to its head, rendering it unconscious. He regarded the incident as trivial, yet the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Did this young man truly accomplish such a feat? Had he single-handedly subdued a tiger with such astonishing speed? That was a tiger, the king of beasts. Upon hearing the crowd's exclamations, Sun Ru ceased her cries, sprang to her feet, and rushed to the railing. Seeing Li Dong standing there unscathed, she broke into tears once more, and then, as if drained of strength, she collapsed to the ground, with nearby visitors quickly supporting her. "Xiaodong, my Xiaodong. It's all right, Sun Ru murmured. Little Bao's cries subsided as he gazed at Li Dong, who stood before him, alongside the tiger lying nearby. His mouth agape and a bubble of snot forming. Stunning the tiger, Li Dong wasted no time. With a swift leap, he reached Little Bao, tucking the child securely under his arm. He then ascended the smooth wall with remarkable agility, as if it were mere ground beneath his feet. With several firm steps, he propelled himself upwards, clutching the child tightly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, stepping back in unison, while many had not dared to witness the earlier confrontation with the tiger. Witnessing Li Dong's superhuman feat left them utterly bewildered. How could he scale such a high, smooth wall with bare feet, all while carrying another person? With one final push against the wall, Li Dong vaulted over the railing, landing gracefully on the ground. He set Little Bao down and strode purposefully toward Sun Ru, who parted the crowd with ease. Sun Ru, weeping uncontrollably, seemed to regain her strength in an instant, breaking free from the other's support and rushing toward Li Dong. "Xiaodong, Xiaodong," she cried, burying herself in his embrace, her small hands clinging tightly to his waist, her head nestled against his shoulder. Her voice still tinged with sorrow. Li Dong sighed softly, his right hand gently caressing Sun Ru's head, while his left arm encircled her waist, holding her close. Chapter 36. A stroke of fortune. Sun Ru's delicate form melted into Li Dong's embrace, her small hands gripping his waist as if to merge her very essence within him. He tenderly patted her back, feeling the soft, silky texture of her garment beneath his fingers. Leaning in close, he whispered softly in her ear, "Sister, see. I am perfectly fine." After embracing Li Dong for quite a while, Sun Ru finally lifted her head from his chest, her eyes reddened and slightly swollen. "You little rascal." Sun Ru glared at Li Dong, her fingers probing around his waist until she finally found a bit of flesh to pinch. "You nearly scared me to death. You've really grown up and become bold enough to leap into a tiger's den. You infuriate me. If a tiger had bitten you, what would I do?" "Dear sister, there was no time to explain earlier. I had to act quickly. Otherwise, the tiger would have pounced," Li Dong said, taking Sun Ru's small hand in his and gently stroking it. "Is your life not precious? Do you have any idea how terrified I was? If something had happened to you, how would I explain it to Uncle Li? How would I?" Sun Ru bit her lip, her voice filled with lingering fear, her complexion pale. "Sister, don't you know? I am just as afraid of death. If there were genuine danger, I wouldn't have gone in," Li Dong reassured her. "Promise there won't be a next time. If there is, I truly won't survive." Yes, Li Dong replied. Suddenly, applause erupted around them, growing louder and more thunderous. People gathered, encircling the two in a warm embrace, applauding Li Dong's brave actions. "Well done, young man. Such courage. Who would have thought this young fellow is already a cultivator? Indeed, look at those skills. He must be at the peak of his realm." Some individuals have discerned that only cultivators possess the extraordinary ability to incapacitate a tiger with bare hands, while simultaneously ascending from a pit while cradling a child. Had this incident not transpired, one would regard this young man as nothing more than an ordinary student, utterly unaware of his formidable martial prowess. At the moment when the two embraced, two staff members, armed with tranquilizer guns, arrived on the scene. However, their delay was due to the time consumed in preparing their weapons, resulting in their arrival after the situation had already concluded. It is not entirely fair to blame them for their tardiness. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity from the moment the boy fell to the ground, to Li Dong's leap to subdue the tiger, and finally, his ascent with the child in his arms. All transpired within a mere 2 to 3 minutes. "Xiao Bao, At this juncture, the man had been weeping for some time, overwhelmed by the terror of the preceding moments. Even a grown man could hardly withstand such a shock. Breaking down in tears, Sun Ru, having extricated herself from Li Dong's embrace, pointed an accusatory finger at the man, her brow furrowed, her voice brimming with indignation. How can you call yourself a father? You cannot even safeguard your child. If it weren't for my Xiaodong, you would be left to weep in despair. The anxiety that Li Dong had felt moments before was now wholly redirected towards the man. The man, placing his son down, rose to his feet and bowed repeatedly to Li Dong. Young brother, I am truly grateful. Thank you. The surrounding onlookers chastised the man as well. You, as a father, are utterly negligent. How could you be so indulgent with your child? Indeed, standing so close to the railing, he thought it wise to lift his child above his head. It is bewildering to comprehend his reasoning. Faced with the accusations of the crowd, the man repeatedly expressed his apologies, acknowledging the trouble he had caused. Li Dong cast a glance at him and remarked, "You ought to learn how to properly care for a child." Indeed, indeed, the man affirmed, then retrieved his phone. Young man, you have saved my son's life, and I have nothing to offer in return. How about I transfer 10,000 yuan to you? Please don't think it too little. You needn't bother, Li Dong waved dismissively, gently placing his hand on Sun Ru's waist. Let's go, sister. Sun Ru shared his sentiment. Wishing to distance herself from the contentious scene, she had no desire to lay eyes on that yellow and black-striped creature ever again. With Sun Ru nestled against him, Li Dong navigated through the throng towards the exit. Behind them, the man's footsteps and shouts echoed. Young man, you must accept this money. Upon exiting the tiger enclosure, Li Dong's hand remained on Sun Ru's soft waist. Xiaodong. Sun Ru turned her head slightly, tilting her chin upwards, her eyes narrowing playfully as she addressed him. My eyes hurt. Can you blow on them? Oh, certainly. Li Dong paused, positioning his lips near her eyes and gently exhaling. Whoosh, whoosh. A cool breeze passed over her. The efficacy uncertain, yet it seemed to bring her joy. After a few more gentle puffs, he ceased. Xiaodong. Sun Ru continued to gaze intently at him. You must never make such foolish mistakes again. Do you understand? Sister, I promise it won't happen again, Li Dong readily assured her. Because of you. My voice nearly faltered from crying, and my eyes almost cried blind. Sun Ru's expression was slightly pouting, her mature features accentuated by an added touch of charm. Li Dong smiled as he gently caressed her face, his thumb softly massaging beneath her eyes. Sun Ru raised her hand, instinctively placing her palm over the back of Li Dong's hand, drawing it closer to her face. With her other hand, she lightly patted his shoulder, brushing away a speck of dust. The two lingered together in that moment. As time passed, Sun Ru linked her arm with Li Dong's, meandering aimlessly through the zoo, her spirit somewhat dulled. At her behest, they chose to observe only the gentler creatures, foregoing even the monkeys. By midday, after leaving the zoo, they found a quaint restaurant and ordered a few dishes. Xiaodong, the practitioner you mentioned, I recall hearing about it before. I believe there are different tiers. Sun Ru remarked after taking a bite. Earlier, while wandering the zoo, Li Dong had confided in her the reasons behind his extraordinary abilities. He had no intention of concealing the truth from her. As time progressed, he would certainly reveal his identity as a practitioner to both her and Li Dashin. Initially, Sun Ru was taken aback, her confusion evident. Given her background, she had seldom encountered information regarding practitioners. Different levels, Li Dong replied, placing a piece of potato into his mouth. And what level are you now? Sun Ru asked innocently. Li Dong blinked and responded, I would say, the beginner level. Is being a beginner really that impressive? Can you fight a tiger? Sun Ru inquired, her adorable expression eliciting a chuckle from Li Dong. Sun Ru, puzzled, asked, What are you laughing at, Xiaodong? Why are you laughing? It's nothing, he replied. Are you mocking me, Xiaodong? Are you ridiculing my lack of experience? Sun Ru shot him a glare. I truly am not. Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. I was merely amused by that hairless peacock. The two exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter that captured the attention of everyone in the establishment. Xiaodong, having cultivated your skills to such a remarkable extent, you must have endured considerable hardships, she remarked, instinctively reaching out to touch the back of Li Dong's hand. I haven't faced much hardship, rather. I stumbled upon an exceptionally skilled elder who insisted on imparting his knowledge to me, and thus, I flourished. Li Dong fabricated a story. When did this occur? Sun Ru inquired further. She glanced at him but chose not to press any further, instead picking up a piece of meat and placing it in Li Dong's bowl. Xiaodong, eat some meat. After their meal, They settled the bill and left the restaurant, meandering down the street, strolling through the park, and wandering around the commercial plaza for a while. As dusk descended and Sun Ru's spirits lifted, Li Dong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 37. Pressing forward beneath the night sky, streetlights, car headlights, and neon signs flickered. The evening air was pleasantly warm, dispelling the heat of the day, with an occasional cool breeze passing by. Linking arms, Li Dong and Sun Ru strolled along the boulevard. He scrolled through his contacts until he found the name Li Dashin and dialed the number. The call connected. "Hello, Dad. Where are you with your old classmate?" Li Dong inquired cheerfully. "Ah, Xiaodong." On the other end, Li Dashin's voice sounded somewhat heavy and unnatural. Noticing the tone of his father's voice, Li Dong furrowed his brow. Upon further listening, the environment surrounding Li Dashin was quite tumultuous, yet it was not the revelry of a group of boisterous men, but rather a cacophony of raised voices. "Xiaodong, Xiaodong, don't worry, that is fine. Let us discuss matters without tugging at my clothes." Li Dashin interjected mid-sentence, covering the microphone to shout at someone else, although his voice still resonated clearly. Aside from Li Dashin's words, the sounds from the other end of the line, a table being struck, the uproar of unfamiliar men, intermingled with the piercing shouts of women, distinctly reached Li Dong's ears. "Xiaodong." Li Dashin's voice was thick with suppressed anger, yet he endeavored to reassure Li Dong. "Dad, tell me," Li Dong asserted with unyielding resolve. "Your father is dining at Jinkayuan with some classmates and has encountered a minor dispute. It's nothing we cannot handle." Reluctantly, Li Dashin divulged the situation to Li Dong. Sun Ru, standing beside him, tightened her grip on Li Dong's arm. "Dad, I understand," Li Dong replied. "I understand." With that, he ended the call. "Xiaodong, what happened with Uncle Li? Is everything all right?" Sun Ru inquired anxiously. "Sister, there's been an incident with my father." Li Dong turned to her, his expression composed. Sun Ru observed Li Dong's impassive face, seemingly devoid of emotion, yet from the youth's words, she discerned his stance. Sighing, Sun Ru offered, "Sister will accompany you." After a moment's contemplation, Li Dong nodded and signaled for a taxi. Once inside, as he closed the door, his gaze fell upon the rearview mirror, Jinkayuan. Let us discuss matters without tugging at my clothes." The Jinkayuan Hotel, spacious and resplendent, features a grand hall where a scattering of tables is surrounded by a multitude of individuals, both men and women, whose clamor captures the attention of the entire venue. This group is divided into two opposing factions. On one side stands Li Dashin, flanked by 6 adult men, all clad in simple and unadorned attire, their faces marred by palpable fury. Opposite them, a formidable assembly of over a dozen men and women, each impeccably dressed and exuding an air of superiority, glares at Li Dashin and his companions with unyielding hostility. At the forefront is a woman in her 30s, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face heavily made up with sharp features. She is adorned in a black backless jumpsuit, which, despite its originally substantial worth, is now marred by stains of spilled drinks across her chest. Her fingers, painted in a vivid crimson nail polish, clutch the shirt of Li Dashin, who is engaged in a phone call, her voice piercing. "Do not even think of denying this. You are liable, and you must compensate me." "Hey, what are you doing? Don't be violent." Several of Li Dashin's old classmates rush forward to assist him in breaking free from the woman's grasp. As they intervene, the individuals behind her surge forward, their eyes wide with intensity as they fixate on Li Dashin and his friends. The two sides stand in a tense standoff. With the call abruptly ended, Li Dashin exhales deeply, tucking his phone into the faded pocket of his jeans. He surveys the confrontational crowd before him, then glances at his classmates, their expressions grim. These students, like Li Dashin, are not individuals of great wealth or prominence. Some work in ironworks or machinery factories, while others drive large passenger or cargo vehicles. Their family circumstances are rather ordinary. However, having gathered after much difficulty, they spared no expense and chose to dine at one of the most upscale restaurants in D County, the Jinkayuan, ordering an extravagant array of dishes. Initially, everything seemed to be in good spirits as Li Dashin and his companions enjoyed their drinks, their faces flushed with merriment, clinking glasses and reminiscing about the past year. Just as the laughter and toasts filled the air, a woman adorned in a revealing black backless dress approached their table, her presence accentuated by her sky-high heels and exaggerated movements. As she swayed past, caught up in her own rhythm, she suddenly twisted her ankle and stumbled towards them. No one at the table anticipated such an incident. Li Dashan was poised to toast with his glass raised high when the woman fell into their midst, causing the contents of his drink to splash onto her dress. In a flurry of surprise, the woman frantically sought something to steady herself, inadvertently plunging her hand into a bowl of soup on the table. With her expensive dress stained by wine and her hand now slick with soup, she glanced at the shabby attire of Li Dashan and his friends, followed by a swift change in her demeanor. She pointed at them and unleashed a torrent of insults. Her commotion attracted the attention of those in her private dining area, and soon a group of over a dozen men and women emerged, ready to defend her honor. My dress costs 8,000 yuan. This group of individuals evidently rallied around her, disregarding who was right or wrong, and boldly aligning themselves with the woman. In the face of her provocations, Li Dashan and his classmates fervently defended their stance. However, the opposing side was clearly unreasonable, insisting that they compensate and apologize to the woman. Thus, the conflict arose. Old classmates surged forward, rescuing Li Dashan from her grasp, while the group behind her showed no signs of retreat, pushing and shoving them. "Are you going to lay a hand on him?" one exclaimed. The woman nestled into the embrace of a tall man, her formerly harsh demeanor transforming into one of feigned innocence as she nuzzled against his chest. "Wei Ge, look at them." Wei Tai patted her back, stepping forward to present a protective front, and, with an indignant tone, pointed at Li Dashan's classmates, exclaiming, "You dare to touch my woman?" Chapter 38. Do not lay a hand on my woman. Observing the man standing up for her, Sun Fei's eyes sparkled with deep affection, while her disdainful gaze towards Li Dashan and his companions intensified. The man before them, Wei Tai, possessed a ruggedly handsome appearance, his tall stature and striking features exuding a certain charm, and with the passage of time, he had developed an air of authority befitting his maturity. In County D, he is regarded as a prominent figure, having established a large shoe emporium on People's Road, housing dozens of merchants. Additionally, he oversees a well-established hot pot restaurant and possesses considerable wealth. However, wealth is but one facet. After years of operating in County D, Wei Tai has cultivated numerous robust connections. Beyond the admiration of women, the entourage surrounding him displays an evident eagerness to curry favor, as their adulation towards Sun Fei is intrinsically linked to Wei Tai's influence. Naturally, Wei's new romantic interest is to be accorded utmost respect and support. "Who dares to lay a hand on my woman?" Upon uttering these words, Sun Fei gazed at Wei Tai's formidable silhouette, her heart fluttering. Wei Tai's associates joined in the fray, shouting, "What's the matter? You intend to harm Mr. Wei's people? Try laying a finger on us if you dare." They rallied protectively around Sun Fei, their loyalty palpable. Meanwhile, a few women clustered around Sun Fei, feigning concern while secretly harboring jealousy towards her for having captured Wei Tai's attention. While they were assertive, Li Dashan and his companions were not to be trifled with. With a composed demeanor, Li Dashan replied, "We have not initiated any aggression. It was this lady who first tugged at my garment." "How dare you speak so?" Sun Fei retorted, pointing at Li Dashan. "Look at what you've done to my clothing. I merely tugged at yours. Can your ragged attire possibly compensate for my garment? Can you afford to replace this, worth over 8,000? Fong Jun, a classmate of Li Dashan, spoke up. "Madam, you are well aware of how this situation unfolded. Had you not aligned yourself with us, the alcohol would have never come into contact with you." "I am not aware," Sun Fei retorted sharply, her voice rising in pitch as she pointed at Fong Jun. "Let me make this clear. If you do not compensate me today, my brother Wei will ensure you do not leave this establishment. Do you believe me?" Wei Tai stood with an air of arrogance, observing Li Dashan and his companions in silence. "If that is your stance, then it is utterly unreasonable," Li Dashan replied, his face paling with indignation, clearly indicating that they were being viewed as easy targets. "How dare you speak in such a manner? Who are you calling unreasonable? Care to repeat that?" With a sudden surge, Wei Tai's associates closed in closer, subtly creating an atmosphere of encirclement around Li Dashan and his group. Nearby, a frightened waitress discreetly sought the manager, wary of the commotion ignited by this so-called boss Wei, and chose not to intervene. Wei Tai's men gleefully regarded Li Dashan and his friends. "A bunch of country bumpkins daring to challenge us? In terms of wealth or numbers, which of you would not be utterly intimidated?" Li Dashan, his countenance darkened, turned to Wei Tai, who had remained silent since the beginning, and spoke deliberately. "Boss Wei, we are merely ordinary citizens, while you are a person of stature. A matter of 10 or 20,000 yuan is trivial for you. You must surely comprehend the essence of this situation. In a public setting, are you truly resolved to make things difficult for us? What kind of talk is that? What do you mean by making things difficult for you? Before Wei Tai could utter a word, Sun Fei had already exploded with indignation. Let me tell you, we have ample evidence. The issue lies with you. Hurry up and compensate us, and don't even think about shirking your responsibility. What a nuisance, ruining my day. Li Dashan and his companions struggled to suppress their anger. He finally spoke again. I am not concerned about the money, but I demand an explanation. You have made my woman dissatisfied, and though I may not possess great power, I certainly have the means to protect her. Stepping forward, Wei Tai fixed his gaze on Li Dashan's eyes. You all will pay compensation and apologize to my woman. We will consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, you can forget about getting by in this county. With that, Wei Tai's words elicited cheers from the group behind him, exclaiming the boss's commanding presence. Sun Fei gazed at him with admiration, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. The women beside her were equally impressed by Wei Tai's formidable aura, their hearts fluttering with admiration, while jealousy simmered within Sun Fei regarding this display of masculinity. Li Dashan and his companions, their lips trembling with rage, felt utterly dejected. Though Wei Tai appeared dignified, he was undeniably unreasonable. 8,000 yuan. They could hardly afford such a sum. The crux of the matter was that it was not their fault at all. Frustration boiled within them. At that moment, a woman in professional attire rushed over, her expression anxious, followed closely by the waitress from earlier. Gentlemen, please remain calm. I am the lobby manager, Gao Qian. The lobby manager? Wei Tai glanced at her dismissively. Indeed, sir, I implore you not to act impulsively. May I intervene to mediate this matter? Gao Qian's countenance bore a hint of anxiety. The server had just informed her that this Mr. Wei appeared to possess considerable influence, suggesting that he had some connection with Jin Kaiyuan. Allow me to articulate my position. Mr. Wei Tai expressed no courtesy toward the manager of this establishment, pointing accusatorily at Li Dashan and his companions, claiming that they had sullied my woman's attire. I demand compensation and an apology. This should not be a point of contention, correct? Li Dashan replied gravely. It was she who stumbled and inadvertently brushed against us, yet she persists in her grievances. The individuals behind Wei Tai began to jeer. Who are you calling unreasonable? You country bumpkin, daring to challenge our Mr. Wei. Truly, you do not recognize peril when it stands before you. Wei Tai narrowed his eyes, studying Li Dashan in silence. Gao Qian's expression was fraught with conflict. She was not naive, yet this was not merely a matter of right or wrong. The powerful party had made it abundantly clear that they were disinterested in such distinctions. She loathed the thought of Li Dashan and his companions enduring such indignities. But what could she do? After a moment's reflection, Gao Qian spoke. Gentlemen, might we reconsider this situation? Is it possible there has been a misunderstanding? Upon hearing Gao Qian's lukewarm remarks, Wei Tai dismissed her with a wave of his hand, cutting her off abruptly. There is no misunderstanding here. Compensation must be rendered, and an apology must be issued. This is my stance. My woman shall not be subjected to disrespect. Upon hearing this, Sun Fei's expression transformed into one of delight, akin to savoring honey. Li Dashan could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, We have done nothing wrong. Why should we apologize to you or compensate you? His old classmate stood firmly by his side. Wei Tai cast a glance at the furious Li Dashan and coolly replied, Believe it or not, with just one word. I can ensure you do not leave this place. At this declaration, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who is this man? And what gave him the audacity to utter such arrogant words? Sir, might I suggest you refrain from making such statements? This is Jin Kaiyuan. Gao Qian expressed her discontent upon hearing Wei Tai's words. Li Dashan clenched his fists. This was an outright threat. What gives you the right to keep us here? He demanded through gritted teeth. What gives you that authority? In response to Li Dashan's inquiry, Wei Tai merely chuckled softly, disregarding the gazes of those around him. He did not even glance at the lobby manager and inquired, Chui Durong, is your general manager Ma present? Chapter 39. With substance and prestige, Gao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, her slightly parted lips revealing her shock. He knows Manager Chui? This Wei Tai actually knows their general manager. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, and the astonishment deepened, especially as they observed Gao Qian's expression. He is acquainted with the general manager of Jin Kaiyuan. Most of those present were aware that Jin Kaiyuan belonged to a prominent figure in D County, under the ownership of the influential Che Bei. As for Chui Durong, he is indeed one of the closest associates of the car owner, capable of managing the business operations. which makes him a significant figure in D County. It is no wonder that Boss Wei has been so brazenly advocating for his mistress. He clearly holds a position of considerable influence, disregarding even the esteemed front desk manager. Sun Fei felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. This elevated feeling was simply exhilarating. Gazing at the pitiable individuals before her, her eyes were filled with disdain. Gao Qian's demeanor shifted to one of unease. Without hesitation, she promptly informed Wei Tai, "Yes, Manager Chui is present." Upon hearing Gao Qian's suddenly respectful tone, Wei Tai let out a cold laugh. "Summon General Manager Ma. Inform him that Wei Tai requests his presence to discuss matters." "Very well, sir, please hold on." With that, Gao Qian had no desire to linger and swiftly departed to find Manager Chui Durong. Before leaving, she cast a glance at Li Dashan and the others, her eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Having entangled themselves with such a powerful figure, they could only wish for their own fortunes. The two parties remained in a standoff, with Li Dashan and his companions wearing expressions of uncertainty. Though they appeared resolute, they were, in fact, disheartened. Continuing to resist? It seemed unlikely they would reap any rewards. Li Dashan sighed, and under the weight of life's realities, he began to consider retreat. Wei Tai observed him with an indifferent expression and softly remarked, "Do not feel embarrassed. Think of your wife and children at home. If you grant me face in this matter, everything will be well." After a brief pause, Wei Tai squinted and continued, "However, should you fail to recognize the situation, I possess the capability to ensure that you struggle to find sustenance in this County D." Li Dashan lowered his head, remaining silent. The atmosphere had shifted to favor Wei Tai, and Sun Fei seemed to have lost her influence. She moved closer to Wei Tai, and in the envious gaze of the women behind her, she languidly collapsed into his embrace, provocatively glancing at Li Dashan and his companions, relishing this moment of pleasure. Wei Tai's entourage gathered around him, chattering excitedly in admiration. Boss Wei truly navigates life with aplomb. He knows everyone everywhere. Rest assured, Wei, justice is on our side, and we shall not allow the petty to triumph. Indeed, Sister Sun Fei's grievances will not go unaddressed. Wei Tai relished their flattery. Meanwhile, Li Dashan and his group felt their anger reignited by the distortion of truth before them, yet they could only suppress their outrage. The crowd in the hall discreetly observed, whispering amongst themselves, marveling at Boss Wei's connections, while sympathizing with Li Dashan and his companions for having provoked such a formidable figure. Opinions among the onlookers varied. At that moment, a distinguished gentleman in a suit approached, capturing the attention of the entire room, followed closely by the lobby manager, Gao Qian, who now kept her head down, lips pressed together, devoid of expression. Upon hearing the commotion, Wei Tai turned his head, revealing a smile. The gentleman quickened his pace, reached Wei Tai, and extended his hand. Wei Tai reciprocated, and the two clasped hands in a firm handshake. "Mr. Wei, I apologize for the trouble caused," the man said with a friendly smile. Wei Tai tightened his grip and laughed heartily. "Manager Chui, I appreciate your efforts." Observing the camaraderie between the two as they shook hands, everyone finally grasped the influence of this Mr. Wei. He was the general manager of the Jinkayuan Hotel, a favored associate of General Che, suggesting that Mr. Wei held considerable sway in this region, making him a notable figure in D County. Furthermore, the nature of their relationship appeared to be quite significant. Chui Durong regarded Mr. Wei with a sense of warmth, tightening his own grip in response. Their relationship was not particularly intimate. They had merely crossed paths a few times during dinners, and in the circles he frequented, Wei Tai was not deemed a central figure. However, Mr. Wei had some collaborative ventures with General Che, including a stake held by General Che in the Shu City on Renmin Road, which compelled Chui Durong to extend him a measure of respect. Having reached such a status, Chui Durong was astute enough to navigate the situation delicately, avoiding any complications for his superior while knowing precisely where to align himself. Although Wei Tai did not perceive himself as superior to Manager Chui, the collaboration with General Che instilled him with confidence when conversing with individuals under General Che's command. Thus, the two appeared to share an affinity that rendered Li Dashan and his old classmates speechless. "Mr. Wei, I have heard about the situation here." Chui Durong glanced at Gao Qian beside him. "What is your intended course of action?" Wei Tai's smile faded slightly. "How to resolve this? It should be dealt with appropriately. Xiao Fei's dress has been stained and her hands soiled with oil, all due to this group of people. Is it not unreasonable to expect no compensation or apology?" Li Dashan and Feng Jun glared at Wei Tai with growing fury. It was clearly the woman's fault, Yet he had the audacity to shift the blame. Manager. Li Dashan turned to Chui Durong. I trust you are a person of discernment. The store undoubtedly has surveillance cameras. Let us review the footage to ascertain the truth of the matter. Chui Durong glanced at Li Dashan, pondering the situation. He recognized that since Wei Tai had already arrived, it would be unwise to disregard face. Although addressing the issue in such a public setting was inconvenient, he gauged the demeanor of Li Dashan and the others, and understood the gravity of the situation. Hearing Li Dashan's suggestion, Wei Tai inwardly scoffed. Since they remained oblivious to the reality of the situation, he would fulfill his promise. The onlookers fell silent, inwardly lamenting the naivety and unjust treatment of this group, who were met with unreasonable hostility, yet had no recourse. Sun Fei leaned against Wei Tai, her scornful laughter echoing as she heard Li Dashan mention the surveillance. Chui Durong hesitated, preparing to speak, when suddenly, the revolving door of the restaurant swung open, and two figures strode in briskly. Chapter 40. The one who moves is your woman. Although the issues here remain unresolved, business must continue. Several waitstaff hurriedly approached the two newcomers to greet them. Welcome, they exclaimed, their warm expressions met with indifference as the visitors strode past without a glance, making their way towards Wei Tai and Li Dashan. Upon closer inspection, the waitstaff noted that one was a young man, accompanied by an attractive woman. Puzzled, they wondered why the pair was heading in that direction. Chui Durong's words hung on the tip of his tongue before he turned, his gaze fixed curiously on the approaching duo. Wei Tai, too, was drawn by the commotion, frowning slightly. Li Dashan and his companions turned to look. Xiaodong? Xiaolu? Li Dashan called out, his expression shifting to one of concern. What are you two doing here? He limped a few steps closer, anxiety evident in his voice. I told you not to come. Xiaolu, you shouldn't let him take the lead. Li Dashan admonished sternly. Sun Ru remained silent. Li Dong's gaze flickered to Li Dashan's classmates, offering them a friendly smile. Wei Tai stood still, observing the scene with a cold, discerning eye, quickly piecing together the situation. The young man appeared youthful, likely still a student, and was presumably the son of the man. As for the woman, was she the man's daughter? Wei Tai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Sun Ru with a gaze that bore no goodwill. Soon after, he discreetly averted his eyes, dismissing the aggressive young man with a sense of superiority. Was this scene one in which a mere child could interject? Chui Durong observed Li Dong for a moment, feeling little of significance. This man had no noteworthy background, and naturally, his son could not stir any considerable unrest. He was merely a child, perhaps hastily rushing over upon hearing of his father's predicament. Yet, what purpose would his arrival serve? Could a schoolboy truly address the current situation? Sun Fei cast a casual glance at Li Dong, showing little concern, but as she looked at Sun Ru, jealousy ignited in her eyes. This jealousy swiftly transformed into a sense of superiority. What did it matter if one was attractive? No matter how handsome, he would still be beneath her feet. Li Dashan regarded his son, whose expression remained composed, and sighed helplessly, pulling Li Dong behind him. Xiaodong, since you are here, stand behind your father and refrain from speaking. The matters at hand are beyond your resolution. Xiaoru, keep an eye on Xiaodong. Sun Ru supported Li Dong's arm. Observing his expression and understanding his thoughts, he must be upset. Sir, Chui Durong began, addressing Li Dashan, given the current circumstances, you cannot remain detached. Perhaps it would be best to offer Mr. Wei an apology, and we can consider this matter resolved. What do you think? Resolved? On what grounds should we apologize? Indeed, how many times must we reiterate? The fault lies not with us. That woman, unable to walk properly, spilled our drink and splattered herself. Li Dashan's classmates had fallen silent, acutely aware of their adversary's formidable presence, which instilled a sense of retreat within them. Yet, the arrogance and overbearing demeanor of the opposing side were simply intolerable. It was evident that the fault lay with Wei's little mistress, yet they were brazenly demanded to bow their heads in apology. It was only natural for them to feel a surge of indignation. Are you going to keep this up? And are you pointing at my sister Sun Fei? Looking for a fight? As Li Dashan and his companions redirected their ire towards Sun Fei, Wei Tai's men rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge forward. Wei Tai, witnessing the ire of Li Dashan and his group, spoke with a low, commanding voice. Will you continue to act ferociously? I stand here and watch. Let us see who dares to harm my woman. Sun Fei, leaning proudly against Wei Tai's chest, lifted her head defiantly and cast a glance at Sun Ru, her eyes brimming with self-satisfaction. When she spoke, her voice was sharp and cutting. Let me tell you, a bunch of country bumpkins, if you lack the strength. Do not attempt to show off here. My Wei Gu is allowing you to apologize as a favor, do not. Before she could finish her sentence, a shadow darted by, followed by a sharp crack, and Sun Fei's face twisted as it instantly swelled. Li Dong stood merely 2 fists distance away from Wei Tai, and as he observed the astonishment in Wei Tai's eyes, he enunciated each word deliberately. With such a foul mouth, you are the one who has provoked my woman. Chapter 42. Bullying in the lobby of Jin Kai Yuan. A profound silence enveloped the room. Sun Fei, clutching her swollen and reddened face in disbelief, turned to gaze at Li Dong, momentarily lost in shock. Subsequently, her expression transformed into a menacing grimace as she broke free from Wei Tai's embrace. Lunging at Li Dong with claws bared, her voice shrill with indignation. You little bastard, how dare you hit me? How dare you? Wei Tai was equally astonished. How could this young man possess such astonishing speed? He was certain that not only he, but also the others present, had failed to perceive the swift movements of this youth, as if he had materialized out of thin air, delivering a slap to Sun Fei before anyone could react. Yet, such details seemed trivial now. This audacious young man had dared to strike and utter such provocative words, clearly disregarding his authority. There was no way to diffuse this situation. Cui Durong, standing nearby, bore witness to the unfolding scene, marveling at the young man's swiftness while shaking his head slightly. Wasn't this escalating the conflict? Did this young man not consider the enormity of his father's predicament? The other patrons in the hall gazed at Li Dong in disbelief. To them, this young man appeared utterly reckless. After all, being young often entails acting on impulse, without regard for consequences. Indeed, how would his father navigate this dilemma? Was he not cornering them into a dead end? Yet, being a child, he could not bear to see his father suffer indignities. Hush! Do not let this Wei boss hear you, they whispered. Li Dong regarded Wei Tai with calm resolve. Although he had only just arrived, he had gleaned the essence of the situation from their exchanges. No one understood Li Dashan better than Li Dong. He was not a man prone to senseless disputes. The so-called General Wei and his entourage, with their arrogant demeanor, revealed the source of their faults. On the way here, Li Dong was already filled with apprehension. And upon witnessing the recent scene, Wei Tai's haughty posture and the woman's boisterousness, his thoughts crystallized into a singular resolve to act decisively and swiftly. Who dares to harm my woman? With such foul language, I shall strike at your face. Boss Wei, my son may lack understanding. Please do not stoop to his level. When it came to Li Dong, all that Li Dashan had desperately clung to in that moment was cast aside. Chapter 41. Summoning help. Li Dashan's old classmates were utterly despondent, perplexed by Li Dong's abrupt aggression. Typically a clever lad. Why had he become so rash at this critical juncture? Striking someone on a whim? While he may have felt exhilarated, what would become of them, or his father? With arms outstretched, he shielded his companions behind him, as Wei Tai surveyed the few before him, ultimately fixing his gaze on Li Dashan. Tomorrow, everyone in your unit will be dismissed. For those in business, I shall ensure your establishments are shuttered. This child, Wei Tai pointed at Li Dong. If he doesn't wish to attend school, then let him abandon it. At Wei Tai's blatant threats, everyone present trembled. What a profound blow this must be for ordinary individuals. Though it may have been mere words. The demeanor exhibited by Wei Taifeng earlier indicated that even the general manager of one of the largest hotels in County D felt compelled to show him respect. Thus, when such words emanate from his lips, they cannot be dismissed as mere bluster. The expressions on Li Dashan and his companions, who had been steadfastly clenching their jaws, finally morphed into a bitter countenance. Observing their plight, Sun Fei, with her swollen visage, felt the sting of pain across her face and let out a venomous sneer. Wei Tai shielded her from speaking, and so she refrained, choosing instead to relish the despair painted across the faces of the group, particularly upon laying eyes on Li Dong. Her expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Were it not for the throbbing pain in her face, her fury would have been unbridled. That insolent boy had the audacity to strike her. It was time for him to face the consequences. His father had lost his job, and soon enough, he too would be expelled from school. Li Dashan swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Wei, may I? But Wei Tai's lips quivered with fury, clearly incensed by Li Dong's earlier actions. He gestured dismissively at Li Dashan, disregarding his words. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. You ought to reflect on how you have raised your son. Li Dashan fell silent, his face aging instantly, as he stood rooted in place, bereft of direction. His classmates beside him remained equally mute. Sun Ru, covering her mouth, felt tears welling in her eyes. The suddenness with which Li Dong broke free from her grasp had startled her, and she was further astonished to witness him strike that woman. Upon hearing Wei Tai's threat, Sun Ru felt a surge of anxiety and dread. If Wei Tai were to manipulate the situation, Xiao Dong would be unable to continue his studies, thus jeopardizing Li Dashan's restaurant business. What would become of this father and son duo? Chui Durong averted his gaze from them, offering no indication of his thoughts, and exchanged another handshake with Wei Tai. Wei Tai nodded slightly, casting a dispassionate glance at Li Dashan and his companions, as if an elephant were surveying a cluster of ants. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon them for provoking someone they ought not to have antagonized. The surrounding diners, witnessing the impending departure of these individuals, silently lowered their heads, feigning ignorance. Li Dashan let out a heavy sigh, uncertain of the tempest that awaited them. Chui Durong also prepared to leave. Li Dong glanced at Wei Tai's retreating figure, retrieved his phone, opened his contacts, and dialed a recently added number. "I am at Jinkayuan. My father is being bullied." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by, "Understood, I will be there shortly." The attention of the other diners, along with Wei Tai's entourage, Chui Durong and Li Dashan, converged upon Li Dong. This boy was actually making a call? Summoning help? Li Dashan, visibly enraged, admonished Xiao Dong, "Do not complicate matters." The expressions of several former classmates were equally grim. Did Li Dong not think the situation was already tumultuous enough? Observing Li Dong, Wei Tai wore a semblance of a smile. "Child, you certainly possess some audacity, don't you?" He continued to make phone calls to rally support, and at this, Wei Tai let out a cold scoff. "This isn't your school. Do you really think your two little companions can intimidate anyone?" Li Dong regarded him with an unruffled gaze, devoid of any ripples of disturbance. "You will soon discover who can indeed intimidate." At this juncture, Wei Tai, amused by the naivety of the young lad, approached the table occupied by Li Dashan and his companions, pulled a chair over, and seated himself with an air of casualness. "Now, I am eager to see how your little friends plan to frighten me." Laughter erupted from his entourage. Chui Durong furrowed his brow and addressed Gao Qian. "If any ruffians show up shortly, instruct the security to remove them immediately, so as not to disturb the other guests." After speaking, he cast a glance at Li Dong, shaking his head in silent exasperation before departing the hall. "Dad, please wait a moment." Li Dong spoke, his composure unwavering. "Wait a moment longer. Do you not think this situation has escalated enough?" Li Dashan was nearly beside himself with rage. Li Dong, typically so astute, had just achieved the top score in his grade during the midterm examination, a source of pride that had been celebrated moments earlier among his father's old classmates at the banquet. Yet, in an instant, everything had unraveled. Wei Tai sat there nonchalantly, observing the father-son duo, whom he regarded as nothing more than clowns. Fang Jun and the others were at a loss for words, although they had been bickering. The situation had not yet reached a breaking point, but with Li Dong's entrance, it had undeniably deteriorated. In previous years, the impression left by Li Dong was that of a clever and cunning child. However, just moments ago, he not only struck that woman across the face, but now he is audaciously shouting for assistance in front of Mr. Wei. What is this all about? In the grand hall, the other patrons observed Li Dong's antics, sharing a bittersweet smile. After all, he is still a child, having yet to leave the ivory tower of academia, naively believing that he could resolve any situation with the help of his few young companions. Little does he realize that the individuals Mr. Wei could summon possess a level of influence far beyond that of this group of youngsters. The people accompanying Wei Tai watched Li Dong with amused expressions, bemused by this student who feigned indifference, pondering his youth. He is still so immature, yet he dares to summon aid against them. Truly, he knows not the limits of his own audacity. Upon hearing Li Dong's stubbornness, Li Dashan tossed his sleeve in frustration, declaring, "I won't concern myself with you any longer. You insolent child, have you grown up enough to have your own ideas now?" In response to Li Dashan's reprimand, Li Dong remained silent, leaving Li Dashan anxious and powerless. Sun Fei, on the other hand, paid no heed to Li Dong, instead collapsing into Wei Tai's embrace, her face swollen, yet the pain had subsided considerably. She coquettishly pleaded with Wei Tai, "Wei Gu, look at what this child has done to me. You must stand by my side." Wei Tai glanced at her face, furrowing his brow before diverting his gaze and gently patting her back, assuring her, "Your Wei Gu always keeps his word. Not a single one who deserves punishment shall escape." Wei Tai cast a glance at Li Dashan and his companions, then mockingly turned his attention to Li Dong, saying, I am quite curious to see what sort of person this child intends to summon, hoping to intimidate me. Wei Tai. Following this, he erupted into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. The group behind him, upon hearing his laughter, joined in, directing their scornful remarks toward Li Dong. Indeed, this little brat probably thinks he has made a few connections at school and believes he can act tough in society. Has he ever faced the harsh realities of life? He seems to forget whose territory he is in. Do you really think the owner of this establishment will allow you little children to run rampant? You'd be swiftly shown the door. Our Wei and the owner of this place share a bond that transcends mere business partnerships. They are close friends in life. Do you think just anyone can speak so audibly within the esteemed Jin Kai Yuan? As they spoke, this group eagerly brought up the name of the owner, fearing others might not be aware of the connection between Wei Tai and the owner. Wei Tai, squinting his eyes, took great pleasure in this. The owner, Che Bei, was a prominent figure in D County, and anyone worthy of mentioning his name had to be a person of considerable standing, further enhancing the prestige of any connections made. Li Dashin and his group, listening to this, felt an excruciating headache, glancing at the seemingly unperturbed Li Dong, their frustration mounting. Li Dong reassured Dad. I am well aware of the situation. What do you mean by being aware? Li Dashin's eyes nearly bulged out in exasperation. Wei Tai pressed a hand down to calm Li Dashin, interjecting, Hey, do not act this way. Allow them to calm. Wei Tai shall remain here awaiting them. Eager to engage in a friendly exchange of techniques, Li Dashin's complexion fluctuated between shades of crimson and pale. Li Dong, however, exhibited no reaction, dismissing Wei Tai entirely, as he discreetly slipped into a meditative state, commencing his cultivation of spiritual energy. Just as Li Dashin was about to utter another word, the revolving door unexpectedly swung open, capturing the attention of everyone present. Are they here? The crowd speculated that the child had summoned some ruffians, their hearts tightening in apprehension. Two figures emerged from the revolving door, one, approximately 7 meters tall, with a slightly portly build and impeccably polished shoes. The other was far more striking, boasting a physique of explosive muscle and towering at an impressive 9 meters, resembling a small mountain. With each step, he exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. The duo swiftly made their way towards Wei Tai. The security personnel, initially poised at the entrance under the manager's orders, quickly converged upon the door as it opened. However, upon recognizing the identities of the newcomers, their expressions shifted to one of bewilderment. Wei Tai's companions were at a loss, having never encountered these two individuals, thus remaining indifferent. Wei Tai, exuding an air of confidence, assumed they were the guests summoned by Li Dong, maintaining his composed demeanor. Yet, as he focused his gaze upon the figure in front and noted the distinctive physique of the one behind, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled exactly who they were. Wei Tai's mind whirled for a moment as he composed his expression, gently pushing aside Sun Fei in his embrace. He rose to his feet and respectfully approached. Several diners in the hall had been observing for quite some time and eventually recognized the identities of the two individuals, prompting them to lower their voices in astonishment. Mr. Che has arrived. The visitors were none other than Mr. Che and his personal bodyguard, Chen Ka. Wei Tai remained seated, pondering for a while, and he quickly deduced the purpose of Mr. Che's visit. It was evident that after Cui Durong had left, he had contacted Mr. Che to inform him of the events unfolding here. Upon receiving the news, Mr. Che had specifically come to support him. The fact that Mr. Che had taken the time to personally lend his presence was an immense honor for Wei Tai, and his spirits instantly lifted. After adjusting his demeanor, he eagerly approached. Although he and Mr. Che had a collaborative relationship, the truth was that Mr. Che held the upper hand. While he referred to him as Mr. Che in a friendly manner, the disparity in their status and influence was glaringly apparent to Wei Tai, even if he did not voice it. Thus, the mere presence of Mr. Che, stepping in to assist him with this matter, filled Wei Tai with pride, accompanied by a hint of disbelief at the unexpected honor. If word of this were to spread tomorrow, it would be simply extraordinary. With this thought, Wei Tai hurried to greet Mr. Che, noticing his confident stride directly aimed in his direction, which further solidified his reassurance. Meanwhile, as people around began to utter Mr. Che's name, those accompanying Wei Tai also grasped the significance of the moment. Here stood Mr. Che, clearly present to offer his unwavering support for Wei Tai. Contemplating this, the stars surrounding Wei Tai felt an overwhelming sense of pride. When Sun Fei was brusquely pushed aside by Wei Tai, she harbored no grievances. Instead, she gazed at Wei Tai, who was approaching the car owner, with admiration etched across her face. Her partner was undoubtedly impressive. Just look, without uttering a word. The car owner himself had come forth to lend his support, which was indeed a remarkable honor. Casting a sidelong glance at the few unsophisticated individuals, she noted their pallid faces and let out a scornful chuckle. Such a talented figure. Surely they had never encountered one before. Just moments ago, Mr. Wei had confidently asserted that making them unable to find sustenance in D County would be a trivial task. Yet these simpletons remained incredulous. As Che Bei approached, Li Dong maintained an air of calm. Che Bei briefly scrutinized Wei Tai, then shifted his gaze to the cluster of individuals before him, ultimately fixing his attention on Li Dong. Coming to a halt before them, he faced Wei Tai's outstretched hands but offered no visible acknowledgement. Instead, inquiring in a low voice, Wei Tai? Wei Tai retracted his hand slightly, displaying no signs of embarrassment, and greeted Che Bei with a warm smile. Mr. Che, it seems this matter has stirred quite a commotion, and I appreciate your presence. I've resolved everything here and tidied up the necessary affairs. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. A few of Wei Tai's associates, eager to make their presence felt regardless of their standing, hurriedly interjected, Indeed, Mr. Che, we truly appreciate your assistance. Our Mr. Wei was just thinking of you, haha. Che Bei's gaze settled once more on Li Dong. Li Dong, unlike the others who were overly deferential, remained unperturbed, casually standing with his hands in his pockets. Without glancing at the car's interior, Li Dong casually directed his gaze toward the wall ahead and uttered, This person is bullying my father. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Wei Tai. Xiaodong. Li Dashan quickly intervened, attempting to silence Li Dong. The arrival of the car owner had rendered Li Dashan's countenance ashen. He was at a loss for how to proceed. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, the onlookers furrowed their brows, bewildered that this child remained oblivious to the situation. Did he perhaps possess some cognitive deficiency? And here he was, voicing complaints as if he had a stake in the conversation. Before Che Bei could respond, Wei Tai laughed first. To him, it seemed this child lacked any discernment. The car owner had come to support him, yet the child dared to lodge a complaint. With a chuckle, he looked at Li Dong and proudly gestured with his thumb toward Che Bei, his voice booming, as if introducing himself. This is Che Bei, the esteemed car owner, a significant figure in D County. Little friend, do you recognize him? This is not your trivial game of house. You cannot compare him to a few small children you know. This is a person of stature. Li Dong remained silent, observing him quietly. Wei Tai surveyed Li Dashan and the others, noticing their expressions as if they had just ingested something foul, which brought him considerable amusement. Glancing back at Li Dong, he assumed the child's silence was a sign of being utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 44. The fears of this life in a state of utter disarray. Wei Tai hastily approached Li Dong, who was seated comfortably in a chair. Casting aside all semblance of decorum, he bowed at a 90-degree angle, gritting his teeth as he addressed Li Dong. Esteemed young brother, today I, Wei, have failed to recognize your esteemed relationship with Master Che. Before he could finish, Che Bei, overhearing his words, interrupted him with a loud exclamation. What nonsense is this about relationships? He gestured towards Li Dong, asserting, My bond with brother Li Dong transcends age. We regard each other as equals. You are merely overthinking this. Witnessing the usually composed and mild-mannered Master Che lose his composure in such a manner left even Cui Durong in a state of shock. This was an unprecedented display of fervor. Who exactly was this young man? Reflecting on his earlier behavior, Cui Durong felt a bead of perspiration form. Although he had refrained from making any explicit statements, his earlier stance had been one of support for Wei Tai, thus entangling him in the unfolding drama. A sense of bitterness washed over Cui Durong. His decision to advocate for Wei Tai had been motivated solely by his respect for Master Che. He had only a few fleeting encounters with Wei Tai and no genuine connection. He had assumed that the latter had some affiliation with Master Che, believing that such a connection could be beneficial. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events? The other attendees in the grand hall were equally taken aback. The term cross-generational friendship, uttered by Che Bei, left them astonished. A business magnate and a high school student, regarded as equals? This was beyond their comprehension. What could possibly explain such an extraordinary relationship? Li Dashan's classmates gazed at Li Dong with confusion, having initially thought he was merely causing trouble. In such a brief span, an unexpected transformation had occurred. This lad had never exhibited anything particularly remarkable, How had he suddenly formed a deep friendship with the big boss? To the side, Sun Fei was dumbfounded, trembling and unsure of how to respond. Her greatest support now seemed utterly compromised, and the recollection of her earlier conversation with Li Dong and Li Dashan rendered her face as pale as a ghost. Upon hearing the car owner's remarks, Wei Tai bent slightly, his expression darkening, beads of sweat cascading down to the floor, yet he dared not move an inch. A deep friendship? How could such an unlikely bond emerge? The sight of the two together seemed utterly implausible. Yet, regardless of how improbable it seemed, it had now become an undeniable reality before him. No matter how unpleasant it felt, Wei Tai could only grit his teeth and endure. Li Dong leaned back in his chair, maintaining an air of calm, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Tai. He gestured towards Che Bei, saying, "Are you implying that if I didn't know him, my father and his friends would simply deserve to be dealt with by you?" Che Bei fell silent. Li Dashan and his old classmates regarded Wei Tai with stern expressions. Wei Tai felt the intensity of Li Dong's gaze burning into him, and with each word spoken by Li Dong, he felt as if he might vomit blood. Everyone understood the situation at hand, yet Wei Tai could not voice it openly. All he could manage was to stammer, "Brother, it's not like that. His voice faltering as he felt the sting of tears in his eyes. "Brother, it's all my fault. I was momentarily confused. Please, don't hold it against me." Li Dong paid no heed to what was being said. Instead, he pointed at Sun Fei, inquiring, "What did this woman just say about my father? Did you hear her?" Wei Tai felt as if he were swallowing broken teeth, yet he dared not hesitate. Hastily nodding in response, "You just mentioned," Li Dong leaned forward, inching closer to the bent-over Wei Tai, his hand reaching out to rest upon Wei Tai's head. "You cannot touch my woman, correct?" Instinctively, Wei Tai recoiled, attempting to evade Li Dong's hand, but after a moment of internal conflict, he hesitated, nodding, only to quickly shake his head in contradiction. Li Dong's hand remained on Wei Tai's head, enveloped in silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension, all eyes fixated on this exchange. Wei Tai hunched over, eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Che Bei watched Li Dong intently. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Li Dong struck Wei Tai's head forcefully, sending him sprawling backward. Wei Tai was propelled nearly 5 meters away, and those nearby hastily stepped back, creating a clearing as he tumbled to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Li Dong rose abruptly, casting a glance at the writhing Wei Tai, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Not only will I touch your woman, but I will also deal with you. Do you submit?" The youth's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, yet his formidable presence rendered all speechless. The wrath of a storm. Li Dong turned, striding purposefully towards Sun Fei. "No. Please." Sun Fei's face contorted in fear as she watched Li Dong advance. Perceiving him as a monstrous figure, she flailed her arms in desperation, retreating step by step. Disregarding Sun Fei's piercing cries that echoed through the air, Li Dong seized her by the hair and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, dragged her towards Wei Tai as one might a hapless chick. Gripping her tresses, he lifted her head, locking his gaze with hers, and demanded, "Do you believe my father is a fool, deserving of deceit and torment?" Sun Fei's pupils constricted, overwhelmed by fear and pain, her emotions spilling forth as tears and mucus streamed down her face. She wailed, "No. You can't treat me this way. Please don't hit me." A sharp slap resounded, striking her other cheek and rendering her words incoherent. "I shall make this day a haunting memory for you." With a violent fling of his arm, Sun Fei was mercilessly hurled to the ground, collapsing beside Wei Tai, her cheeks swollen and drool escaping from the corner of her mouth. In dealing with these two ordinary individuals, Li Dong had restrained himself to an extent, inflicting only minor injuries. Otherwise, with just these few blows, they would have surely met their end. Little Dong, this is unwise. Don't be reckless. Please stop." Li Dashan, witnessing the arrogant individuals receive their comeuppance, initially felt a sense of relief. However, as he observed Li Dong's fury escalate and his strikes intensify, a wave of fear and concern washed over him. "Dad, I am fine." Li Dong raised his head, offering Li Dashan a warm smile. His transition so seamless that one might think the groaning figures sprawled on the ground bore no relation to his actions. Wei Tai clutched his head, experiencing a searing pain coursing through his temples. He glanced at Sun Fei, who lay discarded beside him, and in that moment, all thoughts of defending his woman evaporated. Replaced solely by a singular notion, "This reckless woman has brought my ruin." Chapter 45. a natural talent in the face of Li Dong's furious outburst. The hall of Jin Kai Yuan fell silent, devoid of the usual clamor and revelry. All eyes were drawn to the scene, heads bowed in silence. Each person wary of incurring the ire of this young man, seemingly in his 20s. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, both air and sound stilled. Li Dong stood beside Wei Tai and Sun Fei, his gaze drifting aimlessly toward the revolving door, his eyes unfocused, as if he had lost all sense of purpose. Che Bei beckoned to Gao Qian, whispering a few words to her. She nodded and hurried away. Before long, the large screen television mounted on the wall of the hall switched scenes, revealing a black and white surveillance feed. The patrons within the hall looked up in unison. Che Bei, with a voice deep and resonant, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Che Bei, am not one to cower before the strong. I treat others with the respect they accord me. Today, Wei Tai's treatment of my friend is not mere hearsay. The surveillance footage presents a clear account. It vividly displays how Sun Fei stumbled, how she fell onto the table of Li Dashan and his companions, how chaos ensued, and how Wei Tai and his associates resorted to intimidation. All of this is laid bare before us." Li Dashan and Fang Jun grew increasingly irate as their gazes fell upon the fallen Wei Tai and Sun Fei. The memories of their previous actions ignited a desire to trample them underfoot. Had it not been for Li Dong's considerable influence in summoning the car owner for support, they would have truly suffered this indignity. People shook their heads, observing the groaning Wei Tai and Sun Fei sprawled on the ground, their faces reflecting disdain. None felt pity for them. They had bullied ordinary citizens, only to discover that their adversaries possessed substantial backing, resulting in their current plight being entirely deserved. Wei Tai's entourage, watching the scenes unfold on the television screen, wore expressions of despair, scarcely daring to breathe. The esteemed Wei, whom they idolized, was now on the ground, rolling in agony, rendering their status utterly insignificant. Was it not the case that a mere word from the influential could lead them to despair? Previously, several women had harbored intense jealousy towards Sun Fei, yearning to be in Wei Tai's embrace, yet at this moment, none dared entertain such thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Li Dong spoke once more, directing his attention to Cui Durong, who stood beside Che Bei. "You are fortunate," he remarked, "for you have not said much. I do not know whether your demeanor just now was motivated by duty or personal interest, but I implore you to sever any private ties with Wei Tai. If there are such connections, it would be wise to cut them swiftly." Li Dong's nonchalant remarks left Cui Durong in a state of nervous perspiration, prompting him to hastily nod in affirmation and clarify, "Mr. Li, I, Cui Durong, have no connection with Wei Tai whatsoever. My previous involvement was solely due to work, and I harbor no ulterior motives." Che Bei cast a cold glance at Cui Durong, but felt a sense of relief in his heart. Cui Durong was his trusted subordinate, diligently managing a portion of the assets in D County and consistently demonstrating unwavering dedication and diligence. Moreover, Che Bei understood that Cui Durong's entanglement was merely a consequence of the collaboration between Wei Tai and himself, influenced by the significant Shunshu city. Today, Che Bei had gone to great lengths to support Li Dong, but if Li Dong were to act thoughtlessly and even Cui Durong began to voice grievances, it would truly complicate matters for Che Bei. Internally, Che Bei acknowledged Li Dong's clarity of thought. After delivering his remarks, Li Dong's gaze shifted towards the group of individuals brought by Wei Tai, who had earlier been raucously rolling up their sleeves in a state of exuberance. Upon meeting Li Dong's piercing gaze, they seemed to plunge into an icy abyss, involuntarily shivering in response. After a cursory glance at them, Li Dong furrowed his brow and averted his gaze. While he found them distasteful, Wei Tai's downfall was sufficiently intimidating for them, rendering it unnecessary to deal with such insignificant nuisances. Without further ado, Li Dong turned and approached Li Dashan. "Dad," he called out. As he beheld his towering son advancing towards him, Li Dashan suddenly realized that, without his notice, his son had already positioned himself before him, shielding his father from potential threats. "Ah, what a good son," he thought. Che Bei cast a glance at Wei Tai, who remained frozen in place, and then turned his attention to Wei Tai and Sun Fei, who were groaning on the ground. He waved his hand, and several security guards rushed over to expel them, even escorting the injured ones out. In the private room of Jin Kai Yuan, as the situation calmed, Li Dashan's old classmates decided not to linger, offering their heartfelt compliments to Li Dong before taking their leave. Subsequently, Li Dong, Li Dashan, Sun Ru, Che Bei, and Chun Ka gathered in the room for a discussion. Li Dashan sat beside Li Dong, still feeling bewildered, with numerous questions swirling in his mind regarding his son, not only about his relationship with Che Bei, but also about his remarkable skills. How could he possibly have sent someone flying 5 meters with just one hand? Once seated, Che Bei took the initiative to speak. He looked at Li Dashan, his tone remarkably calm. I apologize for startling you, brotherly. It is rare for us to gather here, and I regret that it has resulted in such trouble. Please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of my younger brother, Che. With that, Che Bei stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Dashan. Faced with someone of Che Bei's stature, Li Dashan appeared somewhat ill at ease. He also rose to his feet, gently supporting Che Bei to prevent him from bowing too low. Mr. Che, you needn't say such things. This matter has nothing to do with you. Then, Li Dashan voiced his confusion. Mr. Che, how is it that you know my son, Xiaodong? Sun Ru also wore a puzzled expression. Che Bei glanced at Li Dong, who seemed disinterested, gazing at the teapot on the table. Che Bei laughed heartily. Brother Li Dong is a rare talent, a man of great integrity. It is my utmost fortune to forge a friendship with someone like him. Li Dashan and Sun Ru exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend how Xiaodong could be considered a prodigy. Che Bei, noticing their confusion, turned to Li Dong. Li Dong raised an eyebrow and addressed his father, Dad. Are you familiar with practitioners? Li Dashan paused for a moment before nodding. I believe I've heard of them. They cultivate spiritual energy, right? They're exceptionally skilled individuals. I think there's even a master leading sessions at the park near our home every evening. Upon hearing the mention of a master, Li Dong coughed lightly and continued. Dad, I am a practitioner, and Mr. Che enjoys associating with martial artists. Li Dashan's mouth gradually fell open in astonishment. What? Son, you are a practitioner? Sun Ru, standing nearby, finally grasped the meaning behind Mr. Che's words regarding the prodigy. She interjected, Yes, that's right. Xiaodong is indeed a practitioner. Uncle Li, I haven't had the chance to tell you about what happened this morning. Sun Ru recounted the incident of Li Dong confronting a tiger. Che Bei listened intently, exclaiming, Indeed, brother Li Dong possesses a gallant heart. Li Dashan, gripping his son's hand anxiously, turned it over, examining him closely. Xiaodong, are you hurt? That was a tiger. How could you just leap into action like that? Sun Ru, still shaken by the event, wiped her eyes, her voice trembling. Yes, Xiaodong. It was incredibly dangerous. You have no idea how distraught I was at that moment. Li Dong sighed in exasperation. Dad, sis, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Aren't I? If anything had truly happened, would I still be sitting here? Li Dashan felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Xiaodong, you must not act recklessly in such perilous situations in the future. Li Dong hastily offered words of comfort, and after a considerable time, he managed to soothe both Li Dashan and the weeping Sun Ru. With a sigh, Li Dashan glanced at Che Bei and inquired, Xiaodong, you claim to be a cultivator. I have heard that cultivators are categorized by levels. What level are you at now? Che Bei also turned his gaze towards Li Dong, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Chapter 46. Harmonious Arts of War. Upon hearing the question, Che Bei blinked, and, noticing that Li Dong was reluctant to elaborate, he merely smiled, refraining from further inquiry. Internally, Che Bei shook his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Li Dashan nodded in understanding, exclaiming, Ah, so that's how it is. You have encountered the teachings of a master. His face brightened, and he affectionately ruffled Li Dong's hair. I always knew my Xiaodong was extraordinary. He has finally attracted the attention of a great mentor. Indeed, Che Bei interjected. Brotherly, I, Che, have a penchant for befriending cultivators, and encountering Brother Li Dong is truly serendipitous. Li Dong continued, Dad, Boss Che has offered me a job to help him oversee his establishment. This will not interfere with my studies, and I will receive a modest income each month. The task of overseeing the establishment could not be concealed, nor was there any need to keep it hidden. Li Dong would rely heavily on these connections in the future, and it was prudent to inform Li Dashan early on. Oversee the establishment? Li Dashan was momentarily taken aback. Yes, that's correct. Brotherly, are you familiar with Jin Hao KTV? It is a small venue of mine, and I intend to entrust it to Brother Li Dong's care. This arrangement was just recently finalized, and Brother Li Dong has had the chance to discuss it with you yet, Che Bei explained. Li Dashan pondered deeply. Naturally, he felt immense joy that his son could forge a connection with such a prominent figure as Boss Che. Even the common folk in the streets of County D were well aware of this noteworthy individual. Moreover, Boss Che had an excellent reputation in County D. He had invested in schools and funded the construction of roads in the rural areas, contributing significantly to his hometown. His character was beyond reproach. However, since Li Dong was still in high school, Li Dashan harbored some reservations about exposing him to such an environment at this early stage. Noticing Li Dashan's hesitation, Che Bei reassured him, "Brother Li, this is merely a chance to assist in overseeing the venue. It is not a demanding task. It merely involves occasional visits and, should disturbances arise, offering a few words of persuasion. He won't need to be there frequently. A visit now and then will suffice. And it won't interfere with his studies." He gestured around the private room and continued with a smile. "As you can see, Brother Li, I am a legitimate businessman. Your son will not be at a disadvantage under my guidance." Li Dashan repeatedly waved his hands. "Boss Che, that is not my concern. The townsfolk of County D are well aware of your character. That much I trust." He contemplated for a moment, realizing that such an opportunity was not easily come by for his son, and perhaps it was time for him to venture into society. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Yet, thinking of the upcoming exam results, Li Dashan could not help but adopt a stern expression. His steadfast principles were not easily swayed. "Li Dong, while you work with Boss Che, please do not neglect your studies." He then turned to Che Bei. "You may not know this, but my son excels academically. He just received his midterm exam results yesterday. He ranked first in his entire grade." Chen Ka lowered his eyebrows, finding the situation somewhat amusing. To these ordinary individuals, who held only a faint understanding of the concept of cultivation, the significance of his son becoming a yellow rank master paled in comparison to academic achievements. Che Bei laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I told you, Brother Li Dong is a prodigy, excelling in every endeavor." He then turned to Li Dong. "By the way, Brother Li Dong, we agreed a few days ago to take you to see the venue. How about tonight?" "Sounds good," Li Dong replied. "Allow me to see you off," Che Bei said, rising and joining Chen Ka. "Boss Che, you are too gracious. We can manage on our own." Li Dashan felt somewhat out of place, as he had never interacted with such a prominent figure before. Che Bei laughed heartily. "Seeing you off is a must." Li Dong also exited the private room, and the group made their way toward the hall. The moment they appeared, all eyes in the venue were drawn to them. Che Bei waved to a young man who had been waiting in the hall and gestured toward Li Dashan and Sun Ru. "Xiao Wei, please ensure these two are safely escorted home." The young man, Xiao Wei, nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Che. You're too kind, Mr. Che. We can manage on our own, truly." Li Dashan was both honored and surprised. "Indeed, Mr. Che, it's too extravagant." After a moment's thought, Sun Ru managed to utter such a phrase. "Not extravagant at all, not at all." Che Bei chuckled. "You two are simply being too polite. My car has been idling at the entrance and is already depreciating in value." Li Dong addressed his father and sister. "Dad, sis, go ahead." "Ah, very well," they replied. The two exchanged a glance, nodded in agreement, and then, under Xiao Wei's respectful guidance, exited the grand hall. Onlookers observed discreetly, secretly lamenting how fortunate this family was to have befriended someone of high status. As they regarded the composed Li Dong beside Che Bei, they could only marvel at the truth that appearances can be deceiving. Upon their departure, Che Bei gestured to Li Dong, indicating, "Brother Li, please." A sleek black BMW X6 was parked at the entrance of the opulent Jin Hao KTV. As the clock approached 8, the lavish establishment was ablaze with golden lights, radiating an atmosphere of grandeur. The car door swung open, and Li Dong walked alongside Che Bei and Chen Ka, the trio making their way into the KTV. "Welcome to Jin Hao KTV." Upon entering, they were greeted in unison by staff clad in black uniforms and equipped with headsets. Their eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing the visitors. "Mr. Che, what brings you here? Are you here for an inspection?" Instantly, their demeanor shifted to one of heightened respect. Standing straight with their legs together, greeting, "Good evening, Mr. Che." Che Bei smiled and acknowledged them. While he and Chen Ka were well known, the identity of the youthful figure accompanying them remained a mystery, his complexion so youthful that he had not been seen before. Indicating the sofas in the hall, Che Bei invited, "Please, have a seat, Dongzi." The three settled onto the couch, and one of the staff hurried off to summon someone. In a short while, a sharply dressed man strode over, tall yet slender, appearing to be in his 30s. His expression bore a hint of coldness, and even the respectful smile he wore could not mask his penetrating aura. Zhang Yi slightly leaned forward towards Che Bei, who was seated on the sofa. Che Bei gestured for him to take a seat, and, once he complied, patted Li Dong's shoulder beside him. "Xiao Yi, I am here to introduce you to someone." This is Li Dong. From now on, you shall address him as Dong Ge. Jin Hao will be overseeing him. Che Bei then introduced Zhong Yi to Li Dong. This is Zhong Yi, the general manager of Jin Hao. Hello, Dong Ge. Upon hearing Che Bei's directive, Zhong Yi expressed no hesitation and respectfully extended both hands towards Li Dong. They shook hands warmly, with Li Dong sporting a broad smile. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 47. Che observing the youthful visage of the young man before him. Zhong Yi wore a respectful expression, yet his heart brimmed with confusion. Who exactly was this young man? How could he have been entrusted with such responsibilities by Che Bei? Managing affairs, given Jin Hao's current personnel structure, posed no challenge in resolving typical disputes. This position seemed rather superfluous. Why then insert this young man into the equation? Was he merely being assigned? Was he perhaps a second-generation heir from a prominent family seeking a trivial role? Zhong Yi scrutinized Li Dong, sifting through his memories for relevant information. Yet he could not find a face that matched. He had never encountered this individual before. At his level, he was familiar with the second and third-generation scions of D County. Yet this person eluded his recognition. Could it be that he hailed from Chunxue City? Due to familial connections, Zhong Yi had encountered numerous young individuals, some even several years his junior, whom he was compelled to respectfully address as brother. A reflection of the disparities in their social standings that left him no choice. However, this Li Dong seems rather out of place, judging by his appearance. He must be just over 20. Puzzled, but accustomed to following orders, he addressed the man as brother, a name he would continue to use thereafter. Convinced that Li Dong was merely a frivolous young master passing time, Zhong Yi did not regard him with much seriousness. After a brief introduction, Che Bei rose and said, "Come, Dongzi, I will show you around inside." Li Dong smiled and stood up as well, while Chun Ka silently followed behind them. Observing the three entering the lavish interior, Zhong Yi pondered who could possibly be associated with such affluence to warrant Che's courteous treatment. Upon reaching the upper floor and entering the room, Li Dashan sat on the sofa, dazedly watching television. Seeing his father's expression, Li Dong couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, what kind of face is that? Please, don't talk to me like that. I'm about to break into goosebumps." Li Dong removed his shoes. "What nonsense." Li Dashan shot him a glare. "That's better. Much more normal," Li Dong responded, giving him a thumbs up. Xiaodong, Li Dashan pulled his son over to sit on the sofa. "Did you go to check out the venue with Mr. Che?" "Indeed," Li Dong replied, picking up an apple from the coffee table. "Xiaodong," Li Dashan continued, his expression revealing a hint of concern. "I'm still a bit uneasy about you mingling in that environment. It's a mixed crowd. Isn't it rather unsafe?" "Ah." It appears that Li Dashan remained somewhat concerned. Li Dong reassured him, "Father, there is nothing to worry about. The car rental place is a legitimate establishment. The main issue arises when someone drinks excessively and causes a disturbance. I don't even need to intervene. I merely give a command, and a group of people swiftly handles the situation. It's nothing serious." "I see," Li Dashan pondered. Observing his father's demeanor, Li Dong proceeded to engage him in conversation, persuading him with various arguments until Li Dashan finally felt at ease. It was imperative to convince Li Dashan Li Dong needed to establish connections with the Che Bei network. By aligning himself with this network and its resources, Li Dong's subsequent endeavors would become significantly easier. In this small D county, and even in the broader Chunxue city, Che Bei's influence remains substantial. While the Heavenly Sovereign possesses remarkable prowess, individual combat strength alone is insufficient. Li Dong must extend his reach across multiple domains to ensure a seamless journey along his path of cultivation in this world. "So, how much does the car owner pay you each month?" Li Dashan inquired, revealing his concern. Li Dong extended 6 fingers. 6,000? Li Dashan's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Dong nodded affirmatively. However, he refrained from disclosing the actual figure of 60,000, as it was rather extravagant and could exacerbate Li Dashan's worries about the potential dangers of Li Dong's activities. Good child. You have truly grown up and can now share some burdens with the family," Li Dashan said, somewhat excited, grasping Li Dong's hand tightly. Li Dong acknowledged this sentiment. Not only was the monthly sum of 60,000 significant, but the events that transpired earlier at Jinkeyuan clearly demonstrated that Che Bei was making considerable efforts to retain Li Dong. To Wei Tai, Che Bei was indeed akin to a mere insignificant fish. However, to completely eradicate this minor nuisance, Che Bei would still need to expend a considerable amount of both money and effort. In his remarks at the Jinkeyuan Hall, he had clearly indicated his intention to target Wei Tai. Yet, Li Dong remained unfazed, especially in light of Che Bei's staunch support, as he accepted the situation with a sense of self-satisfaction. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Should Che Bei encounter any troubles, he could always turn to him for assistance. Huang Jie, at Che Bei's level, could already be considered a skilled individual, but what of Li Dong's current prowess? He had already surpassed the late stages of the heavenly realm, such as the privilege of possessing strength. After conversing with Li Dashan, Li Dong retrieved the revitalizing powder from his bedroom and said, "Dad, it's time for your medicine." Li Dashan, somewhat dismissive, replied, "Xiaodong, I've tried it once, and I didn't feel anything." Li Dong countered, "What can you expect from just one try? You need to use it several times to truly feel the effects." With that, he hurried off to boil some water. Watching his son busily at work, Li Dashan felt a twinge of emotion, thinking that if it proved ineffective, so be it, at least it brought his son joy. Once the water was boiled, Li Dong began to prepare the revitalizing powder in the bathroom, even infusing the basin with a breath of spiritual energy. "By the way, Xiaodong, where did you purchase these herbs? How much did they cost?" Li Dashan inquired, wanting to engage more with his son about the medicine, having not pressed for details last time. "In the Chinese medicine shop located in the alley just downstairs. The herbs were inexpensive." Li Dong carried a basin to the feet of Li Dashan. "So this is it," Li Dashan remarked as he dipped his feet into the water. Observing his father soaking his feet, Li Dong fell into a contemplative silence. His mother had succumbed to gallbladder cancer in her early years, leaving behind the inseparable duo of Li Dong and his father. Initially, their family situation was fairly stable. However, the exorbitant medical expenses for his mother's treatment had plunged them into financial despair. Li Dashan had once worked in a prominent hotel in Springwater City, assisting in the kitchen with a decent income. Yet, shortly after the passing of Li Dong's mother, calamity struck again. The hotel owner, embroiled in a conflict with others, was attacked by a group, and Li Dashan unfortunately found himself caught in the fray, sustaining an injury to his calf. As their savings had been exhausted by medical bills, the treatment was delayed, ultimately resulting in the loss of his leg. In 2 lifetimes, while the memories of his previous existence were vast and boundless, this current life had only granted him a mere decade of recollection. Nevertheless, Li Dashan, a father whose sturdy shoulders had sheltered his son under a vast sky, held an irreplaceable position in Li Dong's heart. However, debts had been incurred, and one day he would have to confront each individual responsible. As he gazed at his father sitting on the sofa, washing his feet, noting the deformed shape of his left foot and the streaks of white in his hair, Li Dong's expression grew somber. The hotel owner also bore the surname Che. Chapter 48. Is it enough? The following day, Sunday evening, in the bustling square, speakers blared with music as elderly men and women sang and danced with delight. Li Dong stood a short distance away from a group of middle-aged women dancing in the square, holding a bag of sunflower seeds and a trash bag. As he cracked the seeds, he admired the graceful movements of the dancers. Though his gaze appeared calm and casual, a tempest raged within him, as the ferocious spiritual energy surged through his limbs and body, crashing against his meridians. With each violent impact, the energy grew more formidable and potent. This world, abundant in spiritual energy, undoubtedly provided an excellent environment for cultivation, allowing practitioners to fully experience the exhilaration of their training. Having nearly completed the cultivation of the Dragon's Wrath technique, he had yet to begin the practice of the body technique. However, he felt no urgency. The invaluable artifact, the indestructible golden bones, required vast amounts of energy and resources. The spiritual body alone demanded numerous rare materials, and he knew it was not yet the right time. Furthermore, his current strength was still at the initial stage of chi refining, making it less than ideal for refining the spiritual body or cultivating the indestructible golden bones. He needed to elevate his power further to ensure a greater chance of success. As he breathed steadily, the flow of spiritual energy circulated with each inhalation and exhalation. His seemingly indifferent gaze was filled with vibrant vitality. Just as he was enjoying the moment, his phone rang. Pulling out his device, he answered the call, only to hear Qian Bing's voice on the other end. "Li Dong, are you now?" With a swift motion, Li Dong hung up the phone and returned to cracking seeds and training. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit private room of a billiard hall, Qian Bing stood beside the pool table, his lips pressed into a thin line as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This brat was utterly audacious. How dare he hang up on him? Within the private room, a multitude of individuals stood, among them several young sycophants clad in black shirts. Notably, Geng Tai, Zhao De, and even Hu Miao were present. Observing the somber expression on Qian Bing's face, Geng Tai inquired, "Brother Bing, what did he say?" Qian Bing, maintaining his composure, ignored the question and redialed the number. Meanwhile, Zhao De bowed his head, his countenance betraying a certain unease, tinged with an undercurrent of fear. Li Dong answered the call. "What do you want?" Noting that Li Dong did not terminate the call this time, Qian Bing replied in a low voice, "Li Dong, I am waiting for you at the Beiliju billiard hall, not far from your home. Do you dare to come? What do you want me for? Did we arrange anything?" Qian Bing felt his temper rising. Li Dong's tone was infuriatingly provocative. At that moment, a group of middle-aged women in front of Li Dong suddenly erupted into exuberance. And the music blared, resonating through the phone. "Your footsteps wander across the horizon. My longing travels with you afar." Furrowing his brow, Qian Bing thought to himself, "What is Li Dong doing, and what is the environment surrounding him?" He said to Li Dong, "What do you think I'm waiting for?" "Naturally, I wish to discuss matters with you. Don't say anything else. Just tell me if you dare to come, Li Dong." The cacophony persisted on Li Dong's end, the square dance music chattering incessantly. Li Dong raised his voice slightly. "Could you repeat that? I didn't catch it." Qian Bing tightened his grip on the phone, his expression growing increasingly menacing, causing the others in the room to remain silent. "I said," Qian Bing's voice escalated, "I am in room 5 of Beiliju. Are you coming or not?" "Come." Li Dong hung up the phone abruptly. Qian Bing fixed his gaze ahead and slowly lowered his phone. Geng Tai cautiously inquired, "Brother Bing, what did he say?" After a moment of silence, Qian Bing uttered a single word, "Come." In his perspective, Li Dong had fallen for his provocation. Qian Bing was well aware of Li Dong's arrogance. Even knowing that what awaited him was far from pleasant, Li Dong would certainly not lose face by declining the invitation. "Come," he thought, "then it shall be manageable." Qian Bing's intentions in summoning Li Dong were not to share a drink amicably, nor was he planning to deal with him right then and there. Li Dong had repeatedly undermined Qian Bing's authority, and to confront him, Qian Bing felt it necessary to make a grand spectacle, ensuring that the entire school witnessed it. He wanted them to understand that Qian Bing remains Qian Bing. He was not someone to be trifled with by any random individual. This invitation for Li Dong was akin to a pre-battle persuasion. Qian Bing intended to exert pressure on him. Li Dong was a formidable opponent, and the more challenging the adversary, the more Qian Bing yearned to see them submit to him. Upon hearing Qian Bing's single word, Geng Tai nodded in agreement and fell silent. Zhao De let out a quiet sigh, his fists subtly clenched. Meanwhile, Hu Miao wore a mocking smile, his little mustache twitching, as if he could already envision Li Dong begging for mercy. At 7 o'clock, Li Dong strolled from D County Square to the Bali Hotel, entering with a casual demeanor. Upon reaching box 5, he pushed the door open, and the gaze of everyone within the room was instantly directed towards him. Li Dong surveyed the arrangement of individuals in the room: Qian Bing, Geng Tai, Zhao De, and 5 subordinates clad in black attire. His gaze settled upon Hu Miao, and with a playful smile, he remarked, well, look who we have here. Quite the gathering, isn't it?" Hu Miao regarded him with a cold smirk, offering no rebuttal. Qian Bing, one hand resting on a cue stick against the pool table, gestured towards the chair beside Li Dong with his other hand, inviting him to sit. "Take a seat, Li Dong," he chuckled. Yet, Li Dong appeared oblivious to the invitation. As he spoke, he lifted his leg and plopped down upon the edge of the pool table, casually inspecting a ball in his hand. Qian Bing, unperturbed, paused momentarily before posing a question. "Li Dong, do you know why I summoned you here today?" With a resounding thud, Li Dong placed the ball down, surveying his surroundings, his gaze flitting over the 5 black-clad subordinates before settling back on Qian Bing. "Are you eager to deal with me?" "This seems rather insufficient for the occasion," he quipped. Qian Bing sneered. "Insufficient? I believe it suffices." Indeed, Qian Bing felt confident. While these 5 might not be seasoned fighters, they were certainly capable street thugs, adequate for intimidating Li Dong. In his estimation, although Li Dong had demonstrated considerable strength by injuring Zhao De with a single punch and subsequently escaping, in this confined and narrow setting, Qian Bing held the advantage in numbers, leaving Li Dong vulnerable to his whims. In Qian Bing's mind, Li Dong had always projected an air of fearless defiance. However, it will not be long before that changes. Qian Bing can hardly wait to witness the look of fear manifest on Li Dong's face. Yet, upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Zhao De, standing to the side, grew visibly tense, his expression betraying a sense of anxiety. Li Dong, with a playful glint in his eye, regarded Qian Bing, the tyrant of D County No. 1 High School. He gestured towards Zhao De and remarked to Qian Bing, "Why not inquire with your little brother? Ask him whether today's numbers are sufficient." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Qian Bing furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and his demeanor immediately darkened. Geng Tai and Hu Miao also turned their attention to Zhao De. The latter appeared pale, and, under the scrutiny of Qian Bing's inquiry, his robust physique trembled slightly. Gritting his teeth, he realized he could no longer conceal the truth and reluctantly admitted, "Brother Bing, everyone I brought that day was defeated by Li Dong. I'm just a bit frightened." Zhao De squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear the sight of Qian Bing's reaction. Geng Tai and Hu Miao listened in shock, astonished that Li Dong single-handedly vanquished Zhao De's crew. Was he truly that formidable? Qian Bing's expression darkened significantly, despite his meticulous calculations. He had not anticipated that Zhao De would deceive him regarding this matter. He assumed Qian Bing would directly confront Li Dong without engaging him too closely. However, the current turn of events indicated that Zhao De had, in fact, trampled upon his leader Qian Bing's dignity. Chapter 49. A gamble again. Li Dong found it quite amusing to see the typically pretentious Qian Bing suddenly change countenance. Leaning forward against the pool table, he quipped, "How are you leading your gang if your subordinate is left to face such peril?" "Bingo I." Thud. Before Zhao De could finish his words, Qian Bing interrupted him with a decisive blow, landing a solid punch in Zhao De's abdomen, producing a muffled thud. It was the same area where Li Dong had kicked him last time. Zhao De clutched his stomach, gagging, his tall and robust figure bending over, too intimidated to retaliate. Observing Zhao De's crouched posture, Qian Bing delivered another slap to his head. Feeling unsatisfied, he followed up with several more fierce strikes. The private room fell into an eerie silence, with Qian Bing's men bowing their heads, avoiding the scene, exuding an aura of trepidation. Li Dong wore a faint smile. The muscular and boxing-savvy Zhao De, towering over at 175 meters, was left without any spirit as Qian Bing pummeled him, hunched over and silent. How could Qian Bing not feel enraged? He had intended to establish dominance, only to have his subordinate sold out. While Li Dong watched the entire ordeal with unblinking eyes, what a disgrace. Gazing down at the crumpled Zhao De, Qian Bing's desire to continue the assault waned. And after a long moment of calming himself, he finally managed to stabilize his emotions. He turned to find Li Dong observing him with a cheerful demeanor. Damn it. Qian Bing nearly succumbed to the temptation of striking Zhao De once more. With this incident, their momentum had swiftly diminished. They had anticipated that their presence would instill considerable fear in Li Dong. Who could have foreseen his formidable combat prowess? Qian Bing scrutinized Li Dong with a cold gaze. Could it be that this young man was, in fact, a practitioner of martial arts? Taking a deep breath, Qian Bing realized that a change in strategy was now imperative. He gazed intently at Li Dong and said, "Li Dong, you enjoy gambling. So I..." Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. "I do not enjoy gambling." Qian Bing narrowed his eyes slightly, paused for a moment, and continued, "Shall we wager once more? Do you dare?" Li Dong chuckled, looking at Qian Bing, and replied, "Do you truly believe you have me completely figured out? Do you think that by provoking me, I will fall into your trap?" Qian Bing remained silent. Zhao De stood up from the ground and moved aside, leaning against the wall. "What shall we wager?" Li Dong picked up a ball, idly toying with it in his hand. Observing that Li Dong had indeed agreed, Qian Bing coldly gestured towards the dartboard hanging on the wall, saying, "Geng Tai will compete with you in darts. 3 darts will determine the score, and we shall wager." With both hands resting on the edge of the billiard table, Qian Bing leaned forward, his pupils dilating slightly. "It shall be the knees." Geng Tai lifted his head, casting a glance at Li Dong. "Very well, then we shall wager on the knees." Li Dong casually glanced at Geng Tai, leaped down from the billiard table, and straightened his wrinkled clothing. The corners of Geng Tai's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Hu Miao revealed a chilling grin. Noting that Li Dong was indeed audacious to an extreme, daring to accept any wager. They were well aware of Geng Tai's exceptional accuracy in darts. He had secured numerous accolades in amateur competitions. His highest achievement consisted of 3 darts, one scoring 20 points in a triple zone, 150 points in the bullseye, and another 20 points in a double zone, totaling 150 points. With such astonishing precision, Li Dong still had the audacity to accept the challenge without a second thought, truly oblivious to the peril he was courting. Hu Miao pinched the beard at the corner of his lips, recalling the last time he had fortuitously secured a victory. This time, however, luck would not be on his side. He should brace himself for a moment of submission. Qian Bing, observing Li Dong's swift acquiescence, nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his face as he turned away. Today marked the beginning of Li Dong's downfall before Qian Bing, this pretentious fellow, with the rules established. The competition commenced promptly. Holding 3 darts, Geng Tai positioned himself 3 meters away from the wall-mounted target, closing one eye as he lifted a dart, meticulously aiming for the bullseye. Qian Bing's entourage fixated their attention upon him. Geng Tai focused intently, releasing the first dart, which struck the triple 20 zone. Excellent. The crowd of underlings erupted in cheers, and even Hu Miao clenched his fist, acknowledging the impressive throw that had already secured 60 points. Qian Bing, however, remained composed, recognizing that this was merely the first dart. He glanced at Li Dong, who, amidst the cheers, appeared unfazed, his gaze directed toward the ceiling in a contemplative daze. Qian Bing squinted, thinking to himself that Li Dong was merely putting on a facade of indifference. Soon enough, he would see how long he could maintain that pretense. Encouraged by the crowd's enthusiasm, Geng Tai grew increasingly cautious, taking his time to aim the second dart. Qian Bing, standing beside him, gave a reassuring pat on his shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Bolstered by Qian Bing's support, Geng Tai steadied his hand. The second dart was released, finding its mark in the bullseye. 50 points. This brought the total to 110. Even Qian Bing could not suppress a relaxed smile, confident that with one final dart, Li Dong's chances would vanish entirely. Even Zhao De, who was huddled by the wall, cast a malevolent glance at Li Dong, believing that after the misfortune he had suffered, it was only fitting for Li Dong to experience similar anguish. The cheers subsided as Geng Tai grasped the third dart, with Qian Bing's hand resting reassuringly on his shoulder. The private room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Geng Tai's movements, except for the seemingly unconcerned Li Dong. Whoosh! The third dart was launched, striking the target with a resounding pop. Yet again, it found its mark in the bullseye, scoring another 50 points. Geng Tai shook his hand in exhilaration. With a total of 160 points across 3 darts, he had surpassed his previous record. Qian Bing's spirits soared, as he had never expected Geng Tai to achieve maximum scores on all 3 throws. This performance was already his best, and there was no necessity for 3 perfect scores. Given this score, could Li Dong, a mere novice, hope to surpass it? To everyone present, it seemed unnecessary for Li Dong to compete further. True, he was skilled in basketball, but he was not proficient in everything, and there was no need for him to endure the humiliation of further failure. Better to kneel in acceptance. With this thought, Qian Bing's entourage regarded Li Dong with mocking grins, as if they had already glimpsed his impending downfall. Hu Miao flicked out his tongue, moistening his cracked lips. Recalling the day when Li Dong had embarrassed him in front of the entire class, he smirked lewdly at the memory. Zhao De clenched his strong fists, his excitement manifesting in a few light punches against the wall behind him. He did not attribute the beating he had just received to Qian Bing. In his eyes, it was all Li Dong's doing. Now, it was time for Li Dong to taste the bitterness of humiliation. Geng Tai stepped aside, a broad smile on his face. Yet his heart was heavy with unease. Qian Bing gestured towards Li Dong, saying, "It's your turn." Li Dong replied nonchalantly, "You all seem to have quite a lot on your minds." Qian Bing scoffed, "Stop dawdling, Li Dong. Wrap it up swiftly." Hu Miao could not resist chiming in, "Indeed. Li Dong, weren't you quite spirited when you played ball the other day? Why the hesitation now?" Li Dong cast a glance at him, causing Hu Miao to fall silent, though inwardly he scoffed, daring to show off. Soon he would be left in tears. Li Dong lightly remarked, "I don't need to pick up the pace." With that, he strode to the spot where Geng Tai had stood, seized 3 darts, and without even a glance, tossed them as if it were a mere afterthought. Geng Tai couldn't help but chuckle. What was this supposed to mean? Had he given up without a fight? Yet he still maintained that air of arrogance? Hu Miao's nostrils flared, his expression fervent. Qian Bing's gaze grew vacant, as if he envisioned Li Dong kneeling before him. Suddenly, the 3 darts hit the target simultaneously, drawing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 50. Kneel down. The 3 darts struck the target in unison. Their tips clustered in a single spot, scoring 3 times 20 points in the triple zones, totaling 180 points. It felt as if time itself had frozen within the room. The expressions of all present crystallized in astonishment. How could this be possible? 3 darts were casually tossed, landing simultaneously in the same spot, and remarkably, it was in the highest scoring zone. This was the work of Li Dong. Qian Bing's face darkened instantly as he strode forward, leaning in closely to ascertain the truth. Upon closer inspection, disbelief washed over him. The 3 darts had indeed struck together at their tips, embedded deeply, a testament to the force behind the throw. Facing the wall, Qian Bing wore a scowl and did not turn around. Damn it, he had been outsmarted by Li Dong again. This kid was proficient in darts as well. How could he possibly excel at everything? Seeing Qian Bing motionless before the dartboard, Geng Tai immediately grew anxious. How on earth had Li Dong achieved this? To throw 3 darts simultaneously and hit the highest scoring area was an accomplishment he himself could never replicate, no matter how many times he tried. Geng Tai lowered his head, resentment etched across his face. He had been defeated by Li Dong twice, both times in events he prided himself on, only to lose utterly and humiliatingly. Clenching his fists, he found it hard to accept. Zhao De leaned against the wall, his mouth agape in astonishment. Was there anything Li Dong couldn't do? Not only did he possess formidable combat skills, easily outplaying Geng Tai in basketball, but now, even in darts, an event they had meticulously prepared for, Li Dong had accepted the challenge without hesitation and emerged victorious with ease. It was utterly disheartening. Meanwhile, Pu Miao, a classmate of Li Dong, trembled with rage upon witnessing his astonishing performance. Li Dong seemed to be toying with them. All the carefully laid traps they had devised were effortlessly dismantled by him. Was this not a direct slap in the face to their entire group? The shifting emotions on their faces were meticulously observed by Li Dong, who remained unfazed and offered them no time to ponder their predicament. Breaking the silence that enveloped the private room, he declared, "I have won." No one uttered a word. They were all fixated on him. Qian Bing, facing the target, turned to confront Li Dong directly. Li Dong met his gaze and pronounced clearly, "Geng Tai, it is time for you to kneel." Upon hearing this, Geng Tai suppressed his discomfort and replied in a low voice, "Li Dong, this time I will give you 5,000. With that, he reached for his phone, intending to transfer the money to Li Dong. To Geng Tai, this was a perfectly normal course of action. There was no way he would actually kneel. Losing was inconsequential. A monetary exchange would suffice. Having established a precedent, it seemed inevitable that a second encounter would follow. The previous basketball game had illustrated Li Dong's keen interest in money. In front of so many witnesses, he had chosen to demand a monetary settlement. Recognizing that Li Dong was in need of funds, Geng Tai thought it reasonable to simply pay him off. No one perceived any fault in Geng Tai's actions. They all believed it was only natural. They were aware of the previous incident, wherein Li Dong had ultimately opted for money, revealing his financial desperation. Should Qian Bing and his companions have emerged victorious, they would undoubtedly have compelled Li Dong to honor his promise and kneel before them. Yet, with the tables turned, it did not imply that they would feel obliged to fulfill their end of the bargain. Because they believe themselves to be privileged, they feel victorious despite their losses, thinking that they can silence Li Dong with their wealth. What does it matter how formidable Li Dong is if, in the end, he must bow before the might of money? Ultimately, it boils down to his poverty. The disparity in class background serves as their greatest advantage against Li Dong. Geng Tai fished out his phone from his pocket, intending to transfer money to Li Dong. I interjected, "You kneel before me." Li Dong's sudden proclamation left everyone in the private room momentarily stunned. Geng Tai looked up from his phone, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Li Dong, today is not like that day. 5,000 is more than enough." Qian Bing narrowed his eyes. Li Dong disregarded Geng Tai's words, advancing towards him while reiterating, "You kneel before me." Geng Tai's expression darkened as Li Dong approached. "Li Dong, do not be insatiable." Li Dong remained silent, standing half a meter away from Geng Tai, regarding him with indifference. Recalling Zhao De's earlier remarks about Li Dong's astonishing combat prowess, Geng Tai felt an intangible pressure even in Li Dong's quiet presence. His eyelids fluttered, his confidence waning as he said, "Then I will give you 10,000, Li Dong." It was merely a matter of wanting a little more money. Why not just oblige him? Li Dong looked at him calmly, once again uttering the words that incited their fury, "Kneel before me." The expressions of Qian Bing's associates turned unfriendly. Geng Tai trembled slightly. "What do you mean by this?" Qian Bing stepped forward and addressed Li Dong. "Li Dong, it is prudent to know when to stop. You wouldn't want to escalate matters unnecessarily." Li Dong chuckled lightly, disregarding Qian Bing's childish threat, remaining motionless in his place. His oppressive gaze fixated on Geng Tai, causing him to tremble. 20,000, Li Dong. I offer you 20,000, the same price as before. You should be satisfied." Li Dong, however, remained silent. Qian Bing slammed his hand on the nearby billiard table, seething with fury. Li Dong, you are utterly arrogant. His henchmen advanced, creating an implicit encirclement around Li Dong. Although Zhao De felt a twinge of fear towards Li Dong after the events of that day, he nonetheless stepped forward upon Qian Bing's directive, closing in on Li Dong. Who do you think you are, attempting to assert privilege? Li Dong cast a glance at the enraged Qian Bing, resolute in his stance. A wager must be honored. This knee belongs to him from our last encounter, and it is time to reclaim it. Li Dong's gaze bore into Qian Bing's eyes, brimming with a palpable intent to kill. In Li Dong's eyes, Gung Tai envisioned severed limbs, blood dispersing in the air, and the roaring figures on the battlefield, fears he had never before experienced in his youth. His body seemed to betray him as he stood pale, involuntarily bending his knees slightly towards Li Dong. Do not kneel, Qian Bing bellowed, glaring at Li Dong. He extended his palm, fingers spread wide. Li Dong, 50,000, and let today pass without incident. The men surrounding Li Dong tensed, while he regarded Qian Bing with an indifferent expression. As Gung Tai's eyes reddened, he gaped, tears streaming down his face, accompanied by a flow of snot. His legs bent increasingly, necessitating him to tilt his head slightly upward to gaze at Li Dong. No kneeling. Qian Bing shouted in a hysterical roar. Li Dong, I will give you 100,000. Kneel down. In the face of Gung Tai, Li Dong bellowed fiercely, an overwhelming aura sweeping through the private room, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Qian Bing's eyes widened, losing the fearless demeanor he once held. A glimmer of fear, previously concealed, now flickered in his gaze as he beheld Li Dong's explosive presence. With a resounding thud, Gung Tai collapsed before Li Dong, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 51. The game of pool in the luxurious billiard hall, room 5, Gung Tai knelt despondently before Li Dong, sobbing loudly. The formidable aura emanating from Li Dong gradually subsided as he surveyed the surrounding individuals, who averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Qian Bing, too, felt the palpable strength of Li Dong's earlier outburst. His confidence and control diminished as he looked at Li Dong, now devoid of the certainty he once possessed. Fear had finally gripped him. Zhao De, who had been advancing cautiously towards Li Dong, instinctively took a step back under the weight of that overwhelming presence, his heart still racing with trepidation. The formidable pressure left an indelible mark of fear within him regarding Li Dong. Meanwhile, the despicable Hu Miao had already shrunk behind another person, trembling uncontrollably, his head bowed, lips quivering, a stark contrast to the rest, save for Gung Tai, who displayed the most pronounced reaction. Li Dong, the classmate he had shared 2 years with, turned out to be so formidable? This revelation left him in disbelief. The anguished cries of Gung Tai prevented the room from descending into silence. His mind was a blank slate. As the one who had felt Li Dong's imposing presence most closely, he was struck the hardest. This shock awakened the deep-seated fear within Gung Tai, compelling his robust frame to kneel before Li Dong, as he wept inconsolably, devoid of dignity. Li Dong surveyed Gung Tai and then the others. Qian Bing remained silent. No one dared to make a move. From their own psychological standpoint, none were bold enough to confront the current Li Dong. Were they really capable of handling him? If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Li Dong, having relinquished his knee, declared his intention to depart. Noticing their silence, he turned to exit the room. As he passed by a nearby coffee table, he casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water, twisted it open, and took a sip. Upon witnessing Li Dong's departure, even Qian Bing silently exhaled, his taut nerves finally easing. However, just as Li Dong reached the door, he halted and turned his head back. You're really leaving? Qian Bing was on the verge of fury. No one responded. They all internally urged him to just leave already. Li Dong pushed the door open and stepped out. It was only then that they truly relaxed. Qian Bing strode forward and delivered a kick to Gung Tai's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Gung Tai's sobs ceased abruptly as he stared blankly at Qian Bing. In a fit of rage, Qian Bing seized a pool cue and struck it against the table, snapping it in two. What an utter disgrace! With a furious outburst, it remained unclear whether Qian Bing was cursing Gung Tai, Zhao De, or perhaps even himself. Today's incident was nothing short of a tremendous embarrassment. Having brought his opponent before him only to receive a resounding slap to the face, Qian Bing felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Who could have anticipated that Li Dong harbored such hidden depths? If Li Dong believed that a modicum of strength granted him the freedom to act as he pleased, he was sorely underestimating Qian Bing. With a voice laced with anger, Qian Bing inquired of Zhao De. Startled, Zhao De dared not provoke Qian Bing further. He gathered his thoughts and recounted the events that transpired at the entrance of the appetizer venue in meticulous detail. Considering the prowess Li Dong had just displayed, Qian Bing narrowed his eyes, pondering, de Zhou Tian? That seems about right. Zhao De concurred, convinced that Li Dong had indeed reached the realm of de Zhou Tian. Geng Tai and Hu Miao, who stood nearby, listened in astonishment. Having followed Qian Bing, they had not only heard tales of cultivators, but had even witnessed them firsthand at Qian Bing's brother Qian Zhong's loyalty hall, where formidable cultivators showcased powers that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Yet, the revelation that Li Dong, a peer, was a cultivator of the Dezhou Tian realm was utterly shocking. Do you think that merely possessing the strength of Dezhou Tian allows you to prance before me? Qian Bing? He gripped the remaining half of his cue tightly, slamming it down onto the billiard table. Spread the word. Tomorrow I shall confront Li Dong. Qian Bing commanded his companions. Brother Bing, tomorrow? Zhao De queried. Indeed, tomorrow. Understood, understood, Zhao De promptly acquiesced. Geng Tai gradually regained consciousness, rising from the ground and brushing off his trousers as he responded. Qian Bing beckoned to Hu Miao, summoning him forth. Emerging from behind the concealed figures, Hu Miao approached Qian Bing with a slight bow and a brisk gait. Qian Bing enveloped the slender Hu Miao in a firm embrace, exerting considerable strength. Tomorrow, keep a close watch on Li Dong. If he attempts to flee, inform me immediately. Hu Miao, feeling a twinge of anxiety, nodded vigorously. Qian Bing patted his shoulder, releasing his grip while casting his gaze towards the door of the private room, enveloped in silence. The reason for this proclamation stemmed from the considerable face Qian Bing had lost in his dealings with Li Dong. Each act of arrogance from Li Dong had accumulated an immense reservoir of resentment within Qian Bing. The mere recollection of Li Dong's indifferent demeanor ignited a fierce rage within him. Li Dong believed himself to be formidable, flaunting his prowess. Now, Qian Bing intended to publicly challenge him throughout the school, confronting him precisely where he felt most invincible, all eyes upon him to witness whether he would dare to respond. The grand occasion of the great Zhou Tian? Qian Bing scoffed, bemused by Li Dong's assumption that his prowess in the great Zhou Tian rendered Qian Bing insignificant. This time, he would demonstrate, through undeniable evidence, that Qian Bing was not to be trifled with. Li Dong's path of cultivation, marked by ignorance of the virtues of humility and silent success, would come to an abrupt end. As he settled onto the sofa, Qian Bing's gaze fell upon the slowly rolling billiard ball. Under the starry night sky, the expansive backyard of a luxurious mansion in Longjing was adorned with exquisite, high-end greenery, artfully arranged. The softly illuminated pathway lights cast a gentle glow along the pebble path, while a cool breeze rustled through, accompanied by the occasional chirping of insects. In a quaint courtyard, a chess table is occupied by two individuals facing each other, an elderly gentleman and a young man. Surrounding the chessboard are several onlookers, among whom a few appear to be servants, standing respectfully and quietly behind the elder. Beside the old man stands a graceful young lady, her exquisite features and tall stature complemented by her flowing, lustrous hair, elegantly cascading down her neck. Her demeanor is remarkable and refined, yet her attire is exceedingly simple and tasteful, a plain blue top with a black button discreetly fastened at the front, paired with a deep black skirt that descends to her knees, reminiscent of a refined young student from the Republican era. Behind the young man, a sturdy middle-aged gentleman stands, his appearance unremarkable, lacking any distinctive expressions. However, his powerful presence emanates a commanding authority. All eyes are fixed upon the chessboard. The elderly man's gnarled hand, marked by age spots, reaches for a piece and places it on the board, prompting deep contemplation from his youthful opponent. He lifts a teacup, removes the lid, blows gently across the rim, and leisurely sips the tea. Grandpa Tong, I concede, the young man finally utters with a wry smile after a prolonged silence. Shaking his head in defeat, Grandpa Ting chuckles softly, the myriad of wrinkles on his face deepening, revealing the passage of time, yet his eyes sparkle with vigor. Xiaozu, your chess skills have improved, and your character has grown. You are a promising talent. Surely, the young man responds with a shy smile. Grandpa Tong, you flatter me. Behind him, the middle-aged man, Shitangshuan, bursts into hearty laughter. Watching you two play for so long reveals quite a bit of intrigue. Tung Gong raised his hand and pointed at him, saying, You, still practicing, are you? Shitangshuan replied, Enough, old man. I have little to practice. This game, in your hands, holds mysteries, yet in mine, it becomes futile. I am but a simpleton. Upon hearing this, Teng Gong burst into hearty laughter. After the laughter subsided, Teng Gong slightly turned his head and inquired of the young lady standing beside him, Xiao Lian, what is your opinion? Teng Chulian smiled sweetly and responded, Grandfather, I too do not comprehend the intricacies of chess, much like Uncle Shi. I am merely a simple person. Chapter 52. An announcement at that moment. Both their gazes inadvertently drifted towards the corner where Yu Rou and Chen Yimo were situated. These two individuals were undeniably the most exquisite women in the entire room, exhibiting a striking contrast in temperament. One was pure, while the other was alluring. Mu Xingchen and Bai Yusin rose and approached the two ladies. Mu Xingchen, holding a wine glass, settled beside Chen Yimo and flashed a radiant, charming smile. Yimo, why are you always so quiet? Chen Yimo returned a faint smile, replying, not at all. Bai Yusin then took a seat next to Yu Rou and said, Yu Rou, let me toast to you. Yu Rou lifted her glass, clinking it with Bai Yusin's, her face adorned with a flirtatious smile. Why, Mr. Bai, to have you toast me personally is quite flattering. The disparity in their family backgrounds was significant, so Yu Rou naturally treated him with utmost respect. It was at this moment that he noticed Zhao Dong, who had been seated near Chen Yimo, silently observing. Bai Yu Xian furrowed his brows, pointing at Zhao Dong and inquiring, who is this person? What is he wearing? How dare he enter this occasion? At that moment, the individuals within the private room finally took notice of Zhao Dong. Who is he? I've never seen him before. His attire is utterly ragged. I must keep my distance. I can already detect an unpleasant odor. Although Zhao Dong was dressed in inexpensive clothing, he was impeccably clean, rendering the accusation of stench utterly unfounded. Zhao Dong maintained an expression of indifference, secretly scoffing at the superficiality of these individuals, who would likely proclaim a soiled banknote as pristine, exclaiming its delightful aroma. Mu Xingchen also regarded Zhao Dong with a frown, demanding, who are you? Leave at once. This is not a place for you. Chen Yimo's expression shifted slightly as she coldly asserted, Zhao Dong is someone I brought with me. Why shouldn't he be here? Upon hearing Chen Yimo speak, Mu Xingchen's countenance changed, and a forced smile replaced it. Oh, I see. Yimo, is this your servant? He is, in fact, my friend. Chen Yimo replied earnestly after a brief pause. This declaration caught Zhao Dong's attention, and their eyes met, prompting Zhao Dong to smile. Witnessing this smile, Chen Yimo felt a twinge of anxiety, averting her gaze and touching her cheek. However, Mu Xingchen's expression darkened, and Bai Yu Xian was equally displeased. How could such a poor and unsightly bumpkin be a friend of Chen Yimo? What nonsense! Both Bai Yu Xian and Mu Xingchen regarded Zhao Dong with disdainful glances, carrying an air of menace. The atmosphere within the private room thickened as the music played on, and after failing to engage Chen Yimo in conversation, Mu Xingchen finally turned his ire towards Zhao Dong. You kid. Extending his hand, Mu Xingchen nudged Zhao Dong, demanding, hand over the pack of cigarettes. Bai Yusin also glanced over with keen interest. In this private room, none dared to defy their commands, especially not a destitute little underling. Yet, Zhao Dong remained unmoved, as serene as a monk in deep meditation. Mu Xingchen, incensed, nudged Zhao Dong again, exclaiming, Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you pretending to be deaf? Bai Yusin, equally displeased, added, Do you dare to ignore us? The others turned their attention to Zhao Dong, whispering among themselves, What a lack of awareness. Is he foolish? Under their scrutiny, Zhao Dong emerged from his meditative state, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Mu Xingchen and Bai Yusin, retorting, Do I lack hands? The room fell into stunned silence. How dare he address young Master Bai and young Master Mu in such a manner? Was he courting death? This insufferable little underling was so audacious. The young men and women, a mix of outrage and indignation, some even stepping forward to assert themselves, pointed at Zhao Dong, shouting, How dare you speak like that? Kneel and apologize to young Master Bai and young Master Mu. Yes, kneel and apologize. Lick their shoes. Bai Yusin and Mu Xingchen sprang up from the sofa, Bai Yusin glaring fiercely at Zhao Dong, demanding, Do you dare to repeat that? Meanwhile, Mu Xingchen narrowed his eyes at Zhao Dong, asserting, If you wish to leave here alive, kneel and lick my shoes, and we shall consider this matter settled. Before Zhao Dong could utter a word, Chen Yimo abruptly rose to her feet, positioning herself protectively in front of him. With a cold tone, she declared, Kneeling to lick shoes? Mu Xiao truly possesses an imposing presence. Chen Yimo's defiance displeased Mu Xingchen, who felt his pride wounded. Bai Yusin interjected, Yimo, This matter does not concern you. Step aside. I am right here, Mu Xingqian and Bai Yusin. Who among you dares to lay a finger on him? Chen Yimo retorted furiously. Zhao Dong stood behind Chen Yimo, his gaze drawn to the curvaceous form beneath her pink shorts, astonished by her resolute stance. Yimo, do you wish to stand against us? Mu Xingqian, taken aback by Chen Yimo's defense of this impoverished youth, wore a grim expression. Bai Yusin sneered coldly. Yimo, consider the consequences carefully. Chen Yimo's eyes flickered, a hint of hesitation surfacing. Her father, Chen Liqiang, was merely a sales manager at Dakong Group, barely scraping together an annual salary of $1 million, a stark contrast to the affluent Bai and Mu families. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Yimo, perhaps it would be best to let this go. Yuro, sensing the gravity of the situation, softly urged her friend. Yet, Zhao Dong remained resolute behind Chen Yimo. Caught in a dilemma, Chen Yimo was at a loss. Zhao Dong chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently push her aside, preparing to take action. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The occupants within were startled, turning to see a rotund, drunken man swaggering in, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol. With bleary eyes, he surveyed the room, muttering, "Damn it, I've come to the wrong place." After saying that, he turned to leave, but before exiting, his gaze fell upon Chen Yimo. "Oh my, this girl is truly enchanting. Come, let us indulge in a duet, and then share a restful slumber." The portly man drunkenly approached Chen Yimo. "Get lost." Bai Yusin blinked in disbelief. Having already been simmering with frustration, his impatience only grew upon encountering this raucous figure. With a swift kick, he silenced the man. Staggering back, the portly fellow clutched his stomach, pointing at Bai Yusin and cursing, "You little brat, how dare you?" Bai Yusin charged forward, delivering another fierce kick, causing the man to yelp in pain. "Well done, Bai. You are truly impressive," cheered the crowd. The portly man, now thoroughly beaten, shouted, "Damn it, someone help me." Before long, two burly men in black suits rushed in. Upon seeing their fallen boss, they shouted, "Boss," and surged forward. Mu Xingqian, standing nearby, scoffed, "More lackeys?" With a surge of energy, Mu Xingqian dashed forward, his speed unparalleled. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched the two bodyguards to the ground. Standing triumphantly on one, he struck a striking pose, eliciting a chorus of squeals from the onlooking girls. Mu Xingqian sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Chapter 53. The Alchemist. The following morning, Li Dong entered Class 2 of the second year, his backpack slung over his shoulder. As he stepped in, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turning towards Li Dong, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. In the front row, Hu Miao observed Li Dong with a cold smirk dancing on his lips. To her surprise, this young man dared to show up again. He must have received yesterday's news. Why else would he come at such a time? Perhaps he fears losing face. It is well known that this is his greatest dread, and it shall be his downfall. Prepare yourself to be embarrassed before the entire school. This time, Brother Bing will ensure his utter defeat. Wu Shue's gaze towards Li Dong was particularly venomous. Last Friday, when the midterm exam results were announced, Li Dong inexplicably secured the top position in the grade, causing Wu Shue to lose considerable face. She could not fathom how such a careless individual could suddenly rise above her. This was an affront to her proud spirit, even with numerous teachers attesting to the results. Wu Shui refused to believe it. Last night, upon hearing that Qian Bing intended to deal with Li Dong, she was so exhilarated that she couldn't fall asleep until late into the night. Who could withstand Brother Bing's wrath? With the turmoil he has stirred, a significant upheaval is undoubtedly imminent. Li Dong's current predicament is entirely of his own making. His arrogance has led him to this bitter end. Since he enjoys drawing attention to himself so much, let him now reap the consequences. As soon as Li Dong entered the room, Tang Yirao lifted her head to look at him. Since arriving at class early that morning, her mind had been in disarray. The exam paper lay spread out on her desk, yet she had no inclination to tackle it. Part of her anxiety stemmed from concern for Li Dong, while another part was tinged with guilt. The conflict between Li Dong and Qian Bing arose entirely because of her. Had it not been for her, they would never have crossed paths. Tang Yirao felt deeply remorseful and was racking her brain for ways to assist him. She contemplated that if all else failed, she could plead with Qian Bing, for Tang Yirao believed that her words would carry some weight in front of him. Yet, the consequences of such actions could be dire. Nevertheless, at this juncture, she could afford no further hesitation. Who was Qian Bing? In D County High School, he was a name known to all. If he were to unleash his wrath, it could very well ruin Li Dong's life, an outcome Tang Hua wished to avert. As she noticed Li Dong's gaze drifting toward her, she instinctively averted her eyes. Li Dong, perceiving her fleeting glance, understood her unspoken message. With a neutral expression, he walked to his seat, under the watchful eyes of their classmates. The sight of Li Dong swaggering into school left Wang Guan and Fan Yu in stunned silence. He plopped down confidently into his chair, prompting Wang Guan to lean in anxiously and question him. Have you truly disregarded your brother's words? What were you thinking? Showing up like this after what I told you yesterday? Did you not see how everyone in the class is looking at you? This word has spread throughout the school, and Qian Bing is quite literally putting you on the spot. Li Dong calmly retrieved his books and stationery, placing his backpack into the depths of his desk before responding. There's no need to hide. One cannot evade this. Hey, look at you, Wang Guan whispered, glancing around and lowering his voice. There's really no need to confront him head-on. It's inappropriate. Your brother knows you can hold your own, but he has so many people with him. Let us lay low for a while. Then we can discuss it further. Fan Yu, who had been nearby, also chimed in. Indeed, Dongzi, it's not wise to tackle this issue directly. Li Dong chuckled and said, There's no need for you to fret. I am not a fool. I am well aware of what needs to be done. At that moment, the bell signaling the start of early study rang, and the homeroom teacher entered. More importantly, he had witnessed Li Dong's formidable fighting prowess firsthand. That day at 8,898, he had seen several burly men sent flying by a single kick from Li Dong, a scene etched vividly in his memory. Fan Yu thought highly of Li Dong, yet he felt that the latter's arrogance was excessive. Li Dong seemed to harbor an inflated sense of his own fighting capabilities, unwilling to lose face before others, insisting on confronting Qian Bing head-on. However, it must be noted that the opponents he had dispatched that day were merely ordinary individuals. While Li Dong's skills were commendable, they were limited in scope. Qian Bing, on the other hand, was no ordinary adversary. His brother owned a boxing gym filled with numerous seasoned fighters, far surpassing the caliber of street thugs. Judging by the current situation, it was evident that Qian Bing had likely recruited fighters from his brother's gym, which explained the imposing presence. Fan Yu had already expressed all that he could. Whether Li Dong would heed his words was now entirely up to him. Li Dong remained unfazed, retrieving a cup from his backpack, unscrewing the lid, and taking a sip of the redwood fruit juice within. He contemplated a plan to scour the larger traditional Chinese medicine stores in the county in a few days. The redwood fruit was, in essence, a rudimentary medicinal material. Although it had been refined to align with Li Dong's current cultivation state, its efficacy was still rather poor. Furthermore, Li Dong had not employed any special techniques in processing the redwood fruit. It was a simplistic extraction that lacked sophistication or meticulousness. If Li Dong could procure superior medicinal herbs, not only would the efficacy of his cultivation be significantly enhanced, but he could also utilize these materials to concoct potent elixirs, thereby amplifying their effects even further. Although the art of spiritual cultivation has only recently emerged in this world over the past few centuries, the concepts of spiritual medicines and techniques have already begun to permeate the ranks of practitioners. Certain ancient sects possess esteemed foundational techniques, while some cultivators, due to their extraordinary talents, exhibit a unique sensitivity to rare herbs and treasures, thereby acquiring the skill to craft spiritual medicines, earning them the veneration and admiration of fellow practitioners as esteemed alchemists. Typically, alchemists engage in bespoke commissions, and the elixirs they produce can be auctioned at gatherings organized by practitioners. Thus, alchemists often find themselves quite affluent and hold considerable status. As the school bell rang, Li Dong exited the classroom, making his way to the restroom. Along the way, he overheard whispers from those around him, all concerning him. You know, that's Li Dong. Is he the very Li Dong that Qian Bing has put a bounty on? Indeed, it's him. I wonder how it escalated to such proportions. He is quite bold, having clashed with Qian Bing on several occasions, causing Qian Bing to lose considerable face. Yes, I'm aware. He plays basketball exceptionally well. That day, he wagered against Gung Tai and left no dignity intact, leading Gung Tai to a complete defeat. Gung Tai is one of Qian Bing's men. After all, it is not worth mentioning. This individual is utterly pretentious, reaping what he sows. What significance does his basketball prowess hold now? Let us observe how he navigates this predicament. All the students in the corridor seemed to avoid Li Dong, fearing that associating with him might render them targets for Qian Bing. Li Dong smacked his lips. Qian Bing has indeed excelled in his promotional endeavors, for it seems he has disseminated his photographs far and wide, rendering himself a familiar face. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Li Dong approached the entrance of the men's restroom and pushed the door open. Inside, several individuals were attending to their needs. A few glanced over casually upon his arrival. The restroom, once filled with the sounds of idle chatter, fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere growing peculiar. Chapter 54. The hidden card. Li Dong, seemingly unfazed, sauntered to a urinal, unfastened his trousers, and commenced his business. In truth, as a being of considerable spiritual prowess, his metabolic capacity is remarkably efficient. He could forego bathing for days without any unpleasant odor and withstand long stretches without food without distress. Even the act of relieving himself. Indeed, even celestial beings require such moments. However, Li Dong possesses the ability to regulate the frequency of his restroom visits. Feeling lethargic, he can hold it in, even transforming the waste within his urine into spiritual energy. Yet, when the mood strikes him, he indulges in the pleasure of a thorough release. His sojourn in the mortal realm is primarily for the enjoyment of life, relishing every meal, every bath, and each moment of relief. These are the joys that life has to offer. Li Dong acted with remarkable nonchalance, entirely disregarding the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. Within the restroom, a group of boys, some having finished their business, hurriedly departed, while others lingered, smoking and scrutinizing Li Dong through the wisps of smoke. However, the chatter that had previously filled the air abruptly ceased. As he exited, the restroom erupted into a fervor, more animated than the discussions prior to his arrival. This fellow must be Li Dong, indeed. How utterly composed he is, casually visiting the restroom even when a beating seems imminent. It appears he is rather conceited. No wonder Qian Bing has set his sights on him. It's likely that once today concludes, he will adopt a more humble demeanor. At noon, after school, I will be waiting for you at the innermost part of the small alley outside the school. I have matters to discuss. Li Dong blinked, chuckling softly. The notion of a small alley, particularly the innermost section, made it seem like a clandestine meeting, far too cautious. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Li Dong made his way to that small alley. The alley was flanked by various establishments, predominantly eateries, bustling with activity as students poured out for lunch. Bai Xianglan's appetizing dishes were also located within this alley. As he passed by, Li Dong peeked inside, catching sight of Bai Xianglan, clad in an apron, bustling about, serving dishes and taking orders, fully engrossed in her work. At the end of the alley, to the left, there was a small recess. Upon reaching the end, Li Dong turned and encountered Tang Xiaolu. Her expression was one of anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaned out to survey the surroundings before pulling Li Dong inside. He found the situation amusing, yet complied obediently as Tang Xiaolu ushered him in. Two individuals stood in an open space, the midday sun blazing fiercely, yet here, sheltered by walls, a canopy of shade enveloped them. Tang Xiaolu hung her head, her rosy lips pressed together, leaning against the wall, while Li Dong stood before her. Observing Tang Xiaolu's petite figure, Li Dong chuckled, leaning in closer, taking deep breaths that stirred the strands of her hair. Please, don't play around. In this moment of intimacy with Li Dong, Tang Xiaolu felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with one hand while extending her other delicate hand to rest upon Li Dong's chest, gently pushing him away. Yet, her resistance bore little distinction from surrender. Li Dong seized her hand resting against his chest, playfully toying with it in his grasp. A flutter of anxiety coursed through Tang Xiaolu as her words seemed trapped, struggling to find their way out. Li Dong, please, don't tease me. After a prolonged moment of Li Dong's playful grip on her small hand, Tang Xiaolu finally spoke, her voice soft and hesitant. Li Dong paused, letting her hand drop, inching closer once more. You called me here. What is it you wish to discuss? As she felt the warmth of his breath, Tang Xiaolu took a moment to compose herself, finally meeting his gaze. Will you be coming this afternoon? Of course, I must continue my studies. Li Dong replied with a mock-serious expression. You should reconsider. Qian Bing has brought many people. You truly cannot contend with them. She insisted. Li Dong replied, I escaped today. What about tomorrow? Or the day after? Tang Xiaolu paused momentarily, as if steeling herself with great resolve. The situation arose because of me. I will speak with Qian Bing. He will not make things difficult for you. Li Dong placed his other hand gently on Tang Xiaolu's shoulder, gazing intently into her beautiful, large eyes, and said, This is not your fault. Do not entertain such thoughts. You should pursue what you love and cherish those you hold dear. As for me, Li Dong straightened up, offering Tang Yirua a warm smile. I mentioned during the last basketball match that I possess a trump card, and this time, I do as well. His smile exuded a calm and serene demeanor, yet it bore a compelling strength that instilled a profound sense of reassurance in Tang Yirua, causing her previous anxieties to dissipate. The girl's eyes resembled enchanting lakes, gently rippling with emotions. Looking at Li Dong, Tang Yirua nodded. Then please take care. If the trump card fails to serve you well, make sure to flee swiftly. Li Dong chuckled, playfully pinching Tang Yirua's cheek. Her face flushed once more, and she slowly lowered her gaze. Dongzi, you truly are something. I find it hard to express my thoughts about you. Rest assured, I have it all under control, Li Dong replied, patting Wang Guan's shoulder. You always claim to have it under control, yet those are a bunch of seasoned fighters. My friend, what exactly do you have under control? Wang Guan dismissed Li Dong's remark. Li Dong smiled. If the situation turns dire, I will simply make my escape. Is that satisfactory? I hope you remain sharp when the time comes. I will not leave after school. I will be there to support you, Wang Guan said. Looking at Li Dong. That works as well. Li Dong nodded. At that moment, Fan Yu approached, his expression grave. Dongzi, I will stand by you, he declared. After much deliberation at noon, Fan Yu had finally reached this challenging decision. He was prepared to stand alongside Li Dong. Fan Yu believed that Li Dong was worthy of such loyalty, and even in the face of Qian Bing, he did not wish to lose this friendship. Li Dong smiled sincerely and replied, There is no need for you to accompany me. If you're concerned, you can just observe from a distance. Fan Yu and Wang Guan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They both thought that if Li Dong decided to flee, they could at least attempt to obstruct the pursuers. Moreover, if something truly unfortunate occurred, they would be in a position to promptly call for help. Of course, that was a scenario they hoped to avoid. With a mocking smile, Li Dong surveyed the other students around him before discreetly pulling out his phone to message Qian Bing. Brother Bing, Li Dong has shown up. On the other end, Qian Bing received the message and clenched his fist in excitement. Li Dong, this arrogant upstart, dared to challenge him and flaunt his bravado. Today, he would ensure that Li Dong would be humbled beneath the weight of his own arrogance. This defeat would mark the end of any chance for Li Dong to recover. Qian Bing intended to teach him a lesson about the true nature of Qian Bing from D County High School, making it clear to all students that opposing him would lead to dire consequences. As the fury in his eyes gradually subsided, Qian Bing found another contact labeled Xiong Chuanggu in the chat box and sent a message, Chuanggu, bring the brothers to the alley by our school at 4:30. Chapter 55. Xiong Chuang. Upon hearing the bell today, many students of D County know. One high school felt a weight in their hearts, devoid of the usual lightheartedness. Particularly in Class 2 of the second year. They almost instinctively turned their gazes to the back row. Li Dong was still there, observing him calmly packing his bag as if nothing were amiss. Some of them could not help but close their eyes, bewildered as to how he could remain so unperturbed in the face of impending danger. At the sound of the bell, Wu Shui abruptly lifted her head from the desk, a smile escaping her lips. Since receiving the news the previous night, she had found it increasingly difficult to sit still, anxiously anticipating this moment, and it had finally arrived. Once he saw Bing Ji's entourage, he would surely plead for mercy. Because of what Li Dong had said to her at noon, she ultimately refrained from seeking out Qian Bing, opting instead to trust Li Dong. However, witnessing Li Dong's nonchalance, Tang Yirua clenched her delicate little fists, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Regardless of the outcome, she would be present at the scene. One by one, the students began to leave. Wang Guan and Fan Yu approached Li Dong, their voices laden with gravity. Let's go. Li Dong chuckled. Is it really that dramatic? Wang Guan helplessly cast a glance at Li Dong, utterly perplexed by how Li Dong could still manage to smile. As the hour of dismissal drew nearer, Wang Guan's heart raced ever more fervently, leaving him devoid of any particular emotion. Let us go, he murmured. With a nonchalant stride, Li Dong shouldered his backpack and sauntered towards the exit. Wang Guan and Fan Yu trailed behind him. Upon seeing Li Dong depart, Wu Shui abruptly sprang from her seat and strode over to Tang Yirua, tapping on her desk. Yirua, you'll be going to watch, won't you? Tang Yirua gazed silently at Li Dong's retreating figure in the corridor. Unfazed by Tang Yirua's indifference, Wu Shui felt no embarrassment. Her spirits were buoyant, and she had little inclination to dwell on trivial matters. Placing her hand on Tang Yirua's shoulder, Wu Shui insisted, it's worthwhile to see. It will help you discern certain individuals and truly understand who deserves your admiration. Tang Yirhua shrugged off Wu Shui's hand, rising to her feet and striding purposefully towards the exit. Wu Shui let out a cold chuckle and followed suit. Hu Miao rubbed his chin, grinning lewdly as he patted his desk, rising with enthusiasm to join the fray. As one of the underlings of the soldier brother, he relished the chance to witness Li Dong's impending misfortune up close, and he was eager to make haste. With the main participants having left, those remaining in the classroom soon followed suit, trailing behind at a distance. Were they sympathetic towards Li Dong, or merely curious? Perhaps a mix of both, in any case. They were all drawn to witness the spectacle of the evening's tumultuous event. Such a significant occurrence. How could they possibly resist attending? Outside the gate of D County No. 1 middle school, at the entrance of a bustling snack alley, several vans are parked along the roadside. A group of burly men, clad in various attire, yet predominantly in dark hues, has gathered, drawing the attention of passers-by who instinctively choose to take a detour. The reason for their avoidance is palpable fear. This assembly consists of no less than 30 individuals, most of whom possess imposing, muscular physiques. Their tight-fitting shirts accentuating their explosive muscles, standing like a formidable dark fortress. Their expressions are stern, and they engage in little conversation, instead maintaining a calm gaze forward, as if anticipating the arrival of someone. These men exude an aura of professional training, starkly contrasting with the disheveled youths often spotted on the streets. Their mere presence, silent yet imposing, instills a sense of trepidation. Naturally, they have been summoned by Qian Bing, representing the most formidable force at his disposal. He stands at the forefront of this group, casting glances toward the school while conversing with the man beside him. This imposing figure, with a buzz cut and a square jaw, possesses arms as robust as the calves of an average middle school student, standing firmly like an iron tower. His hands are clasped together, resting naturally in front of him, exuding a reserved yet chilling presence. Geng Tai and Zhao De stand alongside Qian Bing, both regarding this man with a mixture of awe and respect. While Qian Bing engages in lively conversation, he remains somewhat cautious, his tone imbued with deep reverence. They embody the pinnacle of mastery. 5 words suffice to encapsulate the terrifying prowess of Xiong Chuang. At merely 30 years of age, he has attained the realm of great perfection. While it is undeniable that he has benefited from the substantial support of Qian Zhong, it is equally inseparable from his own innate talent and relentless efforts. Qian Zhong places immense value on strength. In his eyes, prowess is the currency of conversation. Thus, Xiong Chuang holds considerable weight in his esteem, to the extent that even Qian Zhong's younger brother, Qian Bing, addresses him with utmost respect as brother. Under ordinary circumstances, Qian Bing would find it impossible to summon Xiong Chuang. Yet this time, after an extensive discussion with his elder brother about the gravity of the situation, he has managed to interrupt Xiong Chuang's training and request his assistance in standing with him. Moreover, the remaining 30 or so individuals present are all seasoned warriors from the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall, with even 4 possessing the cultivation of the minor celestial realm. This formidable lineup is the source of Qian Bing's confidence in facing Li Dong. The notion of the great celestial realm? Qian Bing scoffs inwardly. He has long asserted that if Li Dong believes this to be his advantage, he shall suffer a crushing defeat. How dare a mere great celestial think he can flaunt himself before Qian Bing? It is nothing short of a path to self-destruction. Today, he intends to demonstrate to Li Dong just how horrifying the power of the great perfection truly is, by trampling the great celestial underfoot. Geng Tai and Zhao De stand beside Qian Bing and Xiong Chuang, listening intently to their conversation. In the presence of this great perfection expert, they exhibit a certain awkwardness and tension, particularly Zhao De, who, despite his typically brash demeanor, feels utterly devoid of pride in front of Brother Chuang. Zhao De was forged within the confines of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall, where he had closely observed the formidable prowess of Xiong Chuang. During a sparring session in the boxing gym, 10 of the most formidable fighters faced off against Xiong Chuang alone, including 2 skilled practitioners of the Xiao Zhou Tian technique. Yet, within a mere 2 minutes, Xiong Chuang had decisively concluded the bout, sending every opponent tumbling from the ring, sustaining only a few inconsequential blows himself. His proud and indifferent demeanor left an indelible impression on Zhao De. Today, however, with Binggu even summoning Chuanggu, Zhao De harbored no concerns. Even if Li Dong was a master of the Dezhou Tian, he would inevitably face ruin against such a terrifying adversary. Shortly after the school bell rang, A torrent of students surged forth from the institution. Amidst the sea of blue and white uniforms, Xiaolu anxiously sought the figure of Li Dong, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Beside him, Geng Tai exhibited even greater impatience, fervently desiring to witness Li Dong's impending downfall. Compared to Xiaolu, Geng Tai had endured even more humiliation at Li Dong's hands. The previous night, as prostration at the Beiliju had utterly obliterated his dignity, particularly the memory of his heart-wrenching sobs, which had left him utterly mortified in front of Binggu, Xiaolu, and their entourage. Thus, his animosity towards Li Dong was profound and unrelenting. Certainly, Geng Tai would not entertain notions of fair play or accepting losses. In his mind, as well as in the minds of everyone on Qian Bing's side, it was only natural for Li Dong to kneel after his defeat. However, when it came to themselves, such reasoning did not apply. Li Dong was merely taking advantage of the situation. With this mindset, Geng Tai crossed his arms and coldly observed the throngs of students exiting school, searching for Li Dong's figure. Xiong Chuang, meanwhile, casually watched the students pouring out of the school gates while engaging in light conversation with Qian Bing beside him. Their relationship was amicable. Although Xiong Chuang often immersed himself in training, limiting their interactions, he still held a favorable impression of Qian Bing, appreciating his social acumen. Of course, the added prestige of being the younger brother of Zhong Gu certainly contributed to this impression. Under normal circumstances, Xiong Chuang would never intervene to assist Qian Bing in dealing with his classmates, viewing their antics as trivial squabbles among children. As a powerful cultivator at the pinnacle of his realm, it seemed beneath him to involve himself in such matters. However, this time was different. He found himself here due to an order from Qian Zhong, whom Qian Bing had persuaded. According to Qian Bing, this student was extraordinary, possessing the strength of a great Zhou Tian at such a young age, and was particularly audacious and ungrateful, sparking Xiong Chuang's interest. Nevertheless, to Xiong Chuang, the great Zhou Tian was not particularly impressive. He had encountered countless individuals of that caliber over the years. A young brat, overestimating himself due to a modicum of strength, would find it quite easy for Xiong Chuang to bring him back to reality, regardless of the circumstances. Now that he has arrived, he must assist Qian Bing in maintaining his composure and ensuring that the scene is adequately prepared, thus fulfilling his obligation to Zhongge. As he conversed with Xiong Chuang, Qian Bing received a message on his phone, and upon reading it, a smile crept across his face. The message was from Hu Miao, Brother Bing. Li Dong is swaggering towards your location. I'm right behind him, about to exit the school gate. He shows no intention of fleeing. Upon hearing this, both Geng Tai and Xiaolu were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning sardonic. Indeed, Li Dong had made his appearance, but it seemed this would be the final masquerade of his life. He remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited him. Soon, he would be begging for mercy. A group of burly men stood solemnly, their demeanor intimidating, causing the students leaving school to feel a chill of apprehension. Many chose to circumvent this path to avoid confrontation, opting for a longer route. Conversely, those who were already privy to the impending events positioned themselves at a safe distance to witness the spectacle. For such an occurrence was truly a rarity. Goodness, Qian Bing has truly summoned such a multitude. Who do you think Qian Bing is? Do you believe he is merely toying with this situation? Just by their presence, I feel one of them could easily subdue Li Dong. It appeared that Qian Bing was genuinely enraged and was intent on ensuring that Li Dong would remember this encounter vividly. This unfortunate individual seemed to have incurred Qian Bing's wrath. How could one have such a significant falling out with him? Yet, to deem it unfortunate might not be entirely accurate. Ordinarily, a reasonable person would have softened their stance and yielded to Qian Bing, but this fellow chose to confront him defiantly. Clearly, he was oblivious to the extent of Qian Bing's formidable nature. They concealed themselves at a distance, whispering amongst one another, while within the narrow alley's quaint shops, numerous merchants peered out cautiously. Upon witnessing the imposing figures blocking the alley's entrance, expressions of dismay and trepidation washed over their faces. The presence of these men deterred any student from daring to enter the alley. Ordinarily bustling with activity during the school dismissal hour, the shops now lay in desolate silence, devoid of customers. Observing the scene, the merchants could only grumble in hushed tones, pondering the cause of such an unusual occurrence. A student altercation, perhaps? The commotion seemed disproportionate. Bai Xianglan stood at the entrance of the appetizer shop, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at the crowd surrounding Qian Bing at the alley's mouth. Dongzi. Perhaps we should flee. Li Dong suggested, as Wang Guan and Fan Yu accompanied him out of the school gates. Upon encountering the throng of people loitering by the roadside, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Especially when they stepped outside, all eyes converged upon them in unison. Li Dong nodded firmly. You two should not walk alongside me. Find a place to hide instead. Dongzi Wang Guan and Fan Yu attempted to protest, but Li Dong interrupted, urging them, go. Gritting their teeth, Wang Guan and Fan Yu reluctantly distanced themselves from Li Dong, moving toward the roadside. As they positioned themselves, the murmurs of the surrounding crowd reached their ears with startling clarity. That's Li Dong. Look at him, seemingly unfazed. He has always been this way, so pretentious. I wager he cry when he sees Qian Bing's men. There must be over 30 of them. Indeed, they are merely pretenders. Wang Guan and Fan Yu felt their hearts sink as they gazed at Li Dong, who walked alone under the scrutiny of the crowd, worry etched in their expressions. Behind Li Dong, a few individuals trailed not far behind, Hu Miao, Wu Shui, and Tang Yirua. As Hu Miao exited the school gates and observed Li Dong strolling leisurely, a cold smile crept across his face. He then plunged into the throng, hastily making his way to the main road ahead, where he turned to confront the formidable force led by Qian Bing blocking the alleyway. Upon seeing such a multitude, Hu Miao's eyes sparkled with delight. Under the immense pressure of this potent presence, he hunched his shoulders and scurried forward, approaching Qian Bing with a servile demeanor. Rubbing his hands together, he addressed him, Brother Bing. This time, Li Dong is finished. Qian Bing, in high spirits, placed his hand on Hu Miao's shoulder and gave it a hearty pat. He likely believed that after a mere few days of experience, he had attained invincibility. A cruel smile played on his lips, yet the cost would be substantial. Yes, Brother Bing, that brat Li Dong is doomed this time. Hu Miao chimed in with a grin, while Gung Tai and Zhao De also wore beaming smiles. Qian Bing surveyed the students lurking around, casting glances in their direction, and declared in a deep voice, Today, let them witness the true identity of Qian Bing. Meanwhile, not far behind Li Dong, Wu Shui and Tang Yirua followed closely. Li Dong, the unsophisticated fellow, was able to flaunt himself before Qian Bing only because the latter was unwilling to engage with him, choosing not to lower himself to such triviality. Yet, rather than recognizing this, Li Dong repeatedly provoked Qian Bing's ire. Did he truly believe that with his trivial tricks, he could stand against Bingo? Today, Li Dong has provoked Bing Ji's genuine wrath, and he shall not emerge unscathed. The thought of the usually expressionless Li Dong kneeling before Qian Bing, pleading for mercy, filled Wu Shui with an exhilarating delight she could hardly contain. Meanwhile, Tang Yirua walked silently beside Wu Shui, her gaze fixated on the distant silhouette of the young man ahead, lost in thought. Chapter 57. The outcome of Wei Tai in stark contrast to Wu Shui's exuberance. Tang Yirua's heart raced increasingly as they approached the school gate. She was reluctant to witness Li Dong's defeat at the hands of Qian Bing, fearing it would render him despondent. Yet, gazing at the calm figure before her, Tang Yirua felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, profound concern, and on the other, an unwavering trust in Li Dong. She was uncertain when this trust had taken root. Was it sparked by his remarkable dunk on the basketball court, his defiance against Qian Bing in the cafeteria, or perhaps his relentless journey from the bottom of the class to the pinnacle of his grade? Regardless, every action Li Dong took, every gesture he made, had etched an indelible impression upon Tang Yirua's heart, instilling in her a sense of conviction towards this boy who remained composed in the face of adversity. Li Dong, I believe in you, she murmured softly, trailing behind him. Wu Shui caught a glimpse of Tang Yirua's expression and felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Under the scrutiny of their peers, Li Dong ambled forward with an air of nonchalance. Once he reached the edge of the main road and glanced to the right, he would see Qian Bing's entourage awaiting his arrival, particularly when they observed Li Dong with his hands in his pockets, wearing an expression of utter indifference. Some individuals unfamiliar with him even felt a sense of aversion. This young man, on the brink of demise, still manages to maintain an air of nonchalance, fearing the disgrace of being ridiculed in front of so many. Yet, the more Li Dong feigns indifference, the greater the humiliation he is destined to suffer. Oblivious to the musings of those around him, he remained unaware of the gathering crowd. Chewing gum and occasionally popping bubbles, his mind had already drifted elsewhere, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Although the world around him was abundant in spiritual energy, Li Dong's level was notably advanced. While most practitioners were still grappling with the pinnacle of the yellow stage, He had already reached the initial stage of qi refinement. Consequently, his demand for spiritual energy was substantial. Relying solely on the absorption of natural energies was insufficient. The assistance of medicinal herbs was equally vital. As he cultivated, he contemplated visiting the larger herbal shop in the county over the next few days to procure some rare materials. Though this realm is known as the human world, the practice of cultivation was still in its nascent stages, leaving practitioners with a rudimentary understanding of pharmacology. Many potent herbs, rich in spiritual energy, remained undiscovered, and these exceptional materials were perfectly suited for Li Dong in his qi refinement phase. Having reincarnated into this world, his wealth extended beyond mere cultivation experience. It encompassed a wealth of knowledge pertinent to practitioners, such as herb identification, the refinement of spiritual medicines, the transcription and adaptation of spiritual techniques, and the crafting of spiritual bodies, among other skills. In the realm of cultivators, these skills are esteemed as professional abilities that can confer a position of respect upon their masters. Mastering even one can lead to both fame and fortune. Naturally, Li Dong is a figure of great expertise in these matters. Even the most rudimentary medicinal herb, such as the redwood fruit, can have its efficacy maximized through his refinement, let alone the superior herbs. With this thought in mind, Li Dong came to a halt. Observing his pause, those around him also ceased their movements. Was he contemplating a retreat? Yet, it seemed rather late for such a decision. As Li Dong hesitated, Wu Shui abruptly stopped as well, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. To only now feel fear after reaching this point, to flee under the scrutiny of so many. Was that truly the style of Li Dong? Tang Yirhua was momentarily taken aback. Wang Guan and Fan Yu exchanged a glance, the former stating, "Let us catch up with Dongzi in a moment." Fan Yu nodded in agreement. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Li Dong, having halted, gradually removed his backpack. What a surprise. It turned out he merely intended to take a sip of water. Wang Guan and Fan Yu felt somewhat at a loss for words. Tang Yirhua blinked and continued to follow closely behind Li Dong. Meanwhile, Wu Shui's expression darkened slightly before she smirked and taunted, "Drinking water to calm your nerves?" Finally feeling the fear, Li Dong ambled forward nonchalantly, drawing ever closer to the location of Qian Bing and the others. The tension in the air was palpable, and everyone instinctively held their breath. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from Li Dong's pocket. A message had arrived on his phone. He paused once more, causing anxiety to ripple through the crowd. He retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was a message from Che Bei. There were text messages and news links, and Li Dong briefly skimmed through them. They were all related to Wei Tai, the focus of Jin Keyuan's activities on Saturday night. Che Bei acted swiftly, releasing statements without delay, and within just 2 days. The outcome was evident. The Shunshu city had directly withdrawn its investment, striking a severe blow to Wei Tai, which was already on the brink. The Qingchuan Hot Pot restaurant was subjected to an investigation by the Food and Drug Administration. Wei Tai, not being a reputable entity itself, was found to have numerous issues during this inquiry. The extensive use of gutter oil was just the tip of the iceberg. Previous reports of meatballs being trampled in the kitchen had been suppressed through Wei Tai's connections, but now these matters resurfaced, leading to an investigation of Wei's family restaurant as well, which even made it to the D County Daily. The locals pointed fingers at the unscrupulous owner, expressing their satisfaction with the unfolding events. Li Dong shook his head, displaying little reaction. One could only blame Wei Tai for provoking the wrong individuals, pretending to be a significant figure without cause, and now facing the consequences was hardly unjust. He had lost interest in the developments, delegating everything to Che Bei for resolution, as he preferred not to concern himself with it. However, Che Bei seemed genuinely invested in his affairs, managing to resolve matters so efficiently within 2 days, likely utilizing considerable connections and resources. The surrounding students were growing increasingly anxious. What was going on with Li Dong? Why was he even looking at his phone? In such a tense situation, wouldn't it be better to flee? If he wasn't going to run, could he at least walk a bit faster? Li Dong finally moved, continuing to stride forward. As he made his move, those around him finally exhaled in relief. Although Li Dong maintained his leisurely pace, it seemed that this time he had no pressing matters at hand. However, the atmosphere soon shifted back to one of tension, for they were drawing ever closer to Qian Bing and his entourage. Wang Guan and Fan Yu hastened ahead of Li Dong, reaching the edge of the road. Upon catching sight of Qian Bing's men, their faces paled considerably. There were at least 30 of them, towering figures, dark and imposing. resembling a wall that obstructed the entire entrance. Wang Guan swallowed hard, retrieving his phone and dialing the emergency number, poised to call at any moment. Fan Yu, noticing his actions, turned his head with a ghostly pallor and, upon seeing the numbers on Wang Guan's screen, slowly closed his eyes. This predicament could spell trouble for Li Dong. Despite his considerable strength, the opposing group was clearly formidable, likely seasoned fighters recruited from Qian Bing's brother's boxing gym. Qian Zhong's loyalty gym was reputed to be the largest in D County, boasting an impressive overall strength. How could they possibly contend with such odds? They were outmatched both in numbers and in prowess. Wang Guan twitched at the corners of his mouth, hoping that Dongzi could make a swift escape. If he managed to flee, it wouldn't be entirely shameful. Chapter 58, just how impressive at long last, Li Dong reached the edge of the road. And the crowd surged forward behind him. It was then that many first laid eyes on Qian Bing's men, eliciting gasps of shock from the gathered assembly. There must be more than 30 of them, and judging by their stature, they were truly terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Irua's complexion turned pale. Qian Bing had surprisingly summoned so many people. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, her eyes reddened, and she bit her lip, gazing at Li Dong's calm silhouette, striving to suppress her tears. Li Dong, can you endure this? Conversely, Wu Shui, upon spotting the dark crowd, immediately recognized Qian Bing at the forefront. His demeanor reminiscent of a star surrounded by admirers, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Tang Irua wished to avoid any entanglement with Qian Bing and preferred not to attract his attention, thus she halted in her tracks. In stark contrast, Wu Shui contemplated briefly, then deliberately bypassed Tang Irua, darting past Li Dong with purposeful strides toward Qian Bing. Meanwhile, Qian Bing and his companions, who had been waiting at the alley for some time, finally caught sight of the much-anticipated Li Dong. Although Qian Bing engaged in conversation with Xiong Chuang, his focus remained fixed on the front. Upon the sight of Li Dong's arrival, he silenced his discussion, straightened his posture, and a ruthless glint sparked in his eyes. Geng Tai and Zhao Da, upon seeing Li Dong, too felt invigorated, casting glares filled with animosity toward him, which soon morphed into the same coldness and cruelty embodied by Qian Bing. Today, they were determined to humiliate Li Dong in front of the public, ensuring he would never hold his head high again. Meanwhile, Hu Miao, as usual, lurked in the shadows, observing Li Dong with a sinister gaze. Witnessing his composed demeanor only heightened Hu Miao's anticipation for the moment he would be mercilessly beaten. Xiong Chuang, too, pressed his lips together, adopting a serious expression, his robust figure standing tall and resolute before Li Dong. At that moment, a girl dressed in a school uniform skirted past Li Dong and jogged towards them along the roadside. Qian Bing paused for a moment, then squinted. Wu Shui arrived before them, gazing at Qian Bing, adjusting her hair, and slightly panting. Bing. Brother Bing. Qian Bing recognized this girl. Her name was Wu Shui, and she shared a close relationship with Tang Irua. Due to Qian Bing's previous pursuit of Tang Irua, he had developed a certain impression of her. Previously, Wu Shui had always addressed him as Qian Bing, albeit politely, but today was the first time she called him Brother Bing. Qian Bing felt a sense of satisfaction. He was well aware of the reason behind Wu Shui's change in address. It was likely due to the impressive crowd he had brought along. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Dong behind him, his sense of triumph intensifying, especially as even Li Dong's classmates openly sided with him. Wasn't this a case of the walls coming down and the crowd pushing? Qian Bing's spirits soared as he looked at Wu Shui and warmly said, Xiao Shui, you're here. Wu Shui nodded, and as she gazed at Qian Bing's face from such close proximity, she felt a blush creeping in. This Brother Bing, whom she seldom saw, appeared quite handsome today. Although she couldn't recognize the brand of his shirt and trousers, they undoubtedly were not cheap, especially the watch on his wrist, which must be quite expensive. A peculiar expression flitted across Wu Shui's face as she opened her mouth again, her voice taking on a slightly flirtatious tone. Brother Bing, with such a grand display today, I presume you're here to deal with some arrogant and self-important little pests. Qian Bing nodded absent-mindedly, but refrained from further elaboration. He preferred not to delve too deeply into such matters with Wu Shui. He gazed at her and inquired, what about Irua? Upon hearing Qian Bing's question, Wu Shui's expression froze momentarily, a flicker of resentment igniting within her. Reluctantly, she gestured behind her. She is over there, watching, still clinging to her hopes for Li Dong. Brother Bing, today you must decisively trample Li Dong beneath your feet, making Irua confront this reality. As Wu Shui spoke, Qian Bing's gaze began to scour the crowd ahead, and at last, he spotted Tang Yirua's figure. Noticing that Tang Yirua paid no attention to him, her concern solely directed at Li Dong, the corners of Qian Bing's mouth gradually turned downward. Of course, I will. Observing this, Wu Shui lowered her head in silence, naturally stepping aside to join Qian Bing's faction. With a somber expression, Qian Bing then unveiled a sinister smile. Brothers, it is this pretentious fool. Do not hold back, just don't kill him. Rest assured, Bingzi, we will back you up, just watch. Such a little brat. Soon we will make him kneel before you. Qian Bing's companions eagerly rolled up their sleeves, loudly mocking Li Dong as he approached. As Li Dong drew nearer, Qian Bing ceased speaking, silently observing him. Geng Tai, Zhao Da, and others also displayed expressions of anticipation and malice. Under the intense scrutiny of the gathered crowd, Li Dong turned right, and suddenly, Qian Bing and his entourage came into view. Upon observing the scene, Li Dong remained unperturbed, indifferent to the 30 or so individuals who regarded him as if he were mere air, continuing to walk forward with an air of detachment. After taking just a couple of steps, a woman swiftly slipped past him, gliding along the wall towards Qian Bing and his companions. It was Wu Shui. Li Dong maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotion, and proceeded on his way. Wu Shui engaged in a brief exchange with Qian Bing before retreating to the sidelines, casting a derisive glance in his direction. Finding the situation rather amusing, Li Dong ceased his cultivation of spiritual energy and approached Qian Bing, meeting their gazes head-on. Behind him, passers-by, students, and a throng of onlookers were fixated on him. Among them were Wang Guan, Fan Yu, Tang Yirua, and several other classmates from the second year, all visibly tense. Ahead of him, Qian Bing and his companions, along with a group of burly men clad in tight-fitting shirts, were fixated on him, their expressions menacing. Step by step, Li Dong approached Qian Bing, halting half a meter away. He regarded Qian Bing in silence, chewing gum with a nonchalant demeanor. Noticing Li Dong's unfazed expression, Qian Bing, initially angered, found himself rather amused and quipped, "If I were you, I wouldn't have shown up today." Li Dong, still chewing, retorted, "You're not me." With a pop, he burst a bubble, interrupting Qian Bing, "You're not me, so how could you possibly comprehend my brilliance?" Upon hearing these words, Qian Bing paused. Then a smile gradually spread across his face, leading to an unrestrained burst of laughter. "Ha! What is this fellow saying? Does he think himself impressive?" The crowd surrounding Qian Bing erupted in laughter, finding Li Dong's words utterly amusing. Zhao Da and the others joined in, their mirth a reflection of how they perceived Li Dong's provocation as a futile attempt to incite them. As the clear dominant party, they regarded Li Dong as merely a piglet awaiting slaughter, yet this piglet was notably defiant. The onlookers, positioned not too far away and in the midst of a hushed atmosphere, overheard every word exchanged. How audacious is Li Dong? They pondered. Is this individual suffering from a lack of awareness? Can he not comprehend the current predicament? Perhaps he is addicted to showing off. Soon enough, Qian Bing and the others will set him straight. Wang Guan and Fan Yu found their breaths quickening, perplexed by Li Dong's continued provocations at such a critical juncture. Tang Yirua furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with concern. Chapter 59, The Leap in the Alley. The proprietors and kitchen staff of the snack shop peered out from the doorway, keenly observing the situation at the intersection. "Ah, it seems the blocked party has arrived. Oh dear, which unfortunate student is this?" A male student, rather handsome, caught their attention, evoking a sense of pity. As the main figure appeared, Bai Xianglan focused her gaze, and upon realizing it was Li Dong, she instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. It was indeed Li Dong who had been trapped. Bai Xianglan trembled, her nose twitching as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She fought valiantly to suppress her emotions. Yet the sight of the large crowd before the young man left her in a state of unease. She was acutely aware of Li Dong's remarkable abilities. He could single-handedly fend off 7 or 8 ruffians, and could even deflect a full-force strike from a burly man standing at nearly 2 meters tall. However, the current scenario was entirely different. The sheer number of adversaries exceeded 30, and many of them were of a stature comparable to that towering figure, far surpassing the average street toughs. The odds were overwhelmingly against him. No matter how formidable Li Dong was, he was but one man facing a throng. Bai Xianglan felt utterly helpless, her small hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, her face etched with worry. "Li Dong, you must flee. Please, do not get hurt." Meanwhile, the men surrounding Qian Bing erupted in laughter, some even shedding tears from their mirth. Li Dong remained unfazed. Qian Bing ceased his laughter, fixing a piercing gaze upon Li Dong as he intoned, "Li Dong, you believe yourself to be quite formidable, don't you?" Li Dong remained silent. Mistaking his silence for a lack of retort, Qian Bing continued, "I wonder if you have simply never encountered such a situation before." De Zhou Tian? Humph, very impressive. Li Dong regarded Qian Bing with calm composure. "Chuang Gu, this is troublesome. Let this lad broaden his horizons," Qian Bing declared haughtily. At that moment, the immovable figure of Xiong Chuang, who had been standing resolutely beside Qian Bing, suddenly advanced toward Li Dong, unleashing a crushing aura that enveloped the surroundings like a mountain pressing down. Zhao De felt an overwhelming aura in close proximity, his breaths quickening, eyes glinting with exhilaration. This was the prowess of the grand perfection. Grand perfection? Li Dong casually sensed the spiritual energy, indeed confirming it to be within the realm of grand perfection. However, among those at the grand perfection level, the strength of Xiong Chuang and Che Bei's bodyguard, Chen Ka, fell somewhat short. Even within the same realm, there existed a discernible gap in power. Chen had long since transcended to the grand perfection realm and had mastered it with remarkable finesse, nearing a breakthrough to the initial stage of the yellow rank. Yet, Xiong Chuang was evidently lacking in refinement. Nonetheless, he was still among the stronger within the grand perfection realm, surpassing the master Lu that Li Dong had dealt with previously. Qian Bing gestured to Xiong Chuang, "Brother Chuang." The grand perfection realm. Li Dong. The mere mention of those 3 words, have you ever heard of them? The crowd behind Li Dong erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Though not everyone possessed profound knowledge of practitioners, many had indeed heard of the grand perfection realm. Heavens! Qian Bing had actually summoned a practitioner to confront Li Dong, and a grand perfection one at that. It was over. Li Dong would either be dead or gravely injured. Indeed, this was a genuine grand perfection master. With a mere flick of a finger, Li Dong would surely be sent flying. Qian Bing had truly invested heavily. His connections were astonishingly vast. He was not to be trifled with. Some bewildered bystanders, upon hearing the phrase great perfection, were struck with astonishment. They were utterly perplexed as to how this high school student had managed to provoke such a formidable figure, who had summoned a master of great perfection to deal with him. Wang Guan struggled to swallow, despairing, "It's over, all over. How am I to explain this to Uncle Li?" Fan Yu trembled, his lips quivering, at a loss for words. Tang Yirua gazed vacantly at Li Dong's retreating figure. As the crowd erupted in murmurs, Qian Bing's confidence swelled, and he regarded Li Dong with a smirk. When Xiong Chuang stepped forward, he remained unfazed, in his eyes. The current situation was merely a trivial matter. His imposing gaze was fixed on Li Dong, who exuded an air of calmness, whether it stemmed from ignorance or pretense remained uncertain. Yet he displayed no signs of fear. However, such nuances were inconsequential, for in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The most despised and ridiculed behavior is empty boasting. Since this young man was oblivious to the gravity of his words, claiming his superiority, Xiong Chuang felt no hesitation in making him confront reality. "Young man," Xiong Chuang intoned, his voice deep and resonant, "you are too presumptuous." Upon hearing Xiong Chuang speak, Qian Bing felt a surge of certainty. Li Dong's ignorance was evident. Even Xiong Gu found him intolerable. Hu Miao also discerned the ire of this master of great perfection and could not help but feel exhilarated. However, upon hearing these words, Li Dong turned his head, his gaze shifting from Qian Bing's face to Xiong Chuang, his expression becoming peculiar. "My life was perfectly tranquil, and then out of nowhere, you lot sprang into existence, hopping about, and you dare to accuse me of jumping? Speak another word, I dare you." As Li Dong uttered these words, the entire venue fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the distant hum of passing vehicles. How could he possibly dare to say such things? Good heavens! Was Li Dong courting disaster? The crowd was astonished. They could hardly fathom that in such a dire situation, Li Dong still possessed the audacity to insult them. Especially when the adversaries were formidable experts of the grand completion level, and there were over 30 more behind them. Li Dong was nothing short of a madman. Dongzi. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Wang Guan felt a sudden ringing in his ears, his mind momentarily blank. It was over. It was all over. At this point, calling for an ambulance might be futile. Tang Yirua, upon hearing Li Dong's declaration, covered her mouth with her hand, lowering her head as if she could not bear to witness the impending events. Li Dong was undeniably clever. How could he? Finally, tears began to stream down Tang Yirua's cheeks, and she covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. With tear-filled eyes, she murmured incoherently, Li Dong, Li Dong. On the side of Qian Bing and his group, Wu Shui's expression darkened with anger upon hearing this statement, yet internally, she was applauding. She was acutely aware of the current predicament. The more Li Dong put on airs, the more he would infuriate Qian Bing and his associates, and ultimately, it would be Li Dong who would face the consequences. She could only wait to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Qian Bing's elite fighters from the boxing gym were seething with rage, unable to comprehend that this student was so utterly ungrateful. In their fury, they could hardly contain themselves, itching to teach Li Dong a lesson about the words one ought to choose wisely. Qian Bing raised his hand, pointing at Li Dong, and screamed frantically, Chuang. Take him down. Xiong Chuang, too, was utterly incensed by Li Dong's remarks. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sliced through the air with such force that it produced a thunderous sound. This strike was executed without the slightest hint of restraint. A master at the pinnacle of his craft had unleashed his might. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wang Guan and Fan Yu turned away, unwilling to witness the scene. Tang Yira, hearing the crowd's uproar, bowed her head, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Wu Shui and Hu Miao's eyes sparkled with vindictive pleasure, relishing the thought of revenge. Geng Tai and Zhao De's eyes lit up as they regarded Li Dong, as if they were gazing upon a lifeless body. The fierce wind howled as Xiong Chuang's powerful punch was mere inches away from Li Dong. Bang! A dull thud erupted, and the anticipated gruesome scene did not materialize. Upon closer inspection, the source of the sound became clear. Li Dong had raised his hand and caught Xiong Chuang's fist. Chapter 60, Bowling What? The immediate reaction from everyone was encapsulated in those two words, followed by a flurry of them rubbing their eyes, suspecting they were hallucinating. Yet, after they cleared their vision and widened their eyes in disbelief, they had no choice but to accept the astonishing reality before them. Li Dong had indeed caught the fist of a master at the pinnacle of his prowess. Hearing the bewildered murmurs of those around her, Tang Hua, who had been weeping with her head bowed, lifted her gaze in astonishment. The scene before her was equally shocking, and though tears glimmered in her eyes, they ultimately did not fall. Wang Guan and Fan Yu were equally taken aback. What on earth was happening? On Qian Bing's side, everyone wore expressions of sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Li Dong had caught Xiong Chuang's fist. Even Xiong Chuang himself wore a look of utter confusion, his eyes reflecting a myriad of bewildered emotions. Unfortunately, Li Dong afforded them little time for contemplation. With a swift motion, he removed his palm from blocking Xiong Chuang's attack, and with a velocity so rapid that Xiong Chuang could scarcely perceive it, he lunged forward, seizing the latter's robust wrist. Grasping Xiong Chuang's wrist, Li Dong extended his arm backward, propelling the entire weight of the 200-pound behemoth into the air with a single hand. The individuals accompanying Qian Bing recoiled in terror, retreating hastily, while Qian Bing himself stood agape, appearing almost dazed. This was inconceivable. How could a mere man, an accomplished master no less, be flung aloft by Li Dong with such ease? In midair, Xiong Chuang was utterly flabbergasted. After lifting him, Li Dong maintained his grip, extending his arm to its fullest extent, holding Xiong Chuang aloft behind him. Then, with a bend of his knees and a powerful thrust of his arm, he released Xiong Chuang, who, significantly larger than Li Dong, was hurled through the air like a bowling ball, aimed squarely at Qian Bing's cohort. A person was propelled outward, scattering a group of individuals. What a spectacle it was! With a resounding crash, Xiong Chuang flew forth like a dark cannonball, striking the imposing figures in black at the forefront with tremendous force. The velocity of Li Dong was astonishing, and the scene was so utterly terrifying that nearly no one had the presence of mind to react. They were thus caught in Xiong Chuang's formidable charge. Standing in close proximity, the impact on the first row sent them tumbling backward, inadvertently toppling the comrades behind them as well. Over 30 individuals were felled in an instant, with several of them suffering the brunt of the force and being flung through the air. As the origin of the sheer power, Xiong Chuang crashed to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes, his body aching as though it were disassembled. The spot on his wrist where Li Dong had gripped him throbbed painfully. He gritted his teeth, attempting to dispel the negativity coursing through him, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. He had no time to ponder why this student from Dezhou Tian possessed such overwhelming strength. Qian Bing stood at the forefront. Although untouched by the recent chaos, he witnessed the entire event unfold in stark clarity. His mind was a blank slate. Geng Tai and Zhao De were rendered speechless, especially Geng Tai, whose mind was flooded with the terrifying visions he had glimpsed in Li Dong's eyes, awakening profound fear within him. Hu Miao collapsed onto the ground, trembling, unable to articulate his thoughts. He yearned to scream in an effort to release his pent-up terror. Yet his voice seemed to have abandoned him, leaving him utterly voiceless. Wu Shui retreated until her back collided forcefully with the wall, yet she remained oblivious to the impact. Her pupils constricted as she gazed at Li Dong, a sense of dread finally dawning upon her. Was this truly a human being? Behind Li Dong, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, the air around them seemingly suspended, rendering even the act of breathing a challenge. Throwing someone like a bowling ball. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have dismissed such tales with a laugh, deeming them mere jokes. Yet, at this very moment, they were witnessing this extraordinary event unfold before their eyes. Li Dong had effortlessly lifted a man, significantly larger than himself, with a single hand and hurled him away, sending him crashing into others of considerable stature. This was a man weighing over 200 pounds. Was this truly the power of humanity? Even masters of the great perfection realm would find such a feat unachievable. Wang Guan and Fan Yu were left dumbfounded, feeling as though they had been struck by lightning, their minds reduced to ashes. Dongzi so powerful? Was what they had glimpsed that day at 8,898 merely the tip of the iceberg? The revelation was utterly staggering. Tang Yirua, witnessing the scene that had just transpired, slowly lowered her hand that had been covering her mouth. She looked at Li Dong, her eyes still glistening with tears, yet sparkling with a captivating brilliance. Li Dong was unharmed. Not only was he unscathed, but he had also executed a remarkable turnaround, annihilating the opponent's master in a moment when all had deemed him destined for defeat. How should one even articulate this? Casting the opponent's master aside, as if he were a bowling ball? In that instant, Tang Yirua found herself at a loss for words, yet she was overwhelmed with excitement. Within the narrow alleys, the little bosses peering curiously were all either leaning against walls or propping themselves against doors for fear of collapsing onto the ground. In their decades of existence, they had never witnessed such a spectacle, rendered almost speechless by the unfolding events. At that moment, Bai Xianglan's expression was particularly endearing. The earlier worry still lingered on her face, yet her eyes widened in astonishment at Li Dong's astonishing display, her rosy lips trembling like a goldfish blowing bubbles. Li Dong, how could this be? Everyone was taken aback, but Li Dong seemed unfazed, his gaze shifting toward Qianbing. The remaining dozen or so exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, then mustered their courage and charged at Li Dong. Faced with the aggressive advance of the muscular men, Li Dong's response was remarkably straightforward. He targeted the foremost assailant, seized his wrist, and with a swift motion, flung him backward. In that instant, a few of those rushing forward were so startled that they fell to their knees with a thud. A few quick-witted ones turned pale, pivoted on their heels, and fled in terror. It was utterly horrifying. Yet ultimately, none could escape. Another man screamed as he was sent flying. The remaining brutes were all struck down, each sustaining blows to various parts of their bodies, collapsing in agony. Thus, all 30 men lay defeated. As the second strike was unleashed, Li Dong struck a pose, holding it for several seconds before gradually lowering it. He then turned to face Qianbing, his gaze resembling that of the Grim Reaper. Li Dong, I concede. Qianbing stammered, swallowing hard, nearly choking on his own saliva. Having endured the harrowing spectacle before him, Qianbing finally comprehended the magnitude of the adversary he had provoked. Previously, he had boisterously proclaimed his intent to make Li Dong pay, confidently anticipating that today would culminate in Li Dong begging for mercy. Yet, at this juncture, the one truly steeped in regret was none other than Qianbing himself. How could he have fathomed that Li Dong possessed such formidable combat prowess, capable of effortlessly dispatching others with a mere flick of his wrist? Now, a profound terror had seeped into his very bones. Upon encountering Li Dong's indifferent gaze, his mind blanked, and he instinctively opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Qianbing was genuinely frightened. Chapter 61. A well-deserved beating. Li Dong regarded Qianbing, remaining unresponsive to his apologies. After observing him for a moment, his gaze swept across Geng Tai, Zhao De, Hu Miao, and the cornered Wu Shui, each one of them pallid with fear. As Li Dong took a step forward, trepidation coursed through their spines. He approached a burly man sprawled on the ground, still groaning in agony, bent down, grasped his wrist, and with a swift motion, hurled him into the air before slamming him back down to the earth. Thud! The man fell silent, having been rendered unconscious. Li Dong then moved to another robust figure rolling on the ground, seizing his wrist once more, lifting, and then crashing him down. Thud! Another one succumbed. Qian Bing's heart raced as if it might cease altogether. Geng Tai, Zhao De, and the others were similarly struck dumb, rendered speechless. Li Dong prowled among the fallen men, searching for those still conscious, and continued his assault. The sturdy men were drenched in sweat. Several, despite their excruciating pain, dared not utter a sound and closed their eyes, feigning death. However, Li Dong's keen eyes were sharp. Upon encountering such individuals, he dispatched them with ease. One after another, 30 or so men fell to the ground, rendered unconscious. With a thud, Qian Bing knelt before Li Dong, his face a mask of despair, tears and snot streaming down. Li Dong, I was wrong. I should not have troubled you. I truly regret it. Please spare me. Li Dong stepped over the fallen muscular figures and approached Qian Bing, looking down upon him from a commanding height. Qian Bing dared not meet his gaze. Instead, he struck himself repeatedly, crying out in anguish. The onlookers, who had previously surged forward, were left speechless, particularly those who had anticipated a different outcome. None had believed that Li Dong could emerge unscathed from this ordeal. After all, he faced more than 30 burly men. Surely, they would have reduced him to tears. They thought that Qian Bing begging for mercy from Li Dong would be the best possible outcome. Yet, reality struck them unawares. Li Dong, single-handedly, dispatched Qian Bing's men as if it were child's play. Even the so-called grandmaster was swiftly defeated, without so much as a furrowed brow. What remarkable combat prowess he possessed. Now, who was begging for mercy from whom? Both Wang Guan and Fan Yu felt their heads buzzing. Wang Guan slowly lowered his hand, the phone he had intended to use to call for help slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Excitement began to flicker in his eyes. No wonder Li Dong had repeatedly insisted that everything was fine. It turned out that this scene was merely a trivial matter for him. Dongzi, you are truly formidable. At this moment, Tang Yao gradually regained her senses, tears welling in her eyes before cascading down her cheeks. Yet, her face bore a joyful smile, overwhelmed with happiness. What delighted Tang Yao even more was the safety of Li Dong. Just moments ago, she had nearly believed that Li Dong was in grave danger. It was her trust in him that restrained her from losing her composure. Li Dong observed Qian Bing, who was desperately slapping himself, and with a casual pop, he blew another bubble. He adjusted the school uniform resting on his knees, then crouched down to face Qian Bing, saying, "Do you consider yourself despicable? Are you not merely inviting a beating?" With his head bowed, Qian Bing let tears and snot fall to the ground, sobbing, "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Li Dong, please spare me." He was utterly terrified of Li Dong. His small frame could hardly withstand such punishment. In that moment, he cast aside his cherished pride, abandoning all semblance of dignity, simply pleading for mercy. Li Dong regarded him for a moment before raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. This strike proved far more effective than the countless self-inflicted blows Qian Bing had administered. It sent him flying from his spot, crashing into the arms of a burly man, rendering him unconscious. Standing upright, Li Dong turned his gaze toward Geng Tai and Zhao De. The two had been standing rigidly nearby, hardly daring to breathe. Under Li Dong's scrutinizing gaze, without a word, they both dropped to their knees with a thud. Li Dong raised an eyebrow, clearly accustomed to this display of submission. Zhao De and Geng Tai, with hands clasped in supplication, wept bitterly, exclaiming, "Li Dong, we implore you, we have erred gravely. We should not have opposed you, please. Consider us as inconsequential." Li Dong gestured towards the 30-odd individuals surrounding them, instructing, "You must expedite the resolution of this matter. Either find someone to assist or handle it yourselves. Remove it swiftly. Do not allow this to mar the city's appearance." He then pointed towards the shopkeepers peering from the alleyway, remarking, "Look at the obstruction you've caused. Your actions have hindered their business." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Bai Xianglan felt a flush of crimson grace her cheeks as she gazed at the youth before her eyes sparkling with admiration. Geng Tai and Zhao De hurriedly nodded and bowed, relieved that Li Dong's ire had not been directed towards them. At that moment, a piercing wail broke the air, drawing Li Dong's attention. Wu Shui, leaning against the wall, had collapsed, her hair disheveled and tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Li Dong, I too have sinned. Do not hold my transgressions against me. Spare me." Huddled beside her, Hu Miao cowered, too fearful to move. Wu Shui paused, then lowered her head, her cries subsiding into soft sobs. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they could never have fathomed such an outcome. The individuals from Qianbing had been extinguished by Li Dong's solitary efforts. Their tears were but a prelude to their supplications for mercy. In that moment, they grasped the true essence of Li Dong. He was the one individual in D County number 1 high school whom one should never provoke. It was time for a name change. Dongzi. Dongzi. The excited shouts of Wang Guan and Fan Yu echoed as they exuberantly dashed through the crowd towards Li Dong. Their exhilaration was entirely justified, for the scene was undeniably thrilling. Who could have imagined that their dear friend was so formidable, single-handedly vanquishing 30 opponents in less than 5 minutes? And among them were masters of the grand completion realm. Upon seeing them, Li Dong smiled and said, "All right, enough with the shouting." The two approached, their faces still alight with excitement. "Dongzi, you're absolutely incredible. We always thought you were impressive on the court, but who knew you could fight as well as you play?" Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. Come on. Is that really so remarkable? Dongzi, you have no idea." Everyone was left dumbfounded just now, one exclaimed. "Indeed, the way you tossed that master aside was simply magnificent," they chattered on. While Li Dong paid them no mind, his gaze settling on the girl who was jogging towards him. Tang Yiruo could hardly contain her own excitement. Upon seeing Wang Guan and Fan Yu rush out, she hesitated for a moment before sprinting towards Li Dong. As she approached, Wang Guan and Fan Yu fell silent, their eyes darting between Li Dong and Tang Yiruo. Tang Yiruo halted in front of Li Dong, her face flushed, her lips moving as if she struggled to find the right words. Li Dong smiled warmly, opening his arms to her. "Don't hold back." Startled, Tang Yiruo's expression brightened, her shyness dissipating as she leaped into Li Dong's embrace, wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist and burying her head in his shoulder. Oh. Beside them, Wang Guan and Fan Yu jeered and cheered. Chapter 62. Not over yet. Observing the two in an embrace, Wang Guan felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Just moments ago, he had been advising Li Dong to keep his distance from Tang Yiruo to avoid trouble. However, witnessing their affectionate embrace now dispelled any such thoughts. His brother was impressive, their mutual affection was their own affair, and who were the petty critics to intervene? Behind them, the onlookers who had been watching the match erupted into cheers and applause, their excitement palpable. These spectators had no particular allegiance. They simply sought entertainment. Li Dong's recent comeback had already thrilled them, and now, seeing him passionately embrace the school beauty, they felt as if their dopamine levels had reached a euphoric peak. The surrounding commotion caused Tang Yiruo to flush with embarrassment, her head bowed deeply, reluctant to meet anyone's gaze. In stark contrast, Li Dong seemed unfazed. He leaned in closer to her ear, his breath warm against her skin as he whispered, "Worried?" Tang Yiruo nodded slightly, gradually lifting her gaze, her eyes shimmering like crystals as she replied, "Very worried." Li Dong smiled gently, his expression reminiscent of a warm and gentle young man. Yet his hand audaciously slid from her waist downwards, ultimately resting on the curve of her shapely hips. Startled by his boldness, Tang Yiruo gasped softly, her ears turning crimson, her face flushing with heat. Biting her lip, she shifted her waist slightly, gazing at Li Dong, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes glistening as if filled with water. Struggling momentarily, Tang Yiruo lowered her head weakly and ultimately allowed Li Dong's unscrupulous actions to unfold. In her heart, she mused that surviving this ordeal might serve as a reward for him. Li Dong, however, did not push his advantage too far, mindful of the many onlookers. He had to consider the girl's dignity. After a few more playful gestures, he patted her gently before releasing her from his embrace, casually resting his hand on her shoulder. Tang Yiruo, with her head bowed, leaned against Li Dong, resembling a tender young bride, much to the amusement of Fan Yu and Wang Guan, who exchanged knowing smiles. In the alleyway, at the entrance of the appetizer shop, Bai Xianglan observed the intimate pair. The joy she felt at Li Dong's escape had now morphed into an inexplicable emotion. She scrutinized Tang Yiruo's features, her complexion, her figure, particularly sensing the vibrant and youthful aura that Tang Yiruo exuded. Subsequently, Bai Xianglan bit her lower lip gently, her small hands clutching the hem of her garment tightly, her eyes reflecting a sense of loss that she could hardly articulate. With a soft sigh, she cast a lingering glance at the young man before retreating into the small shop. Witnessing Tang Yiruo's deep affection for Li Dong, Geng Tai and Zhao De wore expressions of utter despondency. This was the girl their leader, Qianbing, had long pursued, a paragon of perfection, now seemingly whisked away. Yet, faced with this outcome, they found themselves utterly speechless. Was Li Dong truly unworthy? Their leader was utterly spent. With over 30 men, Li Dong had commanded them with a mere flick of his hand, effortlessly subduing the situation. If he lacked the merit, then none here could claim such a distinction. Their hearts were filled with despair, yet they dared not disregard the words just uttered by Li Dong. Xiaolu perused his phone book and dialed the numbers of his two underlings. What purpose did the call serve? Naturally, it was to tidy up the aftermath of the chaos. After Li Dong had dealt with them, it became their responsibility to manage the consequences. About 30 individuals were left in a daze, and Xian Bing was rendered senseless. He had to arrange for a van and drive it away, transporting the injured to the hospital. Summoning an ambulance was out of the question, given the conspicuousness of the scene. Trembling, Xiaolu completed the calls, while he and Gung Tai remained kneeling in place, too afraid to move. Waiting anxiously for those they had summoned to arrive. Hu Miao, who had been standing, felt increasingly out of place as others either sat on the ground, knelt, or lay unconscious. Thus, he too sank down onto the ground. His mind was a muddle. He had initially thought that by eliminating Li Dong, he would secure a higher standing in Qian Bing's eyes and enjoy the spoils of being associated with him. However, the events that had just transpired obliterated that notion. And Hu Miao came to realize the caliber of the individual they had provoked. Particularly chilling was the recollection of the remarks he had made to Li Dong on previous occasions. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he not been courting death? Yet, it seemed that Li Dong bore him no malice. And Hu Miao felt a sense of relief that his own cowardice had spared him from demise. With his arm around Tang Yuo, Li Dong surveyed the group before him. Drawing closer, Wang Guan inquired, "Is it over?" Fan Yu and Tang Yuo also turned their gazes towards Li Dong. Li Dong chewed a few times on his gum and remarked, "It's not over yet." The following noon, he approached a spacious establishment. Glancing up at the sign that read Loyalty and Justice Gym, lowering his gaze, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The receptionist, noticing a customer had entered, greeted him sweetly, "Welcome to the Loyalty and Justice Gym." Observing the school uniform adorning Li Dong, she continued, "Sir, we have discounts for students on membership cards. Would you prefer a monthly or annual card? Here is an introduction to our coaches. Please take a look." She gestured towards the large sign displaying the coaches' profiles. Li Dong cast a fleeting glance before sauntering to the bar, resting his hands on the countertop and smiling warmly at the receptionist. "I want to be getting a membership. I'm here to challenge the gym." Upon hearing that Li Dong was not interested in a membership and claimed to be there for a challenge, the receptionist was momentarily taken aback. Her smile faded slightly as she scrutinized him from head to toe. While he did possess some muscle, mere physicality was insufficient. They had encountered many such overconfident individuals seeking validation at their gym, some of whom were even rivals attempting to disrupt their establishment. However, the Loyalty and Justice Gym was renowned as the premier boxing gym in County D, staffed by genuine practitioners of martial arts. Such a place could hardly be shaken by a few inexperienced challengers. Those who swaggered in, boasting of their prowess, invariably left with bruises. The receptionist raised her hand. Pointing towards the inner space, her gaze fixed on Li Dong, her tone laced with disdain. "Go on in. I'll inform them of your arrival." Then, the young girl raised her voice and called out, "Zhuanggu, there's a student here to challenge." After her shout, she averted her gaze from Li Dong and lowered her head to play on her phone. Li Dong blinked and then stepped inside. The interior was quite spacious, predominantly adorned in a monochrome palette, with an ink-painted lion's head gracing the wall, exuding a minimalist yet commanding aura. The facility was well-equipped, featuring not only punching bags, target pads, and speedballs, but also a boxing ring surrounded by protective ropes, along with numerous fitness apparatuses. Along the walls, shelves displayed an array of protective gear and gloves. The gym was bustling with activity. Some were striking targets, others were kicking bags, while a few were sparring in the ring. The crowd comprised students of varying ages, from teenagers to individuals in their 30s, some attending classes while others received private instruction. The imposing figures with muscular builds were the coaches from the Loyal and Righteous Gym. Upon hearing the front desk girl's announcement, they all paused their activities, turning their attention toward the entrance of the training area. At that moment, Li Dong entered, meeting the gaze of everyone present. The burly Zhuanglu, upon hearing the call, acknowledged his guest and strode toward Li Dong. Standing at a respectable height of 1.8 meters, Li Dong was relatively tall, yet he appeared somewhat slender compared to Zhuanglu. As Zhuanglu approached, he scrutinized Li Dong from head to toe, and upon noticing his school uniform, a hint of derision flickered in his eyes. "You wish to challenge?" Chapter 63. Upon observing Li Dong's attire, some individuals within the gym could not suppress their laughter, which swiftly echoed throughout the venue, creating a cacophony of mirth. This student, still clad in his school uniform, dared to challenge the gym? Had he truly matured? Zhuang Lu regarded Li Dong with a bemused expression. Usually, those who came to challenge the gym were serious contenders, easily recognizable as seasoned practitioners. Yet here was a student, causing a commotion in their esteemed academy. Acknowledging Zhuang Lu's gaze, Li Dong nodded affirmatively. It is I. Having spoken, he surveyed the gym's interior, reflecting that the space was rather impressive indeed, quite luxurious for D County. Observing Li Dong's nonchalance, Zhuang Lu found the situation amusing, almost as if he were entertaining a child, and playfully queried, "Brother, what do you say we spar?" Li Dong shot him a sidelong glance. Sure. After sufficient laughter had subsided, Zhuang Lu turned to Li Dong and declared, "Well then, let us not waste any more time. Let us ascend to the ring." With that, Li Dong stepped forward, lifted a leg, and gracefully vaulted over the ropes, landing on the platform. Zhuang Lu shrugged at those surrounding him before confidently leaping into the ring, positioning himself opposite Li Dong. The spectators below erupted in playful banter. "Xiao Zhuang, take it easy. Brother Zhuang, don't injure the student." In a quiet, spacious corner, two men observed the ring from a distance. A tall, somewhat portly middle-aged man clad in a training outfit observed Li Dong standing in the ring. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he shook his head with a wry smile, remarking on the unexpected presence of a student. Beside him stood a slender, austere man, tall yet not as muscular as the other coaches in the gym. However, his physique was well-proportioned and sturdy, hinting at a latent ferocity. Notably, this man's name and information were conspicuously absent from the coaching roster at the front desk. Dressed entirely in black training attire, he resembled an ancient tree, deeply rooted beside the middle-aged man. Casting a cold glance at Li Dong, he slightly bowed his head and addressed the middle-aged man, saying, "Zhao, shall we proceed?" Zhao's gaze shifted from Li Dong to the man beside him, and with a smile, he replied, "Xiao Chu, let us continue." Chu Kong resumed his guidance of Zhao. In the ring, Zhuang Lu was about to accept the protective gear being tossed from the audience when Li Dong suddenly interjected, "Let us forego the protective gear and go barehanded." Zhuang Lu dismissed him, saying, "Enough of your antics, young one. If I injure you, I would be liable for damages." As he reached for the gloves, Li Dong spoke up again, "Are you afraid?" Zhuang Lu halted, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Li Dong's, narrowing his eyes. With a half-smile, Li Dong provocatively challenged, "I'm merely trying to stir you. Do you dare?" This young man was undeniably audacious. "Brother Zhuang, let us fight him without any gear. This kid has never felt a proper blow." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, the coaches in the audience erupted into a frenzy, vociferously urging Zhuang Lu to teach Li Dong a lesson with his bare hands. Zhuang Lu fixed his gaze upon Li Dong for a moment before speaking in a deep, measured tone. "Youngster, since you insist so vehemently, do not blame me for what follows." With that, Zhuang Lu removed the boxing gloves he had only partially donned and hurled them fiercely out of the ring. The crowd responded with thunderous applause, cheers, and chants, brimming with excitement over the prospect of a bare-knuckle brawl. Zhuang Lu, eyeing Li Dong, assumed a fighting stance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since the student was oblivious to the dangers he faced, he would receive a proper lesson in front of his peers and students, demonstrating that the Loyalty Hall was not a place where just anyone could stir trouble. In a corner, Chu Kong and Zhao Zong were once again captivated by the unfolding drama. Barehanded? How reckless of this elementary student. Zhao Zong frowned. Chu Kong, his expression impassive, replied calmly, "Zhuang will exercise restraint." Zhao Zong glanced at Li Dong on the stage and shook his head. "Come on, kid." Zhuang Lu gestured towards him. "Me?" Li Dong inquired. "Of course, who else would it be?" Zhuang Lu regarded him as if he were a fool. The audience, now thoroughly engaged, gathered closer, their eyes riveted on the two figures on stage. "Then I shall proceed." Li Dong smiled. Subsequently, he drew his fists to his waist, sprang forth with force, and as he propelled himself, the soft surface of the boxing ring yielded beneath his feet, forming a swirling vortex. With a swift whoosh, the air reverberated with a subtle sound of friction. In the blink of an eye, Li Dong surged forward, closing the distance to Zhuang Lu. Before anyone in the arena could react, he aimed at Zhuang Lu's abdomen and unleashed a punch. Why forgo the gloves? Because the thrill of striking was exhilarating. The punch, a mere tap, halted the moment it made contact with Zhuang Lu's body, exerting no additional force. It seemed as though Li Dong's fist had barely traversed a distance of 20 centimeters. Yet, this seemingly effortless blow caused Zhuang Lu to momentarily freeze before a muffled thud echoed as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the ropes and landing heavily on the ground. Li Dong gradually retracted his fist, disregarding the astonished gazes of everyone in the gym, and calmly proclaimed, "Next, next." He reiterated lightly from the stage. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Although Zhuang Lu was not among the elite fighters in the gym, lacking the cultivation of a small week's journey, he was nonetheless a formidable presence to an ordinary individual. One punch, and he was sent flying? Silence enveloped the crowd. Several coaches rushed over to assist Zhuang Lu to a nearby seat, while a recovery specialist hurried to conduct an examination. The results of the inspection were astonishing. Despite the dramatic scene of Zhuang Lu being launched away, he had only sustained minor bruises and some superficial injuries to his abdomen, with no broken bones. This is the result of Li Dong's restraint. Although he perceives this group as unsavory characters, Li Dong is not one to hold grudges. After all, the individual in question did not directly partake in yesterday's incident, and a mere taste of physical discomfort suffices. Li Dong considers himself quite merciful. Yet the others at the boxing gym are not in agreement. A coach rises, his eyes blazing with indignation as he addresses Li Dong. "My friend, while you possess some degree of skill, there is no need to resort to such brutality in a friendly spar." Li Dong raises an eyebrow, retorting, "Spare me your ramblings. Which of your eyes perceives this as brutality?" "That gentleman," he gestures towards the massage therapist. "Do enlighten us. Is this brutality?" The therapist remains silent. Before the coach can continue, Li Dong preempts him. "If you cannot endure a minor injury, perhaps this boxing gym ought to close its doors. If you feel embarrassed, send someone else. Do not waste breath." "You." The coach jabs a finger at Li Dong, rendered speechless by fury. "Then I shall take my turn." Before anyone else can interject, a calm, yet commanding voice resonates from the corner of the gym, capturing the attention of all present. Chu Kong bows slightly to Zhao. "I apologize for the delay." Zhao, still immersed in shock from Li Dong's recent display of power, nods in acknowledgement as he observes Chu Kong preparing to engage. Chu Gu is stepping in. The atmosphere within the gym electrifies. It appears that Chu Kong has indeed been provoked. Today is fortuitous, as it presents an opportunity to witness the prowess of a master in the realm of perfection. As soon as Chu Kong speaks, excitement ripples through the crowd at the boxing gym. With a powerful push, Chu Kong effortlessly closed the nearly 10-meter distance, lightly stepping onto the ring and landing steadily opposite Li Dong. The crowd erupted in applause at this display of skill. Chapter 64. What a nuisance facing Li Dong. Chu Kong's gaze was calm yet piercing. Whispers filled the air below. As soon as Brother Chu strikes, this student will surely be defeated. Indeed. While the boy possessed some talent, he was up against Chu Kong, who had achieved a consummate level of mastery, second only to Qian Zhong in the Zhongyi Hall. Having some skill is one thing, but to flaunt it here is another. Just wait and see how Brother Chu will make this young lad regret his arrogance. As Chu Kong entered the arena, the awe Li Dong had previously instilled vanished in a thin air, overshadowed entirely by Chu Kong's formidable prowess. Chu Kong, the second in command of the Zhongyi Hall, and another capable fighter under Qian Bing, was of a level slightly superior even to Xiong Chuang. The term consummate signifies that the practitioner has cultivated a substantial amount of spiritual energy, elevating their combat capabilities far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Thus, while Li Dong's skills were commendable, he stood no chance against a master of such extraordinary caliber, destined to be knocked down. Seated on a sofa against the wall, Zhuang Lu watched Li Dong on stage with a face full of resentment. Unable to come to terms with the humiliation that had befallen the Zhongyi Hall under the public gaze. However, witnessing Brother Chu take the stage filled him with a sense of vindication. This young boy would soon find himself deeply regretting his earlier actions. Standing not far away, General Zhao also gazed at the stage with anticipation, watching Chu Kong engage in combat, a rare sight indeed. Chu Kong scrutinized Li Dong, who stood before him, furrowing his brow before ultimately shaking his head. Initially, he suspected the student might possess some concealed prowess, prompting him to remain vigilant and cautious. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that his stance was fundamentally flawed, rife with vulnerabilities. Clearly, this individual had some foundational skills but lacked formal training, displaying an inflated sense of self-worth, likely due to the adulation he received from peers at school. The higher one is exalted, the harsher the fall. Chu Kong had witnessed such scenarios before, where individuals, after facing setbacks, succumb to despair. Yet, this was not a concern for Chu Kong, since this person dared to challenge the dignity of the loyal and righteous Hall. He must be prepared for the consequences. Observing Li Dong's chaotic stance, Chu Kong slightly spread his feet and slowly raised his arm, stating, "Come at me." Li Dong, standing opposite him with his hands in his pockets and shaking his leg nonchalantly, retorted, "You go first." This demeanor struck Chu Kong as exceedingly provocative. His gaze sharpened as he replied solemnly, "I have already given way. There will not be a second time." With that, Chu Kong lunged at Li Dong like a bolt of lightning. Compared to Xiong Chuang, Chu Kong's technique lacked the overwhelming weight of a mountain, but possessed a fierce agility akin to a bowstring ready to snap. In an instant, the spectators below felt a blur before their eyes, followed by gasps of astonishment. So fast. General Zhao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As Li Dong approached with increasing proximity, Chu Kong's hand opened, forming a sharp claw that fiercely swept towards Li Dong's head. Thud! Li Dong, who had been idly keeping his hands in his pockets, suddenly moved. His previously trembling leg shot up and collided forcefully against Chu Kong's abdomen at the very moment he closed in. Chu Kong's advance was swift, but his retreat was even swifter. In an instant, he was propelled backward from the point of impact, crashing to the ground and skidding further away. Writhing in pain while clutching his stomach, Chu Kong groaned in agony. To the onlookers, he was a legendary figure, an undefeated myth. Although his strength paled in comparison to Qian Zhong, no one had witnessed their duel, and thus no one had seen Chu Kong's defeat. Yet now, the undeniable truth lay before them, compelling them to accept it. This was the pinnacle of perfection. What did the pinnacle of perfection signify in D County? It represented the foremost martial prowess within the town, yet here he was, vanquished in a single blow, by a mere student, no less. At this moment, both coaches and students alike fell silent, their faces etched with terror, contemplating what kind of deity they had provoked. Li Dong, however, remained unfazed. Pinnacle of perfection? To him, even the peak of the heavenly stage was no more than a trivial matter. If he had not been suppressing his own strength, a mere stamp of his foot could have brought the entire dojo crashing down. The pinnacle of perfection was of no consequence to him. The injury specialist hurriedly rushed to Chu Kong's side, surveying the scene with a sense of exasperation. The injuries sustained by Chu Kong were akin to those of Zhuang Lu just moments ago, merely superficial abrasions that could be alleviated with a soothing ointment. However, the finesse with which the assailant had exerted force, though not gravely injurious, rendered the pain excruciating. At this moment, Chu Kong lay on the sofa, having received treatment from the bruising master, yet he still felt a piercing ache in his abdomen. With his eyes tightly shut, he dared not meet the gazes of others. For a proud individual such as himself, the sensation of defeat was overwhelming. How could a mere student still clad in high school uniform possess such strength? Surely, it was not some adept masquerading as a commoner. Yet, who among the skilled practitioners would take the trouble to instigate conflict here? Zhao stood in his designated training area, observing the composed figure of Li Dong, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Who was this person? He had made the acquaintance of most of the martial arts masters in D County, yet this individual did not register in his memory. It was imperative that he make an introduction. Li Dong remained poised on the platform, showing no inclination to descend. The spectators below felt a sense of awkwardness. After vociferously cheering moments ago, they found themselves embarrassed by the turn of events. The coaches of the boxing gym, in particular, felt a burning shame, rendered speechless. To announce that their opponent had triumphed over them would be a tremendous disgrace. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Their strongest fighter, Chu Kong, had been bested, and anyone else who stepped into the ring would surely meet a similar fate. Just then, a coach dialed a number for Zhonggu. After hanging up, he somberly informed the group, "Zhonggu is in the county and will arrive shortly." Silence enveloped the room. Li Dong remained on the stage, casually leaning against a pillar in the corner of the boxing ring, eyes closed in meditation and cultivation. The spectators, having been disrupted by the earlier commotion, lost all motivation for training, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Qianzhou. They gazed at Li Dong, who sat with an air of tranquility atop the ring, their hearts filled with curiosity about this enigmatic figure. Chu Kong slumped on the sofa, eyes shut, his breath erratic. The sense of defeat he felt was profoundly greater than the physical pain he endured. After all, his opponent was merely a student clad in a school uniform. Prior to stepping into the ring, he had been utterly confident in his ability to deliver a knockout blow. Little did he expect the knockout to occur, albeit in reverse. Zhuang Lu reclined beside Chu Kong, the two resembling a pair of unfortunate brothers. Initially, Zhuang Lu had felt exhilarated upon seeing Chu Kong take the stage, but that excitement was short-lived, as reality dealt him a harsh blow. He was now simply grateful that Li Dong had shown mercy during their encounter. Chapter 65. It's my turn. The onlookers, devoid of training intentions, stood silently around the boxing ring, observing Li Dong. This student in a school uniform had been quietly resting against the pillar since the earlier incident, his demeanor seemingly nonchalant yet remarkably composed. They finally recognized that he was not an ordinary individual, but the question remained, who was he? As they pondered this, Li Dong suddenly exhaled heavily. It had arrived. Bang! The entrance of the gym was forcefully flung open, the powerful impact resonating through the air. Soon after, heavy and hurried footsteps approached, each step quickening, the force intensifying with every stride. Qianzhong's imposing figure materialized at the entrance of the training arena, his piercing gaze sweeping across the space before locking onto Li Dong, who cowered in the corner of the boxing ring. In an instant, Qianzhong's silhouette surged forward with astonishing speed, closing in on Li Dong with relentless intensity. Not far away, General Zhao held his breath, captivated by Qianzhong's formidable presence. Such overwhelming might truly justify his status as the master of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall. Zhao's gaze involuntarily shifted back to Li Dong, a weight of concern settling in his heart. Would this young man exhibit the same fluid grace when faced with Qianzhong? Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footfalls reverberated, as the ferocity of Qianzhong's energy enveloped the boxing ring. He effortlessly ascended the ropes, his dominating aura and robust physique standing solitary upon the edge. With another push, his iron fist launched forward, his muscular arms taut like the trunk of a young tree, targeting Li Dong's face with unrestrained force. Li Dong remained seated, brow furrowed and eyes shut, utterly motionless. The crowd gasped in awe. Indeed, this was Brother Zhong. Such a powerful punch. It seemed this young man had finally met his match, unable to react in time. Surely, after this blow, he would concede. In Qianzhong's eyes, this student clad in school uniform, exuding a rebellious air as he slumped on the ground, bore no resemblance to a formidable opponent. Yet, this did not diminish Qianzhong's vigilance. On the contrary, the veins in his arms throbbed with anticipation, and his grip tightened around his fist. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Qianzhong's fist undoubtedly struck Li Dong's face, causing his head to tilt back slightly from the impact, yet his eyes remained firmly closed. As the punch landed squarely, the audience erupted in cheers, particularly the coaches from the Loyalty and Righteousness gym. Brother Zhang is still Brother Zhang. That kid is finished now, they exclaimed. Qianzhong has made progress again. Next time, I must have him teach me a few moves. Brother Zhang, that punch was splendid. Let this kid understand the might of the Loyalty and Righteousness gym. On the sofa against the wall, Zhuang Lu felt an overwhelming sense of relief, clenching his fists, yearning to shout out loud. Yet the pain coursing through him restrained his voice, allowing only silent cheers within his heart. Was Chu Kong truly so inferior to Qianzhong? General Zhao nodded repeatedly, feeling a pang of sympathy for Li Dong. This punch would surely inflict considerable damage. The arrow had left the bow, yet Qianzhong remained drawn, taut as a bowstring. This was due to Li Dong's head tilting back slightly, devoid of the expected reaction. Rather than colliding forcefully against the post from such tremendous impact, it merely drifted back a few centimeters before coming to a halt. Then, Li Dong opened his eyes. It is my turn. Qianzhong, momentarily stunned, was soon filled with astonishment as the seemingly oversized uniform-clad youth before him unleashed a tidal wave of oppressive energy. This force, like a cone, bore down solely upon Qianzhong. The cheers from the crowd diminished, and as they beheld Li Dong's eyes wide open, seemingly unscathed, their previously animated expressions froze in disbelief, followed swiftly by a creeping horror in their eyes. Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, his tall figure standing erect, arms hanging at his sides, fist clenched tightly. A palpable air of composure and gravity replaced his earlier nonchalance, radiating from him. Li Dong's gaze was fixed intently on Qianzhong as he advanced. Leaning forward, he surged towards the retreating Qianzhong with an overwhelming speed, delivering a powerful punch to Qianzhong's abdomen. Qianzhong's body was propelled backward, soaring through the air without a hint of arc, covering nearly 10 meters before crashing heavily against the wall. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground after rebounding off the wall, his expression contorted in pain, curling into himself as if his abdomen had been struck by a vehicle. The wall behind him bore the imprint of a large, dark lion's head, now marred by intricate fissures. Everything transpired in an instant, to the spectators below. It seemed as though Li Dong merely blinked and uttered the words, "It's my turn," before a phantom appeared before their eyes, vanishing to reveal Li Dong still seated, while Qianzhong was sent hurtling away in a state of shock. Nearby, Qianzhong struggled to sit up, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with mucus. Li Dong regarded him and remarked, "So, do you think I showed mercy?" Qianzhong, maintaining a stoic expression, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, ignoring him. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on Li Dong as if he were a monstrous entity. The effortless strike that had sent a man flying 10 meters, and that man being Qianzhong, left them in awe of his formidable strength. They gazed at the walls, marred by the cracks resulting from the impact, some of them trembling with fear. It was truly terrifying. On the sofa, Zhuang Lu's face turned ashen, stripped of the earlier pride and arrogance he had displayed. In his eyes, Qianzhong was akin to a deity, a master of the great perfection realm, one of the most renowned figures in D County. Yet now, Zhuang Lu felt as though his beliefs were crumbling. The man he revered most, Brother Zhong, had been effortlessly vanquished with a single blow. If such overwhelming strength were directed at him, he might be obliterated in an instant. A wave of dread washed over Zhuang Lu. At that moment, Chu Kong experienced an even greater shock. Once, he had perceived Qianzhong as an insurmountable peak, a goal toward which he aspired. Yet just moments ago, the man he regarded as his lifelong rival had been effortlessly toppled, leaving a profound impact on him. Having enjoyed the highest status within the loyalty hall, Chu Kong finally witnessed what it truly meant to be a master. Zhao stood at the edge of the training ground, observing the composed Li Dong on stage. His calm, seasoned eyes were fixed upon the young man, hoping to discern some sign of potential. However, he found nothing of substance. Zhao was well aware of Qianzhong's prowess. Out of a deep passion for cultivation and respect for practitioners, he had long frequented this loyalty hall. Despite his busy schedule, his innate talent had allowed him to reach the small Zhou Tian realm through diligent effort and resource accumulation. Thus, he had a deeper understanding of the concept behind Li Dong's strike. This was the mark of a true master. As the crowd pondered, a profound question lingered in their minds. The healer hurriedly rushed to tend to Qianzhong's injuries, which were significantly more severe than those of the previous two individuals, having already caused internal damage. The healer swiftly produced some medicine to administer to Qianzhong. As the liquid entered his mouth, Qianzhong's breath gradually stabilized. He gazed at the composed Li Dong on the stage and inquired, "Who are you?" Chapter 66. Revenge, who are you? As the pain subsided, Qianzhong fixated on Li Dong, his voice laden with the weight of lingering agony. The onlookers regarded Li Dong with solemn expressions, pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure who had dared to disrupt their gathering. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Dong slowly rose, meeting Qianzhong's gaze. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself nearly 10 meters, landing directly before Qianzhong. The healer beside Qianzhong was taken aback, retreating several steps before collapsing onto the ground in shock. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs, uncertain of Li Dong's intentions toward Qianzhong. Yet they could only stand frozen in place, helplessly witnessing the unfolding scene. What could they do? Did they possess the courage to intervene? Could they even hope to impede such a force? As Qianzhong spotted Li Dong approaching once more, he too was startled and instinctively scooted back a step, hastily adopting a defensive stance. However, the exertion exacerbated his abdominal injuries, contorting his face into a grimace of pain. Li Dong stood before him, casting a condescending glance, before surveying the crowd and declaring, "I am Li Dong. Yesterday, Qian Bing bullied me, and I have come to exact my revenge." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, the crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence, gradually realizing the identity of the speaker. He was the very individual whom Qian Bing had led a group to confront the previous day. The incident had indeed escalated significantly, as Qian Bing had brought along a formidable entourage of 30 individuals, including Xiong Chuan. The trainers and students within the boxing gym had been taken aback by such a display of force, left wondering who could have dared to provoke Qian Bing. However, they did not dwell on it for long. With such a multitude dispatched, they assumed the matter would be settled. Yet, the outcome was entirely unexpected. All 30 individuals were rendered unconscious, including both Xiong Chuan and Qian Bing, who were swiftly incapacitated. Ultimately, this group had to be taken to the hospital, where they now languished in their hospital beds. The revelation from Qian Bing's trembling lackey that a single student, Li Dong, had single-handedly defeated them all in less than 5 minutes, left the trainers in awe, while Chen Xiaolu was filled with rage. Despite their efforts to keep the incident under wraps, the enormity of the event could not be contained, and word spread among the students, significantly tarnishing the gym's reputation. Chen Xiaolu had initially planned to confront the student to settle the score, but to his astonishment, merely a day had passed when the young man appeared unannounced. Not only did he arrive, but he also swiftly dispatched Chen Xiaolu, even enduring a punch from him with fortitude. Qian Bing gazed at Li Dong, his head drooping, his face ashen. There was no further need for words. What could he possibly say? He had been utterly humiliated in front of a crowd. The other coaches within the gym, upon realizing the situation, felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Qian Bing, the one being bullied? Their 30-odd brothers lay in the hospital. So who was truly being oppressed here? Despite their thoughts, they dared not utter a word, bowing their heads and silently gritting their teeth. Turning away, they began to inwardly curse the gym owner's brother, Qian Bing, questioning how he had entangled himself with such a formidable figure. The students in the gym were equally stunned. The gym owner, Qian Zhong, who had always appeared godlike in their eyes and was renowned among practitioners in County D, had suffered such a humiliating defeat. The impact on them was profoundly disheartening. They had previously felt a sense of pride in their progress, even believing they were nearing the prowess of their coaches. Yet witnessing Li Dong's 3 battles, each more crushing than the last, shattered their mental defenses. This was the true essence of mastery. The expressions of those present fluctuated between despair and disbelief, while Qian Zhong himself, once a towering figure, now stood silently, diminished. Li Dong surveyed the scene and found it lacking in interest, turning to leave. "Mr. Li Dong, please wait a moment," came a deep voice from behind. He turned to see General Zhao, still clad in his training attire, eagerly striding towards him, his upper body leaning forward, an expression of deep respect on his face. As he approached, General Zhao scrutinized Li Dong with subtlety, marveling inwardly at how unremarkable he appeared. Utterly devoid of any signs of an expert, truly an embodiment of restraint and humility. Li Dong glanced at him, maintaining an expression of calm. "What is the matter?" With a beaming smile reflecting genuine sincerity, Zhao presented a business card he had just retrieved from the trousers hanging on the rack. "Mr. Li Dong, I am Zhao Kang from Kongda Group. Here's my card. I hope to make your acquaintance." Li Dong recognized the name Kongda Group, a prominent real estate enterprise rooted in D County, yet its branches had extended into the flourishing Springwater City, showcasing considerable prowess. Not long ago, they had completed a luxurious residential project in the outskirts of D County. With a smile, Li Dong accepted Zhao Kang's business card and extended his right hand. Zhao Kang's smile deepened as he reciprocated the gesture, their hands clasping firmly. Witnessing this interaction, the coaches in the training hall wore expressions of discontent. General Zhao, in front of so many trainees, was forging a connection with someone who had just bested them in combat. Was this not a slap in the face? Especially for Chu Kong, who felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, Zhao was one of his students. The fact that Zhao Kong had just been so cordial with Li Dong only added insult to injury. However, there was little they could do. Zhao Kong was a highly esteemed member of their establishment, a fact that warranted Chu Kong's personal training, and in D County, they lacked the standing to criticize him. In truth, Zhao Kong did not act with malice. Rather, the impression left upon him by Li Dong was profoundly etched in his mind. He yearned to forge a connection with Li Dong, yet as Li Dong turned to leave, Zhao Kong felt an urgency to seize the moment, fearing that such an opportunity might never arise again. The opinions of those within the gym were of no concern to Zhao Kong. He had come here for enjoyment and had not been remiss in his expenditures. Moreover, his ties with the Qian family were tenuous at best, granting him the liberty to act as he pleased without deference to anyone's judgment. He possessed the confidence to engage with Qian Weiping as an equal. The individuals under Qian Weiping's command lacked the stature to critique him, even if they were masters of great skill. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled crowd, the two men clasped hands for a moment before releasing their grip, subsequently adding each other as friends. After this exchange, Zhao Kong remarked with a smile, "Mr. Li Dong, please attend to your matters. I shall invite you to dine with me another day, and I hope you will not decline." Li Dong merely waved his hand in response while shaking his phone, then turned and departed. The injury specialist hurriedly rose to his feet, and several coaches rushed over to assist Qian Zhong in standing up. The students exchanged bewildered glances, their emotions a tangle of confusion, while the coaches wore expressions of dismay, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, as Li Dong reached the exit of the training area, he paused, and turned back, pointing to the wall, which had been cracked by Chen Xiaolu. He addressed those in the gym, saying, "Ensure that this is repaired promptly. I do not wish to see any blemishes left behind." With that, Li Dong exited the training facility, leaving the others to furrow their brows in perplexity at his seemingly nonsensical remark. What does he mean by this? Chapter 67. The Blade Strikes. Li Dong instructed that the wall be repaired without leaving any blemishes, which left the trainers and staff of the boxing gym utterly perplexed. Whether to repair it was their own concern, and what relevance did it have to Li Dong? Moreover, what did he mean by not leaving any blemishes? They shook their heads, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words, and without further thought, resumed their duties in the gym. Li Dong's entrance had indeed thrown the place into disarray. Not only did they need to tidy up the venue, but they also had to reorganize the trainees. Meanwhile, Zhao Kong, standing beside the coat rack with a suit in hand, was about to change when he heard Li Dong's words and gazed intently at his retreating figure until it vanished, his gaze laden with significance. Chen Xiaolu, who had been assisted to his feet, was taken to the small medical room within the gym, where he lay on the bed undergoing examination and treatment from the injury specialist. Lying there, Chen Xiaolu's expression remained calm, yet beneath that calmness lurked a hint of madness. Li Dong, is it? This matter is far from over. Stepping out of the boxing gym, Li Dong faced the blazing midday sun, and his thoughts mirrored those of Chen Xiaolu. This was not the end. Taking out his phone, Li Dong sent a message to Che Bei. "Boss Che, tonight we will meet at the Dingyuan Shijia in Chenshui City. I have a gift for you." After closing his phone, Li Dong observed the sunlit streets of County D, resplendent in golden light, yet devoid of any signs of life. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as darkness began to envelop the sky, the pleasant atmosphere of the outskirts was a stark contrast to the bustling city center, where the stars, though not densely scattered, shone more brightly. Beneath the moonlight, the upscale villa community, Dingyuan Shijia, lay in serene silence, occasionally stirred by the arrival of vehicles, accompanied by the crisp sound of the entrance gates swinging open, which added a touch of life to the tranquility. Within the community, the villas were spaced far apart, beside an opulent and imposing villa. Amidst the lush and meticulously tended greenery lining the roadside, stood a young figure clad in a school uniform, casually facing the villa, gazing at the elegant glow emanating from its windows. This youthful silhouette was none other than Li Dong, and the villa he beheld was the ancestral home of Qian Bing and Qian Zhong, the residence of their father, Qian Wei. Li Dong's purpose for visiting this evening was to bring closure to the matters concerning himself and Qian Bing. Although Qian Bing and Qian Zhong had merely endured a beating, he deemed this far from sufficient. To Li Dong, it merely constituted self-defense, and they had yet to face the full repercussions of their actions. His inaction stemmed from his anticipation of Che Bei, as this endeavor required Che Bei's presence as support, serving as the most suitable individual to assist in settling accounts and facilitating the transition. Despite both being commercial magnates in Chenshui City, Che Bei and Qian Wei maintained little personal rapport, even harboring a sense of rivalry. Unlike Che Bei, whose connections were bolstered by familial ties, Qian Wei had forged his path alone at the age of 50, laboring in this city for nearly 3 decades. He amassed formidable resources and networks in Chenshui City, ascending to prominence through a journey that bore traces of obscurity veiled by the passage of time. However, this certainly does not account for the discord between Che Bei and Qian Weiping. Merchants are perpetually driven by profit, and the process of capital accumulation inevitably acquires certain taints. As a participant in the tide of commerce, Che Bei is acutely aware of this. The essence of his conflict with Qian Weiping is straightforward, a clash of interests. When interests are at stake, adversaries emerge. Thus, for Li Dong, the situation becomes rather uncomplicated. Che Bei is readily available to be summoned and utilized. Certain information can be gleaned through conversation, while more critical intelligence necessitates alternative methods of acquisition. Possessing formidable personal strength provides assurance, rendering these endeavors relatively unchallenging for Li Dong. He observed the villa intently, when suddenly, headlights illuminated nearby, signaling his attention. A sleek black BMW glided to a halt beside him. "Do not alight just yet. Your moment has not arrived," Li Dong chuckled. Previously, on WeChat, he had merely mentioned presenting a gift, without specifying what it entailed. In an act of trust towards Li Dong, Che Bei refrained from inquiring further and arrived directly. Li Dong leaned closer, speaking through the car door to Che Bei. "Qian Weiping resides here." He gestured vaguely behind him. Che Bei paused momentarily, then nodded, responding, I know he lives here. But it dawned on him that Li Dong was not referring to the complex itself, but rather to the villa behind it, indicating that this was indeed Qian Weiping's residence. A frown creased his brow as his thoughts raced. However, en route, Che Bei had not truly contemplated this aspect, as he had not anticipated that Li Dong would directly target Qian Weiping. Apparently, dealing with Qian Bing and Qian Zhong was insufficient for Li Dong. He intended to take down their father directly. Li Dong observed the pensive Che Bei, remaining silent and patiently awaiting his response. Given the circumstances, Che Bei swiftly discerned Li Dong's intent to strike at Qian Weiping. One required support and assistance in managing the aftermath. Li Dong had summoned him to help wield the blade, with the gift alluding to the ensuing benefits. Yet, Che Bei's involvement would bring the conflict into the open, necessitating a genuine, no-holds-barred confrontation. This Li Dong certainly possessed audacity. With a blade in hand, one must brandish it, for it is through action that one can seize a greater share. Today, Che Bei would join Li Dong in a bold endeavor. Che Bei gazed at Li Dong, a hint of a smile and fervor emerging in his eyes. Dongzi, how shall we proceed? The Qian residence, the main hall on the ground floor. Ornate chandeliers cast an elegant and noble light, complementing the hall's predominantly gold-toned decor. In the center of the hall, on a platform slightly elevated from the ground, four men sat on a spacious, grand sofa, surrounding a tea table, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Qian Weiping occupied the central position, adorned in expensive loungewear, exuding an imposing aura. His gaze shifted between Qian Zhong and Qian Bing, his countenance displaying displeasure. Beside him sat a slender man, modestly attired, appearing ordinary at first glance. However, his composed and poised posture revealed his extraordinary nature. Qian Bing and Qian Zhong sat opposite Qian Weiping. Qian Bing had awakened from his slumber in the hospital that afternoon. His injuries were not severe, having merely been rendered unconscious by a slap from Li Dong. In contrast, his elder brother Qian Zhong fared worse, as he still experienced dull pains in his abdomen, despite having rested and received the nourishment of miraculous herbs. Their heads hung low, stripped of their former grandeur and pride. At that moment, a slender man seated beside Qian Weiping spoke up. Chapter 68. Disturbance according to the young master's account. This Li Dong possesses the capability to incapacitate an opponent at the peak of the great perfection realm with a single punch, indicating that he has likely attained a level within the yellow tier. Qian Weiping leaned in closer, his previously tense expression softening with a hint of respect. Old Su, what position do you believe he holds within the yellow tier? Su Yun shook his head, without having witnessed it firsthand. I cannot provide a more precise assessment based solely on the young master's words. After all, as the young master mentioned, I am also capable of such feats, as the great perfection realm does not equate to much when compared to practitioners in the early stages of the yellow tier. This Su Yun was a formidable cultivator whom Qian Weiping had summoned. Having reached the early stages of the yellow tier, a status considered quite formidable in the city of Chenshui, the domineering behavior exhibited by Qian Zhong and Qian Bing was inseparable from the influence of Qian Weiping's lineage and teachings. He himself possessed a certain roguishness. Over the years as a businessman, he would adopt a cordial demeanor when necessary, yet when it came time to wield force, Qian Weiping was equally decisive and bold. This was his path to survival. Therefore, this individual is not only overbearing but also exceedingly protective of his own. His two cherished sons, accustomed to indulgence, have now suffered such a significant grievance. Despite harboring some resentment towards them for provoking a formidable adversary, Qian Weiping is resolute in seeking redress on their behalf. The appearance fee for a Huang-tier early-stage expert is considerable, but Qian Weiping is unconcerned. Regardless, he must deal with that Li Dong. Otherwise, the Qian family will become a laughingstock in D County. Qian Weiping discerned several implications from Su Yun's remarks, although he did not explicitly state it. His implication was that Li Dong's strength should be at the Huang-tier early stage. Then, old Su, how confident are you in facing that Li Dong? Qian Weiping inquired. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, stating, without having seen him, it is difficult to say. However, I have been immersed in the Huang-tier early stage for many years, and I am not far from breaking through to the Huang-tier mid-stage. Upon hearing this, Qian Weiping felt greatly reassured. Su Yun always left some room for maneuver in his words, but the implication was that Li Dong, being merely a Huang-tier early stage, was too inexperienced for him. Dad, I cannot swallow this humiliation. Qian Bing, sitting across from him, raised his head and said to Qian Weiping, his face filled with indignant anger. Beside him, Qianzhong remained with his head lowered, his domineering aura gone, appearing dejected. Xiao Bing. Qian Weiping rebuked him, glaring at him. Qian Bing ceased speaking, his nostrils twitching, and lowered his head. At this moment, Qianzhong raised his head, looked at Qian Weiping, and said in a calm yet resolute tone, "Dad, avenge me." Qian Weiping gazed at Qianzhong, his most cherished son, who at that moment bore a visage of exhaustion, revealing an unprecedented sense of defeat. A surge of ruthlessness welled up within him. Observing his two sons, he nodded reassuringly, "Do not worry." He then turned to Su Yun with a smile, "Old Su, I entrust this matter concerning Li Dong to you. As for the remuneration, you need not be concerned. After so many years of acquaintance, you know my character well, and it will be duly delivered." Su Yun did not hesitate, responding affirmatively, "What outcome does Mr. Qian desire?" Qian Weiping straightened himself, his tone unembellished, disabling his cultivation, ensuring he suffers a disability and lives the remainder of his life in regret. Su Yun remarked, "Mr. Qian, this may pose some complications." "Old Su, I have stated before," Qian Weiping interjected, "money is not an issue." "Very well, Mr. Qian, shall I set off tomorrow?" Qian Weiping nodded, "The sooner, the better." Qian Bing listened intently to the conversation between his father and Su Yun, his face alight with excitement. It was clear that Li Dong was doomed. Although the revelation that Li Dong was merely at the initial stage of the yellow rank was shocking, the disparity between practitioners at the same stage was significant. Mr. Su Yun had been entrenched in this realm for several years. Li Dong, a mere novice, could not possibly compare. Upon hearing the news of the destruction at the Zhongyi Hall, Qian Bing was initially taken aback, but his emotions quickly shifted to fury. He could not fathom Li Dong's audacity, having just sent him to the hospital, only to turn around and wreak havoc upon his brother's establishment. This time, it appeared he was inviting disaster upon himself. He intended to teach Li Dong a lesson, demonstrating just how grievous an error it was to provoke the Qian family. Qianzhong's pallid complexion began to regain some color. The overwhelming strength of Li Dong had inflicted upon him an immense sense of defeat. As the pride of D County's cultivators, Qianzhong's achievements were not solely attributed to his innate talent and resources. The effort he had invested was monumental. He currently stood at the pinnacle of great perfection, having labored long to reach this stage, with a breakthrough to the initial level of the yellow rank not far off. Yet, at this critical juncture, Li Dong's emergence dealt him a tremendous blow, leading to an unprecedented collapse in his life. He held a fervent regard for strength and pursued it diligently, respecting it, but that respect often stemmed from the realization that others fell short of his prowess, such as his companions Xiong Chuang and Chu Kong. However, Li Dong, younger by a decade yet firmly suppressing him, was an affront to Qianzhong's psyche, rendering him incapable of acceptance. Thus, he fervently hoped that Su Yun would deliver a significant setback to Li Dong, yearning to witness the latter's failure with his own eyes. He refused to concede. Suddenly, a resounding crash erupted from the entrance, shattering the reverie of everyone in the hall and causing them to look up in astonishment. Following the deafening noise, splinters of wood flew forth as the opulent wooden door was hurled inside, crashing onto the spiral staircase on the first floor and shattering into several pieces. The entrance, now devoid of its door, revealed a jagged doorframe, and the walls were marred by intricate cracks, with the darkness seeping in from the gaping void. A youthful figure strode boldly into the illuminated interior, meeting the scrutinizing gazes of the four individuals with unyielding confidence. As Li Dong entered the hall, his gaze traversed the four individuals, ultimately resting upon the visibly enraged Qian Weiping. "Pardon the intrusion, esteemed guests." Li Dong," Qian Bing exclaimed in shock, his countenance revealing an unusual blend of fury and terror. The profound psychological impact Li Dong had inflicted upon him the previous day rendered Qian Bing instinctively fearful at the sight of him. However, recalling that he was in the sanctity of his own home and surrounded by formidable allies, Qian Bing's agitation somewhat subsided as he glared defiantly at Li Dong. How audacious of this young man to dare enter their abode and kick down their door. This time, he would ensure Li Dong regretted it for eternity. Upon witnessing Li Dong's arrival, Qianzhong initially recoiled slightly, but soon, a predatory glint returned to his eyes. His calm demeanor resembled that of a hawk observing a hapless bird ensnared in a trap. With measured steps, Li Dong ascended the staircase and approached the sofa, unceremoniously taking a seat, leaning back with his arms draped over the backrest, and fixing his gaze on Qian Weiping. "You are Qian Weiping?" Qian Weiping narrowed his eyes at Li Dong. "Li Dong, You have the audacity to return here. You possess quite the nerve. Well, if I don't come, how can I collect my debts? Li Dong replied, smacking his lips. Qian Weiping scoffed. You still wish to collect debts? Young man, you seem oblivious to the meaning of the word death. Suddenly, Qian Weiping leapt to his feet, glaring fiercely at Li Dong as he enunciated each word with palpable intensity. Chapter 69. Aren't you wealthy? Qian Weiping stood before Li Dong like a roaring tiger. Brimming with fury, Li Dong's actions truly incensed him. Not only had he harmed his youngest son, Qian Bing, but he had also disrupted his eldest son, Qian Zhong's affairs. And now he audaciously invaded his home. What an insolent young man. Meanwhile, Su Yun had been closely observing Li Dong since his entrance. Li Dong's aura was restrained, making it difficult to ascertain his true strength. The kick that had sent the door flying was not an extraordinary feat for someone at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm. Su Yun himself possessed similar power. The youthful arrogance displayed by Li Dong reminded Su Yun of his own reckless youth, a time when he too was prideful and brash. It seemed inevitable that this young man was headed for a tragic fate, which stirred a sense of pity within Su Yun. Yet, despite his sympathy, he was resolute in carrying out his duties, determined to act decisively in order to quell Qian Weiping's fury. After all, wealth must be accrued, and one could only blame the young man for encountering an unstoppable force in his most arrogant years. Su Yun felt confident about subduing Li Dong. All indications suggested that Li Dong was merely an initial stage practitioner of the Yellow Realm, and within this tier, Su Yun was a distinguished figure. Thus, he sat steadily beside Qian Weiping, observing with a calm demeanor, silently waiting for the opportune moment. Young man, I am quite curious to hear what debts you intend to collect. As his anger began to wane, and with Su Yun's presence offering reassurance, Qian Weiping felt a sense of amusement towards Li Dong. Li Dong lightly tapped his fingers on the back of the sofa, glancing at Qian Weiping, then at the imposing figures of Qian Bing and Qian Zhong, and stated, The internet CAF on Renmin Road, bring it forth. Qian Weiping raised an eyebrow. Your appetite is quite insatiable. However, you still possess a child's perspective. You cannot handle that internet CAF. Before he could finish, Li Dong's gaze shifted to Qian Zhong. The Zhongyi Hall, also bring it forth. What? Upon hearing the name Zhongyi Hall, Qian Zhong straightened his posture, only to be reminded of his abdominal injury, which surged with pain, tightening his features. He clenched his teeth, his jaw muscles tensing as he looked at Li Dong and spoke in a low voice. Li Dong, you are utterly delusional. Do not presume that a modicum of strength allows you to rampage in the Qian family. You wish to claim my Zhongyi Hall? Such folly. Li Dong remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Qian Weiping, upon hearing Li Dong mention the Zhongyi Hall, displayed a slight shift in his expression, yet lacked Qian Zhong's fury. He looked at Li Dong with composed eyes. Have you finished? It is time to settle our accounts. At this moment, Qian Bing also interjected, Li Dong, do not think that just because you are at the initial stage of the yellow level, you can act with impunity. This is our territory. Li Dong paid no heed to Qian Bing's words, interrupting him directly as he addressed Qian Weiping. You still wish to settle accounts with me? Do you not recognize the nature of your two sons? No wonder they behave so recklessly. They have inherited your disposition. Qian Zhong's fists clenched tightly, astonished that Li Dong dared to speak such words in his own home, before his father. How utterly arrogant. The flesh on Qian Weiping's face quivered. His gaze no longer tranquil, radiating a frenzied wrath. Lao Su, incapacitate him. Qian Weiping commanded in a deep voice, prompting Su Yun to spring into action, reaching out to seize Li Dong. At that moment, Li Dong stood up, fixing his gaze upon Su Yun, and spoke. What is this? You seem to have gathered quite a crowd, and have even brought in a formidable expert? Su Yun paused, momentarily taken aback, and regarded Li Dong with a stern expression. Li Dong, do not cling to futile resistance. Having come here today, you must brace yourself for the inevitable consequences. Qian Bing observed Li Dong's rise, mistakenly believing he sensed Su Yun's prowess and was now terrified, seeking to beg for mercy. Qian Zhong shared this sentiment, his eyes glued to the two, hoping to glean insights from Su Yun's forthcoming actions, while eagerly anticipating Li Dong's dismal defeat. Ignoring Li Dong, Qian Weiping spoke gravely, Lao Su. Li Dong chuckled lightly. At this level, the medical expenses should be quite substantial. Su Yun glared, his arm tensing, ethereal energy coiling around him. His aura surging dramatically as he lunged once more toward Li Dong. With a resounding clap, to the astonishment of the four onlookers, Li Dong effortlessly grasped Su Yun's arm. The overwhelming shock caused Qian Bing to involuntarily utter a sound of disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. Witnessing Su Yun's flushed face, the strain in his neck, and Li Dong's nonchalant demeanor, Qian Bing swallowed hard, his complexion turning ashen. Yesterday, he stood beside Li Dong, witnessing firsthand as Li Dong seized another's wrist and tossed individuals one by one into the air, only to have them crash down to the ground. The terror from yesterday resurfaced in Qian Bing's heart. Qian Zhong was equally stunned. How could Su Yun, a master at the pinnacle of the early yellow stage, have been captured by Li Dong? It seemed utterly impossible. Could it be that Li Dong had already progressed to the mid-yellow stage, given his age and humble background? How could he possibly have cultivated such prowess? Qian Weiping was momentarily taken aback, then felt his jaw tighten, his cheeks twitching in response. Most astonished of all was Su Yun. Despite his youth and early yellow stage mastery, he approached the situation with caution, convinced he had not held back and had exerted his full strength. Yet, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Before him, Li Dong effortlessly grasped his wrist, a faint smile gracing his face without making any further moves. This seemingly simple act, executed with little apparent effort, completely restrained Su Yun, rendering him unable to break free, igniting a chill of fear within him. Without hesitation, realizing he could not escape the grip, Su Yun swiftly concluded that he must act. His other hand clenched into a fist, visible energy swirling around it, causing the air to tremble slightly. Mountain shattering, Su Yun shouted, his fist charged with a force akin to that of a mountain, aimed squarely at Li Dong's chest. However, before he could even finish uttering the name of his technique, Li Dong struck first. Grasping Su Yun's wrist, he abruptly hurled him upward, and a piercing scream escaped Su Yun's lips as his entire body collided with the ceiling, causing the nearby chandelier to rattle violently. Then, Su Yun was flung down from the ceiling, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Li Dong gazed at the fallen Su Yun and mused. He actually practiced martial arts. He turned to glance at Qian Weiping and his two sons, who were seated on the sofa. At that moment, not a single one of them uttered a word. Even Qian Weiping sat there in a daze, his gaze vacant and lost. Li Dong shrugged and strode towards Su Yun. Look at you all. You have brought this upon yourselves. It would have been far better to heed my advice, yet you insist on engaging in these troublesome antics, seeking help from others. How many times must it be said that enlisting assistance is futile? With each step he took, it felt as though he was treading upon the very hearts of the three men. Upon reaching Su Yun, who lay face down on the ground, Li Dong bent down to grasp one of his arms. Do you still wish to incapacitate me? He then placed his foot upon Su Yun's shoulder and twisted. With a sharp crack, the unconscious Su Yun suddenly awoke with a pained cry, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Li Dong relinquished his grip, and Su Yun's fractured arm fell helplessly to the ground. Li Dong looked at Qian Weiping and said nonchalantly, You seem quite affluent. Perhaps now you can afford the treatment. Chapter 70. The flesh observing Su Yun's broken arm, Qian Weiping felt a chill in his heart. However, now that Su Yun's arm was shattered, it would surely require millions for proper treatment. Moreover, once healed, there would be the question of how to accommodate him, likely necessitating even more expenditure. Yet, just moments ago, Su Yun had been decisively defeated by Li Dong. He had even employed martial arts, yet it was still insufficient to overcome Li Dong. With a ceiling more than 4 meters high, Li Dong had effortlessly hurled a person upward, and judging by the force of the rebound, his strength was undeniably formidable. Who on earth is this person, disguised as a youth? Qian Weiping was filled with regret. Meanwhile, the two brothers, Qian Bing and Qian Zhong, remained utterly silent. Especially Qian Zhong, who was genuinely terrified. There was no room for defiance. He was acutely aware of Su Yun's prowess. Yet, to see Li Dong defeat him with a single blow was astonishing. Could it be that this individual could vanquish anyone with a mere strike? When Li Dong triumphed over him at noon, his strength had not seemed superior to Su Yun's. Could it be that he had concealed his true power? Qian Zhong lamented their folly in provoking such a formidable opponent. Even more regretful was Qian Bing, who had the backing of his family. In D County No. 1 high school, he was a dominant figure, always surrounded by a throng of followers, acting with unparalleled arrogance. He had assumed that a mere beautiful girl was the cause of his troubles. Qian Bing was no stranger to such antics, as most rivals would quickly retreat upon seeing him, and those with a bit more resolve would soon be subdued. However, this Li Dong had repeatedly disregarded Qian Bing's authority, which ignited a fierce enmity within him. Little did he know that this individual was a hidden master, an exceptionally skilled one at that. one who could take on 30 opponents. Dismantling the Zhongyi Hall, and now had the audacity to invade his home, breaking the arm of the Huang-level beginner, Su Yun. Qian Bing was engulfed by an overwhelming fear, internally trembling and fervently hoping to escape this calamity, relinquishing any thoughts of retaliation. This was power beyond their capacity to confront. Qian Weiping, upon hearing Li Dong's words, thought to himself that there was no point in laying further traps. With such a formidable opponent already incapacitated, what good would calling in more help do? Wouldn't it only lead to greater financial loss? Noticing Qian Weiping drenched in sweat and silent, Li Dong continued, I shall speak plainly then. Qian Weiping remained mute. Li Dong, still holding a cup, struck it forcefully against the glass coffee table, producing a sharp, resonant sound that startled all three men. You relish in incapacitating others, do you not? Hand over the internet CAF in the Zhongyi Hall, or I shall ruin your son. Li Dong leaned forward over the table, fixing his gaze on Qian Weiping. His two sons, Qian Bing and Qian Zhong, trembled at the threat. At that moment, Qian Weiping lost all semblance of his earlier bravado. He transformed from a furious tiger into a frightened old cat. He swallowed hard, unable to meet Li Dong's stare. But you, a mere student, lack the means to manage, he stammered. The internet CAF was somewhat manageable. But the Zhongyi Hall was a cornerstone of the Qian family's empire, having been cultivated over many years. Despite its location in D County, it boasted a loyal clientele of elite students, establishing itself as a benchmark in the local martial arts scene, thus reaping substantial profits. Surrendering it to Li Dong would be akin to carving a chunk of flesh from Qian Weiping. Qian Zhong, equally reluctant to relinquish the Zhongyi Hall, felt the pressure of the situation, yet he was unwilling to simply cede his long-held stronghold. In frustration, he slammed his hand down heavily on Qian Bing's shoulder. Qian Bing's eyes instantly reddened, and he hoarsely exclaimed, Dad. Qian Weiping could no longer remain composed. He raised his hand in a gesture of appeasement towards Li Dong, pleading, Please, do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly. You are unwilling to yield, then there is nothing to discuss. Li Dong's fingers tightened slightly on Qian Bing's shoulder, eliciting a pained cry from him. Dad, save me. Hearing his son's anguished cry, Qian Weiping's eyes brimmed with tears. Let go. I will give it to you. Li Dong eased his grip, yet his hand remained firmly on Qian Bing's shoulder. Qian Bing, drenched in sweat and gasping heavily, kept his back straight, too fearful to move beside Li Dong. Qian Zhong's face was ashen. However, Qian Weiping cautiously proposed, What if I transfer the shares to you? And my people temporarily manage it? Otherwise, my team will surely withdraw, and without management, the business will soon falter. Qian Weiping was reluctant to relinquish Zhongyi Pavilion so easily, as its influence in County D was substantial, and the benefits were considerable. Of course, your people must withdraw, Li Dong replied, taking a sip from his cup, but you are not the only one with personnel. As his words concluded, Li Dong casually tossed the cup towards the ceiling, where it accurately struck the chandelier. Upon making contact with the junction of the chandelier and the ceiling, a surge of energy erupted from within the cup, resulting in a resounding explosion that severed the base of the chandelier. With a crash, the golden chandelier plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless pieces, while decorative beads and trinkets scattered across the floor, producing a crisp and chaotic sound. Qian Weiping observed Li Dong's actions with a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by his intentions. Shortly thereafter, two figures entered through the wide-open entrance, which had lost its door. Following closely behind was Chen Ka, and Che Bei made his way into the Qian family residence. He surveyed the disheveled state of the hall before finally fixing his gaze upon the stunned Qian Weiping. Boss Qian, it has been a long time. Qian Weiping trembled, his expression shifting dramatically between despair and hope, before he finally uttered gloomily, Che Bei? I never anticipated you would stand alongside him. Che Bei glanced at Li Dong and replied nonchalantly, If I do not ally with Dongzi, how would I be able to feast upon your flesh? With a sudden burst of determination, Qian Weiping rose abruptly from the sofa. While he dared not confront Li Dong directly, he felt emboldened to challenge Che Bei. Che Bei, have you truly resolved to oppose the Qian family? Qian Weiping was genuinely taken aback. He had not expected Li Dong to have Che Bei backing him. This left him with no room for negotiation. He would have no choice but to surrender the loyalty and righteousness hall. Che Bei maintained his formidable presence, unfaltering. Qian Weiping, have you pondered why you find yourself in this predicament? Very well. Qian Weiping seethed, his lips twitching in anger as he glared at Che Bei. Let us see how this unfolds. Che Bei let out a light chuckle, disregarding Qian Weiping's threats. He was acutely aware that Qian Weiping was merely posturing. Given the current circumstances, with Li Dong at his side, Qian Weiping lacked the courage to confront him. Stepping back, even in the absence of Li Dong. Behind Che Bei stands the formidable Che family. Qian Weiping, akin to a rootless, drifting reed, lacks the capability to challenge the Che family's influence. Chapter 71. Hand over enough chatter. Be swift about it, Li Dong remarked disdainfully from his position on the sofa. Upon hearing his voice, Qian Weiping felt his legs weaken. Glancing at his two sons beside Li Dong, particularly at Qian Bing, who bore a ghastly pallor under Li Dong's arm. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile and said with great difficulty, "Fine. It's all yours." Li Dong chuckled, giving Qian Bing a pat on the shoulder, which only drained more color from his face. "This is more like it. It would have been better to do this sooner. Just think. You would still have to cover the medical expenses." Li Dong rose, casting a glance at Su Yun, who lay unconscious not far away, before striding towards Che Bei, where they exchanged knowing smiles. "Hurry up, old Qian," Li Dong called out, raising a hand in farewell before turning towards the door. The term old Qian made Qian Weiping seethe with frustration. Che Bei, noticing Qian Weiping's furious expression, followed Chen Kai out as well. The matter was settled, and Qian Weiping would naturally handle the subsequent transition, while Che Bei would take over the scene. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, the trio approached the BMW. Opening the doors and settling inside, the headlights flickered on, and they drove away. Once Che Bei and Li Dong had departed, Qian Weiping let out a heavy sigh of relief, his fists clenched tightly, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. The Che family possessed merely a few tens of millions in assets, and with 2 venues lost and the burden of Su Yun's medical expenses, this represented a significant financial blow to the Qian family. The loss is one aspect, but more importantly, this situation is exceedingly infuriating. Qian Weiping, having lived for over 50 years, has always taken from others, and never has anyone dared to seize his possessions. Yet here he is, having intruders invade his home. The more he contemplates, the angrier he becomes. However, recalling Li Dong's astonishing combat prowess demonstrated earlier, Qian Weiping swallows hard. Su Yun was the strongest practitioner he had ever encountered, yet Li Dong effortlessly defeated him in less than 10 seconds. What sort of power must he possess? To annihilate someone at the initial stage of the yellow rank, he must at least be at the latter stage of the yellow rank, or perhaps at the mystic rank. The mere thought of the mystic rank sends beads of sweat down Qian Weiping's forehead. If Li Dong is indeed a mystic rank master, then causing the downfall of the entire Qian family would be a trivial task for him. With a heavy sigh, Qian Weiping suppresses his resentment towards Li Dong. He glances at the shattered door panel lying on the spiral staircase and the scattered fragments of the chandelier before his gaze finally rests on his 2 sons seated on the sofa. Observing the despair and fear etched on Qian Bing and Qian Zhong's faces, he speaks in a solemn tone. We must forget about Li Dong and move on swiftly. In the car, the atmosphere hangs heavy for a moment before Che Bei breaks the silence, addressing Li Dong beside him. "Dongzi, since Qian Weiping has agreed, he will soon take action. I will also expedite the transition of the venue. My people will be stationed there to assist you in management, still under your name." Li Dong chuckles. "You are too kind, Director Che. A share of the equity is all I require." Quickly, Che Bei exclaimed, "Dongzi, this won't do. After all, this establishment was secured from Qian Weiping by you, and the conflict originated between them and you. It simply does not make sense." Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Let it be. Che Zong, I'll take a share. Your people are not without merit." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Che Bei paused momentarily. Then a smile graced his face as he naturally leaned back against the chair. The purpose of summoning Che Bei was precisely this. Li Dong lacked the capacity and energy to manage both venues on his own, thus he relied on Che Bei's subordinates to share the burdens of this endeavor. If Li Dong had truly intended to attach his name to the establishments and merely provide Che Bei with a management fee, the profits Che Bei would receive would dwindle significantly, potentially resulting in a loss. However, Li Dong was no fool, faced with 2 flourishing establishments. He opted not to pursue that route, instead choosing to share equity with Che Bei. This way, Che Bei would not have traversed this murky water in vain, allowing him to devote himself more earnestly to managing these 2 venues that rightfully belonged to him. Che Bei was acutely aware of what the Zhongyi Hall represented. It was the most renowned martial arts academy in D County. Securing management rights to the Zhongyi Hall was akin to claiming a lucrative prize. Bei had exerted considerable effort and invested significant resources to deal with Wei Tai, establishing numerous connections and financial commitments to ensure Wei Tai's departure. The events that unfolded today at the Qian family's home were, in essence, a response from Li Dong regarding the Zhongmi Hall. Bei's substantial investment in Li Dong stemmed from a desire to leverage Li Dong's formidable strength for greater rewards. And today may very well mark the inception of that journey. The overall situation has been determined. And Qian Weiping did not squander any time nor dared to engage in any cunning maneuvers with Li Dong and Bei. The transfer of Xingyue Internet CAF on People's Road in D County, as well as the Zhongyi Pavilion, has been successfully completed and handed over to Bei and Li Dong. The impact on Xingyue Internet CAF was minimal, retaining most of the cleaning staff, network administrators, and receptionists, except for a few high-level personnel. However, the changes at Zhongyi Pavilion were significant. The majority of the staff were affiliated with the Qian family, with coaches primarily trained by Qian Zhong himself. Upon the handover, all coaches withdrew, leaving only a handful of receptionists and support staff. Bei acted swiftly, possessing even more personnel than Qian Weiping. He directly recruited his subordinates from various small martial arts venues and mahjong parlors in the countryside, all of whom were well-trained and capable of coaching without issue. Additionally, the arrangement of skilled practitioners was nothing short of impressive, with 3 masters at the pinnacle of their abilities, including the stationed Li Dong. This configuration surpassed that of the Qian family's era. Yet, despite these advancements, some attrition was inevitable. Many individuals had grown accustomed to their former instructors, and some had come specifically for certain coaches. With their departure, those students also chose to leave. Nevertheless, some individuals were particularly respectful, especially those who had witnessed Li Dong's decisive victory over Qian Zhong's students that day. Upon learning that Li Dong had taken over the martial arts school, none of them canceled their memberships. Instead, they developed even greater confidence in Zhongyi Pavilion. Zhao Kong of the Kanda Group was taken aback by Li Dong's actions. He never anticipated that Li Dong not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also wielded formidable influence. In merely a few days, Li Dong had managed to overhaul the long-standing structure of the Loyalty Hall in County D, and had even allied with Bei, positioning himself as a pivotal figure in this transformation. The undercurrents in County D must have been tumultuous during these days. Consequently, Zhao Kong seized the opportunity to engage more frequently with Li Dong, and the two swiftly grew acquainted. One day after school, Li Dong hailed a taxi to the Loyalty Hall. With little on his agenda, he took the time to inspect the establishments under his purview. As he pushed open the grand entrance, he was clad in his school uniform, a backpack slung over his shoulder, and chewing gum with a rhythmic pop. In his previous life, Li Dong had a penchant for chewing gum, a habit he retained even after his rebirth. He discovered that having something to chew helped him concentrate better. Upon entering, the receptionist immediately spotted him. It was the same young lady from before, who had initially perceived Li Dong as an ordinary student. To her astonishment, within just a few days, he had ascended to the status of her employer. Li Dong held the title of Honorary Hall Master and possessed shares in the establishment, a fact known to the staff. The receptionist had also heard from the manager that Li Dong was now the actual proprietor of the Loyalty Hall. She quickly composed herself, a hint of nervousness evident in her demeanor, and greeted him with a sweet voice. "Hello, Dong Go." "Ah, hello," Li Dong responded, having forgotten who she was. He waved casually before making his way towards the training area. As she exhaled a sigh of relief, the young girl leaned forward, peering at Li Dong's retreating figure, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chapter 72. Transition. Li Dong strode into the training ground, surveying the bustling environment. The hall was filled with numerous trainees, all diligently following their instructors. In just a few days, the individuals from Bei had successfully integrated the students of Zhongyi Pavilion, seamlessly restructuring the curriculum to align with what the students had previously learned. Some noticed Li Dong's arrival and instinctively paused their activities, turning to regard him with expressions of reverence. The coaches also acknowledged him, with a few who were closer greeting him. "Brother Dong." Li Dong responded with a calm smile. Positioned against the wall was Zhao Kong's private area, where he was undergoing training with a new personal coach. Upon seeing Li Dong, Zhao Kong halted, beaming with delight as he approached him. Seeing Zhao Kong in such high spirits, Li Dong smiled and quickened his pace. The two clasped hands warmly. Zhao Kang's personal coach, Xiaolu, a formidable expert from Bei, greeted Li Dong. "Brother Dong, what a pleasure to see you here today for an inspection." Zhao Kong, holding Li Dong's hand, spoke in a friendly tone. "Just came to have a look around." Li Dong replied with a gentle smile. Do you have time today? Shall we dine together? Another day. Zhao Zong, I have matters to attend to shortly. I'll reach out to you later. Li Dong politely declined. Very well. Zhao Kong maintained his cheerful demeanor. I shall await your message. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Li Dong took his leave, departing Zhongyi Pavilion under the gaze of many awestruck onlookers. Observing the silhouette of Li Dong, Zhao Kong subtly nodded. Subsequently, Li Dong took a taxi to the Jin Hao KTV. It had been a few days since he assumed responsibility here, although Che Bei mentioned that Li Dong need not visit frequently. He felt compelled to come by every now and then, as a way to justify the substantial monthly remuneration of 60,000 and to honor Che Bei's support. Upon entering the establishment, the staff on either side recognized Li Dong and greeted him in unison. Hello, Dongge. In their line of work, having keen eyesight is paramount. When Che Bei first brought Li Dong to the venue, the KTV staff had become quite familiar with his visage and etched it deeply into their memories. However, beneath their facade of respect, they harbored a sense of disdain after hearing manager Zhang Yi's introduction of Li Dong. A mere overseer? Merely someone biding time? They looked down upon individuals from affluent backgrounds who seemed to squander their potential, choosing instead to loaf around in such establishments. They believed that those who dedicated their time to self-improvement were far superior. Though these thoughts lingered, no one was foolish enough to display their true feelings. They ensured their outward demeanor was one of utmost respect, leaving no room for criticism. Li Dong meandered leisurely through the lobby, casting his gaze around, observing the surroundings. His role as an overseer primarily involved observation. Che Bei had assigned him this task as a means to channel funds to him, for there was little else to occupy his time here. Before long, the manager of the KTV, Zhong Yi, approached with purposeful strides, a faint smile adorning his face. Exuding an air of sternness, he stepped in front of Li Dong, his tone laced with a hint of respect. You have arrived? Li Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Just here to take a look. Then, would you care to follow me for a tour of the premises? Zhong Yi inquired. Very well, I appreciate your effort. Li Dong responded. In truth, Zhong Yi had already guided him through the KTV during his last visit, and he retained a general understanding of the establishment. However, as he was a guest brought personally by the general manager, Zhong Yi felt it necessary to accompany him to illustrate his regard. Li Dong was certainly aware of this. As they walked together, Zhong Yi lagged slightly behind, and the respectful demeanor he had previously displayed began to wane. They ventured further inside, and as they did, the staff in the main hall began to murmur amongst themselves. This person is nothing remarkable, is he? What could he possibly be? Just someone passing time. Doesn't exhibit the demeanor of someone raised in a prominent family. He seems quite ordinary. Stop boasting, Lao San, with your standing. Do you really think you could compete with him? Alas, he is fortunate, born with a silver spoon. One cannot compare. Enough chatter. The guests are arriving. As the entrance swung open, a group of patrons entered, prompting the staff to cease their earlier discussions and exclaim in unison, Welcome to Jin Hao KTV. Zhong Yi remained by Li Dong's side, accompanying him as they meandered through the KTV. Occasionally, the cacophony of youthful exuberance or mature lamentations spilled forth from the slightly ajar private rooms, prompting Zhong Yi to discreetly close the unlatched doors. In matters of oversight, Li Dong truly finds little of interest to behold. The Jin Hao KTV stands as the most prominent and orderly establishment in D County, where the personnel under manager Che are remarkably efficient. Should any incident arise, it would be swiftly resolved by their own in a matter of minutes, rendering the notion of oversight nearly unnecessary. However, Li Dong's presence here necessitates his engagement. He cannot be left idle. Zhang Yi, a man of considerable acumen, skillfully maintained the conversation throughout their journey, ensuring that the atmosphere remained lively. Zhang Yi is not like those privileged second-generation heirs, basking in wealth and power. He did not gain admission to university, nor did he pursue further studies, instead making his way directly from a rural background to D County in search of work. Initially, he labored as an apprentice in a restaurant kitchen, enduring a challenging existence. Yet, with steadfast determination and a keen intellect, he inadvertently caught the attention of Che Bei, gradually ascending to his current position. Despite his rise, Zhong Yi has never forgotten his humble beginnings. He perceives himself as a poor country boy. Consequently, he harbors a certain disdain for the wealthy scions who, lacking experience and merit, find money readily bestowed upon them simply by opening their mouths. Li Dong observed this sentiment but remained unfazed, engaging Zhong Yi in casual conversation while his thoughts delved into personal cultivation. It was not that Li Dong was discourteous. Rather, he found himself unfamiliar with the intricacies of KTV management that Zhong Yi discussed. As someone primarily focused on action, Li Dong's ability to exchange a few polite remarks with Zhong Yi was commendable. Nonetheless, this demeanor only served to diminish Zhong Yi's regard for Li Dong further. Having completed the first floor, the two individuals were about to ascend to the second floor via the elevator. During this interval, Zhong Yi discreetly glanced at his watch, revealing a hint of impatience, a subtle gesture that did not escape Li Dong's notice. "Manager Zhong, you may proceed with your duties. I can manage on my own," Li Dong suggested. A faint smile illuminated Zhong Yi's somewhat gaunt visage as he replied, "There is no pressing matter. Let us go." He gestured towards the elevator. In response to his words, Li Dong felt no need for further pleasantries, and the two made their way toward the elevator. Just then, as the staff prepared to open the elevator doors for them, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby private room, accompanied by the cacophony of shattered glass and raucous shouts. "You fellows are truly enjoying yourselves. My good brother, if there is pain in your heart." Haha. The staff member by the elevator paused, casting a glance at Zhong Yi, who furrowed his brow and nodded in acknowledgement. The staff member then picked up the intercom. External security, A08 guest intoxicated, A08, thank you." With the intercom in hand, the staff member summoned the KTV's external security and gestured to Zhong Yi and Li Dong before hastily making his way into the room where the disturbance had occurred. "Let us go," Li Dong affirmed, nodding before striding towards the source of the uproar, with Zhong Yi trailing closely behind. Before they could reach their destination, the staff member who had entered first was unexpectedly shoved out. Four middle-aged men, their faces flushed from drink, emerged from the private room in a disorderly fashion. The foremost of them, a corpulent fellow, shoved a staff member while bellowing, "How dare you interfere with me?" The staff member, maintaining a calm demeanor, retreated submissively, responding, "Sir, please refrain from resorting to violence." "Refrain from violence?" The overweight man's voice rose further, pushing the staff member into the center of the corridor and seizing him by the collar. Patrons from nearby rooms, hearing the commotion, furrowed their brows and peered out to witness the scene. Observing the disturbance, Zhong Yi chose to disregard Li Dong beside him and hurried over to the ruckus. He first bowed apologetically to the onlookers, assuring them he would resolve the issue promptly. Then, addressing the belligerent men, Zhong Yi said, "Gentlemen, may I kindly request that you release our staff member?" The corpulent man scrutinized Zhong Yi, noting his managerial attire, before shoving the staff member aside and stepping closer. His eyes narrowed. "So, you're the manager?" Zhong Yi nodded, just as Li Dong approached the scene. "What the hell kind of management is this? We were enjoying ourselves, and then this person shows up to disrupt us." The overweight man stood before Zhong Yi, gesturing rudely at the staff member, his complexion flushed and his speech slurred. The other three men, equally inebriated, swayed as they approached, their expressions menacing as they regarded Zhong Yi. Li Dong cast a glance at the disarray within the private room occupied by the four men. Bottles lay strewn across the floor, and a glass floor lamp had toppled over, shattering into countless pieces. Just as Zhong Yi was about to speak, a group of security personnel hurried over. "Oh, what's this? Are you planning to evict us?" one of the men exclaimed. "Let me remind you, we are customers who have paid for our experience." Upon the arrival of the security guards, the rotund man remained oblivious, gesticulating wildly while his three companions boisterously joined in. Zhong Yi addressed them, stating, "Gentlemen, your disruptive behavior has disturbed our order and affected other patrons. Moreover, you have damaged our property. Not only must you vacate the premises, but you are also liable for compensation for our losses." The security personnel quickly grasped the situation, falling silent and awaiting Li Dong's response. After all, he was the one overseeing the establishment. Now that trouble had arisen, they were eager to see how he would handle it. With such a substantial monthly salary, it would be quite embarrassing for the manager to falter on such a trivial matter. Zhong Yi also fell into silence, anticipating Li Dong's next move. He was not inherently harsh. As the manager of Jinhao, he was reluctant to let any issues tarnish his establishment's reputation. He decided to observe Li Dong's approach first, ready to expel the unruly group if necessary. However, the four men merely strolled deeper into the room, picking up the microphone amidst the chaos and resuming their singing. Noticing that no one outside had taken action, they grew increasingly emboldened, raising their voices even higher. Meanwhile, Li Dong stood beside Zhong Yi, seemingly lost in thought. After a span of over 10 seconds with no response from him, Zhang Yi shook his head internally, slightly bending forward as he prepared to usher them out. With a sudden movement, Zhang Yi roused Li Dong from his reverie. Moments ago, they had engaged in conversation, but Li Dong had inadvertently slipped back into a meditative state. One could only lament the abundant spiritual energy in this world, which rendered the practice of cultivation so delightful that it was difficult to resist. Observing Li Dong's newfound activity, Zhang Yi's interest piqued, prompting him to slow his pace and follow closely behind. A few security personnel, intrigued by the unfolding scene, trailed after them, eager to witness how this wealthy heir would address the situation. Inside the private room, several men were bellowing into the microphones, their voices echoing thunderously as they shouted with abandon. Once they had finished, they seized their bottles of liquor, guzzling the contents before carelessly tossing them to the ground with a resounding crash. Zhang Yi felt a surge of irritation. It had been years since he had witnessed such audacity in Jin Hao's establishment. Did these individuals not recognize whose territory they were trespassing upon? As Zhang Yi and Li Dong entered, the portly man and his companions acted as though they were oblivious, continuing their raucous antics with unabashed disregard. Glancing at the rotund man, Li Dong commanded, "You lot, step outside." Their merriment abruptly interrupted. The portly man's bleary eyes shifted toward Li Dong, and the scowl upon his face began to contort into a series of furrowed expressions. Bursting into a cacophony of laughter, the portly man, spittle flying from his mouth, jeered at Li Dong. "Who are you addressing, little brat?" He then pointed at Li Dong and turned to Zhang Yi, mocking, "What's the matter? Are you short on staff here that you have to employ a child?" The other three men erupted into boisterous laughter, reveling in their insolence. As Zhang Yi observed Li Dong's actions, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was evident that this young heir, fresh into the world, possessed not an ounce of experience. How could he expect them to leave? Was it truly as simple as mere words? A few security guards glanced at Li Dong, who stood beside the karaoke machine, the flickering lights from the private room casting a glow on his school uniform, further accentuating the youthfulness of this affluent young man. With a sudden motion, he switched off the large screen, brazenly ordering them to vacate the premises, clearly under the influence of alcohol and displaying a childish bravado. Who would heed his commands? If matters were so easily resolved, these security personnel would find themselves out of work. A rotund man, his face adorned with an oily grin, approached Li Dong, his substantial belly leading the way. He scrutinized Li Dong and, with a dismissive gesture, tugged at his school uniform. When Li Dong remained silent, the plump man shot him a contemptuous glance before moving to the karaoke machine to select another song. Zhang Yi, feeling exasperated, looked at the nearby security guards, signaling them to take action. Li Dong spoke once more, his tone still unwavering. "I said, you should leave." The rotund man lifted his gaze from the machine, fixing Li Dong with a penetrating stare, his oily smile fading. "You little brat, care to repeat that?" The three other men closed in, their glares fixed on Li Dong. Zhang Yi shook his head, thinking that Li Dong should refrain from complicating matters. The security guards regarded Li Dong with increasing disdain. It was evident that he lacked any societal experience. How had the manager allowed such a person to enter? What was his true background? The overweight man noticed that his companions had gathered around, prompting him to step away from the jukebox and approach Li Dong once more. He extended his hand, intent on seizing Li Dong by the collar. "If I don't show you some color, do you think you're formidable just because you're a child?" Chapter 74. Leap from the building. However, the overweight man's move was ultimately a beat too slow. As his pudgy hand reached for Li Dong's collar, Li Dong swiftly raised his arm, preemptively grasping the overweight man's neck. Before anyone in the private room could react, a sharp sound echoed. Li Dong flung his arm, sending the hefty figure hurtling outwards. The security personnel and Zhang Yi felt a gust of wind rush past them, and with a thud, the overweight man crashed onto the floor of the corridor outside. The remaining three men, witnessing this spectacle, lunged at Li Dong with aggressive intent. Li Dong, unfazed, dispatched each of them effortlessly, throwing them aside with ease. The security guards stood in stunned silence. How could a single hand throw a 200-plus-pound man a distance of 4 or 5 meters? What kind of strength was this? Zhang Yi was equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend the surreal scene before him. How could Li Dong possess such formidable combat prowess? After dispatching the 4 men, Li Dong stepped outside, remarking, "If you won't leave on your own, I'll have to escort you out." Zhang Yi and the security personnel exchanged glances and followed him out. The other patrons in the private room, upon hearing the commotion, opened the door to peek into the corridor. Initially, They assumed it was the security personnel apprehending the men, only to find a student still clad in school uniform. As he stepped into the hallway, the four sprawled men appeared to have sobered up. Their faces remained flushed, yet their eyes were alert. Spotting Li Dong approaching, the portly man hastily extended a hand, frantically waving. "Brother, let us talk this over. No need for violence." Li Dong regarded him with a faint smile. "Weren't you just trying to fight me?" "No, brother, it was all a misunderstanding," the portly man exclaimed, slapping his own chubby face vigorously in contrition, a display of genuine remorse. The other three men followed suit, mimicking his penitence. Li Dong's smile faded, and his lips curled downwards. "Enough of this nonsense. Get lost now." Hey. The portly man was the quintessential figure who, after receiving a beating, turned docile. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Li Dong, nearly bowing down in supplication, before scrambling to his feet and urging the others to leave. "Wait." Li Dong's low reprimand halted them in their tracks, their legs weakening as they dared not move, slowly turning to face him. Li Dong pointed to the private room. "Take your belongings and compensate for the damages." Yes. Terrified, the four hefty men nearly forgot their bags. Heads bowed as they slinked past Li Dong. Under the watchful eyes of Zhong Yi and several security guards, they slipped into the room to retrieve their respective bags. Stepping out of the private room, the rotund man stood before Li Dong, trembling and with his head bowed. He fumbled to unzip his bag, swallowed hard, and retrieved a wad of cash. The weight of Li Dong's gaze made each second feel like an eternity for the corpulent man. In a moment of desperation, he pulled out all the money and handed it to Li Dong, stammering, "Brother, please, take it all." Yes. The overweight man nodded vigorously, now fully compliant with Li Dong's every word. He meticulously counted out 20 bills from the stack in his hands and extended them once more towards Li Dong, who still did not accept them. Beads of sweat formed on the man's forehead as he wondered about the meaning behind this. At that moment, Zhong Yi, standing behind Li Dong, reached out to take the money. Glancing at Zhong Yi, the corpulent man hurriedly turned and scurried away with his three companions, their retreat marked by an unmistakable sense of defeat. However, Zhong Yi and a few security guards had witnessed how Li Dong had dealt with those men, and they were genuinely taken aback by his display of strength. Such prowess could only belong to a cultivator, they thought, reflecting on their previous assumptions. The security guards felt a wave of humility wash over them. What they had dismissed as a mere second-generation rich kid was, in fact, a formidable master. Meanwhile, Zhong Yi's perception of Li Dong deepened significantly. If Li Dong was indeed a cultivator, what was the purpose of Che Bei placing him in such a position? Was it to win him over? Zhong Yi's demeanor remained unchanged, yet the air around him shifted dramatically as he leaned slightly closer to Li Dong, his tone infused with genuine respect. "Brother Dong, shall we continue?" Li Dong nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed upstairs for another look." Before long, several cleaners and technicians arrived at the previously tumultuous private room to restore order amidst the chaos. After a brief while, under the respectful send-off of Zhong Yi, Li Dong departed from the Jin Hao KTV. As he exited, the staff at the door began to murmur in astonishment at the sight of Li Dong hailing a taxi and departing. It was truly unexpected that this young man, seemingly just a student with a youthful visage, was, in fact, a master practitioner. One should not judge a person by their appearance. No wonder he was arranged to be brought in by the manager. It turns out he possesses extraordinary skills. You should have seen how he effortlessly tossed that person out with a single hand. It was utterly remarkable. Enough already. How many times must I reiterate this? Indeed, it was astonishing. As he opened the entrance door, preparing to step into the corridor, a sudden surge of spiritual energy pulsated nearby, prompting him to slowly release the doorknob. Bang! The corridor door shut with a thud, and Li Dong abruptly turned his head, his gaze instantly locking onto the source. Beneath the night sky, on the rooftop of the innermost building of the complex, a slender figure stood precariously at the edge, a woman. Leaning forward, she stepped off the rooftop, plummeting downward. In an instant, Li Dong's internal spiritual energy erupted, propelling forth a torrent of power from his feet. With a powerful leap, he shot towards the direction of the falling woman like a bolt of lightning. Skillfully maneuvering, Li Dong deftly avoided all obstacles in his path, covering the 50-meter distance in less than a second, positioning himself directly beneath her. A gentle aura emerged as a hand reached out, cradling the woman's form in midair. Once the force of her descent was alleviated, the ethereal energy gradually dissipated, allowing her to softly land upon the ground. Dressed in a white blouse and black mini shorts, Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her voluptuous thighs curved gracefully. She sat dazed on the ground, illuminated by the crisp moonlight that reflected upon her visage. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the intermittent chirping of insects emanating from the community garden. With vacant eyes, she gazed into the distance for a moment before turning her head, her gaze settling upon Li Dong's face, tears beginning to cascade down her cheeks. Li Dong's eyes flickered as he beheld her countenance. This woman was familiar to him. She was a resident of their community. When Li Dong's family first moved here, she had already been a fixture. Back then, she was full of laughter and vivacity. However, as time passed, she ceased to engage with Li Dong and the other children, often passing by with her head bowed, offering no greetings. Their encounters dwindled, but Li Dong always recognized her, having occasionally observed her from afar, her demeanor radiating an aloofness that discouraged approach. Chapter 75. Iron Dragon Ginseng. She remained seated, lifting her gaze to Li Dong, extending her delicate hand to grasp the hem of his garment, her voice strained. Li Dong bent slightly, pressing his hand upon her shoulder, his eyes fixed on her. I cannot turn a blind eye to what I have witnessed. The woman met his gaze, gradually releasing her grip as her tears ceased to flow. After a moment, she wiped her eyes, her gaze reddened as she inquired, "Are you a practitioner?" Clearly, she still retained some memory of Li Dong. Li Dong nodded slightly and asked, "Could you enlighten me as to why you are doing this?" Upon hearing his question, her gaze momentarily flickered before she slowly lowered her head, replying, "I cannot." Li Dong crouched down to meet her at eye level and implored, "Then can you refrain from seeking death?" The woman looked at him, her eyes tinged with sorrow. "To me, living and dying have become indistinguishable." A silence enveloped them. After inhaling deeply, the woman steadied herself and rose from the ground, her expression growing frigid. "I will not seek death anymore, I promise." In silence, she turned to face Li Dong. "Thank you, Li Dong." He responded, "No need for thanks, Hitsai." Hitsai offered a faint smile before turning to walk towards her home. Li Dong remained rooted to the spot, watching her silhouette diminish in the moonlight, as she seemed to transform back into that carefree 10-year-old girl. On Saturday morning, Li Dong arrived at Baikeafeng, the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop located in the heart of D County. Not only did it offer conventional herbal remedies, but it also boasted a selection of spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs, after being refined by alchemists, would transform into potently effective elixirs. Li Dong's purpose in visiting was to explore the possibility of acquiring any rare spiritual herbs, or perhaps even stumble upon a hidden gem. After all, the cultivation realm in this world had only emerged a few centuries ago, and the various systems of knowledge were still in their infancy. The memories from his past life served as a veritable treasure trove in this realm. Pushing open the door, he stepped into a spacious interior adorned with redwood shelves and counters, exuding an air of antiquity that was undeniably charming. Thus, this herbal medicine shop boasts an astonishing flow of business, rivaling even some commercial establishments of similar scale. After all, spiritual herbs are treasures for cultivators, and cultivators are typically not destitute. Based on their properties, spiritual herbs are categorized alongside ordinary medicinal materials, with the store's shelves divided into several distinct sections. While many customers meander through the area of ordinary herbs, the section for spiritual herbs is relatively sparse. In the spiritual herbs section, one can observe a number of well-dressed middle-aged individuals, elderly men with white hair, and a few younger patrons, often accompanied by their affluent companions. Li Dong did not head straight to the spiritual herbs section. Instead, he wandered through the area of traditional medicinal materials and the counter, hoping to uncover any misidentified spiritual herbs. After some time, with little success, he finally arrived at the spiritual herbs section. Although the shelves here are fewer in number, they are adorned with exquisite decor, and the arrangement of the spiritual herbs is executed with meticulous care. Li Dong can recall detailed information about nearly all the spiritual herbs from memory. Some may belong to ancient varieties he has yet to encounter, yet he can find similar ones in his recollections, allowing him to deduce their properties and quality through comparison. After all, this is a traditional medicine shop in County D, and the quality of the spiritual herbs generally corresponds to the strength of the cultivators in the area, with the finest being at the level of great perfection. Previously, Li Dong had been consuming the essence of the redwood fruit, whose raw material is equivalent to the quality of the great Zhou Tian. Due to Li Dong's exceptional refining capabilities, the elixirs he produced from the redwood fruit could last an extended period, whereas for other alchemists, The same quantity might suffice for merely a week. Thus, for a cultivator aspiring to ascend, an abundance of resources is often required to support their journey. This explains why some young cultivators around 30 years of age are accompanied by individuals resembling patrons. These individuals are their financial backers, carefully nurtured by their benefactors. Li Dong's aura permeated throughout the area, meticulously inspecting various medicinal herbs in search of any concealed treasures. While no astonishing discoveries were made, one particular item displayed within a glass cabinet, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, seemed intriguing. Li Dong's gaze fell upon it, as the crowd surged around the exhibit. It was a primary-grade yellow-tier medicinal herb. Observing the tranquil object within the cabinet, many spectators wore expressions of bewilderment, yet eagerly jostled to catch a glimpse. Their curiosity was piqued by the sales assistant's melodious voice, announcing, "This is a primary-grade iron dragon ginseng." This ginseng, entirely black and resembling the sinuous form of a swimming dragon, is a primary-grade medicinal herb. Not only had the individuals present never encountered such a herb before, but this particular herbal shop was also unveiling this grade of medicinal herb for the first time. Although it had been on display for several days without a single purchase, it had nonetheless attracted significant attention as a spectacle. The Iron Dragon Ginseng, a spiritual herb from the early stages of the Huangjia period, was harvested from the Tiger Head Mountain in Chunxue City. After thorough appraisal by renowned experts, it has been confirmed that this ginseng is 40 years old, marking the period when its medicinal properties begin to flourish. Iron Dragon Ginseng can be consumed directly or refined. When ingested raw, it significantly accelerates the user's spiritual energy circulation and greatly enhances physical strength. Moreover, once digested, it can permanently improve the user's physical constitution. Conversely, when refined, Iron Dragon Ginseng can be transformed into elixirs that amplify physical prowess or serve as aids for cultivation, facilitating level enhancement. Naturally, the efficacy of refinement far surpasses that of direct consumption. A sales associate pointed to the price tag displayed in front of the Iron Dragon Ginseng, 30,000 yuan per stock. As she elaborated on its virtues, a group of individuals, seemingly unacquainted with the realm of cultivation, listened with growing fascination. However, upon hearing the price and glancing at the tag, they exchanged wry smiles, realizing that such treasures were beyond their reach. Indeed, these precious items were intended for wealthy patrons to bolster the abilities of their bodyguards. It seemed quite remarkable, capable of amplifying strength and enhancing levels. So, what do you think? Quite impressive. Isn't it? Are you considering a purchase? They jested. At 30,000. I'll just admire it. While the crowd buzzed with activity, a few individuals gazed thoughtfully at the Iron Dragon Ginseng within the display case, their minds racing. The throng gradually began to disperse, but at that moment, a man clutching a leather bag spoke up. "Wrap it up. I'll take it." A seemingly casual remark captivated the attention of everyone present, drawing their gazes towards the elegantly attired middle-aged gentleman, whose presence evoked expressions of astonishment among the crowd. Such a sum, 300,000, was casually offered. Truly, he was a man of considerable wealth. Beside the affluent owner stood a robust gentleman in his 30s, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Mr. Li, I shall not let you down." Mr. Li waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Xiaojiang, you may focus on your training." Just as the sales attendant, brimming with excitement, turned to summon the manager to finalize this lucrative deal, another voice emerged, youthful and fresh.